Chapter 507. You are a brave believer. Your husband will definitely forgive you, he said to Pavel. Everyone thought that Pavel was a brave and capable believer. They put down their guns and celebrated their successful escape. What they didn't know was that the few Al-Qaeda members who were still in the plane had their necks twisted by the Pakistani government's elite soldiers. Their heads were lying on the ground at strange angles. The plane rumbled as if it was about to leave the ground soon. Someone began to make a move silently, taking out the targets sitting next to them. All of them were directly dealt with through assassination. Amidst their celebration, there was not a trace of sound in the action. Yi Jian's hands were twisting. She used the Swiss Army knife handed over by the V8 to cut the knot. As the plane turned, she fell towards Petty. At the same time, the sharp army knife cut the rope around Petty's wrists. Prepare to take off. The cabin crew's voice sounded tense. It sounded like they were being controlled by the Al-Qaeda members. All the lights in the cabin went out. Yi Qian pushed Pavel away from him. Hide in the front. V8 was guarding the front, so Pavel was the safest. A gunshot rang out. The Al-Qaeda members who were laughing just now were stunned for a few seconds. Pavel's scream pierced through the cabin and woke everyone up. Miss Pavel, you are too rude to a guest from afar. In our country, there is a saying that courtesy demands reciprocity. I wonder if you have heard of it. Yi Qian, who killed Seti Voryov with one shot, stood next to Pavel and wrapped the silver wire in his hand around her neck. It was the silver wire around Pavel's neck that made her scream in fear. When she pointed a gun at someone's head, she would never be afraid. Instead, she would be confident and awe-inspiring. However, when someone pointed a gun at her head, Pavel only had one thought in her mind. It's over. It's over. You are not a student. Pavel's neck tightened as if he was going to suffocate in the next second. Then, he softened his voice and said, I don't care if you're a Chinese student or not. Trust me, I have no reason to hurt you. We just want to leave this place and return to our hometown. Whether it was snakes or poisonous spiders, they would not give up the opportunity to counterattack until the last second. Just like snakes, even if their heads were chopped off, they would still have the ability to jump up and bite people. That was how Pavel was. He wouldn't give up a chance to escape until the very last second. Of course I'm a Chinese student. Otherwise, why would I be kidnapped by you? Yi Qian grabbed Powell's arm with one hand and twisted it. Powell's shrill scream came from the cabin again. Her arm was dislocated by Yi Qian, and she lost the ability to fight back. I will treat you the same way you treated me in the past. In our country, this is called reciprocity, Yi Qian said softly with a faint smile. His voice was light, but his actions were ruthless. He didn't give Pavel any chance to escape. He pinned her down on the seat and tied her legs tightly with the silver wire in his hand. The entire cabin was filled with the smell of blood. The members of the Shui Brigade, who were disguised as members of the Al-Qaeda organization, had already prepared for battle the moment their opponents put down their guns. Now, they had to either use their guns to finish off their targets or use their daggers to clean them up. Chapter 508. Yi Qian did not have to worry about Pavel escaping, so he joined the operation. He either plunged his Swiss Army dagger into Pavel's neck or finished him off with his gun. The crew members of the Bafang left behind on the transport plane were all dressed in military uniforms. The members of the Shuiyu team did not have the strong body odor of the Bafang people. Whenever they encountered someone with a beard, Yi Jian would kill them without hesitation. The plane had already stopped operating, and the elite Pakistani government troops in the cabin quickly contacted the control tower. The Pakistani government troops hidden in the surroundings all came out, with bulletproof shields at the front and gunners at the back. As long as someone came down from the open door, they would immediately shoot. Miss Petty has been successfully rescued. The first message the control tower received was that the president's daughter Petty had been successfully rescued. The Pakistani soldiers guarding the control tower immediately looked happy. Qin Xiu's gaze fell on the communication device. He could even hear gunshots coming from it. There was a gunfight on the transport plane. He clenched his fists and contacted the leader to report the current situation. Miss Petty has been successfully rescued. There is no news from Yi Qian for now. Both sides have started a gunfight. This was good news for the Chinese side. Yi Qian had always been by Petty's side. Yi Qian must have been able to protect her. Keep me updated on the situation until Yi Qian returns safely. The leader's calm expression had not changed since Yi Qian was kidnapped. He was not anxious at all. He only had the calm demeanor of a country's leader. He believed that Yi Qian would return safely. He also believed that his country's soldiers would complete their mission successfully. Some of the members of the Al-Qaeda organization got their hands on submachine guns. Bang! 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 Bullets rained down on the cabin. At the same time, they shouted in Urdu, telling their people to get down. Yi Qian felt a burning pain in his arm. He reacted quickly and got down on the ground. He moved closer to the Al-Qaeda member with the machine gun. He was very close to Pavel. He could not let Pavel return to the Al-Qaeda member. "Don't move, little fox." A familiar voice came from beside her, and then she fell into an embrace that smelled of mint. This was Xia Jinyuan's embrace. It was gentle, generous, and so reassuring. After bringing Yi Qian to a safe place, Xia Jinyuan finally let go of him. "What were you trying to do just now? Accept the offer of the guy with the submachine gun? Are you going to sacrifice yourself as a hostage?" His voice was gentle when he greeted Yi Qian, but when he was calculating, his voice was cold and harsh. Obviously, he did not agree with Yi Qian's decision. Yi Qian wasn't affected by the close contact during the battle. After being reprimanded, Yi Qian said calmly, "No, I wouldn't do something stupid like that. He's too close to Pavel." Xia Jinyuan heaved a sigh of relief and chuckled. "Next time, I'll have to give you a microphone so that we can keep in touch. I was really scared when I saw you trying to crawl over just now." "Captain Xia, am I really that stupid?" With their backs against each other, Yi Jian touched her arm gently. Fortunately, it was just a graze from a stray bullet. She only needed to take care of it. Chapter 509. She held her breath. Xia Jinyuan, who was leaning against her, said coldly, "Where are you hurt? Bandage it with a bandage to stop the bleeding." The biggest difference between a bullet wound and a graze wound was that the smell of blood was not as strong. Yi Qian lifted her arm and said casually, "It's just a graze wound. There's not much blood, just some skin scrapes. I'll bandage it after we get off the plane." She paused for a moment and said, "Captain Xia, I'll crawl over and hold Pavel hostage. Then you can tell the crew to turn on the cabin lights and shoot at the right time. The sooner we get this done, the better." As she spoke, K7's voice came from Xia Jinyuan's earpiece. It was the same as what Yi Qian had said. The sooner they got this done, the better. "Yi Qian will move first. Take Pavel to us as a hostage. You guys can rest for a while." Xia Jinyuan's voice clearly traveled to the Snowfield Brigade's earpiece. V8 turned his head and asked K7 softly, "I suspect that Yi Qian was the one who fired the first shot. What do you think?" "This is Q King's little fox. She's good at seizing opportunities. It's normal for her to shoot. She was the closest to Chady Vorakov. The person she shot was none other than the #1 target, Chady Vorakov. So you don't have to doubt it, it's certain," K7 said coldly. His tone did not change, but he spoke a little longer than usual. V8, who was familiar with his personality, could tell that he admired Yi Qian. "Now I'm even more interested. But I have to admit that she's very calm." V8, who was hiding in the back of the cabin, was even more curious about Yi Qian. Seeing was believing. He had to see for himself today. V8 and T6 soon realized what kind of girl Yi Qian was. She was a girl who dared to stand so close to the Al-Qaeda members. She was the only girl who had the courage to stand so close to them. The lights in the cabin were switched on. Only 6 of the original 20 Al-Qaeda members were left. They held submachine guns in their hands and wanted to fight back, but they heard a crisp female voice. "Look at who I have in my hands. It won't be too late for you to fight back." Yi Qian spoke in Chinese, and V8 translated for the remaining 6 members of Al-Qaeda. "Even Chady Vorakov is finished. How long do you think you can last?" Yi Qian said this in English for Pavel to understand that going against the government would not end well. Pavel's face was contorted. Her mouth was stuffed with her veil, and she was making muffled sounds. Why were there government troops on the plane? They had clearly checked that there were no problems. Other than the flight crew, there was no one else on the plane. Pavel looked at the countless Al-Qaeda members in gray robes lying on the ground. Her eyes were bloodshot. Where did the accident happen? When the Al-Qaeda members who were surrounded saw this, Their eyes flashed fiercely. They looked like they were going to fight Yi Qian to the death. One of them started cursing loudly in Urdu. Yi Qian pulled the black veil out of Pavel's mouth and let her speak. "Kill me. Burn all the children in the orphanage." Pavel, who could finally speak, had a strange smile on her face. She could not turn her head and stare at Yi Qian, who was standing behind her. She looked gloomily at the back of the cabin. "Soon, it will be reported internationally. The whole world will know how powerful we are and how incompetent the president is." Chapter 5:10. Why would I give you the chance to do that? By the time the bus leaves the orphanage, all your followers will have been dealt with. The children who were frightened by you might have already fallen asleep under the government's arrangements, Yi Qian said coldly. "I won't give you a chance to escape, and I won't give you a chance to harm innocent lives," Yi Jian said coldly, her clear voice like frost, sending chills down Pavel's spine. No matter how fierce Pavel's gaze was, Yi Qian looked at the Al-Qaeda member with the submachine gun and said coldly, "If you want to shoot, kill Pavel first. Then you can think about how to get rid of us." "Kill them. Kill all of them." Pavel, whose neck had 2 red marks, screamed in a shrill voice. His voice could not be too loud as it was squeezed out from his throat. Xia Jinyuan, who was secretly preparing, turned sideways and aimed at the target with Yi Qian's movement. Bang! The Al-Qaeda member with the submachine gun was shot in the head. The bullet went through his entire head and fell to the ground with red and white blood. When Pavel heard someone say retreat in Chinese, he seemed to understand what was going on. He stared in disbelief at the member who had fallen to the ground. "Chinese soldiers. There are Chinese soldiers here. It's too late for you to understand now. Pavel, there's no way you can escape from the hands of our soldiers." Yi Qian dragged Pavel back under the cover of Xia Jinyuan and the others. Next, it was time to clean up the mess. This matter was left to the Pakistani government. After all, it was a country's internal affairs. The Chinese soldiers had done their job well. The Pakistani soldiers had no intention of letting the Al-Qaeda members leave. After Xia Jinyuan opened fire, the two sides immediately engaged in a fierce battle. The Al-Qaeda members, who were at the end of their rope, could not escape from the hands of the Pakistani soldiers even if they had guns. The tail of the transport plane opened, and the Snowfield Brigade members who were fighting at the back quickly retreated. The Pakistani government soldiers, who were wearing masks, charged forward. "Put her on the plane. Someone will take care of her." Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but laugh when he saw that she was carrying Pavel, who had fainted after being shot. "He's a burden. He'll only delay our retreat. We can't leave this up there. We have to hand it over to the president to execute." Before the flare and smoke grenades were thrown into the cabin, Yi Qian finally left the transport plane and returned to the ground. Standing beside her was Xia Jinyuan, who had protected her during the retreat. He was dressed in a gray robe. From the back, he looked like a Pakistani man. Gunshots kept coming from the cabin behind them. After handing Pavel over to a Pakistani government soldier, Xia Jinyuan held her hand and led her to his troops. The entire airport that had fallen into darkness suddenly lit up. All the indicator lights on the runway also lit up. At the same time, several strong lights shone from the top of the airport building, illuminating the entire airport as if it was daytime. "See? That's how precious it is." The J5 took off his gray robe and pants and said to his comrades who were still looking at Q King, "You guys can take it off too. Don't tell me you're going to wait until the young lady gets in front of us before you take off your clothes." Q King can take it off, but you guys can't. You can't leave the young lady with the impression that you're impulsive. Otherwise, you'll scare her. After the instructor spoke, his comrades reacted one after another. The gray robes and pants that symbolized the members of Al-Qaeda were taken off at lightning speed. They also took off the headscarves wrapped around their heads. All of them were wearing long-sleeved shirts, bulletproof vests, and shorts. "Damn. Let's not take off our pants, shall we? Put them on, put them on." The T6 looked down at his legs. When the strong light shone on them, he realized that the hairs on his feet could be clearly seen. It was even more disrespectful. Chapter 5:11. T6 had a baby face that did not look old. His skin was also fair and tanned. Compared to V8, who had strong eyebrows, he seemed to be a few years younger. He looked as delicate and pretty as a college student. T6 was only wearing a pair of shorts that reached his knees. He immediately bent down to pick up the gray trousers he had taken off and said, J5, you've caused a lot of trouble. It's rude of you to wear shorts. How impulsive. When V8 heard that, he immediately felt that it made sense. Lil 6. You're the most reliable one. Lil 5 is a eunuch. He's so anxious every day that we're also anxious for nothing. V8 said as he bent down to pick up the trousers he had taken off. His expression was full of disdain for J5's words. You guys have met Yi Qian several times, but this is the first time we're meeting. We have to make a good impression. J5 put on his trousers even faster. When he heard that, he spat. Get lost, who's the eunuch? You two are the treacherous officials. You said you'd be a supporting character, but who are you trying to impress now? G3 clicked his tongue and said, Public morals are degenerating day by day. People's hearts are no longer what they used to be. Since you guys are all fighting to make a good impression, I can't fall behind. After saying that, when he bent down to pick up his trousers, he realized K7 had already put them on. He looked shocked. Bro, you're so fast. It's troublesome. I've never taken them off before. K7 had always maintained the principle of saying as little as possible in front of his comrades. Everyone was so smart, so it was easy to guess. But wasn't it easy to guess? All of them cursed in a low voice. Fuck, doctors are so cunning. Fuck. Next time, let him take them off first. His team spirit isn't strong. When we get back, let's get a week's worth of training uniforms. The strong light shone from the top of the airport building. Their shadows were very long. When they bent down, their shadows stretched out like a mountain peak. As for Yi Qian, he stepped on their shadows and walked over step by step. It's not cold. Why did you take them off and put them back on? Yi Qian, who had just arrived, did not know what was going on. He saw them take off their pants and put them back on in unison. He thought it was the drop in temperature that made them feel cold. Although that was what he said, he was muttering in his heart. The weather wasn't cold, and trained special forces soldiers like them could not only withstand the cold, but also the heat. How could they be afraid of the cold? Xia Jinyuan rubbed his forehead in the dark. With a smile on his handsome face, he said calmly, To disguise myself, I had to wear the iconic gray robe and trousers of the Al-Qaeda members. Now that the mission is over, I can't wear them anymore, so I took them off. But, in front of his little fox, Xia Jinyuan bluntly exposed his comrades' intentions. They had clearly agreed that if any of their girlfriends came over in the future, all of them would have to play the supporting role. Good heavens, they were still trying to leave a good impression in front of little fox. Brothers, I'm sorry. Sometimes, I really have to value love over friendship. Halfway through his sentence, Yi Qian saw that he did not continue, so he casually asked, But what? But when they realized that they were only wearing a pair of shorts after taking off their trousers, and when they saw me holding your hand, they felt that it was a little rude to only wear shorts. They were afraid that you would have a bad impression of them, so they put them back on. Xia Jinyuan knew what his comrades were thinking. He did not hide it from Yi Qian and told him everything. So, don't be fooled by their imposing manner in battle. In private they are just like all men. They care about their reputation. Chapter 5:12. Yi Qian was laughing so hard that tears were dripping from the corners of his eyes. The light in his dark eyes was even more dazzling than a strong light. You guys have a good relationship. Being from the same army is indeed different. In the past, because of his position in Fujian town and his young age, he needed to establish his prestige in front of the veterans. Therefore, Xia Jinyuan had to be a little imposing. Therefore, he didn't have much heart-to-heart with the soldiers. After arriving at the Snowfield Brigade, with the same military rank, the same position, and the same goal, what was needed was not an imposing manner, but a true comrade who could fight side by side with you. As soon as Xia Jinyuan entered the Snowfield Brigade, he was like a dragon returning to the sea. Everyone was the same. They fought in the same trenches all day, ate in the same cafeteria, and when they were free, they would lie on the lawn of the base and chat. Occasionally, they would even crack a harmless joke to lighten the atmosphere. Naturally, the relationship between the comrades was deep. Once the relationship was deep, there was no harm in teasing each other. There aren't many people in the army, so we eat and drink together. Everyone knows how many times each person went to the bathroom last night. Naturally, our relationship is deep. Xia Jinyuan deliberately slowed down his pace. The battle raged behind them, so it was time for them to rest. You'll know when you get to the army in the future. After interacting with each other for a long time, we're even closer than real brothers. However, it's hard to guard against such underhanded methods. Yi Qian liked this kind of topic of conversation. It made her feel relaxed. During the conversation, her slight smile was like a freehand landscape painting of a boat on a river. It was quiet and long, bringing a sense of serenity. I'm quite envious of you. You have a group of comrades who can share your life with you. I still don't know where I'll be in the future. Even if I get into the military academy, I'll still have to obey the arrangements. If I were to be sent to the front line, it would be fine, but if I were to be sent to the logistics team, I can only accept my fate. Every time she fought with them, she couldn't wait to join the army instead of sitting in school and studying peacefully. However, when she returned to school, she would be able to calm down and study seriously. Of course, it would be even better if she did not have those trivial matters to deal with. What's there to be envious of? Can't you just set me as your goal? Hunters would always inadvertently set up traps and wait for their prey to arrive. Just like now, in order to raise Yi Qian's goal, Xia Jinyuan casually brought it up in a relaxed mood. Yi Jian was really interested. After 3 rounds of cooperation, she guessed that Xia Jinyuan's troop was definitely a special force. She also heard him say that there were not many people in the troop. Generally, even if there were not many soldiers in a special force, there would be more than 30 people. Only some special forces would be limited to a small number of people. If that was the case, Captain Xia's unit was a special force with a special nature. Yi Qian's eyes lit up. She looked at him and said softly, "If I really set you as my goal, does that mean I have a chance to join you?" There weren't many bait that could make his little fox take the bait. The army was one of them. It was also the most useful one. He would mention the army from time to time, and his little fox would obediently follow him. Now it was even better. She was using his army as bait. Very good. That was the effect he wanted. The effect was what he wanted, but it also made him nervous. He didn't know if it was right or wrong to bring her into his army. Chapter 5:13. If today's kidnapping had not happened, he would have insisted on his original plan and brought her to his military unit. Now, he would listen to her thoughts first, then take it one step at a time. His slender hand held hers tightly and did not let go. It was as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. If there was a crescent moon in the sky, he would be able to take a leisurely stroll under the moonlight. Xia Jinyuan raised his thin lips slightly and said with a faint smile, "My army? My military unit is a little difficult. If I said that even the best soldiers in Fujian Town's military unit might not be able to make it, would you believe me?" "Of course I believe you," Yi Qian answered without hesitation. She even looked a little serious. "You wouldn't joke about this kind of thing, so I believe every word you say." She always believed him like this. She did not need to think, nor did she need to think too deeply about it. She believed him so easily. Xia Jinyuan tilted his head and looked at her quietly with his dark eyes. He asked her softly word by word, "Why? Why do you believe me so much? You don't even think about what I say to you and you subconsciously choose to believe me?" This little fox, she definitely knew what he was thinking. The light in his black eyes became even more scorching, and his voice became softer, as if it was entangled with the smoke of gunpowder in the wind. It was also like a gentle net that surrounded Yi Jian. He asked her, "Do you know what I'm thinking in my heart? Am I right?" Yi Jian raised her head abruptly and looked into his dark eyes that were as deep as the sea. The light in his eyes made her heart beat wildly and her face seemed to turn red. Yi Jian naturally looked away as her breathing became irregular. Avoiding his burning gaze, she smiled and said, "Of course I know what you're thinking. You just want me to choose the military path in the future. Do you really think my thoughts are as you say?" With a smile in his eyes, Xia Jinyuan squeezed Yi Qian's hand and rubbed her fingers gently with his thumb. He conveyed the joy in his heart with his fingertips and also hinted to her that he had a lot of thoughts. When they were about 5 meters away from their comrades, Xia Jinyuan pulled her to the side and walked towards the darkness that even the strong light could not illuminate. Yi Qian's heart skipped a beat when she saw this. She instinctively said, "Xia Jinyuan, where are you taking me?" Because she understood, Yi Qian rejected him when he tried to do something. She refused to take their relationship to the next level. She was fine on her own and did not need someone to force their way into her world. She did not care about men and daughters forming a circle. She could draw a circle on her own. Jiyang is not that big. I can't possibly take you out of the airport. Her reaction like a frightened rabbit made Xia Jinyuan's smile deepen. The man who just walked out of the smoke of war had a strong sexiness to him. He showed the might of a man everywhere. His long legs took large strides and Yi Qian had no choice but to run after him. Xia Jinyuan, let go of me first. I can't outrun you. Yi Qian grabbed his hand and tried to break free. But for a man, it was difficult to let go of the girl he wanted. Chapter 5:14. Especially for a man like Xia Jinyuan, who was extremely honest and loyal when it came to relationships. It wasn't easy for him to meet a girl who made his heart flutter. He patiently waited for her to bloom, for her to bear fruit, and then for him to pluck her. During this entire process, he didn't want to let go of even half a step. His sexy smile was like the red wine in a crystal glass at night, intoxicating even before tasting it. Now, you don't have to walk past me. I'll hold your hand and walk. When we get there, I'll let go and watch you walk past me. Or we can walk side by side. How about that? The double entendre made Yi Qian's struggle stop for a moment. Was the hidden meaning in his words what she was thinking? Or was it another one of his casual teasing? No, it didn't seem like it. His gentle voice and attitude of never letting go were all indicative of his deeper meaning. That deeper meaning made her heart tremble slightly. Even if she wanted to ignore it, how could she so easily ignore the palpitations in her heart? She stopped struggling and let him lead her to a darker place without any light. Yi Qian didn't say anything else. If she did, she wouldn't know how to deal with these things that she had no experience with. Don't be in a hurry to answer. Just keep quiet. Her obedient silence made Xia Jinyuan's eyes darken slightly. Every time they met, he used all his skills. Time and time again, he went deeper and deeper. Time and time again, he hinted at her verbally. He wanted her to gradually accept it as she grew older. It was a natural acceptance, not an escape. His little fox, who was resistant to adult men, couldn't be impatient for instant success. Other than taking it step by step, there was no other way. Yi Qian had already pursed her lips. Then, the double entendre in his words was just as she thought. He did have some feelings for her. Captain Xia, you don't have to be in such a hurry to give me some information so early. I'll say the same thing again. There's still a long way to go. Yi Jian, who had been jogging with him, expressed her attitude in a very firm tone. So I won't take it to heart, and I won't think too deeply about it. Yi Jian, who had been jogging with him, expressed her attitude. In my world, I only want to go higher and further. Instead of settling down in a corner or living a life of being a fish on the chopping block. Her attitude was firm, and she had no intention of dating at such a young age. Xia Jinyuan was not discouraged. It was because of her attitude that he was able to take things one step at a time. He smiled and said, "Of course you're still so young. Don't think too much about these messy things. Think more about your studies and the military academy." It was clearly his double entendre that made her overthink things, and now, she was the one who was overthinking things. At the same time, Yi Qian felt even more helpless. Captain Xia, you're just here to tease me, aren't you? I'm not teasing you because you're too young. I don't want to scare you. Xia Jinyuan laughed. His deep laughter was full of mockery. I'm not joking, and I won't take back what I've said. It's entirely up to you. Yi Qian thought to herself, if this goes on, I'll be even more worried. Just one sentence was enough to make her feel uneasy. She was afraid that he would be angry at her for her attitude, but she didn't want to lie. She had to feign ignorance. The more she said, the more mistakes she would make. The less she said, the better. Shut up. Her silence made Xia Jinyuan's heart soften. No matter what he said, his little fox never questioned him. Her obedience really made him like it. Chapter 5:15. He liked the fact that she was occasionally obedient. When she was stubborn, it made his heart ache. He said softly, "Let me know if the wound opens again. We can treat it first." Yi Qian, who was being pulled along, pursed his lips and muttered, "Even if it's just a minor injury, it's going to become a serious injury because of you." His voice was as soft as a mosquito. 4 Special Forces soldiers like Xia Jinyuan. No matter how soft a voice was, it was still a voice. He chuckled when he heard the grievance in Yi Qian's voice. Grievance? I saw it when you handed Pavel over just now. It's a scratch, similar to the one you get during training. It's definitely not a minor injury that will become a serious injury. Then why are you asking me? To show that I care about you. They chatted back and forth. It was rare for them to find a moment to relax after a battle. It was the happiest time to have a good chat. For Xia Jinyuan, it was the same. After they were at least 20 meters away from their comrades in the Snowfield Brigade, Xia Jinyuan stopped and pulled Yi Qian to sit down with him. Take a break. They still have things to tell us. We can go back a little later. He turned on his headset again and lazily said to his comrades who were still waiting for him and Yi Qian to go back. Brothers, you've worked hard. You guys hold on for a while. I'll take a break with Yi Qian. Also talk to her. After all, she's been a hostage for almost 10 hours. She's a little traumatized. She needs to be talked to in time. After he finished speaking, a few disdainful snorts were heard in the entire channel. J5 put on a fake smile and said, Q King, I'm an instructor. I'm better at talking to people than you are. You should leave Yi Qian to me. Thanks. I'll deal with my own problems. There's no need to trouble you guys. Xia Jinyuan would not allow his comrades to occupy his and Yi Qian's time. There were only a few days left before the overseas visit. By the time he returned to the army and she went back to school, he didn't know when they would meet again. It was not difficult to detect a strong possessiveness in his words, but Yi Qian did not take it to heart. Instead, he was worried about his rascally behavior. The mysterious and unpredictable Xia Jinyuan. The multifaceted Xia Jinyuan, the scheming Xia Jinyuan, the cold and ruthless Xia Jinyuan. No matter which side he was, she couldn't figure him out. Now that the rascal was here, he couldn't do anything to him. After he hung up, Yi Jian smiled and looked at him. Captain Xia, I'm not traumatized. Don't talk nonsense. Even I have some psychological trauma. How come you don't? The shameless Xia Jinyuan had the air of a rich playboy in the capital. When he raised his eyebrows and smiled, he looked both flirtatious and flirtatious. You're quite traumatized. When I saw the gun you left behind, I almost shot the Pakistani staff member who accompanied you. He spoke with a smile, but his deep voice did not hide his ruthlessness. Yi Qian believed that. He did have such an impulse at that time, but he suppressed it. If I heard that one of my people was kidnapped, I would be so anxious that I would fight to the death. Her smile was very relaxed, and it floated over with the wind. Even Xia Jinyuan's eyes, which were filled with ruthlessness, became clear. Captain Xia, your army is the front line, right? When they talked about the army, he pulled her away. In fact, it was also to avoid his comrades. He did not answer immediately. Yi Qian said softly in the silence between them, My goal is to enter the frontline army. Only then will I feel that my life is not in vain. Chapter 5:16. Going to the front lines. Becoming a world-class sniper like Uncle Chen, becoming an unshakable tree, even if she had to go through life and death, it would be worth it. This life was really worth it. Xia Jinyuan lay down, his body pressed against the cold ground. He looked up at the endless, dark sky. After a moment of silence he said in a deep voice, Then you have to work harder. We're not a team that you can join just by saying you want to. He seemed to be thinking about something as his tone was a little serious. Yi Qian, who was sitting down, turned her body to the side and quietly waited for him to bring up the mysterious special forces. What kind of team would gather such outstanding soldiers like Captain Xia and the others? They were brave and fearless, strong in combat, and had high overall quality. Even the standard equipment on them was better than the average combat team. All these things made her curious about this team and filled her with yearning. Her serious waiting made Xia Jinyuan narrow his eyes slightly. She was indeed very interested in the team he was in. Even though she didn't ask much, her actions already explained everything. You've seen what the team is for. They rush to the most dangerous place. If you're aiming for the team we're in, that's great. But you have to continue working hard. Xia Jinyuan didn't say much. He only told her that the goal was good. But it was a little difficult. What was Yi Qian least afraid of? The one thing he was least afraid of was difficulties. His silence just now was actually because he was considering whether to let her become a member of the Snowfield Brigade. He had always thought of this, but tonight's kidnapping was a wake-up call for him. Female soldiers who were kidnapped ended up in a worse state than male soldiers. They suffered inhumane torture, both physically and mentally. Since the establishment of the Snowfield Brigade, they had never recruited female soldiers because they were afraid that female soldiers would suffer physical and mental harm. In recent years, the military headquarters had begun to propose this, but it hadn't been finalized yet because they were also worried about this problem. He had faith in Little Fox, but tonight's events had forced him to be more cautious. However, he didn't want to give up the opportunity to let her stand by his side. He was incomparably eager to put on the military uniform one day and fight side by side with her, to experience the smoke of war together. This kind of desire could not be suppressed. She was already so outstanding at such a young age, and there were still 6 more years. 6 years later, when she joined the army, how dazzling would she be? Just thinking about it now made him feel emotional. Why do I feel that Captain Xia is only giving me a taste of sweetness and not really letting me have a taste of the candy? Yi Qian, who was sitting, lowered her head and looked at the cold silhouette of her body even when she was lying down. She raised her eyebrows slightly and smiled. It looks like I really have to work hard. No matter which unit I'm in, whether I can go to the front lines, I have to work hard before everything is set in stone. Smile was confident, proud, and fearless. Just as Xia Jinyuan said, Yi Qian was the least afraid of difficulties. The more difficult it was, the more she would conquer it. Xia Jinyuan, who was frowning in the dark, heard this and a trace of determination flashed across his eyes. He restrained his expression and said in a low voice, "There are still differences between frontline units and special forces. All I can tell you is that all the brothers in my unit are the best of the best." Chapter 5:17. Xia Jinyuan's voice was low and heavy, as if it was filled with molten iron. Combat, precision shooting, high-speed driving, electronic blasting, communication decoding, and flying in the sky and running on the ground. All of these are necessary. Yi Qian, you've only traveled less than 1,000 miles in your long journey. There are too many things you need to learn. You need to know how to drive all kinds of combat vehicles, use all kinds of domestic and foreign weapons, be proficient in all kinds of radio and communication devices, and learn how to assassinate, scout, and destroy. Little Fox, you're just a beginner. It will take you at least 5 years to become an elite Special Forces soldier. If you really want to join my unit, then as long as you can meet the requirements in the next 6 years, my comrades and I will definitely welcome you. Meticulous selection and strict training over a long period of time had finally created the Special Forces members of the Snowfield Brigade with unique skills and extraordinary skills. Yi Qian's eyes sparkled when he heard what Xia Jinyuan said. He nodded vigorously, and his voice was filled with excitement. As long as there's a chance for me to learn, I will definitely make good use of it. She continued, you brought me to participate in the car training because you wanted me to become a Special Forces soldier, didn't you? How did the smart little fox become so dumb all of a sudden? The 4-year plan Uncle Chen and Uncle Jen drafted for you was based on the training plan of the Special Forces in the triangular state of the United States. But our requirements are stricter now, and we have more skills. Since she had the same thoughts, then he was definitely going to hold her hands. He would tell her how to proceed and support her on this path until the day she left the army. From the looks of it, your outstanding performance in several missions has already been noticed by the military. Otherwise, they wouldn't have proposed to let you be a student who went abroad for an interview this time. They also asked you to train with the motor vehicle soldiers within a month. Yi Qian, the military has high hopes for you. Now, you can either cherish it or give it up. Before the military orders are issued, there's still time. His words made Yi Qian's expression turn cold. He said in a low voice, Captain Xia, are you saying that there's a high chance that I'll join the frontline army? That's right. As long as you keep progressing at this rate, there will definitely be a place for you in the front line. He had been thinking about whether or not to let her become a member of the Snowfield Brigade. Now that he thought about it carefully, since the military had already taken notice of his little fox, wouldn't it be obvious that the military wanted her to follow her leader to secretly visit a war-torn country at such a young age? As such, his worries were not worth mentioning in the face of military orders. Xia Jinyuan, who had been keeping track of how much time he had left, used the strength of his waist to support his upper body, sat up nimbly, and said with a smile in his dark eyes, The most important thing for you now is to have good skills before you join the army, so that the military and the country can rest assured about you. In your first year of high school, Yi Qian, you have to work hard. Follow Uncle Chen more often and endure more hardships. It will be good for you. This conversation was the most serious one Xia Jinyuan had ever had. In the past, he had been hiding it, but now, he was truly involved in Yi Qian's life. Okay, I understand. Yi Qian nodded solemnly. The determination between his eyebrows was no less than that of a real soldier. After being reborn, she no longer wanted to be a coward for the rest of her life. She wanted to stand at the top of the mountains and look down on the past. Chapter 5:18. His little fox had already gone through basic training and had the basic skills and tricks that it could rely on to survive. Even the important training programs were being carried out one by one, and the results of the training were finally reflected in every operation. For example, this time, she was fighting alone in the enemy camp. With her wits, she completed a major task that even the leaders praised. She switched out all the gasoline and saved the lives of dozens of hostages. The smart little fox had already walked the path of a special forces soldier. At this moment, even though he couldn't see her face clearly, Xia Jinyuan had already sketched out her facial features in his mind. He thought about it deeply and repeated it over and over again in his heart. He knew that his little fox must be very charming at this moment. She had a pair of exceptionally calm eyes that were as bright as the stars and as deep as the water. She had a face that was as beautiful as a flower and as beautiful as water. When she smiled, she was like a blooming flower. When she faced the enemy, she was as cold as frost and snow. How could Yi Qian not be charming? Xia Jinyuan, who was expected to return in 10 minutes, jumped up. He stretched out his hand and gestured for Yi Qian to take his hand and stand up. All right, let's return to the team. They gave us 10 minutes. Any later and we'll be seen as they're really waiting for us. Naturally, it would take some time to hand over to the Pakistani government. 10 minutes would be enough. J5 and the others were waiting for the car arranged by the Pakistani government to arrive at the airport and send them back to the hotel. They didn't rush Xia Jinyuan. A soldier with a sense of time wouldn't miss the time to return to the team. When there was 1 minute left before the 10 minutes, two figures that had disappeared from everyone's sight gradually walked out from the darkness. The two figures walked in the same pace and had the same expression. V8 said softly, Yi Qian's military aura is quite similar to that of Q King. I heard from Z7 that Q King met Yi Qian when she was 14 years old. They've known each other for so long and she's often influenced by Q King. It's normal for their auras to be similar. J5, who had already noticed this, heard his comrades gasp and couldn't help but laugh. You're jealous, right? I'm jealous too. So, in order to have a girlfriend, I've long planned to get along with Yi Qian. I'm relying on her to introduce me to her. V8's sigh was different. It was a long sigh. They're considered childhood sweethearts. It's too late for me to catch a childhood sweetheart now. After being single for so many years, she's a few years older than Q King. With a handsome baby face and an occupation that couldn't be revealed, V8 had a painful experience of going on blind dates. Everyone in the unit knew that V8, who had gone on countless blind dates, didn't believe that he was a soldier. Every time he mentioned that he was a soldier, the girl on the blind date would always be suspicious. The more serious girls would ask to see his military officer certificate on the spot. How could they casually show their military officer certificate to others? In the end, in the eyes of the girl on the blind date, it would be seen as dishonest. V8, who had gone on blind dates during his vacation, had always failed and returned to the team. So, whenever he mentioned his girlfriend, his heart ached. K7 patted him on the shoulder to comfort him. Continue with the blind dates next time. Even a blind cat will catch a mouse. His cold and emotionless voice wasn't comforting him, it was attacking him. It had always been an honorable tradition in the Snowfield Brigade to insult their comrades. They were a bunch of bachelors and they wouldn't feel comfortable if they didn't insult their comrades. Chapter 5:19. Yi Qian, on the other hand, looked at the figures standing together. They were all about the same height. He pointed at two completely unfamiliar figures and said, one of them is V8, and the other is T6. You guys are really about the same height. Was this specially selected? Just like the National Flag Guards, all of you were carefully selected to be of the same height? They had to be the best of the best in the army, and they had to be of the same height. How difficult was it to gather all of them together? There's only one thing. It's just that it's slightly controlled, so there are fewer people in our army. When they were still 3 meters away from their comrades, Xia Jinyuan sped up his speech and said, their facial features also have to be well defined. It's extremely difficult. Yi Jian glanced at him quickly. Why did she hear a hint of smugness in his voice? They were so close, and they had been holding hands the whole time. Even if they only looked at each other from the side, there was an intimacy that no one else could interfere. Another collaboration. How many times have we worked together, Xiao Yi? J5 laughed heartily. It had been more than a year since the last battle in the snowy highlands. This time, he saw her fighting ability again. She saved more than 10 hostages by herself, saved the orphanage from an explosion, and remained calm in the midst of a crisis. J5 admired her. Yi Qian was like a returning comrade. He high-fived them to show that he was safe. His eyebrows were like crescent moons. This is our 3rd battle. It's been a pleasure working together. This is our first time working with you. Similarly, it's been a pleasure working with you. It's also reassuring, V8 said. He raised his thick black eyebrows and said jokingly, guess who I am? Xia Jinyuan smiled. His handsome face was filled with gentleness as he said to Yi Qian, V8, one of our comrades. He's partners with T6. They scored the highest in the tacit understanding test. They're proficient in many small languages. They're the best brothers. Proficient in many small languages. Yi Qian was in awe. When the T6 soldiers were introduced, Yi Qian had a better understanding of this mysterious special forces unit. The T6 soldiers were proficient in explosives, reconnaissance, assassination, armored vehicles, and infantry fighting vehicles. These were not a problem for him. With a gentle and handsome baby face, it was impossible to tell that he was a veteran, nor was it possible to tell that he was a soldier who was best at assassination. The car that was picking up the Snowfield Brigade members had already driven across the track and stopped steadily in front of them. The car door opened, and a young man in a suit stepped out of the car. The first thing he asked was, "Are you injured? The medical staff is at the airport. You can go over and treat the wound at any time." The situation in the transport plane was transmitted to everyone's ears through the tower's communicator. Several Pakistani government soldiers had been shot and had been sent to the hospital for emergency surgery, while the 2 Chinese special forces had not received any news of any injuries. Yi Qian, who was standing at the back, did not see clearly who the man who got out of the car was. When he opened his mouth, he knew that it was Qin Xiu, the professional interpreter accompanying the leader. "Everything is fine. No one is injured." J5 saluted him and replied coldly and calmly, "Thank you for your concern, leader. The mission has been completed. All members are on standby." Qin Xiu heaved a long sigh of relief and smiled elegantly. "That's good. The leader is still waiting for everyone at the hotel. Please get in the car first." He looked past the soldier who was almost 1.9 meters tall and finally saw Yi Qian standing at the back. He smiled at her and said, "Yi Qian, the leader wants to talk to you later. Be mentally prepared. It's not a bad thing. It's a compliment." This was the tone of an acquaintance. Chapter 520. Qin Xiu naturally knew Yi Qian, so he didn't use the same polite tone he used when speaking to the Snowfield Brigade. He was more or less casual. Not only was his tone casual, but he also turned sideways to let the Chinese soldiers get into the car first. When it was Yi Qian's turn to get into the car, he gently pulled her wrist and said, "You sit with me. They can get in first." Xia Jinyuan, who was about to help her into the car, stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Qin Xiu. He said in a deep voice, "Her arm is injured. We will need to treat it for her after we get into the car. Interpreter Qin, let her sit with me." This time, Qin Xiu recognized Xia Jinyuan, who was chosen by his mother as the best son-in-law. Based on this alone, Qin Xiu's attitude was gentle and polite as he said, "I'm sorry, I was reckless." He then said to Yi Qian, "You get into the car first and let them check on you. If you need to go to the hospital, we can immediately send another car to the hospital to treat it." Yi Qian didn't want to send another car to send her to the hospital. She raised her arm and said, "It's just a graze. I can treat it myself. There's no need to go to the hospital." There was light in the car, and she was standing at the door of the car. Qin Xiu saw a burn on her arm. This was caused by a stray bullet hitting a hard object. It dissolved most of the bullet's power and changed its trajectory, causing a burn. It was one of the lightest bullet scratches. Then let's go to the car to treat the wound. There's a first aid kit in the car. Qin Xiu had seen gunshot wounds before, and he himself had suffered a graze before. He knew that there was no need to go to the hospital with this kind of injury. He didn't say anything else and helped Yi Qian up. Xia Jinyuan, who had already gotten into the car, held her wrist and got into the car. The medical kit was fully prepared. Xia Jinyuan placed Yi Qian's left hand between his knees. As the car rocked, he picked up a cotton ball dipped in saline with a pair of scissors and carefully treated her wound. Don't move. Steady your arm. Don't let the forceps touch your wound. Qin Xiu, who was sitting alone on the side, was about to stand up and support Yi Qian's shoulders when she heard this. However, she saw that Yi Qian had already grabbed the back of her chair with one hand and stabilized her swaying body. She had been kidnapped and walked out of a hail of bullets. She was even injured, but he did not see anything strange on her face. There was not a trace of fear, as if she was already used to it. This was a bit strange. How could a student be used to a hail of bullets? Qin Xiu couldn't help but take another look. His gaze was fixed on Yi Qian's back, and there was a hint of doubt in his indifferent eyes. The wound is not deep, so you don't need stitches. However, there will be some scars. After Xia Jinyuan finished speaking, he used a bottle of saline to rinse the wound, applied some anti-inflammatory medicine, and bandaged it with sterile gauze. Don't touch unboiled water tonight. It might be inflamed. He looked up and instructed Yi Qian. When he put away the medical kit, his cold gaze seemed to inadvertently look at Qin Xiu. As if he had just realized that he was looking at Yi Qian. His thin lips curved slightly, revealing a polite but distant smile. Qin Xiu nodded slightly and calmly looked away. Both of them came from good family backgrounds and were rich young masters in the capital. The noble aura in their bones was not something that could be learned by others. They were born with a noble aura. This was a confidence that was engraved in their bones. It was not something that could be cultivated. The saying, "Nobility accumulates for 3 generations," was referring to these two people. A calm look was exchanged with a faint smile. Then, they looked away as if nothing had happened. Qin Xiu had already narrowed his eyes. This young master from a family Xia was indeed not bad. However, the old madam of the family Xia did not get along with the old madam of the family Xia. If he wanted to marry the daughter of the Qin family to a family Xia, it would be difficult to get past the old madam alone. Chapter 521. The Qin family and the Xia family were both old aristocratic families in the capital. Even if their ancestors went back 3 generations, there was still a genealogy. However, the Qin family and the Xia family were slightly different. The old master of the Qin family went abroad during the war and later returned to the country to become a diplomat. Only then did the Qin family take root in the capital again. Family Xia, on the other hand, did not go anywhere. When the war broke out, old Master Xia and his 5 brothers all gave up riding and joined the army. When the war ended, only 3 of the 5 brothers were left. Old Master Xia was the youngest, and now he was the only older member of the family Xia. Logically speaking, the 2 families were both aristocratic families in the capital and were somewhat related by marriage. However, in reality, there was no marriage at all. As a result, Qin Xiu's mother had to put in a lot of effort to marry her daughter into family Xia. Qin Xiu did not care about these things, but it was impossible for him to not care at all. Otherwise, how could he explain to his parents? However, Qin Xiu was also thinking about how to talk to Xia Jinyuan. Just now, even if it was just a glance, he could see that Xia Jinyuan had a condescending arrogance. This was not a display of arrogance, but a kind of noble heritage of an aristocratic family. It was obvious that Xia Jinyuan was not someone who was easy to get close to. Qin Xiu was the same. He looked gentle, but there was a sense of alienation in his bones that kept people thousands of miles away. After getting out of the car, Qin Xiu said to Xia Jinyuan, "Major General is waiting for everyone's report. I will take Xiao Yi to him first." "Sorry to trouble you, Interpreter Qin." Xia Jinyuan smiled at him politely, then said to Yi Qian, "You have been with him for 2 days. If he asks you anything, just answer truthfully. There is no need to deliberate." He was afraid that he would not have a chance to meet her tonight. After he finished reporting to Major General, she probably went back to her room to rest. Qin Xiu was a smart person. At this moment, he could tell that Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan also knew each other. He stood to the side elegantly and did not say anything, quietly waiting for the two to finish talking. Yes, I know. Yi Qian knew that Qin Xiu was worried that she would think too much and lose her honesty in front of the leader, so he reminded her to say whatever she wanted to say. No matter what, this elegant but dangerous man would always remind her appropriately and tell her what she should do. Xia Jinyuan wanted to raise his hand to rub her head again, but in front of so many comrades, he had to restrain himself. In the end, he gently patted her shoulder and said softly, "Leader is concerned. Leader is care." It was impossible for the leader to put on airs in front of a student. When he saw Yi Jian come in, her hands were wrapped in bandages, her face was covered with gray marks from the war, and her neat student uniform was wrinkled. He immediately said to Qin Xiu, "Quick, let the doctor come in and take a look at the child's injuries." Qin Xiu. Qin. Yi Qian. Afraid that the leader would call for a doctor, he said, "Translator Qin, you know. You don't have to worry about my injuries." Qin Xiu gently closed the door and stood to Yi Qian's left. He smiled and said, "It's indeed a minor injury. Our Chinese soldiers have already treated it in the car. You don't have to worry. It's not a big problem. It's considered a minor injury." There were 4 guards standing upright in the room. When Yi Qian came in, they glanced at him lightly. Their eyes were as sharp as a falcon's, making Yi Qian's hair stand on end. They were the guards sent by Zhong Nanhai to protect the leader's personal safety 24/7. Chapter 522. Even if it's just a minor injury, you still have to recuperate. You came with us but let a child like you suffer. This is a foreign country. Child, there are some things that our country can't interfere with. I hope you don't mind. The leader stood up and walked over. His dignified and kind eyes stared at the girl who was praised by the Pakistani president. He patted her shoulder gently and said gently, "It's good that you're back safely. It's also our fault that we didn't make proper arrangements and let a child like you suffer so much." Long before Yi Qian came back, the leader had already reflected on himself. But how could this kind of thing be completely controlled? Both the Chinese and Pakistani sides had made careful arrangements. But who knew that the English teacher in charge of teaching Miss Petty was actually an Al-Qaeda member? From the old government to the new government, through layers of examination and verification, it was confirmed that the background was clean and there were no problems. The Chinese leader's visit to Pakistan was a secret visit. The only people who could stay in the presidential palace and know about this trip were people close to the president and trusted. Pavel represented the Pakistani government during the old government and attended a joint venture celebration banquet between China and Pakistan. Even so, there was still a problem. To me, it wasn't a hardship. On the contrary, I was quite happy about the kidnapping. Yi Qian sat down with the leader and pursed her lips into a smile. She had the innocence of a young girl and the fearlessness of a soldier. When the leader heard this, he was quite surprised. He wanted to let Yi Qian go back to rest early. Now he asked with interest, "Why? Aren't you afraid?" This young girl was quite interesting. She wasn't afraid of being kidnapped. Instead, she was happy. Moreover, from her expression, it was obvious that she wasn't just saying it casually. She really thought that it was a happy thing from the bottom of her heart. It was an honor for anyone to have a face-to-face meeting with a leader of the country. Making the leader interested in her topic wasn't just an honor. It showed that the leader valued her. Yi Qian faced such an honor calmly and indifferently. She smiled slightly and said, "I've been trained by the army for the past few years. Although it was unfortunate to encounter such an incident, it was the accumulation of actual combat experience for me. I'm not afraid of being laughed at, but when I was kidnapped, I was actually quite excited, thinking that I could finally practice." At this point, Yi Qian pursed his lips slightly, revealing a shy smile. "That was what I thought at the time, but when I found out who had captured me, I actually panicked." She spoke at a steady and calm pace. She talked about her fear at the time and her plans after the incident. Every word and every look in her eyes revealed her confidence. "The army groomed me in the hopes that one day, I can bring glory to the country. I'm just doing my best to repay the country and the army for their training." That was what she thought in her heart, and that was what she said. There was no need for her to think about it, and there was no need for her to think about it. She said what she thought. Qin Xiu, who had not left, listened quietly. He heard every word Yi Qian said. His calm expression hid the shock in his heart. She was just a high school student. What she could say and what she could do was far beyond anyone's expectations. Even the leaders were no exception. Chapter 523. The reason why the leader came to meet Yi Qian so late at night was also because he was worried that this student might be scared and wanted to have a heart-to-heart talk with her. In addition, China had decided to keep Yi Qian by Petty's side as a hostage. It wasn't that China didn't value her, but from the perspective of the relationship between China and Pakistan, they had no choice but to consider the big picture and make Yi Qian suffer. In the end, there were many things that she didn't say out loud, but she had already thought it through clearly. She even treated this kidnapping as an accumulation of actual combat experience. Good child, you did very well. I'm very glad that I brought you with me on this trip. If it was another student, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be sitting here chatting right now, but would still be anxiously waiting. It was the right decision to let the local army raise you. You are now in your second year of high school and will soon become a third-year high school student. Study hard, and the door to the army will definitely be open for you. The leader had some understanding of Yi Qian's family situation, but regarding Yi Xiaofan's matter, the military couldn't possibly report it to the higher-ups. The country's leader, who had to deal with a myriad of affairs every day, couldn't possibly deal with a local official. The current situation was already very good. Yi Qian didn't need to fight for any special treatment. She would use her own hands to win the final victory. Because there were no changes to tomorrow's itinerary, they still had to visit a school. After about half an hour of talking, Qin Xiu, who was waiting by the side, received an internal call. It was from the army's major general, who had an urgent matter to report to the leader. The leader personally sent Yi Qian to the door and instructed Qin Xiu to make sure that the staff took good care of Yi Qian. Yi Qian could go back to rest, but Xia Jinyuan and the others couldn't. When they walked out of the door, they saw Xia Jinyuan and the others, who were already in their military uniforms, walking behind the army's major general. Their steps were orderly and dignified as they walked towards them. Their gazes met briefly, then they calmly looked away. The plan for tomorrow's trip would not change. Tonight, Xia Jinyuan and the others still needed to make careful arrangements. It would probably be 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning by the time they walked out of the leader's room. At 4 o'clock in the morning, Yi Qian, who had fallen into a deep sleep, suddenly opened his eyes. His left hand reached for the pistol under his pillow, and as he turned around to hide under the bed, he felt for the military dagger beside the bed. He stuffed the extra pillow under the blanket, pretending that he was still asleep and quietly waiting for the intruder to come in. Turning on the lights, Yi Qian saw Xia Jinyuan, who was dressed in camouflage, walking over with a cold gaze. His gaze fell on the bed disguised with pillows, and a smile suddenly appeared on his handsome face. Xia Jinyuan, who was dressed in green forest camouflage, had a combat helmet tucked under his arm. His handsome face was painted with a special camouflage oil that ruined the original lines of his face and reduced the contrast between the forest camouflage on his body and the surrounding environment. He stood beside the bed, his clear eyes smiling as he looked at Yi Qian, who stood up from the side of the bed. It's 4 o'clock in the morning, Comrade Yi Qian. You need to come with us to a place. The entire process of him coming in and standing beside the bed took about 20 seconds. His little fox had already completed her camouflage from the top to the bottom of the bed, and even used a pillow to pretend that she was still asleep. Yi Qian stood up from the side of the bed when he heard his voice. Looking at him, who was dressed in forest camouflage, he vaguely guessed that he was going out to fight again. Yi Qian, who was no longer sleepy, smiled when he heard that he needed to go with them to a place. He looked at him with clear eyes and asked, "Do I need to disguise myself too?" Chapter 524. Of course. Go open the wardrobe and take a look. There are clothes prepared for you inside. You have 2 minutes to change and gather here. Xia Jinyuan took a deep look at Yi Qian, who already had a look of anticipation on his face. He couldn't help but smile even wider. However, in the depths of that faint smile, there was a darkness that Yi Qian didn't notice. He watched as she walked out. She was wearing a short-sleeved fitness shirt like a male soldier. She walked quickly to the wardrobe. When he looked up again, he saw that she had already opened the wardrobe door, revealing a pair of beautiful and straight calves. Even her ankles were beautiful. There was a camouflage bag at the top of the wardrobe. If she didn't straighten her body and tiptoe to look at it, she wouldn't have noticed it. After Yi Qian returned to her room, she opened the wardrobe and took out her clothes to take a shower. After opening the wardrobe door several times, she still didn't notice that there was a camouflage bag on top of it. She took the bag out and unzipped it. A brand new jungle camouflage training uniform was neatly pressed under a bulletproof helmet of the same color. You actually prepared it for me. Captain Xia, why didn't you mention it to me? Yi Qian took out the helmet and the camouflage uniform. She hugged the entire set and turned to the bathroom to change. After she closed the door, she heard the rustling sound of changing clothes. Xia Jinyuan's smile faded slightly and he smiled as usual. When we decided that you would be going abroad for an official visit, the military prepared it for you. After you change, put on the helmet and pistol and come out. We'll wait for you outside. She was changing inside while he stayed in the room. It would be strange if the group of people outside didn't think too much about it. For the sake of her reputation, he had to avoid it. In 1 minute and 40 seconds, Yi Qian changed into her combat uniform, helmet, and face paint. In 1 minute and 55 seconds, she arrived at the rendezvous point. Her slender and straight figure was like a pine tree in an abyss. She could stand proudly in the frost and snow, and she could face the wind and rain. She looked refreshed in the jungle combat uniform and was full of fighting power. She was like a bamboo shoot that had broken out of the ground and was only waiting to grow. Xia Jinyuan fixed his gaze on her. The moment he saw her, his eyes darkened. It was as if something heavy had accumulated in his pupils, revealing a repressed seriousness. That night, the little fox would truly go to war as a soldier. That night, his little fox's hands would be stained with blood as she fought for the country. War meant slaughter. He wondered if the little fox would still be afraid of it. If he saw his hands stained with blood, would he have nightmares? After all, it was so small. It had come too quickly, too suddenly. He had no way to fight for her again. The Major General and the senior leaders had already agreed. Yi Qian walked over to Xia Jinyuan with the might of a soldier. She stood at attention and saluted. She appeared in front of the 6 members of the Snowfield Brigade with the posture of a soldier. After she saluted, Xia Jinyuan and the other 5 people saluted back with a solemn look. They didn't stop at all. Standing in front of them was not a student, but a comrade. A comrade who was about to go to war with them. He was the person they trusted the most. He was a comrade who could forget about age and identity and take care of each other. He was a comrade who had gone through life and death together. Xia Jinyuan's eyes darkened. When he saw the girl in front of him who was as cold as a spear, a light slowly broke through the darkness in his eyes. Finally, a faint smile appeared on his face. Chapter 525. This was the path he wanted to take with her. They would kill for their country, fight for their country, even if their hands were stained with blood. Come, 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 fold your hands again. Just now doesn't count. Just now doesn't count. J5 had a deep smile on his handsome face. He stretched out his right hand, and then K7 and the others all folded their right hands over the back of their own hands. He then said to Yi Qian in a loud voice, "Use whichever hand you're holding the gun with." Xia Jinyuan covered his left hand, raised his eyebrows, and gestured for Yi Qian to extend his hand with a smile in his eyes. Use both hands, no distinction between left and right. A bright smile bloomed on her beautiful face. It was bright and full of vitality. She placed her left hand over the back of Xia Jinyuan's hand and said, "I'll use my left hand." Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows and placed his right hand over the back of her hand. T6 looked at Yi Qian, then at Xia Jinyuan's right hand. He sighed and said, childhood sweetheart, I'm really envious of you. Hurry up and look through your old photos when you get back during the holidays. See if you can find another childhood sweetheart." Following J5's teasing, a few chuckles could be heard. They all understood what was going on. Only Yi Qian looked a little confused. As J5 shouted, 1, 2, 3. His large hand and her small hand lowered and retracted together. Every time they went on a mission, the comrades of the Snowfield Brigade would fold their hands to cheer for each other. When they returned, they would fold their hands again to represent their unity and return. Get your weapons first. We'll talk about the details after we get in the car. After they finished folding their hands, Xia Jinyuan's expression instantly turned cold. He was like a ferocious beast that was baring its fangs as he crouched in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to strike. He wasn't the only one. The team members who were chatting and laughing with Yi Qian just now all had cold expressions on their faces. There was no trace of a smile on their faces. Yi Qian's heart skipped a beat, and he even held his breath. From their serious expressions, he could tell that this was a very important and dangerous mission. Every one of them was armed with an M16 automatic assault rifle. Not only were they equipped with guns, but they were also equipped with 4 grenades, light grenades, and smoke grenades. When it was Yi Qian's turn, Xia Jinyuan handed her a sniper rifle developed for the special forces. The AS sniper rifle. It was produced by the Tula Munitions Factory for the use of secret military organizations and police forces, so it was a sniper rifle that could be disassembled and put into an ordinary briefcase. I'll leave the sniper position to you. Xia Jinyuan handed the gun to Yi Qian and helped her put on the earpiece communicator. He tidied up her collar with a dark look in his eyes and smiled faintly. Now you can keep in touch with us at any time. Yi Qian held the gun in his hand and strapped the grenades to his combat vest. He smiled at him, calm and confident. Yes, I'll definitely guard my position. I won't cause any trouble. Silly girl, if you were here to cause trouble, we wouldn't have dared to let you come over. J5 was amused by her. She was a very honest girl. Even if she was just standing next to him, she still had a charm that made people believe in her. You can't be modest on the battlefield. Do whatever you want. It was a very relaxed conversation. Yi Qian even had a smile in her eyes. It was 4 in the morning, and the city was quiet as if it was a lifeless city. Other than the brightly lit streets, there was not a single person walking on them. Because it was a quick battle, there was no need for military backpacks. They held their guns in their hands and equipped their weapons. One by one, they walked briskly into the individual elevator that connected to the basement from the room. Then, they jumped into a car that had no curtains except for the windshield in front. Chapter 526. Let's talk about the battle plan. We'll be secretly providing support to our brothers in China. We'll be relying on the daggers in our hands. After getting into the car, the few of them rearranged the rows of seats to form a table. Xia Jinyuan laid out the military map on the table and waved his slender fingers in a combat half-finger glove. Numbers 3 and 5 are the mountain routes. We'll go around these mountain routes and cut in from the west. This was a map of Pakistan's Mount Margla. It was a famous scenic spot in Pakistan. At the foot of the mountain was the Faisal Mosque gifted by the king. If they drove northwest from the city center, they would arrive at the location of tonight's battle. Xia Jinyuan pointed at the place where the firepower would be concentrated. He looked up slightly and glanced at Yi Qian. Yi Qian, this is our target tonight. Memorize the map so it'll be easier for you to move. Yi Qian, do you know what we're going to do tonight? J5 suddenly asked. Did King Q tell you? This question was timely. It was exactly what Yi Qian was thinking. He didn't have time to tell me, but I can guess a little. It's still about the Al-Qaeda incident tonight, right? Yes and no. J5 raised his eyebrows and looked at her calmly. How do you know it's related to the Al-Qaeda incident tonight? How can you tell? Yi Qian chuckled. They were testing her observation skills. Mount Margla is located in the northwest of the city. It's part of the Karakoram Mountains. There's a famous mosque at the foot of the mountain. It was gifted by King Faisal. Pavel is a believer, so the mosque must be the place he goes the most. After tonight's operation, we rushed to Mount Margla where there's a mosque. I'm guessing that the current mission is related to the Al-Qaeda members. Xia Jinyuan glanced at J5 and said calmly, just because I didn't say anything doesn't mean she doesn't know anything. Some things can't be told by others. You have to think about it yourself. Although he was looking at J5, Yi Qian knew that this sentence was actually directed at her. As she said, it was indeed related to the Al-Qaeda organization, but it was also related to China. The Pakistani government forces learned that there were not only Al-Qaeda members in Mount Margla, but also Chinese people. The reason why the Chinese government had joined in again was because the other special forces that had previously supported the Snowfield Brigade had come for this purpose. They were investigating a local arms smuggling case with the local police. However, The investigation went further and further and even involved a foreign terrorist organization. This special forces team from the Linchuan military district had actually been secretly operating in the border area between China and Pakistan. That was why he was able to reach Bafang within 3 hours. We've discovered that the Chinese are all concentrated in the north. We'll cut in from the west and attack in a fan shape. We'll directly cut into the enemy's base camp. All members of Al-Qaeda, make your decision. Xia Jinyuan, who was in charge of the entire battle plan, had a deep and cold look in his eyes. Even his voice was devoid of any warmth. It was cold, heavy, and piercingly cold as it traveled to everyone's ears. We'll be responsible for assassinations and arresting suspected Chinese personnel. The brothers from the Linchuan military district rarely had the opportunity to go abroad to fight terrorism. Now that they had found out that the enemy was related to China, they returned to China overnight last night. The Snowfield Brigade Special Forces team was responsible for cutting into the enemy's base camp. From this, one could see the difference between the two special forces. Chapter 527. When the car arrived at the exit point, the sky began to brighten. Under the faint light, the group of people entered the endless mountain range, all the way to the horizon of Mount Magala. This was an iconic scenic spot in Pakistan. There were very few people in the deeper parts of the mountain range. In addition, the situation in Pakistan was not very good, so mountaineering enthusiasts stopped at the developed mountain range. No one dared to go any deeper. However, Yi Qian and the others were going to the undeveloped and dangerous depths of the forest. Their camouflage uniforms were the best camouflage in the green forest. When the sky was slightly brighter, they bypassed 2 tourist routes and entered the undeveloped area at 3 in the afternoon. This was also the area where the Pakistani government put up a no trespassing sign. Once they entered the area, they began to move cautiously. There were people in front leading the way, observers on the left and right, and observers at the back. The 7 of them maintained a high level of vigilance and moved forward at the same speed. Everything is normal. Keep going. K7, who was in charge of scouting, told his comrades to keep up with them through his earpiece. His calm voice gave them a sense of security. Xia Jinyuan, who was kneeling on one knee, bowed and stood up. Yi Qian immediately held his gun and guarded the rear. Then, he followed closely behind Xia Jinyuan and continued to move forward. Although the mountain was lush with green trees, in order to safely cut into the enemy's base, they did not choose to walk through the valley. Instead, they used their GPS to march on the back of the mountain. As a result, the entire journey was extremely dangerous. If they were not careful, they would fall down the mountain and hit a tree. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun had already set. Walking in the middle of the forest, Yi Jian smelled a very light, abnormal smell in the rotten leaves of the jungle. Yi Jian narrowed his eyes and warned in a low voice, "Someone is here. Hide." They were on the back of the mountain, and they were far away from the development zone. They couldn't let their guard down if someone suddenly appeared. But, what they didn't understand was, how did Yi Jian find out when K7, who was scouting ahead, didn't find anything strange? Scent. There is a different scent. Yi Qian was afraid that they still did not believe him, so he explained, "I smell a different scent in the wind." This explanation was indeed not very convincing, but no one questioned it at this time. They all chose to believe him. Of course, their comrades believed him. If you have any questions, you can ask them later. 3 minutes later, they saw 2 bearded men in gray robes with machine guns on their backs. They climbed up the bushes and leaves in the forest with their hands and walked towards them from below. They also had AK-47 assault rifles on their backs. There really was someone. Apart from Xia Jinyuan, the rest of the team members widened their eyes slightly. She smelled other odors in the wind. Her sense of smell was too sensitive. V8, who was hiding on a high rock, made a hand signal to Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan, who were closest to the 2 men. "Capture them alive and kill them." "Okay." Yi Qian raised his hand and answered. He quietly exchanged a look with Xia Jinyuan. When the 2 men were in front of them and they could clearly see the size of their feet, the 2 men who were hidden in the bushes grabbed the 2 men's ankles and pulled them behind them. The 2 men immediately fell to the ground heavily. Before the men could make a sound, the 2 men jumped up at the same time and stepped on their backs with one knee. The daggers in their hands were pressed against their necks. "Behave." Chapter 528. Xia Jinyuan warned them in a low voice in English. He tightened his grip on the dagger that was pressed against their necks, causing blood to trickle down the throats of those who were still struggling. Yi Qian, who had used the same method to restrain the Al-Qaeda member, did the same. He did not give the other party a chance to make a sound, nor did he give them any chance to struggle. They were moving at the same speed, making the same move, and even their attacks were synchronized to the point that there was little difference. But J5 and the others were dumbfounded. The cooperation between these two people was really quite tacit. The T6 combatant in charge of the body search walked out and carefully searched the other party from head to toe. After confirming that they did not have any real-time communication devices, he clamped the head of the man Yi Qian had captured alive with both hands and silently disposed of the head after a click. Without any communication devices, these two people could not contact the Al-Qaeda base, and the people from the Al-Qaeda base could not contact them either. Naturally, they chose to dispose of them. After all, they could not possibly leave behind people with guns behind them. Without any real-time communication devices, this means that we're already close to their furthest patrol range. Xia Jinyuan opened the map again and used the GPS to locate their location. He tapped lightly on the map with his finger. We're here now. We're very close to the coordinates of the enemy's base camp and within their furthest patrol range. We're on the right track. We're expected to arrive at 7 p.m. The Pakistani government forces cut in from the north. They're taking a transport plane, and they're marching about half an hour ahead of us, K7 said softly. Everyone had a natural expression on their faces about what had just happened. It's a good opportunity for us to go in deeper now that they've started fighting. Check the time again. Rest for 10 minutes and then get ready to set off. Timing was also very important. A 1-minute error would result in a major mistake. The worst thing was to wait for a 1-minute error while your comrades were attacking. The few of them stared at the map. Other than Xia Jinyuan, the rest of them glanced at Yi Qian from time to time. It was fine if it was just once, but after a while, Yi Qian did not know whether to laugh or cry. What are you guys doing? You don't have to keep looking at me. Ha ha ha. The T6 combatant who caught Yi Qian chuckled unnaturally and patted his helmet a little embarrassedly. Aren't we afraid that you'll think we're cruel? Xia Jinyuan, who was facing Yi Qian, said calmly, Don't mind them. This is the first time we're working with female soldiers. They're a little crazy. You're overthinking it. How could I possibly think that you're cruel? If you want to be cruel, I should be the one to inform you immediately after discovering the enemy. That's the real cruelty. Yi Jian narrowed her dark eyes slightly. After a flicker of light flashed across her eyes, Yi Jian softly said, Oh. So that T6 and the others also laughed silently. It seemed that this smart girl knew what they wanted to ask. My sense of smell is very sensitive. If it's the smell of perfume, as long as the wind blows, I should be able to smell it from quite a distance. The Pakistani men have a indescribable smell on them. It seems like everyone has it. When I was in the mountains just now, I kept smelling the smell of rotten leaves. Suddenly, another smell drifted over, and I smelled it immediately. What they wanted to ask was, how could she smell the enemy's scent and determine that there were enemy forces? Chapter 529. The members of the Snowfield Brigade sighed with emotion at Yi Qian's special skills. Their painted faces changed slightly. J5 turned his head and bumped his shoulder against K7's shoulder. He lowered his voice so much that K7 almost couldn't hear what he said. Looks like I'll have to shower a few more times in the future. I can't be proud of my masculinity anymore. I'll have to restrain myself a little. A bunch of men either trained or went out on missions every day, so the smell of sweat on their bodies wasn't that pleasant. They definitely cleaned themselves up when they were in uniform, but they wouldn't clean themselves up immediately after training. Sometimes, they would just wash their faces under the faucet and rush to the cafeteria to eat. Anyway, everyone was the same. No one cared about the smell on each other's body. K7 glanced at J5 coldly and turned his head away without saying a word. He didn't have any smell on him. He had been smothered in Chinese medicine since he was young, so no matter how much he sweated, there was only the smell of Chinese medicine. Many people had the same thoughts as J5. Other than Xia Jinyuan and K7, who were indifferent, the others all had subtle thoughts. Especially T6, who had failed multiple blind dates. His appearance was top-notch. He felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured on his heart. Damn. Could it be that the smell was one of the problems? Yi Qian didn't expect that his words would shock the elites of the Snowfield Brigade. As a result, the Snowfield Brigade's personal hygiene was left in the dust by other troops. When the 10-minute break was over, the 7 of them set off again. By this time, they had been on the road for nearly 9 hours. The Snowfield Brigade members, who had been training for a long time, didn't have a trace of fatigue on their faces. Yi Qian was the same. Today, J5 and the others saw the ferocity in his bones. Who said that women were inferior to men? Yi Qian, who also took turns to be the vanguard, sentry, and scout during the march, was definitely not worse than any of the male soldiers. No wonder Major General Liu didn't hesitate to put Yi Qian in the sniper position and fight alongside them. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the dense shade of the trees in Magala Mountain blocked the last rays of the setting sun. The birds on the tree branches chirped happily, but soon there was no more sound. The shrubbery became the world of the night insects. All kinds of music rose and fell one after another. In the music of nature, a few ghost-like figures flitted past quickly, fearlessly moving forward. Then, they all stopped in a dense forest and crawled forward with their waists bent. Yi Qian realized that the members of the Snowfield Brigade were probably used to fighting at night, compared to the day. From their night vision goggles, their way of combat was silent to kill. They were close to the outskirts of the base's sands assessed. Coordinates confirmed. Position 3. Me, Yi Qian. Team 1. Yi Qian will enter the base and look for sniping points. I'll be in charge of covering the rear. T6 and V8, Team 2. J5 and G3, Team 3. K7 will be in charge of comprehensive reconnaissance and find out if there are any suspected Chinese. Yi Qian, who was in charge of sniping, didn't snipe from the outside. He would sneak into the base to cover for his comrades and complete the sniping. Therefore, he had to be the first to enter and look for a suitable sniping point. Facing Xia Jinyuan's dark and deep gaze, she raised her hand and made an okay gesture, indicating that she had no problems. After the previous few battles, Yi Qian realized that even his state of mind had become much more determined. Chapter 530. The first time she shot a criminal in Australia, she didn't hesitate to shoot. However, when she saw the bloody scene afterwards, her stomach churned and her mind went blank. She panicked. That was the first time she took someone's life. But now, she didn't feel her stomach churning. She only knew that if she didn't take action, she would be giving the enemy a chance to kill her. She would also give the enemy a chance to kill her comrades. This is the fastest way to enter the base camp. Little Fox, get ready to descend. With the help of the night vision goggles, Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian arrived at the rocky cliff that would allow them to enter the enemy's base camp. Yi Qian glanced at the broken mountain ridge in front of him and nodded gently. Okay, no problem. I'll be on guard. You go first. No matter who went first, they had to be on guard. Xia Jinyuan nodded and carried the gun on his back. He stepped on the uneven rock surface with the tips of his feet. His hands were either tightly grasping the shrubs growing among the rocks or the cracks between the rocks. He quickly descended along the funnel-like rock. 3 minutes later, Yi Qian, who was on guard, heard the cry of a night bird. He carried the gun and quickly descended like Xia Jinyuan. Her figure was petite and slender, and her waist was exceptionally soft as if it was boneless. She was also very light. She was much more agile than the male soldiers. Compared to Xia Jinyuan, who was like a fierce beast, she was much gentler. It was exactly because of the saying, "Women are like water." And the speed of her descent was only about 1 minute slower than Xia Jinyuan, who was a professionally trained special forces soldier. After descending, the two of them were like cats walking in the jungle. They were so quiet that not even the leaves rustled. It was obvious how solid their basic skills were. Although it was cool in the mountains, they were drenched in sweat after walking for nearly 10 hours. Yi Qian's arm was injured, so it was inevitable that it would feel uncomfortable. Xia Jinyuan wanted to ask Yi Qian about it several times, but Xia Jinyuan didn't feel the slightest bit abnormal. Xia Jinyuan wanted to ask him about it, but he could only give up. This injury also had a psychological effect. She felt fine now, but if he mentioned it and remembered it, it would be counterproductive. With the help of the night vision goggles, Yi Qian saw Xia Jinyuan, who was scouting ahead, making a hand gesture to her. 8 o'clock. Sentry post. Kill. They had already entered the target area. As long as they saw a sentry post, they had to eliminate it. Yi Qian nodded lightly and slung his sniper rifle over his shoulder. He held a military dagger in his mouth as he crept towards the sentry post. His light footsteps were covered by the rustling of insects, and his figure was hidden in the darkness. His figure, which seemed to have become one with the night, flashed his fangs. He crossed his arms and quickly grabbed the opponent's chin. Within 3 seconds, he twisted the opponent's head and neck into a strange and twisted position. His neck was broken without a trace of blood. Xia Jinyuan was in charge of moving and handling the sentry posts that had already been taken care of, while Yi Qian was in charge of keeping watch. Everything was carried out like a ghost. Every sentry post that was discovered was dealt with in the form of assassination. After sneaking past the border patrol, they entered a tighter surveillance area. Xia Jinyuan bent his legs slightly, his tall and slender body sticking close to a tree. He quickly crawled towards Yi Qian. A strong patrol light shone in their direction. Yi Qian knelt on one knee a second before the strong light swept over. Then, he nimbly rolled to the side like a snow fox and nimbly hid in the bushes. Chapter 531. In an emergency situation, Yi Qian didn't know where to hide. When she rolled to the side, she felt a sharp pain on her face. Only then did she realize that she had rolled into a thorny vine. The thorny vines had many thin leaves and were densely grown. Although there were wounds on her face and hands, the searchlight couldn't shine on her. However, she could clearly see the 4 patrolling Al-Qaeda members. At a glance, one could see the difference between the people patrolling in the central area and those patrolling outside. They were all holding AK-47 assault rifles in their hands. They were all wearing the same jungle camouflage uniform, bulletproof vests, and waterproof military boots. Other than not wearing a bulletproof helmet on their heads, their entire outfit was no different from that of a regular army. Xia Jinyuan, who was hiding behind a tree, signaled for them to split into 2, meaning to lure them away and fight 1 against 2. The 2 exchanged glances in the monotonous green world. What they saw was the cold determination and unwavering determination in each other's black eyes. It was an encouragement that would make everything fearless, silently giving the other party a sense of security. Xia Jinyuan once said to Yi Qian that he would always hold her hand. Yi Qian once said to Xia Jinyuan that there would be times when he would be tired. He could choose to believe in her. On the battlefield, they didn't forget what they said at that time. They used their actions to prove that what they said in the past wasn't just a casual remark. What they said was a promise, and they wouldn't change their minds no matter what. A gesture was communication. Yi Qian nodded gently to show that she understood. His painted face smiled slightly, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from her sight. There was the sound of leaves rustling, as if someone was escaping in a panic. The Al-Qaeda member walking at the front was quite vigilant. He didn't immediately shine the searchlight in that direction. Instead, he whispered a few words in Urdu to the other 3 people who had also sensed something. The 4 of them quickly split into 2 groups. 2 of them searched in the direction of the swaying leaves, while the other 2 seemed to continue moving forward. However, the man with the searchlight in his hand hung the searchlight on the tree, and then quietly went up and outflanked them. They had received a certain amount of combat training and knew how to create a diversion. However, for Yi Qian, who had received formal training, this made it easier for her to attack them from behind. She worked together with Xia Jinyuan to eliminate the target. Yi Qian lightly jumped out from the thorny vines. She was holding the QSZ 92 9mm pistol that she had been given before she left the country. It had an effective shooting range of 50 meters and a muzzle velocity of 350 meters per second. She would choose to fire at a range of less than 50 meters, reducing the firing range to 5 meters. This way, she would have enough time to fire the next shot and finish off the other one. 3 light flicks came from the earpiece. It was Xia Jinyuan indicating that they would start in 3 minutes. Yi Qian flicked his finger back to show that he understood. The searchlight hanging on the tree swayed. The 2 Al-Qaeda members, who wanted to outflank them, never thought that there was an even greater danger lurking behind them. The pistol was loaded. Yi Qian, who was moving forward like a cat, quickly closed the distance between her and the 2 targets in front of her. She closed the distance again and again until she was almost 4 meters away. She was 4 meters away. If her opponents walked another meter, they would be 5 meters away. Principal Chen had said that Yi Qian was very suitable to be a sniper. Not only did she have sharp judgment, but she also had a good grasp of the speed of her shots. Chapter 532. To make a simple analogy, if Ace could fire 4 bullets in 1 minute, then Yi Qian could fire 8 bullets. In the same amount of time and with the same type of gun, Yi Qian could hear the bullet passing through the firing pin, firing the primer and igniting the propellant. As she held the pistol, she could feel the propellant start to burn and the internal pressure of the cartridge case increase. When the pressure rose to 250-500 kg/cm2, the bullet would leave the cartridge case and squeeze into the barrel. At this point, Yi Qian could feel the bullet start to move. Under the action of the high temperature and high pressure, the bullet would rapidly move forward and pass through the barrel. Her vision would then pass through the front of the gun, and she would aim through the front sight to complete the shot. Yi Qian did not know if this feeling was because she had touched the gun or recognized it. She only knew that as long as she touched the gun, she could clearly see the entire structure of the gun in her mind, just like a four-dimensional picture. When she fired the gun, the four-dimensional drawing seemed to have a life of its own. As the bullets in the gun in her hand moved, the four-dimensional gun in her heart also began to move. It was as if she had become a gun. She did not need to aim before shooting. Instead, she could complete the aiming action after pulling the trigger. It was this feeling that allowed her to shoot twice as fast as other people. What did it mean to fire twice as fast? It meant that she had already completed the shot before others had even fired. For example, right now, the muffled sound of rocks sinking into water could be heard, followed by the same sound. 2 people had fallen consecutively, but the 2 terrorists in front did not even have the chance to fire. This was Yi Qian's ability. After Xia Jinyuan finished off the other guy who had not reacted at all, he looked at Yi Qian through his night vision goggles. Even though he was usually calm at this moment, his eyes and heart were filled with shock. Her firing speed was very, very fast. She could accurately kill 2 people within 0.003 seconds. Before this, he was still thinking that he should quickly finish off the 2 people who were following him and then turn around to support Yi Qian, who knew that she would be the one to support him. After dragging away the 4 terrorists who were still warm but were already dead, Xia Jinyuan led Yi Qian into the bushes and got close to her. "I didn't realize you were so fast before, but after seeing you today, you really shocked me." In order to communicate secretly, not only did he get close to her, but he also spoke with his lips close to her ear. Yi Qian even felt that his thin and warm lips were about to touch her ear a few times. His low voice and warm breath were all sprinkled by her ears and neck. Her heart couldn't help but tremble, and an unnatural expression immediately appeared on her face. "You actually have a unique skill that I don't know about. Little fox, you're not being honest." As he was still talking, Yi Qian couldn't help but tilt her head slightly. She didn't realize that her ear was a little ticklish. His words made her want to scratch it. Xia Jinyuan really didn't have any other intentions. Seeing this, he couldn't help but laugh. "Why are you hiding? It's more convenient to talk like this." "My ear is itchy." Yi Qian glanced at him and said softly, "Captain Xia, are we going to rest? How's the J5's operation? Should we contact them?" Chapter 533. There was no sound from their earpiece. It seemed like they had temporarily turned off their communication. Xia Jinyuan smiled and said, "We can rest now. We're almost at the edge now. We'll go out after they reach the edge." What he meant was that their team moved quickly and encountered fewer obstacles. J5 and the other teams had a harder time cutting into the edge, so there were more piles to clear, so it would take more time. Yi Jian wanted to sneak into the enemy's base camp first. Although the place she and Xia Jinyuan chose was difficult to sneak into, there were many rocks and few trees. However, the distance was short and there was a natural protective screen nearby. Therefore, the patrolling members of the base organization were not as strict as those of J5. "Captain Xia, why don't you go and support them? I can sneak in by myself." Yi Qian was still a little worried about the other team members. Since they were already here, she could sneak in by herself. Xia Jinyuan looked at her with a half smile. Although his face was covered in paint and he was wearing night vision goggles, Yi Qian could still feel his gaze burning like the sun. She heard him say, "You haven't answered my question yet." "Answer what?" Yi Qian blinked. Her face was also covered in paint, so she couldn't read his expression. She was in a good mood. She didn't expect that the speed at which she fired the gun would shock Xia Jinyuan. She was quite happy. In the past, she really couldn't compare to this dangerous man. Xia Jinyuan laughed. Are you proud of yourself? There was a deep affection in his eyes. His gaze was so gentle that it was almost dripping. Although it was blocked by the night vision goggles, that deep affection, Yi Qian could feel it. Her heart skipped a beat. She adjusted her breathing a few times before answering, I feel it. I feel it every time I fire the gun, especially when it's a pistol. As long as I'm sure I need to fire the gun, there's a cross-section of the gun in my heart and mind. I can clearly feel the movement of the bullet, then I can immediately aim and shoot. A deep and somewhat rapid breathing sound came from the earpiece. Then, she heard K7's cold and emotionless voice. Sorry, I just happened to hear it. I didn't want to disturb you, but I couldn't help but gasp when I heard it. Wouldn't that make people gasp in shock? Normally, when firing a gun, one would aim first and then shoot. But from what Yi Qian had said, shoot first and then aim. Wasn't this bullshit? If anyone else said this, they would definitely think it was bullshit. But since it was Yi Qian who said it, K7 believed him. Last night on the transport plane, she fired her first shot in less than a second after the cabin lights went out. This proved that she was indeed capable. Shoot first and aim later. Sounds a little ridiculous. The corners of Xia Jinyuan's lips curled up, and the admiration in his eyes intensified. But since you said so, I believe you. Besides, I did see it just now. K7 was speechless. It was unbelievable. Yi Qian had broken tradition. Her actions were faster than the speed of a bullet, and she still had to aim. The voices of the other two squads came one after another. Each squad repositioned themselves. After confirming the direction, they put aside Yi Qian's shooting speed and focused on sneaking into the enemy's base. The silence in the mountains was not broken yet, but the assassination mission was in full swing. The members of the Snowfield Brigade were scattered all over the place. Yi Qian did not find the best sniping spot. Instead, he found a sniping spot where he could leave immediately and from which he could leave in any direction. When the gunshots rang out, Yi Qian knew that the biggest fight of the night had truly begun. Chapter 534. The first shots were fired by the Pakistani government. After confirming that all the Chinese soldiers had entered the base camp, they were the first to launch the attack. The Pakistani government was not afraid of exposing their identities, so their attack was fierce and vicious. Grenades were thrown one after another, and the entire valley was covered in flames. This allowed the members of the Snowfield Brigade to see clearly what kind of terrain the base was. This place was like a local village isolated from the rest of the world. All the houses were single-story bungalows. The bungalows were separated by a certain distance, and the area they occupied was quite wide. From the gunfire, they could see that there were yellow dirt paths between the houses. They've taken over the village as their base. It's so wide. It'll take half a day to fire. J5 clicked his tongue. After looking up, he quickly crouched down. The worst thing to do on the battlefield was to stick your head out first. If you weren't careful, your head would explode. Yi Qian, who was at the sniper's point, thought the same. If they hadn't gotten some clues from Pavel and his men, the Pakistani government would never have thought that there was a base village in the valley of Magla Mountain that could come out and cause destruction at any time. The grenades didn't explode at one point, but at several points at the same time. The shrapnel flew out like bees leaving their hive, splashing in all directions. The Al-Qaeda members who were close to the shrapnel were immediately blasted into a bloody mess. Blood and flesh splashed out along with the shrapnel, and everything was covered in the darkness of the night. Shrapnel was also a weapon that hurt people. The Pakistani government had only thrown offensive grenades with a killing radius of 10 meters. In other words, if there were people in this range, they would either be blown up or have their entire body pierced by the shrapnel. This type of offensive grenade was rarely used by the Snowfield Brigade. Looks like the new president has a personality. Fuck, all the grenades he threw out are offensive grenades. Q King, the defensive grenades in our hands are a little unpresentable. J5 could still maintain a relaxed tone as he spoke through the headset. Judging from his tone, this was just a slightly more dangerous actual combat exercise. The front line has been blown up into a hornet's nest. We'll proceed step by step. Let's bring out the suspected Chinese first. The Chinese side had never liked to engage in barbaric warfare. They would only use a knife to grind the meat in a refined manner. They would grind the meat until the other side was scared out of their wits, but they would not be in a hurry to stab the knife in. This was called psychological warfare. They would tear a small wound into a big one, and then uproot it all at once, leaving no way out. Otherwise, why would the Snowfield Brigade carry out assassinations and ambushes? I just want to get him out alive and think of a way to pry open his mouth and ask him how many more such people there are in the country. Only then can our great motherland directly exterminate them. In times of peace, no one would want someone to suddenly pull out a gun and shoot at the people on the street. He didn't want to sit in a car, but in the end, there was a suicide bomber in the car. Cathay was the only way to keep the people safe. Allowing such dangerous people to run into society and harm the people was definitely against the principles of the country. They had to be eliminated. Yi Qian listened to the few of them chatting while eliminating the targets. Her widened eyes slowly narrowed. At this moment, she really understood why Captain Xia said that even the best soldiers in Fujian Town's army would not be able to join their army. Just this calmness during battle alone was enough to separate them from the rest of the world. She did not speak. She only paid attention to the movements around her. She saw 4 figures hurriedly rush into her surveillance area. Then, in a flash, they entered a pitch-black mud bungalow. Chapter 535. There was a light in the room, but it was extinguished in less than a minute. Yi Qian sent his location over and said in a low voice, "I'm at 2 o'clock. 4 targets have entered the room. Try to avoid this area. Be careful of an ambush." Now was not the time to make a move. Otherwise, she would have been able to snipe at least 2 targets. "We don't have many people. We can only wait for them to attract the heavy firepower before we make a move." When J5 said this, everyone knew that he was talking to Yi Qian. Even Yi Qian, who was not officially part of the military, was forced to join the battle. Not only did they not have enough people, but they also did not have enough manpower. Yi Qian nodded in understanding. The special forces from the Linchuan military region had already returned to the border to begin their mission. They had managed to pry a lot of information out of the widow Pavel, including the situation at the Chinese border. It was an extremely serious matter that concerned the safety of the entire border. Otherwise, the special forces from the Linchuan military region would not have immediately returned to China after completing their mission at the orphanage. They were seriously short of manpower, and the Al-Qaeda members could retreat at any time. Since the Pakistani government had already fired the first shot, they could not let the second one be a dud. They immediately sent troops to draft a plan. Furthermore, Pavel mentioned that the Chinese would be involved. The operation was even more urgent, which was why they had come up with tonight's plan. Other than Yi Qian, Xia Jinyuan and the others were clear about these military secrets. They had only slept for an hour last night. When they woke up, they immediately woke up Yi Qian and moved out together. Xia Jinyuan and the others had not slept for 2 days and 1 night. They were short of manpower and did not sleep well. Under high alert, they would talk to their comrades from time to time, which was also a way to refresh themselves. Now that they were on the government's home ground, everyone was waiting for K7's reconnaissance report to come back before they could make plans for the next step. Xia Jinyuan's deep voice sounded particularly cold in the midst of the gunfire. It was like a 1,000-year-old rock with indestructible power. The entire base camp is made up of typical mud houses. Each of them has a high outer wall, and we have to be wary of any ambushes inside. It will take some time for K7 to scout by himself. The others absolutely could not act rashly. Xia Jinyuan's plan was because there were only a few people, so each of them had to be used at the most crucial moment. After K7 finished their reconnaissance, they quickly became reinforcements and met up with Yi Qian's team. Xia Jinyuan and the other 2 teams worked together to capture the Chinese alive. Another team provided cover while the last team retreated. K7 and Yi Qian brought up the rear. This was a planned battle, striving for everyone to be able to hold their own and cooperate with each other. No matter how much time K7 wasted, he did not have enough men to support him. Fortunately, the Pakistani government troops were very ferocious. They brought all their light weapons and used grenades to blast a bloody path out. Al-Qaeda's firepower was not as strong as the Pakistani government troops. They were at a disadvantage because they were all preparing to retreat tonight, so all their firepower was concentrated in one place. Now that the Pakistani government troops were fighting separately, It allowed them to disperse their firepower. There would be a gap in between, allowing the government troops to take control of the situation. This also made it easier for K7 to move. He would not be discovered if he sneaked in. They didn't have any battle plans for this place. It was all up to K7 to figure out where to go. Then, K7 would be able to pinpoint every location so that his comrades would know which path to take later on. Chapter 536. The sound of gunfire made Yi Qian feel like his ears were going deaf. He had to listen to their voices on one side and the flames of war on the other. It was not torture, but it could be considered a form of training. The thorny emotions in his heart were smoothed out by gunfire, the fear was broken by bullets, and the fear was washed away by blood. Over time, his state of mind became a flat mirror, bright and flat. It only reflected what was good and evil, what was righteous and what was evil. This was a kind of growth, and it was a growth that could only exist in the flames of war. Yi Qian knew that the reason he could participate in missions again and again was because the military wanted to train him and see if he was a piece of unpolished jade. There was a rumbling sound in the sky, and a transport plane could be seen rumbling from the east to the north. This thing was huge, and it was not a bomber or a fighter jet. It was the transport plane that had secretly landed 30 miles away from the Pakistani government. It was back. The Pakistani government is really generous. They directly sent a transport plane to attract the attention of all the Al-Qaeda organizations and leave the safety to us. Just this alone is worth us risking our lives for. V8 said happily. His lack of psychological pressure made Yi Qian wonder if he had a blade of grass in his mouth as he waited leisurely. The transport plane was very loud, and its sound could be heard for miles away. Wouldn't it attract all the Al-Qaeda organization's attention? If there was an anti-aircraft gun below and it was fired, another transport plane would be destroyed, and even the pilot would be sacrificed. But even if there was such a danger, the Pakistani transport plane still directly flew over, and the danger level of the Chinese soldiers decreased by a lot. Sure enough, the Al-Qaeda organizations that were supposed to be hiding in the dark saw such a big thing circling above their heads. They set up their machine guns and fired wildly at it. So fucking cunning, and there's even a machine gunner hiding. V8 could not help but burst out, and his earpiece started to cough. Instructor J5 said earnestly, "Good brother, pay attention to your image. I almost got my head chopped off, and you guys are still in the mood to curse?" K7, who had been silent for a long time, finally opened his mouth and sent the location to Xia Jinyuan and the other two teams. "It's up to you, brother. I'll retreat and meet up with Yi Qian." Yi Qian, who had been quietly listening to their conversation, replied, "Roger that." He immediately sent her location to K7. He then said, "The veteran is not bad. It's not heavy to carry. Get a few of them back. I want to get some good stuff. Type 95 rifles are not enough for you," T6 replied with a low laugh. "And the M16 bullets?" From the parameters of the two types of bullets, it could be seen that the M16 had an advantage over the AK-47 in terms of the amount of ammunition a soldier could carry on the battlefield. If the weight of the bullets was the same, the M16 would carry much more bullets than the AK-47. Moreover, the two sides were fighting at close range this time. The reason why they chose the M16, which was a high-speed bullet, was because of its high speed, high hit rate, and armor-piercing ability. Chapter 537. At the same time, the bullet weight was light enough to ensure that there would be enough bullets on the battlefield. There wouldn't be a situation where the person didn't come out and the bullets ran out. They had chosen the M16 assault rifle for this operation after careful consideration. The Type 95 assault rifle that T6 mentioned was an assault rifle produced by China. In terms of design, the 7.62 bullets were discarded and the 5.8 bullets were used instead. Although the specifications were close, they still didn't meet the requirements. When K7 said that he wanted to get a few M16s back, Yi Qian was also tempted. It was indeed possible to get one back. Among the firearms in Fujian town, there was also a veteran of the battlefield. However, it was a short magazine with a capacity of 20 rounds, not the long magazine with a capacity of 30 rounds in Captain Xiao's hands. As a gun enthusiast, she also liked to dismantle and reassemble all kinds of famous guns. Check if there are any left. If there are, bring one back. The Pakistani government doesn't have the time to clean up the guns in the hands of the people in the base, Xia Jinyuan said. Xia Jinyuan opened his mouth just as Yi Jian finished thinking about it. It was as if he could see through Yi Jian's thoughts clearly even though he was not far away from her. This call was the last time the entire team spoke more than 10 words. What followed were all concise and harsh phrases. The artillery fire of the government was still very strong. The east corner was filled with flames and gunshots never stopped. The firepower of the base was not to be underestimated. Gathering them together was undoubtedly a problem for the government. They couldn't send too many soldiers into the base. The Snowfield Brigade would be isolated if they entered the base. As they got closer and closer to K7's position, J5's voice was filled with hostility. I have infrared here. Help clear the infrared. The only person who could provide support was K7. However, K7 said, I have infrared here as well. Brother, you're on your own. Entering the infrared surveillance system where even flies can't fly. Isn't that asking for blessings? When the transport plane arrived, it even activated all the infrared surveillance cameras that the enemy had turned off when they retreated. This was a result that no one could complain about. According to the Pakistani intelligence, there were no infrared cameras in this corner of the mountain. They were all manned sentry posts. It was obvious that the information Pavel had gotten out of him was half true and half false. The interrogators hadn't filtered the information thoroughly and had given the Chinese side the wrong information. I think I should know where the surveillance camera is. Yi Qian put away his sniper rifle and said, My position has temporarily changed from sniper to assaulter. Everyone, be careful. I'll go down and deal with it now. He bent over from a collapsed area and landed lightly on the ground like an eagle flying in the night. There are 4 people in total. 1 against 4. I'll be in the dark and he'll be in the light. The odds of winning are above 80%. Xia Jinyuan, who was leaning against the wall, didn't have time to answer Yi Jian before he saw a red flashing in front of him. His eyes sharpened and he rolled to another corner on the dusty ground. With sweat on his back, he said in a low voice, Half of it was destroyed, but the other half can still operate normally. I was discovered here. Just as he finished speaking, gunshots suddenly rang out. It was a series of machine gun shots. Yi Qian, destroy the infrared within 5 minutes. Move out. The low voice sounded quickly and steadily. When Yi Qian heard a series of machine gun shots, he knew that he had encountered a machine gun. Her eyes were filled with hostility. She stuck close to the wall and used the tip of her foot to push herself up. She stepped on the wall and entered the back of the mud house that she had seen for about a minute from her sniper position. Chapter 538. The tall walls didn't stop her. She jumped up and saw 3 Bafang soldiers in long robes standing there with guns. Their guns were aimed at the door. If anyone came in, the 3 AK-47s would shoot continuously and turn them into minced meat. Luckily, she chose to come from the back. Now, it was just 1 assassination and 2 close-range shooting. She didn't have much time to destroy the infrared system in 5 minutes. Increase the firepower. There are about 300 people in the base. The government even miscalculated the number of people in the intelligence report. We don't have enough ammo. Grab the submachine guns. G3 reminded his comrades. He was already fighting 1 against 5. With the infrared system, it was another 1 against 5. Yi Qian looked at the dark room. She saw 4 people earlier. Now, there were 3 people outside. That meant there was only 1 person inside. The person inside was definitely a technician in charge of the infrared system. According to the original plan, 1 assassination and 2 kills were feasible. What she needed to do was eliminate the 3 targets outside and destroy the infrared system at the same time. The infrared system was like a pair of eyes in a battle. The more important the eyes were, the better the protection. Luckily, these people came back in a hurry. Her chances of winning increased to 90%. Yi Qian jumped down from the wall amidst the explosion. Using the high ground, she stabbed the military dagger in her hand into the left side of the man's neck. Woo! The man's neck was pierced through by the military dagger. He didn't even have time to pull the dagger out. Yi Qian had already fired and aimed at a target. After 2 shots, Yi Qian's back was drenched in sweat. Why did Grandpa Zhen and Uncle Chen strictly ask her to increase her speed during training? She knew the importance of speed when she was on the battlefield. If she was fast, she could take out 3 targets in less than 20 seconds. If she was slow, she could take out 2 targets. The last one could take her life. The explosion was too loud. The technician in charge of the base didn't hear anything. He needed to activate the infrared system in the base immediately to help his people move quickly. He needed to kill the government soldiers who might have sneaked into the base. Yi Qian, who was standing close to the door, could hear the voices of the other party talking from inside. He tried contacting the sentry posts but found that there were only a few replies, especially from the sentry posts in the northwest. Not a single one of them answered. He must have sensed the danger. He grabbed a submachine gun next to him and turned around to inform the members on sentry duty outside. However, as soon as he turned around, the sound of glass shattering could be heard. A bullet penetrated the glass and hit him in the chest. Yi Qian leaped over the corpses on the ground and pulled out the submachine guns from the enemy's hands. He used the enemy's guns to fire at the infrared surveillance and communication systems. Sparks flew in all directions like fireworks. After bursts of green smoke, everything returned to normal. Infrared solution. She informed all her comrades and left the room with the Heckler Koch MP5K, PDW submachine guns. Behind her were 4 corpses that were gradually turning cold. Blood was still spreading on the ground, but there was no fear on her face. "Well done, brother." K7's voice came first. He destroyed the infrared system on his side. After the enemy entered the blind spot, he started his counterattack. The rest of his comrades thought the same, but they couldn't answer. Their firepower was increasing rapidly. Even Xia Jinyuan, who was closest to Yi Qian, was surrounded. Chapter 539. Even though the entire infrared system had been destroyed, the members of the Shuiyu team were still exposed. This allowed the members of the Al-Qaeda organization to know that soldiers had infiltrated the base. The bullets were like a net that shot out in all directions, forcing the members of the Shuiyu team to shrink their heads. The bullets hit the mud wall, and the thick mud embedded the bullets. The flying dust covered the night vision goggles. Yi Qian didn't waste a second in the bungalow after leaving the room. Destroying the infrared system meant exposing herself. If she didn't leave now, once the Al-Qaeda members rushed over, she would be surrounded like a fish in a net. There was no end to the bullets, and an explosion occurred at 8 o'clock on her left, about 400 meters away. If she guessed correctly, that was where Xia Jinyuan was. She even used the grenades on her. Yi Qian's face darkened, and she didn't hesitate to run over to provide support. Before they left, they had clearly said that grenades were not to be used unless it was a critical moment, because they were to be used as the main weapon for retreating. But now, Captain Xia was using them. Thinking about the danger he was in, Yi Qian's eyes seemed to be dyed red with blood. "Captain Xia, I'm here to provide support." Yi Qian, who was running close to the wall, wasn't running blindly. Xia Jinyuan, who had already blasted a path of blood, was lying on the ground. The explosion was so close that his eardrums were ringing. When he heard the sound, he said in a slightly hoarse voice, "Support K7, surround them." Surround them. Yi Qian felt her heart clench. A 15-man encirclement was considered a large encirclement, which meant that K7 was now surrounded by more than 15 people. "K7, locate them." Yi Qian didn't run towards her 8 o'clock. She knew very well who needed support more, so she had to go and support K7 now. Before he could pinpoint the location, 4 Al-Qaeda members rushed out from the front. Yi Qian, who was in the corner, fired first. He even used an MP5K, PDW submachine gun that he had stolen. The MP5K, PDW had a combat firing rate of 900 rounds per minute and a magazine capacity of 30 rounds. This type of gun was originally used by anti-terrorist special forces, but now it had appeared in the hands of an Al-Qaeda member. It was no wonder that the Chinese leaders wanted the Chinese soldiers to participate in this operation. They had to capture the suspected Chinese in the base alive. Who provided such a dangerous gun in the hands of a member of the base that even had its exit controlled? Are there any in the country? Are there any of those who are hiding in the dark to endanger the country's peace? If they captured a few suspected Chinese alive, they would be able to get some clues. The bullets were fired at close range, and the targets were directly hit by the explosive force of the bullets. They were pushed back before falling to the ground. They didn't even make a sound before they were finished off by the guns and ammunition they had purchased. K7's position had been sent over. It was about 800 meters away from Yi Qian. Xia Jinyuan, who had suddenly appeared, said to Yi Qian, "I'm coming over to meet up with them. Support them." They have MP5K, PDW submachine guns. Pick them up. Don't waste them. Yi Qian's tone sounded like a veteran who had been fighting for many years. His actions were not bad either. He cooperated with his comrades in the Snowfield Brigade and gave it their all. J5, G3, T6, and V8 were fighting together. They could take care of the front and back of the base, so there was no need for support. Yi Qian, Xia Jinyuan, and K7 were fighting alone. They had to meet up with each other as soon as possible. The sound of gunfire and explosions shook the ground. The flames that shot up to the sky almost lit up the entire base. Everyone was exposed from the darkness. Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan met up with each other 2 minutes later. When they saw each other covered in smoke, Xia Jinyuan grabbed Yi Qian's wrist. He used so much strength that it felt like he was going to crush the bones in her hand. Chapter 540. I'm fine. How about you? Yi Qian smiled and asked him softly. After all, he had just thrown the grenade. Xia Jinyuan didn't realize that he had used too much strength. Such a high level of firepower was due to a mistake in the intelligence report. He had dragged Yi Qian, a rookie, into such a high level of firepower. The biggest worry was that he would get hit. I'm fine. Put on the bulletproof vest. Don't worry about how heavy it is. It's a lifesaver. When he opened his mouth, there was a smell of gunpowder. His jaw was tight. Later, you cover the rear. I'll attack. Yi Qian nodded. She didn't have any objections to his arrangement. It was her first battle, so it was fine for her to listen to his arrangements. The two exchanged a few simple words and immediately went to support K7, who was surrounded. There were 2 reinforcements on the outside. Yi Qian's submachine gun fired at the Al-Qaeda members surrounding K7. They screamed in shock. The continuous gunfire made their eardrums ring. They were in danger, but even so, they had to support their comrades. This was the type of support that would only come if there were no hostages. If there were hostages, no one would come to support them. Everyone had to move forward in the battle. Even if their comrades were sacrificed, they had to move forward without hesitation. Only by moving forward could they win and save more lives. From the day they became a soldier, they had to understand the meaning of sacrifice. K7 looked at the hand that reached over. It was slender and long. He could still see the fingers clearly through the gunfire. The skin was white and smooth. It was Yi Qian's hand. It looked weak, but it was filled with strength and power. His eardrums hurt. The bullets had pierced through the wall. If K7 hadn't used a grenade to kill 5 or 6 people and stun the rest, he would have been shot through like a sieve. K7 took a deep breath of the smoky air and exhaled a mouthful of murky air that was also filled with gunpowder. He said in a hoarse voice, I almost thought I was going to die. There were more than 100 people here. I fucking cleared more than 10 of them. He was angry that the intelligence report was wrong, but he couldn't vent his anger. He had to hold it in. Even K7, who was usually cold and silent, couldn't help but curse. At least 300 people. It's not an ordinary base. It's the base of all the Al-Qaeda members in this city. Yi Qian grabbed his outstretched hand and pulled K7 up. The intelligence is wrong. The Pakistani president is on tenterhooks again. K7 was not injured. Other than the fact that they could not fight him head-on, they were still fine. After confirming that he was not injured, he immediately contacted the other 2 teams. The firepower was very strong. Fortunately, the members of the Shuiyu team were all special forces who had survived through piles of corpses. Other than some small wounds on their bodies, they were all fine. 10 minutes later, everyone gathered. Xia Jinyuan spread out the map and pointed to the south, where there had been no movement. Contact the government forces via satellite phone. This is the main target. We can't stay here for long. Get 2 hostages and retreat. If they stayed any longer and waited for the government troops to rush in, they would be fighting among themselves. The person in charge of communication was V8. After contacting the commander of the government forces, 3 of them suppressed the firepower, 2 of them attacked, and 2 of them moved forward quickly. They started to attack like arrows. Disperse, fight, gather, suppress, and calmly report. Under such intense firepower, Yi Qian followed the special forces of the Snowfield Brigade and headed toward the location where they suspected there were Chinese. Chapter 541. After taking out a machine gunner, the T6 combatant looked at the big gun that still had a lot of bullets in it and started drooling. Don't carry the machine gun anymore. Submachine guns are more practical. V8, who was suppressing the firepower, shouted at him. They're about to start fighting in the south. Brother, what are you still looking for? The T6 combatant let out a long sigh and said, A full man doesn't know the suffering of a hungry man. V8 kicked him in the face. The entire battle was a bloody one. Even if you stepped over the corpses that they had knocked down, you still had to continue walking even if your military boots stepped on the thick blood. Yi Qian would try to avoid them earlier, but in the end, when the firepower was too strong, there was no time for him to do so. He just laid down under the corpses that he had cleared a second ago, and used them as cover while firing at the front. The firepower in the south was so intense that all the Al-Qaeda members focused their firepower on it. However, there was no movement from the bungalow that K7 had first located. Under the cover of Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan, two teams of people entered the bungalow and threw a strong flashlight grenade into the pitch-black bungalow. As the light blinded the entire house, they also saw 4 people hiding in the darkness. They were wearing long pants and short shirts and had Asian facial features. Victory seemed to be right in front of them. However, when K7 saw the 4 people, his expression suddenly changed and he said sternly, Fifth young one. Yi Qian, who was hiding in the dark and keeping watch, looked at Xia Jinyuan. They saw Yi Qian, who was close to the wall, climb up a mound of dirt with her feet. The 2-meter-tall wall disappeared from Xia Jinyuan's sight in just 2 steps. She heard footsteps outside, but thought it was a lone Al-Qaeda member who had fallen behind. In fact, it was the target who had escaped. K7 on guard. How could Xia Jinyuan let Yi Qian give chase alone? After saying that, he used the same method to catch up to Yi Qian. This little fox was really fast. By the time he realized it, she had already given chase. With 2 people giving chase, it meant that they had a clue. K7 quickly came out to hide and keep watch while the 4 Snowfield Brigade members inside moved quickly. The 4 of them were the suspected Chinese that the Snowfield Brigade was looking for. There was no need to suspect them. Just by looking at their faces, they knew that they were indeed Chinese and not people from other Asian countries. They were blinded by the bright light and didn't know that the people who came in were Chinese soldiers. Tie up your eyes and hands. J5 rushed up like a cheetah after saying that. G3 and the other 2 all pulled out the leather belts on their waists, and a few close-range grappling techniques were used to capture the other party. The 4 targets were all blinded by the powerful light bullets. Not only were their eyes temporarily blinded, even their minds were blank. How did they get discovered? They had never left this place, and they were far away from the south. Let go of me, you damn bastard. The target cursed in English, his tone arrogant and vicious. When his eyes were blindfolded and his hands were clasped behind his back, he began to struggle. Let go, do you know who we are? We are Chinese people. Chinese people. It would have been better if he didn't say that. Once he did, J5's eyes turned cold. His handsome face was fierce, and he punched the other party in the stomach. He also replied in English coldly, China and Pakistan have a good relationship. The Chinese people love peace. And you terrorist. No, we are hostages, we are hostages. Someone heard that the government soldiers could speak English and suddenly blurted out this sentence. J5 didn't hold back and punched this person in the face. He also found a desert eagle from the other party's waist. He ground his teeth and sneered in a standard New York accent. Hostages? Hostages with a desert eagle? Fuck your hostages. Chapter 542. Another punch landed on the man's lower abdomen, causing him to cry out in pain. These were 4 young men, and the Snowfield Brigade had almost sacrificed their dearest comrades for them. Outside, Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan quickly searched for the other target who had escaped. Under such circumstances, he was still able to calmly escape and leave the other 4 behind. This person would be more useful than the other 4 if they caught him. Outside the wall, Yi Qian used one hand to draw a footprint. It was a man's footprint that was smaller than all the other messy footprints. When Xia Jinyuan came down, Yi Qian pursed her lips. These are the footprints left behind when he jumped down. Adult male. Size 42 centimeters. The strain on his right foot is significantly reduced. He's either disabled or injured. Follow this trail of footsteps and chase after him. As a sniper, reconnaissance was a skill that she had to learn. Although her reconnaissance ability was not as good as a K7, Yi Qian, who had been trained by a world-class sniper, was not that bad either. Xia Jinyuan loaded the M16 in his hand and said in a low voice, "When you find him, shoot his feet until they're disabled." The fact that this person was able to escape from being surrounded meant that he had a certain level of reconnaissance ability. The government troops began to kill with all their might. Grenades had no eyes. Wherever they were thrown, there would be screams of pain. The shrapnel and glass shards were the second most lethal weapon. Some of the unlucky Al-Qaeda members were either injured for the second time or killed instantly when they hit them. This was Yi Qian's first time participating in such a large-scale battle. She was calm in the face of Xia Jinyuan, but when she saw the bodies that had been blasted into pieces by the grenades, she couldn't help but feel nauseous even though she was mentally prepared. Unfortunately, she didn't have time to stop and take a breather. She searched for the important target in the wind that was filled with the smell of blood. The footprints of the target were deep and shallow. After 2 turns, they disappeared in front of a bungalow. This was the scene where the Snowfield Brigade members had left after the battle. A few cold bodies were still lying crookedly in the corner of the wall. Behind them was blood splattered everywhere. His anti-reconnaissance ability was not bad, and he was bold and meticulous. After a fierce battle, no one would return to the scene to search, not even the special forces of the Shuiyu Brigade. Neither of them walked through the main entrance. Whoever walked through the main entrance at this time would be courting death. After observing the terrain and confirming that the east side wasn't suitable for them to escape, Xia Jinyuan gestured for Yi Qian to dig out a few pieces of dirt from the wall and throw them inside. Then, Xia Jinyuan picked up a corpse, stood on top of the pile of dirt, and flipped the corpse over, pretending to be an injured Al-Qaeda member. Yi Qian had already hidden himself well and was paying attention to the movements in the room. When he heard a soft sound, he signaled to Xia Jinyuan to attack. The two of them quickly sneaked into the bungalow, guns in hand, and moved closer to the room. Through his night vision goggles, Yi Qian saw 2 gray robes hanging on a drying rack made of tree branches. He used the muzzle of his sniper rifle to gently roll up the 2 robes into his hands. He smiled at Xia Jinyuan, who was looking at him, and pointed at the door from which the soft sound came. The 2 of them approached from the left and the right. 1, 2, 3, break the door. The 2 people guarding the door kicked the old wooden door open. At the same time, Yi Qian threw the 2 robes inside. Gunshots came from inside the room and pierced through the 2 robes. The bullets shot out from the door and fiercely hit the wall outside. Long range. Large caliber. This was a sniper rifle. Chapter 543. Seeing that the bullets had traveled so far, the 2 of them fired blindly in the direction of the bullet's trajectory, suppressing the enemy's firepower. Under the cover of Xia Jinyuan, Yi Jian, who was on one knee, rolled into the room as soon as she entered. With the help of the night vision goggles, she saw a figure squatting beside a table in the green room. It was a man with deep facial features, dark skin, and short limbs. He was indeed holding a sniper rifle. Yi Qian's eyes narrowed slightly, and she aimed at the man's wrist and fired. The first shot hit the man's knee, and the second shot hit the man's right hand. The bullet penetrated his palm, and after the 2 shots, the man screamed in pain. He didn't scream after the 2 shots, and even when his bones were broken, he swallowed back his tears of blood. "How's the situation on your side?" Xia Jinyuan was tying the man's hands behind his back with a belt when J5's voice came through the earpiece. "We've pried out a truck with a full tank of gas. It's best to take the hostage and drive away." Yi Qian handed the sterile belt to Xia Jinyuan and reported their situation in English. "We've caught the target. He's a big fish and is useful. Where's the jeep? We can leave immediately." He then sprinkled some hemostatic medicine on the man who had been shot twice. As for the bullet, he didn't even think about it. It was already a mercy that he didn't shoot him to death. At this moment, all the firepower was concentrated in the south. There were still some stray bullets in the northwest, but it was a piece of cake for the Snowfield Brigade to get rid of these guys who were shooting blindly. The 5 guys that they wanted to secretly bring back to China didn't affect the speed of the Snowfield Brigade, but one of them was a little unlucky. A stray bullet hit him directly in the shoulder blade, and the bullet got stuck in his bone, causing him to scream in pain. The 5 of them had a piece of cloth stuffed in their mouths, and even if they wanted to speak, they had to spit out the thing in their mouths first. The truck was usually used by the Al-Qaeda members when they went out. When they found the parking lot, 2 of the tires were shot out, the windshield was shattered, and a row of bullet holes were ejected from the back of the truck. There were still dozens of bullets in the truck. Alert, guard against stray bullets, change the wheel, check the fuel tank. A series of tasks were done in an orderly manner and were carried out quickly. G3 held the wheel, and Yi Qian picked up a wrench and deftly removed the wheel. His movements were so skillful. He looked like a mechanic. G3 was stunned. You've learned this before? I've trained with the motorist for a month. I have an hour every day to learn how to repair a car. I can change a wheel. Sweat dripped from Yi Qian's forehead onto the back of G3's hand. Okay, remove the jack and change the front wheel. G3 silently rolled the tire that had been punctured by bullets to the side. He took out a jack and placed it on the front wheel. Then, he saw Yi Jian unscrewing the big nut with a wrench. G3 couldn't help but chuckle. You're really good at everything. Reconnaissance, sniping, assault, car repair. I guess you know how to drive too. I'm still dreaming of being a soldier at such a young age. What a silly boy. What a silly boy. Yi Qian changed the 2 wheels in 2 minutes. After he was done, he smiled and said, I'm still far behind you guys. I still have to work hard. Done, retreat. Next, they just had to rush the truck to escape the tiger's den. Chapter 544. In order to prevent the 5 important targets from playing any tricks, the members of the Snowland Brigade took out sterile straps and tied their feet. Then, they struck the back of their necks and knocked them unconscious. Like sandbags, they were thrown to the back of the truck. Fuck, why are all the people left behind a bunch of noobs? Even if they don't know how to shoot, they're still here. Before the truck even started, a string of stray bullets swept in their direction. They were shooting blindly and did not care about running out of bullets. It was obvious that they had not received any training. V8 slung his rifle over his back. Under the cover of his comrades, he stepped on K7's hands that were folded over his knees and used the force of K7's hands to flip onto the roof of the garage. The stray bullets made it so that even the truck could not drive out. They had to find this guy who was wasting bullets. As the distance was very close, J5 saw through his night vision goggles that 2 Pakistani government soldiers were also suppressed by the stray bullets. They did not even have a chance to poke their heads out. Bang, 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 bang. The bullets hit the entire mud wall like rain and sent dust flying everywhere. Of the 2 Pakistani government soldiers, the one underground is probably dead. The stray bullets are in the house at my 10 o'clock direction. There are at least 2 of them. V8 did not make a move immediately. After he finished his reconnaissance, he whispered into his earpiece, "Fire at random." Requesting a sniper. He did not get down from the truck but requested a sniper over his earpiece. Yi Qian was the sniper here, so she could only go up. When Yi Qian, who was already lying prone in the trunk of the truck, heard this, she quickly got up and jumped down from the truck with one hand on the fender. Xia Jinyuan, who was in charge of security, warned her in a low voice, "Be careful." Yi Qian laughed. "I'm a sniper to begin with. I've been carrying this sniper rifle for more than 10 hours without firing a single bullet. Now that I can finally put it to good use, I didn't carry it for more than 10 hours in vain." After she said that, she could hear the chuckles of her teammates through her earpiece. This young lady was really interesting. She was only 16 or 17 years old, but she was already carrying a sniper rifle and fighting enemies with them at night. She was their comrade who did not wear a military uniform. When T6 saw this, he wanted to whistle. This young lady was really energetic. Her nimble movements were pleasing to the eye. It wasn't like when he went to a high school to lead a team for military training in his first year in the army. Those girls would start complaining about how uncomfortable they felt after standing for 10 minutes. Just look at Yi Qian. She's a woman who doesn't lose out to men. Just looking at her makes me feel comfortable. The light from the fire in the south illuminated the area he was in. Yi Jian climbed up the car with the help of the K7. He cautiously glanced at the base village that was already riddled with holes. The windows that were shattered by the gunfire were dark and gloomy. No one knew if there were still Al-Qaeda members hiding in there. 10 o'clock, at least 2 targets. Wide field of vision, suitable for sniping. Yi Qian said very softly as he carefully crawled down. He observed his surroundings and said to V8, 20 centimeters to the left. That's the best sniping position. She set up the sniper rifle that she had not used tonight, and aimed it in the 10 o'clock direction. She began to accurately calculate the shooting range, wind speed, and how much the airwaves caused by the bombardment would affect the deviation of the bullet's trajectory. When she felt that there was a 99% chance of success, Yi Qian decisively and confidently pulled the trigger. The bullet came out of the barrel with a bang. After calculating its precise trajectory, it accurately hit the target that she could only see half of his head through her night vision goggles. Chapter 545. The bullet flew for 2 seconds and hit its target accurately. It was as if the bullet had entered the skull, pierced through the skull, and embedded itself into the wall of the room. The target didn't even know what had happened. He didn't even hear Yi Qian's gunshot before the Grim Reaper reaped his life. There's one more target. We need to change positions. V8, who was acting as an observer, immediately spoke after Yi Qian fired the first shot. He even began to move his body, preparing to quickly change positions. Everyone knew that as long as a sniper fired the first shot, it was equivalent to exposing their position. Even if the enemy didn't know where they were hiding, their bullets would still shoot blindly in the direction of the gunshot. However, Yi Qian didn't. There was another hidden Al-Qaeda member who was probably frightened. The stray bullets paused for at least 5 minutes and seconds. It was during this short 5 seconds that Yi Qian's eyes flashed with a strange light. She moved her sniper rifle slightly to the right. In that instant, the light in her eyes changed. It was also in that instant that she fired a second shot. V8 stared closely at Yi Qian, who didn't even need his reminder to fire a second shot. Fuck, this works too. The Pakistani government troops who were pinned down by stray bullets quickly realized that the Al-Qaeda members had encountered a sniper. They thought it was one of their own snipers. When they heard that the stray bullets had stopped, they cautiously fired a few shots in front of them. Then, they stood up from the corner of the wall and continued to advance. Until now, they still didn't know that the sniper wasn't sent by the government. Yi Jian, who had completed the sniping, did not feel any sense of victory. There was a dark color in her dark eyes, which was so tight that it sank into the depths of her pupils. She lowered her eyes, and even her long eyelashes were trembling slightly. She put away her sniper rifle and said to J5 with both hands on the barrel, "They haven't been through strict training. Whether they encountered a sniper or not, they probably can't tell. If they can finish it off with 2 shots, they'll finish it off in one place." Daring to gamble, V8 praised sincerely and gave Yi Qian a thumbs up. "I'm impressed, Yi Qian." It was extremely rare for a Special Forces soldier to say that he was impressed. Yi Qian did not feel proud at all. V8 was not a sniper, so he found it unbelievable. He believed that if the snipers in the Snowfield Brigade saw this, they would at most say, "Not bad." But if Uncle Chen were here, he would only say, "You've made some progress." It wasn't courage, nor was it a gamble. It was confidence. He believed that he could snipe twice in a row, 1 target per shot. On the battlefield, especially as a sniper, the worst mistake one could make was to gamble. Gambling was something that was uncertain, and what a sniper needed was certainty, and accuracy. After all, V8 did not know Yi Qian very well. In his mind, he was more or less thinking that the young lady was not scared out of her wits when she first stepped onto the battlefield. Instead, she held her gun and fought against the veterans like a newborn calf that was not afraid of a tiger. Even though he was in the assault position, he still had experience with sniper rifles after being in the military for so many years. He more or less knew how to shoot twice in a row without changing positions unless the position was very good and the target was clear. Only then would there be 2 or 3 shots. Just now, their position was average. The first shot would expose them, and the second shot would be equivalent to giving the opponent a chance to shoot. That was why he said Yi Qian was daring to gamble. Xia Jinyuan did not say anything at that time. After the 2 of them came down, he said calmly, "It's not a gamble, it's a calculation." She shot very quickly, and the target did not have time to retaliate. Chapter 546. V8 felt that he had to think twice before speaking in the future, especially when speaking to Yi Qian. He had to think twice in front of Q King. Cover G3. Copilot. K7. Suppress fire. Rear compartment. Suppress the left and right. Yi Qian. Bring up the rear. After getting into the car, Xia Jinyuan immediately arranged a battle plan to rush out. They were facing gunfire and had to be careful of artillery. However, there was a lot of firepower in the south, and the heavy weapons of the Al-Qaeda organization were all concentrated in the south. This meant that the chances of encountering rocket launchers would be lower, but it could not be ruled out. One rocket launcher was enough to blow the entire car up into the sky. It was better to be safe than sorry. They had to use firepower to suppress the enemy until they had no chance to attack. At 10:30 p.m., after solving the problem of stray bullets, the truck finally started and drove out of the smoke-filled battlefield. The lights were not turned on. After contacting the Pakistani government forces outside with a satellite phone, they got the location of the exit. The truck was driven almost at the speed of a race car by G3. Boom boom crack crack. It was so bumpy that they rushed out of the exit. The Pakistani government forces nearby already knew that the truck driving out from the east was one of their own. Naturally, they would not shoot by mistake. However, with such a big guy driving out, more bullets would be fired at the truck. The Pakistani government forces were very generous. When the commander knew that the Chinese soldiers were coming out, he immediately sent troops to support them. Friendly reinforcements. That saves us a lot of trouble. V8, who was holding a satellite phone in his hand, cut off the communication. He immediately said, "Just rush out and suppress the firepower passing by. The Pakistani government forces will clear the surroundings." After a slight pause he said, "We can't rely on others, especially our friendly forces. Brothers, we have to rely on ourselves." K7 was sitting in the co-pilot seat. He and G3 did not fasten their seatbelts, nor did they close the door. Any experienced Special Forces soldier who drove out of the battlefield knew that the large size of the car itself was a target. Once there was heavy firepower, the first thing to do was jump out of the car. The door was not closed so that it was easier to jump out of the car. Rushing out was much harder than sneaking in. However, with a vehicle in hand, as long as the car didn't catch fire, the wheels didn't explode, and the driver didn't get shot. And with a little bit of luck, suppressing the enemy with firepower would greatly increase one's speed. The grenade in his hand was meant to be used when he was retreating. K7 saw about 5 or 6 men in long robes rushing towards him, so he threw a grenade at them. Amidst the screams of agony, the car was jolted to the point that it sent people flying. With a loud boom, the car passed through the smoke and flames. Yi Qian felt a warm breath on her back. Then Xia Jinyuan, who was on her right, lifted his leg and rubbed it against her back. A piece of clothing that had been ignited by the explosion landed on Yi Qian's back. Although jungle camouflage was fireproof and waterproof, a piece of cloth that was on fire would still set the camouflage uniform on fire. "Don't move!" When the car rushed out of the flames of the grenade, Xia Jinyuan thought of turning sideways to check on Yi Qian. He had always been quick to react, so when he noticed the situation, he immediately used his leg to extinguish the flames. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. Yi Qian only had a slight burn and was not seriously burned. The car bumped and turned. Along the way, Yi Jian didn't feel the G3 braking, so sometimes her whole body would be thrown to the left and then to the right. Her shoulders were even numb by the time she hit them. Chapter 547. Because the car was swaying left and right, the Al-Qaeda members who were shooting at the car lost their aim and could only watch as the car drove away. On the other hand, the Pakistani government forces were using all their firepower to suppress the people in the dark, so the G3 was able to drive the car so fast that Yi Jian wondered if the spring would break as it sped out of the village. When the car rushed into the area controlled by the government forces, the bullets finally ran out. Other than Q King, who still needed to rush out, everyone instantly relaxed their limbs. Xia Jinyuan turned over to Yi Qian, who had also relaxed her limbs, and used his helmet to gently touch hers. "Go back and let the doctor check your back and see if there are any other injuries on your body." Because he was choking on the smoke, his originally low voice was deep and hoarse, as if he hadn't drunk water for a few days, so hoarse that it was dry. Yi Qian could only feel the smell of smoke and blood in her mouth. She gently closed her beautiful lips and let out a long sigh. "It's not a big problem. Go back and treat it with alcohol and disinfect it." The car bumped again. J5's voice was lazy as he said, "G3, you can drive more steadily. The government forces are covering the back. Even if there are stray bullets, they will be blocked by the human bulletproof armor." "My stomach. I'm going to throw up last night's meal." As for the 5 people who needed to be secretly escorted back to China, they were not like the members of the Snowfield Brigade. Their heads were not protected by helmets, and they were not wearing high-performance camouflage uniforms. When they rushed through the grenade fire, one of the young men woke up from the pain. Xia Jinyuan secretly held Yi Qian's hand. Because there were 5 other Chinese in the car who needed to be secretly escorted back to China for interrogation, Xia Jinyuan said in English just in case, "This is a battlefield, and the firepower is not even medium. The only choice is to accept it." From her short answer, he could hear that she was a little emotional. Everything was fine before, so why did she suddenly become emotional? Hearing his words, Yi Qian suddenly took the initiative and held Xia Jinyuan's hands tightly. After a while, she said with difficulty, "Captain Xia, the people I shot just now were 2 children. The 2 of them were probably young children who were about her age." She also spoke in English, which was like her mother tongue. Tonight, she spoke in a foreign language with great difficulty. Yi Jian held his hand tightly. Her heart was trembling, and even her voice was trembling. Before the second shot, I heard a voice. It was a voice that was so young that it was still in the puberty stage. Xia Jinyuan, who had been watching her calmly. "Yi Qian. That's not a child. You're holding a gun to protect our country, but he's holding a gun to kill. Do you know how many innocent people die in the hands of these teenagers every year? A lot. The youngest one was just born. Listen, Yi Qian. As long as the enemy picks up a gun, as long as he fires the first bullet at us, there is no difference between children and adults in your eyes. There is only the enemy. They are the targets we need to get rid of. For the sake of the innocent people who need our protection, for the sake of peace in the future, these people are the cancer that we must get rid of as soldiers." Chapter 548. You have to be worthy of. The 2 of them held hands tightly. Xia Jinyuan wrapped her hands tightly with his and transmitted strength to her with his smoke-stained hands. You have to be worthy of the camouflage uniform you are wearing, worthy of the country's expectations of you, and worthy of the training that the army has given you. When Yi Qian found out that the target was the same age as her, she almost chose to give up. This was a normal mentality and a necessary psychological process. However, Yi Qian suppressed this thought and chose to shoot normally. At that time, she thought that if she chose to give up, then the bullet would very likely hit her comrade. It was this thought that made her pull the trigger. She did not waver at all, calmly and decisively pulling the trigger. Yi Qian, don't use your kindness in the wrong place, and don't use your pity on the wrong person. Do you know why the Major General wants you to participate in the battle? He believes in you. He believes that you can become an outstanding Special Forces soldier and that you can fight alongside us. This was a very bad mentality. He had to stop it tonight. He had to make her understand that once she put on the military uniform and picked up a gun, she was no longer alone. Yi Qian, who had her eyes closed all this time, opened her eyes when she heard his angry reprimand. She turned her head to look at Xia Jinyuan. In the bright red light, she saw the coldness in his dark eyes, as well as the deep encouragement he was giving her. There was no anger or disappointment. Instead, he was encouraging her and enlightening her. The earpiece was not turned off, so everyone heard it clearly. They were all waiting for Yi Qian to speak. This kind of thing was not something that could be accepted just by listening to others. She had to understand and accept it herself before she could walk out of this hurdle. When facing obstacles on the battlefield, only she could help herself. Yi Qian did not answer immediately. She was taking deep breaths. She actually understood the general principles. Because she understood, she did not hesitate to shoot even though she knew that the target was a child, a person her age. She remembered that year when Xia Jinyuan appeared in the classroom in his military uniform. Zhang Bin, who was sitting beside her, whispered, "What a scary gaze. I bet he must have killed someone before." What did she say back then? Her answer was, even if he has killed someone, he is still a bad person. They were soldiers, and it was their duty to protect the country. The people who were killed were those who deserved more than death. It was really different from saying it aloud and personally experiencing it. However, one's beliefs could not be changed. Wearing a military uniform and holding a gun, one was a soldier. One was a soldier who protected the peace of the motherland. One was the nation's sword and the people's shield. She did not kill the innocent. Even if the other party was of the same age, he was the first to take a gun and shoot her comrade. They were the members of Al-Qaeda. Regardless of age, They could only differentiate between friend and foe. His undulating breathing gradually calmed down, and he exhaled a mouthful of foul air. He looked firmly at Xia Jinyuan, who was still staring at him. I got it. Thank you, Q King. It was not Captain Xia or Xia Jinyuan, but his comrade with the code name Q King. You don't have to thank me. I'm just reminding you. In the end, you can only be yourself. There was a faint smile in his deep and dark eyes. His lowered voice brought a warmth to Yi Qian's heart amid the rumbling sound of the truck. Rest for a while. You'll be fine after a good night's sleep. The only thing they did not have to worry about in this operation was the ending. They would leave after the battle, and the Pakistani government would take care of the rest. Chapter 549. Sleep on your lap? The only thing the Chinese soldiers brought into the base from their own country during this operation was the camouflage uniform they were wearing. There was no longer any trace that could indicate that the Chinese soldiers were involved in this operation. It wasn't until midnight that Xia Jinyuan turned on his satellite phone and contacted the Major General in the hotel after the car drove out of Magla Mountain. After hanging up, Xia Jinyuan said to the G3 soldiers, "Everyone will take turns driving and resting for an hour before we head to the Pakistan military airport." Then he said to Yi Qian, "Rest your head on my lap and have a good sleep. We'll arrive in the city in 3 hours." Normally, it would only take 5 hours to get there by car, but they had to drive for nearly 12 hours. All right, I'll rest then. I'll be on sentry duty in an hour while you guys sleep. Yi Qian did not refuse. Although the car had already driven out of the war zone, Pakistan itself was a dangerous country. If they drove in the middle of the night, they might encounter armed robbers. Even if they were leaving the war zone, a sentry post was a must. The T6 soldier smiled and said, "We'll arrive in 3 hours. We're all brothers this time, so you can keep resting." In the end, there were only 2 sentry posts left. One was for the K7 soldier in the front passenger seat, while the other was for the V8 soldier. After switching to the J5, the rest of the soldiers started to rest. Compared to Yi Qian, the Snowfield Brigade members who had not slept for 2 days and 2 nights needed more rest. After 2 nights of fighting, they were also starting to feel a little tired. Yi Qian rested his head on Xia Jinyuan's lap while Xia Jinyuan laid down in the car. With the bumpy ride of the car, both of them fell asleep in less than a minute. However, the 5 Chinese in the car were not being obedient. They were secretly thinking of ways to escape, but they were always discovered at the first opportunity. They were beaten up again and then knocked out so that they would not have to struggle in the car. Another man who was shot wanted to escape but was powerless. His entire palm was crippled by a bullet and his knee bone was shattered. He was the one who wanted to escape the most, but he was also the one who was the least capable of doing so. As a result, he did not get beaten up so badly that he was scared out of his wits. Yi Qian's back was burned, so she could only sleep on Xia Jinyuan's lap. She could vaguely hear V8 beating someone up, but she did not open her eyes and peacefully fell into a deep sleep. With them around, she didn't have to worry about not knowing if danger was coming. This was their trust in each other, just like how they believed in her sniping skills. When Yi Qian woke up, the J5 stopped to refuel. She had just moved her head when a pair of gentle hands gently pressed on her shoulders. "Go to sleep. Good luck." Before they left, they had filled the tank with 20 liters of oil, just in case the car broke down halfway. When it was almost an hour's break, Yi Qian said softly, "I'll drive. You sit in the front passenger seat. Change out of the J5 and K7. What do you think? Did you sleep well?" Xia Jinyuan opened his eyes. The darkness of the night covered the blood vessels in his eyes, so Yi Qian could only hear his low and gentle voice. "You sound quite energetic." The side of her face was still resting on his strong thighs. As he spoke, Yi Qian could feel the muscles on his thighs slightly tense. Could it be that his thighs were numb from being used as a pillow? She hurriedly sat up and put on the helmet that was tied to the sniper rifle. "Are your legs numb? Let me massage them for you." His legs must be numb. After more than 10 hours of driving, a few hours of combat, and then an hour of not moving at all, he must be numb. Chapter 550. It was indeed a little numb, but he didn't expect her to massage it. He didn't even have the chance to stop her before she started massaging his thighs with her soft and slender hands. "Bear with it. Your muscles are tense. You have to relax." Yi Qian's hands alternated between rubbing and patting. Xia Jinyuan didn't think anything was wrong at first, but when her hands got closer to his thighs, he suddenly realized something and quickly reached out to grab her wrists. The car happened to drive into a deep pit, and at the same time, the car's front wheels came out of the pit. Xia Jinyuan just happened to grab Yi Qian. As the car was thrown up, his body and hands were naturally thrown up as well. He made a big mistake. Yi Qian's hands were pressed against his crotch, causing him to suck in a breath of cold air. Firstly, it hurt, and secondly, no girl had ever touched his crotch before. This was a big mistake. Although she had never had a boyfriend in her 2 lifetimes. But, after all, she had been in medical school. How could she not know what she was pressing down on? Her face uncontrollably turned red. I'm sorry. Yi Qian knew how much strength she had used to press down on his crotch. The car was shaking so much that she had to put all her strength into her right hand. And then just like that, she pressed down hard on his crotch. Yi Qian, whose ears were burning red, wanted to pull her hand back. Xia Jinyuan, who was listening to her soft apology, also wanted to move her hand away. However, the J5 driving the car didn't know that this was a difficult road. Even though they tried to avoid the potholes, the car was still bumping up and down. As soon as he raised his hand, the tragedy happened again. Yi Qian, whose face was so red that it was almost dripping blood, fell on top of him. At the same time, she used her shoulder to support her body weight. Her right hand, which she hadn't managed to pull back in time, only had a small amount of strength left. So, she awkwardly pressed it down again. Xia Jinyuan was speechless. No matter how well-mannered he was, he couldn't suppress it at this moment. The part of his body that had been awake for an hour. She had never hoped that she would be the soft one at this moment, and not the hard one. Awkward. Awkward. Only awkwardness. Are you awake yet? This road is not easy to walk on, it's full of potholes. J5's voice broke the awkwardness between the two just in time. My head is on top of the car one moment, then on top of the car the next. I feel like I'm a few centimeters shorter. Yi Qian withdrew his hand and hid it behind his back. This hand was the culprit. Xia Jinyuan, please don't mention this to her later. She would be so embarrassed that she would jump out of the car. You can slow down a bit and pass through slowly. The strange and painful feeling made Xia Jinyuan suppress it for a while before his voice returned to normal. This was the first time it really hurt. It felt like it was going to be crushed. The second time, the feeling was even more subtle. Originally, the pain was so painful that it was showing signs of softening, but the little fox didn't hurt or itch at all. Instead, it pressed down with just the right amount of strength, causing it to regain its vigor. J5 responded, and the car slowed down a lot. It was very dark all around. Yi Qian, who was sitting alone on the side, took a deep breath. Based on the professional knowledge she learned in medical school, Captain Xiao's part was probably crushed by her. Crushed parts had to be treated. In medical school, she heard from the professor that some male students didn't go to the hospital for the sake of their pride. In the end, they developed some dysfunction that affected their male function. Chapter 551. I'll take care of your injuries later. You. It took a lot of courage to say what she wanted to say. Yi Qian pursed her lips and turned off the headset. She took a deep breath and spoke English faster and more fluently. You'd better let the doctor take a look at your lower body. I wasn't on guard just now and used a lot of strength. I could tell from the sound of your pain that I hurt you. I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. She spoke quickly and anxiously. After she finished speaking, she turned her head and left her flushed face to Xia Jinyuan, who was actually still in a state of awkwardness. He could tease Yi Jian from time to time, and even kissed her gently on the cheek twice. However, he was really in love with her, but he did not care about etiquette. He always maintained his gentlemanly demeanor and did not have any improper intentions. She wasn't the only one who wasn't prepared. Even he didn't think too deeply about it. This time, it was purely an accident. He wanted to just let it go, but she went on a long tirade and sounded quite anxious. An unnatural expression appeared on his handsome face. After he calmed himself down, he said calmly, "Okay, I know. You don't have to worry about it. It won't be a big problem. Let the doctor take a look. Don't worry." Yi Qian was still worried that he wouldn't take a look, so she added, "You have to take care of your bruises as soon as possible. It can't be delayed." After a long silence, Xia Jinyuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He chuckled softly and said, "Little fox, I was trying my best to avoid this awkward topic, but you brought it up again and again. I can't forget it even if I wanted to." Yi Qian. She was dumbfounded. Fortunately, it was still dark at night. Otherwise, Yi Qian felt that even the paint on her face couldn't hide her flushed face. Her behavior made Xia Jinyuan raise his eyebrows slightly, and a faint smile appeared on his handsome face. She was a little fox who was as clear as water and had unfathomable power. Every time he saw her, he liked her even more. He clenched his fists tightly and looked at Yi Jian with his dark eyes. She didn't forget to put on her helmet even in the dark night. Seeing her beautiful side profile, his eyes became darker and gentler. "Grow up quickly, little fox." T6 and the others were in front of the car and didn't notice what was going on here. The two of them had turned off their headphones, so their private awkwardness was covered up by the darkness of the night. Only the two of them knew about this. When the car reached a flat area, Yi Qian took over as the driver and Xia Jinyuan sat in the front passenger seat. How could one really sleep forever in the wild? While J5, K7, and V8 were resting, G3 and T6 didn't sleep anymore. One of them was on sentry duty, while the other was staring at the five guys who were gritting their teeth from the bumpy ride and making unsatisfied grunts. In the end, the T6 combatant bluntly knocked the five of them out. When he could no longer hear any grunts, he whispered to G3, "She's really good at everything. Isn't she just starting to show off? She's almost at the top of everything. Which unit did this young lady train in?" G3 had fought with Yi Jian a few times, so he should know more or less. The taciturn G3 looked around with his beast-like eyes. After glancing at the five people who had been knocked out at least 3 times, he said calmly, "It's a mystery. He didn't mention it, and we didn't ask either. It's indeed a mystery. This little girl should have been trained as a special forces soldier. If even the army knows about it, it looks like she has the support of the army." T6 narrowed his eyes and casually changed the topic. "The first thing we should do when we get back is take a shower. We won't do this again in the future. Let's sleep first before we talk about this." Chapter 552. With a female soldier with a sharp nose by their side, they had to pay attention to their image. G3 agreed with this statement. In the future, they would have to shower after training. As long as there were no accidents, Yi Qian would have no problem entering the Snowfield Brigade after graduating from the military academy. The Snowfield Brigade was not a special forces unit that could be exposed to the whole army. The top 10 special forces in China were a unit that could get close to the lives of ordinary people. And even if they got close to the lives of ordinary people, they would not be special forces soldiers, but ordinary colonels. However, Yi Qian had received the Major General's approval to let her join the operation. This undoubtedly sent a signal that Yi Qian was very likely to join their unit. "She still doesn't know who we are. Don't think too much about it now," G3 added. T6 nodded in understanding. What he meant was that Yi Qian was still in the process of being assessed. Whether she could join or not depended on whether she passed or not. Yi Jian, who was driving, did not know that she had been spotted by a special force that was so incognito that it could not be found in the entire military establishment. She, who was driving seriously, finally forgot about the embarrassing incident just now and stopped thinking about it. Similarly, Xia Jinyuan did not mention it again. It would be awkward for both of them to talk about such things. It was fine to let it become a tacit little secret between the two of them. There was no need to be too explicit. Thinking about it once in a while, it felt good. After the car entered the city, they changed into the Urdu-speaking V8 and T6. The group of people drove directly to the military airport in Pakistan. The fact that one of the 5 people had been shot had already been reported to the higher-ups and the Major General of the army. When the car drove into the military airport, the first thing that was done was to inject all 5 people with special injections that would allow them to sleep for more than 10 hours. As for the Chinese person who was shot, it was not something that the Snowfield Brigade members handled. After sending him to the helicopter, they immediately took off and rushed to the China-Pakistan border to hand the 5 people over to the Linchuan military district. After that, the Pakistani government changed the team members into a nanny van. It was no longer a truck with bullet holes all around. Instead, it was a military jeep that was filled with fuel and looked very good. When the car drove back to the hotel in China, it was already 5 in the morning. After the car drove into the basement, they took off their helmets and clamped them under their armpits and got out of the car one by one. Xia Jinyuan stood at the front to organize the team. There were many steps, including standing at attention and taking attendance. Yi Jian stood at the end of the line. She announced her name in a clear voice during the roll call, which instantly lightened the originally serious atmosphere. Q King. When we go, we can call each other A. The group was actually very tired. Although they were smiling, their eyes were bloodshot. However, their eyes were all bright. If there was a mission for them to carry out, they would definitely rush to the battlefield without hesitation. The first night was still okay. At least the information was known to the Snowfield Brigade members. Tonight was full of danger. No one was accurate. Even with an M16, they did not have enough bullets. In the end, they could only pick up guns to fight. Everyone's jungle camouflage was no longer as clean and tidy as it was before they set off. There was smoke and blood everywhere, staining the camouflage all over their bodies. The paint on their faces had faded, and the smoke remained on their faces. This was the Special Forces soldiers who had walked out of the fire of war. Even if they could die at any time, they still held on to their original beliefs. Chapter 553. Yi Qian, leave the camouflage uniform to me. We'll get rid of it, Xia Jinyuan chuckled softly, then said to Yi Qian, don't leave anything with blood in the room. The camouflage uniform with bloodstains shouldn't be left in her room. She definitely couldn't bring it back to China, so she had to get rid of it in the hotel. This battle was mainly a gunfight, so there wasn't much blood on her body. After entering the elevator, a few large hands were placed on top of a slender girl's hand. Yi Qian looked at the large hands with dark red patches on them. Her hands were also stained with the enemy's blood. She was the same as them, a group of soldiers who fought on the front lines. As they smiled, Yi Qian pursed her lips and smiled as well. Overlapping hands, releasing hands, celebrating the safe return of everyone. The leader and major general of the army didn't immediately ask them to report the situation. Earlier, when Xia Jinyuan was still reporting the situation in Magla Mountain, they told them to come back and take a good shower to relieve their fatigue before reporting the situation. Yi Qian looked at everyone's reflection in the elevator mirror. She looked at her own camouflage uniform, then looked at the sniper rifle on her back. Her hand couldn't help but gently touch the barrel of the rifle. She didn't even have enough time to touch the rifle before coming back. What a pity! Her small movements didn't escape the eyes of the Snowfield Brigade members. When they saw her small face full of paint, they quickly looked at each other, then simultaneously looked at Xia Jinyuan. Comrade, your little fox is a little reluctant to return the rifle. Hurry up and comfort her. Xia Jinyuan lowered his head slightly and looked at Yi Qian, who was reluctant to part with the rifle, and said in a low voice, the rifle belongs to the Pakistani government. According to the rules, we have to hand it over. When we return to China, I'll take you to the army to get the rifle. I'm still thinking that I've been memorizing for more than 10 hours and only fired 2 bullets, but I'm still able to fight my way out. Yi Jian raised her head and looked at him with bright eyes. Every word she said was filled with determination. I've already walked out of this hurdle. 2 bullets opened up a bloody path for his comrade's safe return. Even if his hands were stained red with blood, he had no regrets. Xia Jinyuan and the others laughed. They said, our lives and your life, we are one life. Little A, we are a team that will fight for our comrades to come back alive. Because we are comrades that will fight together until victory. Comradeship was a relationship of life and death established through blood and fire, and it was even closer than blood brothers. It was a friendship of absolute sincerity, a friendship of life and death. There was no utilitarianism in it, nor was there any prejudice of the secular world. Similarly, on the battlefield, comradeship was the sustenance of life. Putting aside life and death, leaving safety to your comrades and danger to yourself, clearing everything with bullets and returning safely side by side. Just now, when she folded her hands to celebrate her safe return, Yi Jian's heart was lifted in an instant. The helmet and gun were first handed over to Xia Jinyuan. She went back to her room and took a hot bath that soothed all her pores. Then, she washed the smoke from the gunpowder off her body until only the fragrance of soap remained. Standing in front of the bathroom mirror, Yi Qian looked at herself in the mirror until even her hair was clean. Then, she put on her clothes and walked out. There were small wounds on her face from the thorny vines, and the burn on her back was a little more serious. When she was bathing just now, the water still stung a little. Everything else was fine, except for some minor injuries. Yi Qian, who took 8 minutes to come out, heard a knock on the door. It was Xia Jinyuan, who had finished cleaning up, coming over to take away her bloody camouflage uniform. When she opened the door, Yi Qian was a little dumbfounded. She was wearing a short-sleeved shirt, while he was wearing a military uniform. His handsome face exuded the majesty of a soldier. His posture was tall and straight, like a mountain, while she had to change her clothes. Chapter 554. Professional soldiers were different after all. As long as the leader met them, they would change out of their training uniform and be in full military uniform. Looking at Xia Jinyuan standing in front of him, Yi Qian's pupils constricted slightly. Xia Jinyuan's expression was solemn and cold. His handsome face was calm and reserved, exuding the majestic aura of a soldier. His collar and epaulets were golden and dazzling, like golden swords, exuding a biting coldness that made people not dare to look at him. It was probably because he had just gotten off the battlefield. His body was still wet. When he lowered his head and looked over, there was a hint of coldness in his clear eyes. Even the murderous aura that he had always concealed was exposed. Yi Qian, who had been through life and death, looked up slightly. Facing the murderous aura that made people involuntarily fearful, he said calmly, "Sorry, it's a little rude of me to go like this. I'll change my clothes." Wearing the school uniform was better than wearing a fitness t-shirt with short sleeves. "That's good. You don't have to change. You don't have to report. Come with us to the doctor to treat your wound." Xia Jinyuan smiled slightly. The murderous aura that was faintly exuding from his body disappeared in an instant, leaving only a reserved and noble aura. Like a pine tree facing the abyss, proud and unyielding. Yi Qian laughed. "That's right, I can't be too formal." Reporting such things was left to Captain Xia and the other 6 professional soldiers. She just needed to rest after completing the mission. "You're aware that you're good at slacking off. You don't have to do it this time because you need to treat the wound on your back." Xia Jinyuan sneered. At this moment, Little Fox looked harmless. Her hair was wet, and her flower-like face was pale and crimson. She looked even more delicate and beautiful, like a hibiscus flower blooming in the morning dew. Flowers were easy to break, but Little Fox was definitely not an ordinary flower. Her face was like a flower, but her posture was like a spear, indomitable and unyielding. There were some small scars on her face. His thin lips were tightly pursed, and his gaze narrowed. Although the scars were thin and shallow, they were flawless. He raised his hand and gently stroked the small wound on her chin. He said in a low voice, "You're going to be disfigured. Will Uncle Chen kill me when we go back?" Speaking of injuries, Yi Qian's bright eyes flashed with a hint of unnaturalness. He would probably go and have a look at his own injuries. He hurriedly said, "How is that possible? I usually train with Uncle Chen, and my body is also injured. Where is the infirmary? What about the others? It's already over? Let's treat your wounds first, then we'll go see the leader. Little Fox did well tonight. She'll be recorded in the file again." The other 6 had already gone to the infirmary to treat some minor injuries on their bodies. Xia Jinyuan looked at Yi Qian, whose expression was a little unnatural. With a meaningful smile on his handsome face, he took her to the infirmary as well. He bet that she was thinking about the embarrassing incident in the car just now. Sigh, when faced with her, why did his originally healthy mentality give birth to a little darkness? This unintentional incident was definitely the most intimate contact his little fox had with a member of the opposite sex. He received her first time, and his mood was so happy that he even hummed a military song when he was taking a shower, and it was even a military love song. Yi Qian could not have guessed Major Xia's joy at this moment. Her ears were slightly burning. She tried her best to maintain a calm expression on her face and followed him into the infirmary. When he asked about her injuries later, she definitely could not stay in the infirmary. She definitely could not listen to a topic that would make her feel so awkward that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. Murphy's theorem. The more you are afraid of something, the more likely it will happen. Chapter 555. The leader went abroad for a secret visit. The medical staff around him was K7, but in reality, there were 2 professional medical staff accompanying him. They arrived in Pakistan 2 days in advance and did not go out. They were all on standby in the hotel. The infirmary was also in the hotel. Although it was small, it was enough to perform a small surgery. Someone was talking inside, and she could vaguely hear an unfamiliar voice saying, "What's going on? Did you guys get into a fight? Are you still soldiers? You guys went abroad to fight? Aren't you ashamed?" It was an unfamiliar voice and unfamiliar people. In the face of misunderstandings, she could only accept it calmly and not explain herself. "I don't feel good about it." Yi Qian stopped in his tracks and looked deeply at Xia Jinyuan, who was calm even in the face of misunderstandings. He said softly, "We don't need everyone to understand. We just need to know that what we do is right, right?" Xia Jinyuan chuckled. Seeing that she was no longer walking forward, as if she was deliberately avoiding him, he leaned forward slightly and his handsome face came closer to her. His sexy thin lips curved up slightly. "That's why I said, little fox, you have a high level of awareness and a strong psychological endurance. In the face of misunderstandings, the only thing we can do is to remain silent. Of course, we can't rule out the occasional use of violence." Looking at her bright eyes, Yi Qian's low voice gradually became deeper and gentler. There were too many complications that he could not understand. "Little fox, in the future, you might become someone like us. In front of the people you protect, you can't explain yourself. You can only listen and not say a word. Under this military uniform, there are both glory and bitterness. It depends on which one you choose. Fighting for glory is fighting for the country. If you choose bitterness, in the end, you will give up this military uniform and return to the path that everyone else has taken." He hoped that in the future, she would be able to face all misunderstandings calmly and not care too much about what others thought. She had to maintain her own principles and never waver. In his previous life, when Yi Qian learned to take good care of himself, he understood that he should never care about what others thought of him. He understood that the only person who could give him happiness was himself. The path you've walked, the people you've met, the words you've heard, and the things you've endured, even if they've hurt you, will eventually be forgotten with the passage of time. You'll grow, learn to be calm, and learn to be fearless. This was life, a mere 30,000 days of life. I'm actually someone who doesn't really care about how others look at me, but I feel a little sad when I hear such a misunderstanding. Yi Qian felt sorry for them when they risked their lives just to be misunderstood by others. Xia Jinyuan looked at her with his deep eyes and said in a low voice, "Is your heart aching?" Yi Qian nodded and sighed softly. "Yes, my heart does ache a little." Upon hearing this, Xia Jinyuan's handsome features instantly revealed a profound smile. "Silly girl, this kind of thing doesn't happen often. We'll deal with the minor injuries ourselves. The more serious ones will be treated by the military hospital, and the more serious ones will be sent directly to the military hospital in the capital. Let's go. They should be almost done cleaning up. We can go in now." He unbuckled his belt and let little Fox, a girl, stand by the side. Those guys would probably spend half a day showing off their bodies. It would save them a lot of trouble if they went in later. When Yi Qian went in, G3 and the others had just finished cleaning up their wounds and were all getting ready. T6 said, "They're all minor injuries. They'll be fine after they go back and get the inflammation treated. There's no need to take any medicine." Chapter 556. The T6 combatant did not even know when the camouflage wound had appeared on his leg. It was only when he took off his camouflage uniform and took a shower that he realized there was a scratched wound on his calf bone. The doctor held a sterile cotton ball in his hand and cleaned out some fine black particles from the wound on the T6 combatant's calf. He was afraid that the doctor would prescribe medicine for him, so he spoke first. The doctor glared at him and said angrily, "Are you a doctor? Or am I a doctor?" "You're a doctor. You're a doctor. I'm just saving you trouble." The T6 combatant was also a talkative person. Seeing this, he kept his mouth shut but did not take the wound to heart. Indeed, these minor injuries did not require any medicine or injections. Who knew how many times they had gotten them in the past month? The doctor was not a soldier. He was just a doctor with strong comprehensive skills. When he heard that, he carefully handled the wound and said unhappily, "I'm a doctor. Now that you're injured, I'll take care of it. This isn't saving us any trouble. If you want to save us trouble, you have to first not get injured." He might have just said it casually, but it sounded like something was wrong. When the T6 combatant's face darkened, Yi Qian also pursed his lips tightly. Why was this accompanying doctor so bad with his words? The atmosphere had changed, but the doctor did not notice it. He continued, "Of course a young man in his 20s has a good physique. It's not painful now, but when it hurts, he'll know to look for a doctor. Don't keep pushing yourself. Even if you push yourself, there has to be a limit. Young people like to take advantage of their youth and be a little reckless with their bodies." These young men were all full of energy when they went out. The injuries on their bodies were all medals of past glory. Although they had recovered, how could they be careless? If the old injuries were not treated properly and new injuries were added, it would hurt a lot. The doctor's attitude was a little arrogant, and his tone was not very good either. He was implying that the T6 combatant was talking too much and doubting his medical skills. The T6 combatant laughed. His gaze flickered, and he looked like a burden had been lifted off his shoulders. He sat down loosely and smirked before saying calmly, "If we don't work hard now, we won't be able to put it back together when we're old. We won't even have the strength to hold it up. People who walk different paths can't work together. Doctor, our path is different from yours. Even a small wound takes half a day to treat. Who knows how many bullets are coming our way? A civil official would never know the hardships of a military official. A person with a pen would never know how hard a person with a gun had to fight. He had to use his own blood to open a path so that his comrades behind him could walk through it safely. A small wound on his leg was nothing. A 5.8 mm bullet could directly shatter his heart into more than 10 pieces and blow his head out of his head. It was not appropriate for him to say such bloody words to the doctor, so he just politely said, "Those who walk different paths cannot make plans together." That was a pretty good attitude of AT6. The other doctor was slightly older and was nearly 10 years older than the doctor who treated the T6 patient's wound. When he heard that, he looked at the 6 majors who were like fiends before looking at the young lady standing at the outermost edge of the group. He waved his hand and said, "Young lady, your back is injured, so go and lie down on the bed first. Little Wang, go and take a look at her. As for the rest of you, wait outside after you're done with your treatment." Although the T6 combatant's words were polite, he did not show them much mercy. The older doctor was afraid of making things worse, so he could only send the fiends away first. There were no bullets on their bodies, but they were all abrasions, scratches, and abrasions. They could leave after they were cleaned and disinfected. Yi Qian, who had a slightly cold expression, looked at the doctor who had just made sarcastic remarks about a fight. He pursed his lips and said in a deep voice, "Doctor, they didn't get injured from a fight. They got injured while trying to save me." Chapter 557. She couldn't accept it. If the misunderstanding happened to her, she would just bear with it. However, she couldn't bear to hear the doctor misunderstand the soldiers who risked their lives to fight at the front line. "If it weren't for them, I might have gone to heaven tonight. Doctor, I'm the one who wants to save you trouble." The younger doctor, who was the Dr. Wang that the older doctor mentioned, raised his head and looked at the soldiers with 2 bars and 1 star. He felt a little scared. He coughed lightly and said unnaturally, "I see. I'm sorry, I misunderstood." At least he apologized. Yi Qian winked playfully at his comrades who all had cold expressions on their faces. Her bright black eyes rippled slightly, making K7 purse his lips and reveal a faint smile that lasted only for a second. Xia Jinyuan patted J5's shoulder lightly and said in a low voice, "You're the instructor. Take them out. People who walk different paths cannot work together. They're doctors and we're soldiers. One is at the front line and the other is at the rear. Don't expect others to understand us. It's fine as long as we understand it in our hearts." "It's okay. We can accept it." J5 smiled and said to Yi Qian, "We'll go over first. We'll come over with him later." They didn't need others to understand them. As long as they understood each other and had a comrade who stood up for them to seek justice, misunderstandings were nothing. It was 5 o'clock in the morning and the sky was already slightly bright. Yi Qian looked at the members of the Snowfield Brigade who walked past her. Only then did she realize that all 6 of them had the same military rank, 2 bars and 1 star. Even the military ranks in the same unit were the same. As far as she knew, the Special Forces also had different ranks. Why was Captain Xia's unit different? There were only 2 accompanying doctors, Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian in the room. Dr. Wang checked the wound on Yi Qian's waist. There's a small burn on your back. Just apply some burn ointment and it'll be fine. However, the wound on your arm is a little inflamed and suppurated. It needs to be cleaned again. Xia Jinyuan, who was sitting behind the blue partition, was unbuckling his belt. Hearing this, his heart tightened. Suppuration meant infection. Fortunately, the pus isn't big. I used a spatula to prick it open and rinsed it with normal saline. You just have to be careful for the next few days. The other party was a young lady. The younger doctor's tone was rather gentle. He removed the pustules and rinsed them. Inside, Xia Jinyuan explained his situation in a low voice. He did not feel embarrassed, but because Yi Qian was only a screen away from him, he lowered his voice to prevent her from feeling awkward. Do you feel any pain? The doctor understood and lowered his voice when he asked, but he couldn't control his voice so that Yi Qian couldn't hear him. Have you tried? When Yi Qian, who was cleaning the pus on his arm, heard this, he glanced at the cotton balls. He used his hand that could move to grab the cotton balls and stuffed them into his ears. When Dr. Wang saw this small action, he couldn't help but laugh. There's no need to avoid it. There's no need to have such a big reaction. These basic human structures are already taught in middle school biology. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Don't stuff the cotton balls too deep into your ears. You might need tweezers to take them out. Xia Jinyuan, who was inside, heard everything clearly. He even stuffed cotton balls into his ears. His face was probably as red as an apple from embarrassment. Chapter 558. There was a deep smile on his handsome face, and his sexy lips couldn't help but curl up. He sat up on the bed under the doctor's instructions and put on the military pants that he had taken off during the checkup. He tucked his light-colored military shirt back into the pants and fastened his belt, outlining his sexy and lean waist. After tying his bow tie, he picked up the military jacket that was neatly folded beside the bed and put it on. He said politely to the doctor, "Thank you, doctor. You're welcome. There's no erectile dysfunction, just some congestion in the corpus cavernosum. Pay more attention during training to avoid a second injury. You'll recover in about 3 days. Don't engage in marital activities in the meantime to avoid aggravating the injury." The doctor's voice was not as low as it was when he asked the question just now. Instead, he used the usual voice to remind the patient to be careful. Yi Jian, whose ears were stuffed with cotton, heard it clearly. Yi Qian, whose face was burning, just wanted to leave the infirmary that made it difficult for her to breathe. Doctors didn't have to avoid it, but she wasn't a patient or a doctor. She just wanted to avoid it. Xia Jinyuan's hand paused in the middle of arranging his collar. There was no change in his handsome face as he said calmly, "Thank you for the reminder, I'll be careful." Marital activities. He hadn't experienced marital activities before, so this problem didn't exist. He walked out of the blue partition, and his light footsteps alerted Yi Qian, who was already bandaging her wound. She looked up in shock at the man who was putting on his military cap. She looked at the handsome face under the cap, and her gaze stayed on him for at least 3 seconds. No erectile dysfunction. Could it be that just now? Her brain was burning and bubbling, but she could still remember some of the doctor's words. Try to get up with your hand. Do you feel any pain? It's okay. It's not a big problem. Pay more attention during training to avoid a second injury. Don't engage in marital activities during this period. It was like a spell that spun and popped up in her head, making her feel uneasy. She wanted to find a hole to hide in and calm down before coming out. Xia Jinyuan saw her staring at him in a daze. Her eyes were not exactly confused, but at least he could tell that she had something on her mind. It was just that her eyes were a little unfocused. Will her injury leave a scar? He also sat on the bed, his slender body leaning over slightly. As he asked, his eyes were fixed on Yi Jian's bandaged arm. He asked in a deep voice, "After all, you're a girl. The wound will be exposed as long as you wear a short-sleeved shirt. What if it leaves a scar? Is there any medicine that can fade it?" Dr. Wang took off his white cap and gloves, applied some alcohol, and turned on the tap to wash his hands. As he washed, he answered, "There will be a scar at the pustules, but for an injury like hers, it's easy to leave a scar. After she recovers, she can apply some ointment to lighten the scar." Xia Jinyuan memorized each of his words in his heart. After saying, "Thank you," he looked at Yi Qian and realized that, Her hibiscus face had become even redder than before. Her skin was originally as delicate as white glaze, but now it was redder than a flower. Little girls are thin-skinned. Your face is so red that it's dripping blood, Dr. Wang joked. He took out a small bottle of anti-inflammatory medicine and handed it to Xia Jinyuan. After you shower, apply it until the scab comes off. Chapter 559. Beside her, the tip of her nose was filled with his scent. The faint minty scent could not hide his strong masculine scent. Thinking about how she had pressed his chest twice, Yi Qian could feel her heart trembling non-stop. Even her breathing became soft, for fear of disturbing him. As for the look in his eyes, Yi Qian knew that she did not dare to look at him at all. We can go now. The leader is still waiting for us. She was so unnatural, as pure as a piece of white paper, leaving only his color. Xia Jinyuan had a meaningful smile in his eyes. He patted her shoulder and said, after the meeting, there will be a 2-hour break. Today, you still need to interact with Miss Petty and her classmates. Yi Qian froze when he patted her. She quickly stood up and looked at his back. She secretly adjusted her breathing before following him. Qin Xiu was holding a document and translating it to the leader. The reclamation equipment will be provided by China, a total of. This was a reclamation project contract between China and Pakistan. Once the contract was signed, the Ministry of Commerce of China would come forward to negotiate until the leaders of China and Pakistan signed the contract. The reclamation project was undoubtedly beneficial to China. It seemed that China had lost money by providing the equipment and funds, but in the long run, China had the legal right to use the land for 30 years. Moreover, China also legally owned the resources in the sea. Once the reclamation was successful, China's warships would have a safe and reliable harbor. At the same time, it would promote trade between China and Pakistan, achieving a win-win situation. As the leader listened, he occasionally nodded slightly and pointed out some clauses that were not beneficial to China. Near the sea, how far is near? It has to be clear. It has to be digitized and specific. As long as the leader pointed out a point, Qin Xiu would immediately note it on the contract. He would not miss a single word. Everyone's sleep time was limited. Although the interview was scheduled to last 7 days, the Chinese knew that the sooner it ended, the better. A secret interview was not a fixed time, unlike a public interview where the itinerary was fixed. This afternoon, Xiao Yi will be visiting Miss Petty's school. Later, tell her to rest in the hotel in the morning. She doesn't need to accompany me. The leaders made some adjustments to Yi Qian's arrangements. Originally, Yi Qian was supposed to go to a school for an exchange yesterday, but because of what happened the night before, the Pakistani government cancelled the trip and suggested that Yi Qian and Miss Petty be hospitalized together for observation. The Chinese side refused and secretly arranged for Yi Qian to go on a mission with the special forces. He had to rest this morning. After all, he was a student, not a real soldier. Qin Xiu put the contract back into the folder and handed it to the staff member who handed it over. He was neither servile nor overbearing as he asked. According to the plan, the visit will end tomorrow. Do you want to prepare to return home early? I almost forgot about it if you didn't mention it. We'll be back tomorrow night. There's no need to stay any longer. The leader looked at the time. It was already 6 in the morning. Go and check on the Major General. I have a few questions for him. He was referring to the members of the Snowfield Brigade. When Qin Xiu came over, the Major General had just finished his conversation with Yi Qian. After staying in the leader's room for another 10 minutes, Yi Qian returned to his room. She had the entire morning to rest, which meant that she did not have to meet with Xia Jinyuan for the entire morning. Yi Qian, whose face was covered in the blanket, let out a long sigh of relief. She patted her tense face. Finally, she did not have to face Captain Xia for the time being. Chapter 560. Just as Yi Qian made an awkward sound under the blanket, he heard a knock on the door. His scalp tightened, and he held his breath for a while. He didn't get up immediately, but listened to the movement outside. Yi Qian, I'm Qin Xiu. Standing outside the door, Qin Xiu, who was dressed in a suit and leather shoes, said politely, You need to go to school this afternoon. The higher-ups asked me to bring you a set of clothes. So it was Qin Xiu. Yi Qian couldn't help but laugh at his own nervous behavior. He patted his face and calmed himself down before opening the door. Qin Xiu's gaze fell on her arm. The white bandage was quite eye-catching. Then he looked at her face. Because of her fair skin, the faint dark circles under her eyes were particularly obvious. She was indeed tired. Qin Xiu, who was about to come in, stood at the door and smiled. "This is for you. It's already dry-cleaned and ironed." Just now, the higher-ups called the Foreign Affairs Department and criticized the relevant staff for their lack of consideration. Everyone has at least 2 sets of formal wear, but they only prepared 1 set for you. This is a work mistake. Yi Qian didn't expect that the higher-ups would worry about his school uniform. He explained with a straight face, "1 set is enough. I don't need to wear the school uniform every day. There's no need to change it every day. 1 set is more than enough. You don't have to explain anything. This is indeed a work mistake. Under normal circumstances, 1 set of clothes is fine. But now that we're on an overseas visit, there are too many uncertainties. Preparing an extra set is a responsibility to your work." Qin Xiu had a good grasp of his tone and rhythm when he spoke. When he smiled, his voice was gentle, like the wind blowing through willows. When he talked about work, his tone dropped a little. Although he was still smiling, there was an invisible pressure that made people feel cold. He was a qualified foreign affairs staff member, and also an impeccably qualified translator. As the official translator of several national leaders, his redeeming qualities were incomparable to ordinary translators. He wouldn't explain too much about work to Yi Qian. Everyone had their own duties, and everything had its own correct process. In order to achieve one's position, one had to take care of every aspect of one's work. Not preparing an extra set of clothes sounded like a small matter, but there were no small matters in foreign affairs. A mistake was a mistake. He wouldn't explain too much to Yi Qian. He only reminded her that since the higher-ups were involved, it wasn't something she could interfere with. She had to understand that she didn't have the right to explain the staff members' mistakes. Yi Qian immediately, "Okay, I understand." And she weighed the paper bag in her hand and smiled. "Thank you for bringing my school uniform." "You're welcome. Also, I just asked the hotel to prepare breakfast for you. The guards will send it over in 5 minutes." Qin Xiu saw that she understood what he meant and laughed in his heart. This girl was indeed a rare talent. His uncle was full of praise for her, and so were the higher-ups and the major general. It was obvious that she would become a great person in the future. Raising his hand, the sleeves of his black suit moved up slightly with his movement, revealing a white shirt cuff that was as white as new. Even the buttons were exceptionally exquisite. An expensive watch with a silver metallic luster was also revealed. Chapter 561. He glanced at his watch, then looked up at Yi Qian with a smile. "You don't have 5 minutes left. The dining car should be in the elevator by now. You can sleep after lunch. You'll feel full of energy when you wake up at noon. Also, the leader will be having lunch with Pakistan's Minister of Defense. After lunch at the hotel, a guard will come to pick you up." Seeing that Yi Qian was listening attentively and obediently, he pointed at the paper bag containing the school uniform. "There's a Walkman and a cassette tape inside. The first song you listen to is a famous Pakistani nursery rhyme. It's easy to learn, and it might come in handy this afternoon." Even this was carefully arranged. Yi Qian couldn't help but look at Qin Xiu. Was his sense of direction really that bad? He couldn't tell. Qin Xiu left quickly. His back was long and slender, and he walked out of Yi Zhen's line of sight calmly. The dining car followed him. It was as if he deliberately didn't want to disturb her breakfast. As soon as the dining car arrived, he left. After breakfast, Yi Qian slept until midnight. When he opened his eyes, all the energy he had expended over the past few days had returned, and he was full of energy. The guard in charge of delivering lunch to Yi Qian punctually delivered it at 12 o'clock. After lunch, he waited in the room for the guard to arrive. At 1:30 in the afternoon, there was a rhythmic knock on the door. Just by listening to the sound, Yi Qian could guess who the guard was. Other than that dangerous man, who else could it be? 2 minutes, Yi Qian. Outside the door, Xia Jinyuan reminded him in a low and polite voice. There was a faint smile on his handsome face as he waited for the little fox who avoided him like a snake to come out. Originally, he wanted to give her some time to calm down. After all, he was also embarrassed by the incident, but he didn't expect the leader to directly ask him to come and pick her up. He couldn't refuse because of personal matters. Besides, it wasn't a big deal. After all, he was an adult man. How could he keep thinking about such a small matter? There was no taboo when it came to medical treatment. It was a matter of life and death that had to be explained in detail. Unexpectedly, the doctor's voice was a little loud. Even if the two of them wanted to pretend that they didn't hear it, they couldn't. At this moment, he had to be more serious. He couldn't let her continue to feel awkward. Therefore, he slightly tightened his voice and revealed a bit of coldness to let her understand that he was here for business. Yi Qian knew it was him. Although his breathing quickened, when he opened the door, Shoyan's expression was indifferent, and the corners of her eyes were calm and cool. You don't need 2 minutes. You can leave now. Very good. She didn't notice anything unusual. Xia Jinyuan glanced at her indifferently. When he turned around, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Miss Petty's school is in the wealthy district. The security there will be much safer than the slums. The decision was made suddenly, and we didn't tell the school in advance to prepare anything. This was to prevent someone from using this matter to do something that would be detrimental to the visit. The leader won't go to school. He'll be accompanied by a diplomat. I'll be in charge of security. I'll ensure your safety during the 2-hour exchange. The car was parked in the basement. The driver was a motorist sent by Zongnanhai. Xia Jinyuan opened the car door for Yi Qian to get in first. Then he bent over and elegantly got into the car. Both of them sat in the back seat. Yi Jian, who thought that he would sit in front of her, saw this and her body tensed up slightly. Her breathing became sluggish as he closed the door. Her long eyelashes fluttered and her eyelids drooped. Chapter 562. Even the glass was bulletproof. After the car started, Xia Jinyuan reminded the driver to drive faster. He turned to Yi Jian, who was listening carefully, and said, After this afternoon's cultural exchange, we will go back home at 6 o'clock. You're going back today? Isn't that 3 days earlier than expected? Yi Qian pursed his lips and whispered, Did something happen that requires you to go back early? Pakistan was indeed a dangerous place. Al-Qaeda and terrorists would appear at any time. It was good to go back early. Xia Jinyuan noticed that her tense body gradually relaxed as they talked. A faint smile appeared in his eyes. Everything went well. That's why I was able to return home in advance. You can go back to the province tomorrow. What about the military training? Do you still need to go? It's okay if you don't go. You can rest in school for 2 days. The little fox had a strong ability to control her emotions. Although he liked to see her shy face, he hoped that she would be able to control her emotions well. Go back and participate in the military training. It's boring to stay in school alone. Yi Qian didn't think much and decided to go back and participate in the military training. After all, she had already gone back. There was no reason for her not to go back. She felt guilty for hiding the truth from her homeroom teacher, Miss Tong, who was very concerned about her. Xia Jinyuan nodded. That was fine too. She didn't have as much freedom in the province as she did in the town. There were many people in school and she couldn't stay in the dormitory all day. Participating in the military training would be more relaxing and free. There was a trace of guilt on her face just now. This trace of guilt was probably because of her homeroom teacher. Uncle Chen lived in the military area. Other than not being able to leave the military area, he could walk around freely in the military area. Therefore, her guilt was towards her homeroom teacher and classmates who cared about her. Little Fox had always been very soft-hearted towards people who were good to her. Yi Qian arrived at Miss Petty's school at 2:20 p.m. Although he didn't notify the school, they were notified before 10 a.m. The school immediately started to monitor the school. The car drove directly to the school. Miss Petty, who was holding a bouquet of flowers, saw Yi Qian get out of the car. She went up to Yi Qian and gave him a gentle hug. Thank you, Jane. Thank you for protecting her the night before. Thank you for saving the children in the orphanage. Thank you for preventing the situation from worsening and for saving her father from being criticized by the public. We are friends. Friends don't need to thank each other. Yi Qian gently patted her on the back. Miss Petty, we're both lucky to be able to return safely and live under the sun. The diplomatic staff accompanying them was Qin Xiao. Every word that Yi Qian said was translated by him to the Pakistani teachers and students. They first toured the campus, then returned to the classroom to greet Miss Petty's students. When they talked about the cultures of the two countries, Yi Qian knew about the Pakistani culture in advance, so every word he said would receive enthusiastic applause from the Pakistani teachers and students. The atmosphere of the exchange was warm and harmonious. Yi Qian calmly answered the students' questions. One of the students asked Yi Qian if he was worried that the Chinese culture would be affected by foreign culture and disappear. For example, when she went to China last year, it happened to be Christmas. She sharply pointed out that the Spring Festival was a traditional Chinese festival, and Christmas was just a foreign festival. However, she saw that everyone was happy for the arrival of Christmas, and the Spring Festival was cold and cheerless. Chapter 563. Xia Jinyuan and Qin Xiu both looked up and stared deeply at Yi Qian. The student who asked the question almost said in Chinese, "You worship foreign things." How would she answer? How would she refute the other party until they were speechless? The accompanying Pakistani staff also realized that such a question was too sharp. Just as they were about to ask the next student, Yi Qian suddenly said in Urdu, "It's okay." Her sudden sentence in Urdu made Xia Jinyuan's lips curl up slightly. Little Fox was indeed a little fox. With her intelligence, she would definitely be able to answer such a sharp question calmly. Although she could answer it, since the Pakistani student had thrown a brick to attract jade, there might be even sharper questions coming up. However, Xia Jinyuan felt that there was no need to waste time, so he said to Qin Xiu, "We need to control the time of the questions. We need to leave the school before 4:30 p.m. It's already 4 p.m. His thoughts coincided with Qin Xiu's. Qin Xiu nodded and said in a low voice, "This is the last question. I'll talk to the teacher later." Miss Petty is also communicating with the staff around her. After Yi Qian answers, she can take a photo with the class as a souvenir and leave. "We can't take a photo as a souvenir." Xia Jinyuan pressed his lips together. There was a dark coldness in his handsome face. It's not appropriate for Yi Qian to take a photo of her in a war-torn country. Translator Qin, please communicate with the Pakistani staff. Last night, Yi Qian met with members of the Al-Qaeda organization. If she takes a photo with them, she might get into trouble. This really reminded Qin Xiu. Hearing this, he said with a solemn expression, "It's my fault for not thinking it through. Cancel the group photo. Just sing a local children's song with her classmates will do." She is prepared. Yi Jian, who was standing on the podium, was wearing a simple and exquisite navy blue slim-fit uniform. She, who represented the thousands of students in China, had a faint smile on her beautiful face. Her eyes, which were as dark as the night, were shining with a bright light. She was calm inside. If a festival is a representation of culture, then our country is undoubtedly a country that accepts all cultures from all over the world and can accept the difference in foreign cultures. Hospitality is a good tradition of our country. A festival traveled across the sea to our country and was accepted by us. This is a big country's tolerance for foreign cultures. It is also a country's broad-mindedness. From what I understand, the two cultures will never clash, nor will they be forgotten. Just like our Spring Festival, it is also famous overseas. Could this be the annihilation of culture? No, this is precisely a kind of dissemination, letting more people know, and also letting more people accept it, bringing more happiness to more people. She paused for a moment. Under the gaze of several famous teachers, she stood on the podium like a pine tree and snow. With a faint smile, she had the aura of a great country. She said, "Take this student for example. The language of Pakistan is Urdu, but you asked in English from beginning to end. Does this mean that you have abandoned your tradition and accepted a new culture? No, it's not that you have abandoned your tradition. You have accepted a foreign tradition, just like how Christmas was accepted by our country." What she said before was just a prelude. This sentence was the main point. The girl who asked the question had a faint smug look on her face, but in the end, she looked embarrassed. In the end, she had to sincerely say, "Thank you," and sit down under Miss Petty's cold gaze. This question was quickly heard by the Chinese leader, who laughed heartily. "That's why I said that the country will be strong if the young are strong. Little Yi is not bad. You can turn something invisible into something tangible. You can understand it at such a young age." Chapter 564. Wasn't that rare? The other party said that China worshipped foreign things and did not pay attention to its own traditions. Yi Qian first said that China was open to all cultures to express its attitude towards culture. Then he said that China was open-minded, which meant that China's people were hospitable and would not reject a festival that made them happy. Then he said that the girl had asked questions in English and did not speak her own language. He clearly told the other party that she had even abandoned her own language. So what right did she have to criticize China's acceptance of other cultures? After leaving the school, Miss Petty personally apologized to Yi Qian. That was enough. After all, it was not the Great Harmony. Moreover, she was not Chinese. No matter what, she could not be controlled. It was fine as long as the dignity of one's own country was protected. Qin Xiu took another car, but Miss Petty personally sent him over. He could only continue to stand beside Yi Qian until Miss Petty left. After getting into the car, Xia Jinyuan looked at Yi Qian calmly. He raised his eyebrows and smiled. I didn't expect the little fox to be so eloquent. I saw that girl's face turn green just now. I guess no one has ever dared to talk to her like that. In Pakistan, the rich had many servants, and these servants had very low status. Naturally, they did not have the guts to refute the words of their masters. Naturally, the girl would not like others to have opinions about her words. Yi Qian smiled faintly. His eyebrows were cold. Being on good terms does not mean that we are weak. If I don't block this kind of question, she will understand the arrogance of Chinese students. She will still think that she is God. Therefore, after the big leader returned to China, he mentioned several times that the student he brought along this time was a good student who made people feel at ease and was not afraid of being bullied. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the Chinese leader who had finished the secret visit boarded the flight back to China. The Pakistani president personally sent him off, and his wife personally gave Yi Jian a set of gorgeous Pakistani girl's gauze dress with sparkling gems on it. She also welcomed Yi Jian to visit Pakistan again. Yi Qian naturally agreed politely. The 4-day visit ended with a gentle hug from the president's wife. When the plane soared into the sky, they saw the fiery red sun still hanging in the west. The color was bright and full of hope. Just like the leaders of this country, no matter how chaotic their country was, they still had a patriotic heart and worked hard for their country. During the 6-hour trip, the big leader and Yi Qian talked for at least an hour. He told the major general that the local troops must train Yi Qian well. He was a good seedling and must not be missed. He looked forward to seeing Yi Qian in a military uniform during the military parade one day. They arrived in Beijing at 12 o'clock midnight. The earliest flight to the provincial capital was at 5:20 the next morning. Yi Qian did not return to Beijing with the big leader. Instead, he stayed in a hotel next to the airport under Qin Xiu's arrangement. Xia Jinyuan stood beside the major general and watched as Yi Qian bid farewell to the big leader and the major general. When he brushed past her, his slender hand gently touched Yi Qian's hand. Under everyone's gaze, a piece of paper slipped into Yi Qian's hand. "Call me tomorrow morning. I will wait for you," he said as he walked past. Yi Qian looked at his slender back and pursed his lips slightly. After returning to China, she did not want to have too much contact with him. Was it wrong for her to have such thoughts? But she really did not want to contact him. It was still the same as before. Dangerous men should be kept away. Chapter 565. They could work together on missions and stay as far away from each other as they could in life. This is the room card and this is the plane ticket. Keep them well. I've set up a wake-up call service. The service staff will call you at 4 o'clock. Qin Xiu had been in charge of sending Yi Qian to the hotel. He took very good care of him and even prepared Yi Qian's military training uniform. This camouflage uniform was directly transferred from the army. It also has your school uniform. After you get off the plane, a car has been arranged. It will send you directly to the military training base. It's a little far and will take about 4 hours by car. It will arrive around noon. Qin Xiu was not only an interpreter by the leader's side. He also paid attention to the leader's residence and travel. The leader had arranged for him to take care of Yi Qian when he returned to the country and the province. This showed that the leader cared about Yi Qian. To Qin Xiu, Yi Qian was someone who had helped him before. He was even more attentive. "I'll send you back to the hotel now. Come, walk this way." Under the light, the man's face was handsome. He had the calmness of a mountain. When he smiled, he looked like a jade tree facing a flower and exuded the elegance of a rich young master. He smiled at Yi Qian. Even the hotel receptionist blushed. He was really a gentle and elegant man. Yi Qian did not know how to appreciate a man's beauty. When he heard this, he smiled and said, "No need, Interpreter Qin. I know the way. I know the way." Qin Xiu's smile deepened. His eyes were very dark. When he smiled, it was as if there was a small whirlpool that could suck people in. "Classmate Xiao Yi, there's a deeper meaning to your words." Of course there was a deeper meaning. Yi Qian looked at his room card with smiling eyes. The room number was clearly written on it. "Thank you, Interpreter Qin. I'll go up first. Goodbye." He did not say goodbye because the chances of them meeting again were extremely rare. She held a camouflage travel bag in each hand and left with light steps. She didn't stop until she entered the elevator. Before the elevator door closed, Qin Xiu saw her waving goodbye to him. "What an interesting girl." Qin Xiu waved back. After the elevator door closed, he said to the driver beside him, "Let's go back to the diplomatic compound first. When you were checking in for Xiaoya, Madam called and said that you can call her back to tell her that you are safe after you are done with your work." The chauffeur was the exclusive chauffeur sent by the Qin family to pick up Qin Xiu. He was very respectful to Qin Xiu. "Are you going back now? Or do you want to go back after getting on the bus?" Qin Xiu glanced at his driver and asked flatly, "Did my mom say anything else?" "No, he only said that you would give Madam a call after you're done with your work." Although Madam Qin's husband was a diplomat, she was also a businesswoman with a certain status in China. Therefore, she had the strong side of a businesswoman, and it was the same at home. She said that she wanted her son to call back, so she would definitely wait by the phone. Even though Qin Xiu was going home soon, he still couldn't avoid this call. "Mom, yes, soon." While Qin Xiu was talking to Madam Qin emotionlessly, Yi Qian had also returned to the hotel. She placed the note Xia Jinyuan gave her on the bedside table. After taking a shower, she quietly looked at the unopened note. Her eyes were calm, and it was impossible to tell what she was thinking. After a while, she turned off the lights and went to bed. The note was still unopened. At 4 in the morning, Yi Qian didn't even need to be woken up. She took the note in her hand again and slowly opened it. It was a phone number, not a personal number. Chapter 566. Xia Jinyuan had already turned in his cell phone before he left for the mission, so he had to wait until tomorrow to get his cell phone back. That was why he left his home phone number. Since he had broken his promise to Xia Jinyuan when he returned from Australia, Yi Qian still dialed this number. After about 3 rings, the phone was picked up and an extremely serious and authoritative voice came through. "This is Xia Xinhui." After about 3 seconds of silence, Yi Qian almost threw the phone out of his hand. Xia Xinhui. She had seen this name often. She had often seen this Commander-in-Chief Xia's signature in military documents. Sorry, wrong number. This was the first time in his life that Yi Qian had lied. Yi Qian would forever remember the taste of lying and would never let it happen a second time. Xia Jinyuan, who had just finished showering, walked out with steam all over his body. He had just heard the phone in the living room ringing, but now it was gone. It couldn't be Little Fox calling, right? He had asked her to call him when she returned to the provincial capital. Wrong number? Okay, it's okay. Goodbye. Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't think much of it and thought that it was really a wrong number. After saying goodbye warmly, he saw his son coming down the stairs. He knew where Xia Jinyuan had gone for the mission this time and also knew how well his son had performed during the mission. Like father, like son. How could Xia Xinhui's son be wrong? The father and son sat in the living room and chatted. However, they didn't know that after Yi Qian hung up the phone, he grabbed his luggage and almost ran away. It was too scary. She actually called Xia Jinyuan's home, and it was Commander-in-Chief Xia's home. It definitely wasn't someone with the same name. She could feel Commander-in-Chief Xia's military power through the phone line. How could it be someone with the same surname? At this moment, Yi Qian really didn't know what to feel. He just wanted to leave quickly, go to the airport quickly, board the plane quickly, and leave quickly. Xia Jinyuan didn't expect that Yi Qian had already called. He waited until 9 o'clock and still didn't receive a call, so he asked the guards at home if they had received a call from a girl. Naturally, the answer was no. Commander-in-Chief Xia's personal guard said, The commander-in-chief received a call at 4 o'clock in the morning saying that it was a wrong number. I heard the commander-in-chief hang up the phone and say with a smile, "That girl is quite polite." Needless to say, it must be Yi Qian. Young Master Xia let out a long sigh. His luck with women was completely out of the question. He finally received a call from Little Fox, but he still missed it. It was 4 o'clock in the morning. Wasn't that the time when she had just finished showering and was going downstairs? After thinking about it, the corners of young Master Xia's mouth curled up slightly. His father had a habit of answering the phone with, "I'm Xia Xinhui." Little Fox often moved around the army, so she must be familiar with Xia Xinhui. She would definitely recognize him as soon as she heard his name. Poor little guy, he didn't know if he was frightened at that time. Yi Qian, who was so frightened that he flew back to the provincial capital, got into the military car. Listening to the familiar accent, the guilty conscience in his heart disappeared little by little. In the provincial capital in October, it was the time when the tiger was running amok. At noon, the bright sun shone on the students who had just completed their military posture. Each and every one of them was drenched as if they had just walked out of a rainstorm. They were sweating profusely. When the instructor said that they were done with the military posture, the students who were exhausted couldn't care less. They collapsed on the ground and didn't want to get up. Damn it, I thought I could teach her a lesson through the military training. Who knew that she didn't even participate in the military training? That bitch Yao Jing, now she's pretending to be noble and aloof, as if it's none of her business. Just looking at her makes me angry. Chapter 567. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The untouchable Yi Qian, a boy who was wearing a military camouflage uniform, said fiercely. He touched the shoulder of the boy beside him and said, "Do you have any other ideas, kid? Weren't you in the same class as her? Don't you know her flaws?" "Brother Luo, I really don't know. Yi Qian used to be invisible in class. If you spoke a little louder, you would have scared her. Ying used to take good care of her. She would help whoever bullied her. Later on, for some reason, the two sisters became estranged. In my opinion, it's Yi Qian's fault. It has nothing to do with Yi Ying." As the boy spoke, he heard the instructor whistle. He patted his butt and climbed up from the shade. He smiled and said, "Brother Luo, let's have lunch later at the same old place. Our class is gathering. We'll leave first." Luo ran, who didn't even have the strength to get up, waved his hand. He frowned and said unhappily, Okay. See you later. Damn it, I don't believe I can't take care of a little girl." "Brother Luo, you have to be careful. Yi Qian is a little strange," the boy who left said in a low voice. He then ran back to his class to gather before the instructor's whistle was dropped. The military training sites of all the middle schools in the province were concentrated in the province's Chemical Defense Regiment. There were a total of 4 schools during the 7-day National Day holiday. A few thousand people were concentrated in the Chemical Defense Regiment for military training. Although there were many people, many old classmates who didn't study in the same school after graduating from middle school were able to gather. The province's #1 middle school was a school that was difficult to get into even if you had the money. Every time it was disbanded, there would always be students from other schools looking for their old classmates. Gradually, even Liao Jian, who studied in No. 16 middle school, got in touch with Yi Ying again. It wasn't that they got in touch again. At least he knew that Yi Ying studied in the province's #1 middle school. A few days ago, her father went to the countryside and mentioned to his father that they were both in the same Chemical Defense Regiment. He even laughed and said that they were from the same town and were classmates. It was because of this sentence that he spoke to Yi Ying, who had come to the military training to look after the students' bags and hand them water. It was an accident that he met Luo Ran. He was almost beaten up by Luo Ran because he spoke a few more words to Yi Ying. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and avoided the disaster. Why did Yi Ying attract so many boys? Wherever he went, there would be people standing up for him. It was all because of Yi Qian. Was Yi Qian someone to be trifled with? Liao Jian's legs were sore from all the standing under the instructor's orders. He thought back to that year when he was in the province's #1 middle school. He saw with his own eyes Yi Qian climb from the 1st floor to the 7th floor with his bare hands, and then from the 7th floor to the 1st floor with a whoosh. From then on, no matter how much he couldn't swallow the resentment in his heart, he could only swallow it. He couldn't afford to offend people. If he did, he might even get himself into trouble. It was best to stay away from them. Yi Qian was someone he couldn't afford to offend. That boy over there, you come out, come out. At ease. Attention. I've taught you for 5 days and you still haven't learned? Come up. The instructor standing in front noticed Liao Jian's absent-mindedness and pointed at him rudely. This was a very common thing in military training. Whoever was caught by the instructor could only say that the student was unlucky. There were thousands of students in the 2 middle schools. At noon, they even had to line up for lunch. Fortunately, the Chemical Defense Regiment was big enough to accommodate the students of the 2 middle schools. It was also far from the city. It was located in a valley in the countryside, and the environment was quite good. Chapter 568. Yi Qian got out of the car and looked at the sentries on both sides. He wondered if he should call the school. Otherwise, how would he get in? The pass from the provincial military shouldn't be used here. Sigh, it was all because of his phone call. He was so guilty that he didn't even arrange his own matters properly. The driver was a soldier from the provincial military. Just as Yi Qian was hesitating about whether to call the school, he had already walked to the sentries of the anti-chemical regiment and showed his soldier pass. After saying a few more words, he smiled at Yi Qian. Show them your student pass and you can enter. No matter what kind of troop it was, even if it was only a battalion stationed there, it was a military important place. It was impossible to enter and leave casually. There were clear rules that no one could violate. Yi Qian handed over his student pass and provincial military pass. The sentries called the teacher in charge of the logistics of the provincial first high school second-year class in the anti-chemical regiment to confirm it. Only then did they return the 2 passes to Yi Qian and let him in. After thanking the soldier who sent him over, Yi Qian entered the anti-chemical regiment. It happened to be a few minutes past noon, and the class that was punished to stand began to disperse. Dragging their sore feet, they had to support each other to walk under the scorching sun. I can't do it, I can't do it. Jason, you guys go first. I need to rest for a while. I don't have the energy. As Li Qian was fat, she was at a disadvantage in such training. However, her body was very healthy, unlike other thin and weak girls who would faint for a while and suffer from heat stroke. After 4.5 days, she also wanted to faint for a while and suffer from heat stroke. However, almost all the girls in dormitory 506 were strong and healthy. None of them fainted. And Jason was also tired and really couldn't move Li Qian's weight. She waved her hand and said weakly, "Then go sit under the shade of the tree." Damn it, I still follow my father everywhere and don't feel tired. I really can't stand standing in a military posture every day. Perseverance is victory. And Jason. A voice that was like a gentle breeze drifted over. The voice was extremely cold, like the cool spring water in a mountain stream. The refreshing coolness drifted into the ears of the people in room 506. Yi Qian walked over. She was wearing the same camouflage uniform. Her slender legs were straight, and her skin was as white as porcelain under the sunlight. Her dark eyes were like the brightest stars in the dark night. They were so clear that one could see the ripples in her eyes. After 4.5 days of military training, all of you look like you're out of shape. But the instructor didn't collapse from anger. As she spoke, she easily helped up Li Qian, who was paralyzed and didn't want to leave. She wrapped her arm behind her shoulder and raised her eyebrows. Not leaving? Wait to be roasted alive? If it's any later, aren't you afraid that you won't even have a bite to eat? Yi Qian's appearance was so sudden that Jason and the others did not react in time. Li Qian, who was hanging on her, was still weak. She didn't react when she heard Yi Qian's voice. She said in a muffled voice, "I want to eat meat, pork belly, pork belly. I also want to eat pork trotters. Quick, let's go to the canteen." It was all thanks to her speaking that the other girls who didn't react screamed. And Jason even pounced on Yi Qian. Jane Eyre, I've waited so hard for you. I looked forward to the stars and the moon, but you're finally here. My tough days have come to an end. Chapter 569. Yi Qian's lips twitched when he heard that. He asked Yang Yi, what television show has she been addicted to recently? Can she still watch television in the army? A romantic affair. She's been talking about it since the first day of military training. It's as if she's possessed. Yang Yi also smiled. She was very angry and spoke softly. She was especially happy to see Yi Qian suddenly appear. We were just waiting for you to teach her a lesson. We can't subdue her. Li Qian leaned all her weight on Yi Qian. She was only thinking about meat. She said unhappily, I can't eat television shows. I want to eat meat. If we don't go, we'll go hungry during military training in the afternoon. I don't want to eat meat. I want to eat my Jane Eyre. And Justin was a clown. She was not normal when she saw Yi Qian. She was grinning from ear to ear. A romantic affair is really good. You must watch it when you go back. I'm not interested just from the name. I'd rather go for a run if you want me to watch this. Yi Qian freed a hand and pushed the sweaty and Justin away from him. Didn't you say you had no energy just now? You have the strength to speak now? At the mention of food, Zhang Li's hen swallowed her saliva and said weakly, Don't mention it. I'm already drooling. Let's go. There really won't be any food later. There were thousands of people eating in the army. Although there was still food, it looked better, especially when there was no meat in the end. When Yi Qian returned, Justin seemed to have regained her strength. She started chattering. When she mentioned the 4-day military training, it was a history of blood and tears. On the first day, I was really quite happy, especially when I got out of the car. You don't know Jane Eyre. Those soldiers stood motionless under the sun. They were really as straight as little white poplars. Their hats and epaulets were all glowing with golden light. They were so mighty. Yang Yi turned her head and looked pitifully at Yi Qian. That's right. I was just like Justin. We were so happy on the first day. It was our first time entering the army. Soon, we'll be in trouble. In the afternoon, we'll be in a military posture for half an hour. Whoever dares to move will be circled around the field. At first, I thought they were quite friendly. They helped us carry water and luggage. But when we got onto the field, they were all black-faced tigers. Liz Hen was so scared that she raised her hand and said that she wanted to go home. In the end, Yang Yi seemed to sense that it was not going to end well. He quickly stopped and changed the topic. Let's go. There aren't many people left. Our class's dining area is just ahead. Hurry up. Thousands of people didn't eat in the cafeteria. The leaders of Provincial No. 1 High School and No. 16 High School all accepted the military training rules of the anti-chemical regiment, including eating out in the wild. They all obeyed the anti-chemical regiment's arrangements. It was the first time that the school had organized such a large-scale military training, and it was also the first time that the anti-chemical regiment had organized such a large-scale military training for students. Both sides had to make countless changes before they finally settled on the military training guidelines. The moment they entered the army, they were under military management. All the students had to accept the rules of the army. Whoever dared to be arrogant would be dealt with directly. On the first day, more than 10 boys were taught a lesson. After that, they even wanted to challenge the instructor one-on-one. As one could imagine, they were taught a lesson even more miserably. Listening to the 5 of them talk, the corners of Yi Qian's mouth curved up slightly. This was school life. It made up for the regrets of her previous life. She could happily walk under the sun with her peers. No matter how harsh the sun was, she was still happy. Chapter 570. Why did she choose to come back for military training? It was because she did not want to miss out on the good times she had when she was still a student. Yi Qian? Why are you here? Lu Xian, the class monitor, walked out of the infirmary with a bottle of medicine in his hand. When he saw Yi Qian, he smiled in surprise and said, Teacher Tong said that you went to the hospital to take care of your family and would not come back for 7 days of military training. It's not even 7 days yet. Why are you here? Yi Qian did not participate in military training. Teacher Tong mentioned this to the class. Because Yi Qian did not attend the evening self-study session, the students accepted Yi Qian's absence. Since he was discharged, Yi Qian naturally came back. Now that the vice class monitor is here, the class monitor will have less trouble. And Justin's straightforward and generous personality was obvious to everyone in the class during military training. She was forthright and dared to take responsibility for her actions. Even the instructor said that she would join the army if she could not get into university. Because of this sentence, Justin held on for the sake of her pride. Lu Xian smiled. That's good news. Yi Qian, Have you eaten lunch yet? Go to Teacher Tong's later and report to her. She has to arrange a bunk for you. Otherwise, you won't have a place to sleep at night. Military training is good for you. Lu Xian's grades were not the best, but he was very willing to do things for the class. Therefore, no one had any objections to him being the class monitor. He was usually a little naggy, but when he was meticulous, even the girls felt inferior to him. As a matter of fact, he began to remind Yi Qian what to do later. His finger was still pointing at Yi Qian. When he saw the camouflage uniform, he scratched his head in embarrassment. I'm dizzy from the sun. I didn't even realize that you were wearing camouflage uniform. The camouflage uniform you're wearing looks much better than the ones we're wearing. The colors aren't quite right either. Ours are more white while yours is a lot darker green. Why does it look so good? All along, Yi Qian had the habit of letting others finish talking before he spoke. When their gazes fell on him, he smiled and said, I didn't get it before this. I got it directly from the army. It should be the soldier's usual training uniform, so the color is a little darker than yours. That's not right either. Why does it fit you so well? No, it doesn't fit either. It's just. Lu Xian sized up Yi Qian, who was dressed in camouflage, and felt that something was amiss. When she spoke, her chin was slightly clenched, but her back was very straight. Although she was still holding on to Li Qian, there was an indescribable charm about her. It was very special and very spirited. After hearing LV Xian's words, Justin and the others finally reacted. Yi Qian smiled faintly. There's nothing different about you. It's just that the camouflage you're wearing is different. And Justin, who was most familiar with Yi Jian, heard Yi Jian's cool voice and looked at the increasingly beautiful face in front of her. She couldn't tell what was different about this familiar face. Her heart was beating so fast that it made her panic. She realized that. She didn't dare to look into Yi Qian's eyes. That pair of smiling watery eyes had too much darkness that she couldn't look straight into. It was as if she had to see if Yi Qian's expression was good for her to speak. Not only in Justin, but Yang Yi, Lu Lizhen, and Zhang Yuan, who was on the top bunk of Yi Qian, also felt the same way. No, they were even more flustered than in Justin. Chapter 571. They couldn't tell exactly what had changed, but they felt that LV Xian was right. After sizing him up for a while, LV Xian shook his head. No, it has nothing to do with the camouflage uniform. It's your aura. That's right. After thinking of an appropriate adjective, LV Xian said seriously, your aura is very different. Even if we wore the camouflage uniform, we definitely wouldn't have your aura. Yi Qian, you look like a soldier, but we're still students standing in front of you. LV Xian's grades weren't the best, but they had always been stable. His EQ was also very high, so he was relatively sensitive. Yi Qian was wearing a suitable camouflage uniform, with a brown military belt around his waist and a pair of black training boots on his feet. He stood in the sunlight with a smile on his face, but his gaze was extremely cold. He had the aura of a soldier. It was an aura that only soldiers who had experienced the flames of war could have. Even ordinary soldiers couldn't compare to him. Yi Qian calmly observed the reactions of Justin and the others. He laughed. It's good to be like a soldier. If I can't get into university, I'll join the army. It's so good to join the army. You don't have to think about anything in the army. You don't have to think about grades, what you're going to eat tonight, or what you're going to wear tomorrow. The army will plan all the seasons for you. It's so convenient. And Justin and the others couldn't help but laugh when they heard this. The strange feeling in their hearts was swept away. Yi Qian was still the same Yi Qian. He had never changed. He was still the Yi Qian they knew. LV Xian said, so that's all you think about. Yi Qian, oh Yi Qian, you clearly didn't have to participate in the military training. Now you know how tiring it is. You'll be so tired that you won't even have the strength to hold chopsticks. I haven't tried it yet, so I must. Yi Qian lowered his voice slightly. He looked up slightly and saw Luo Ran and a few boys standing not far away. They were staring fiercely at him. No wonder he felt someone was staring at him. It was Luo Ran, the boy who had threatened to block him after school. And the boy beside him. Ah, isn't this my old classmate, Liao Jian? Why did Liao Jian also come to the province to study? That's not possible, right? Principal Rong wouldn't accept a student like Liao Jian. However, it was also possible that Luo Ran had been recruited. Liao Jian, on the other hand, was so frightened by the sudden sight of Yi Qian that he subconsciously retreated. He was really afraid of seeing Yi Qian. He was afraid. He was even more afraid that Yi Qian would see him with Luo Ran. Damn it! Why was he so unlucky whenever he was involved in Yi Ying's matters? Liao Jian, who was cursing in his heart, was afraid that Luo Ran, who was not afraid of death, would go and find Yi Qian, so he said from behind, "Brother Luo, let's find a shady place to take a nap. Today is the hottest day, but it will be much cooler tomorrow. What's the hurry? Didn't I see someone familiar?" Luo Ran, who had taken off the belt around his waist, walked over and said with a fake smile, "Hey, isn't this Yi Qian? Didn't you say that you were going to the hospital to be a good student and be filial to the elderly? Why are you here?" From his voice, it was obvious that he wasn't a good student. However, he couldn't stand Boss Luo, who had donated 500,000 yuan to the school. No matter how bad he was, the school could only accept him. Lu Xian also knew why Luo Ran wanted to find Yi Qian. It was because of the basketball incident. He ignored him and said to Yi Qian, "Let's go eat first. We'll gather at 2 p.m. You can sleep for a while. You can't go back to the dorm. Just find a shady place to sleep." Chapter 572. With his classmates around, Yi Qian didn't want to talk to Luo Ran and said, "Then hurry up. I can only support Li Qian. If one of you faints from hunger, I can only leave it to the class monitor. I want to eat meat. Without meat, I won't have the strength to hold chopsticks." After Zhang Bin's reminder, and Jessin knew that she couldn't clash with Luo Ran. She pushed Yang Yi and Lu Liz Hen and said, "You can't stand anymore. Let's go, let's go." "I'm afraid there's no meat, but there should be some vegetables." Lu Xian, who also didn't want to cause trouble, chuckled. He couldn't hide his gloating expression. "Although there's no meat, we can definitely fill our stomachs." This time, it was Li Qian who wanted to cry. "I want to eat meat, I want to eat meat." "Don't say any more." "I want to eat meat too. I want to eat meat too." Even a gentle girl like Yang Yi was shouting. It was obvious how much they wanted to eat meat. It wasn't that there wasn't meat for them to eat in the military, but that the consumption was too high. They really wanted to eat. At the beginning of the military training, Luo Ran had been thinking about how to teach Yi Qian a lesson. In the end, he didn't even meet her. Now that he saw Yi Qian, how could he let her go so easily? Seeing this, he snorted coldly and walked over to block Yi Qian. "You want to leave? Aren't you quite bold? Why are you scared now?" The boys beside him, except for Liao Jian, all laughed. "Of course I'm scared. Who is our brother Luo? Even the principal has to give him face when he sees him." "Ha ha ha, brother Luo, why don't you just let her kneel down and kowtow to you and admit her mistake?" "That's right. Our brother Luo is magnanimous. If she kowtows and admits her mistake, he'll let you go. Yi Qian, don't be so tactful." In any school, there were bad students and troublesome students. Luo Ran was both a bad student and a troublesome one. Because of his father's wealth, there was a bandit spirit among the students that said, "Those who follow me will prosper and those who oppose me will perish." He was close to Yang Heng in school, so he had been suppressed by Yang Heng until now. Now that he had cut ties with Yang Heng, there was no one more powerful than him to control him, so he began to act arrogantly. Yi Qian made him lose face. If he didn't get back at him, he wouldn't be able to take it lying down. Plus, with Yi Ying's incident, he had a huge grudge against Yi Qian. The words of the boys hit the nail on the head. He sneered and said, "Did you hear that, Yi Qian? My brothers are fighting for justice for me. What about you? Kowtow and admit your mistake, and apologize to Yi Ying as well. Then we'll forget about this. Otherwise..." And Jessin's eyes were already burning with anger. She had a fever and her entire face was flushed red. Yang Yi couldn't hold her back in her anger. She suddenly rushed in front of Yi Qian and shouted angrily, "Luo Ran, don't go too far." "I've gone too far? Do you know what she did to me? In front of hundreds of people, she scolded me until my face was covered in blood. Am I going too far?" Luo Ran was furious. He looked at Injesin with eyes full of hostility. Who's the one who's going too far? He kept saying, you're the one who's going too far. His foul language was disgusting. The boys around him were even more eager to see the world in chaos. They all shouted at the side, you too, don't bully Brother Luo because he's easy to talk to. You still have to apologize. Brother Luo, I think these two girls really don't take you seriously. They both dare to shout at you. Chapter 573. In front of his so-called brothers, Luo Ran cared about his reputation the most. When he heard what Yi Qian said, he suddenly felt that he had lost all face. He was furious. He ground his teeth and said darkly, who the fuck do you think you are? How dare you meddle in other people's business? Liao Jian didn't interrupt at all. He had been secretly observing Yi Qian. He could clearly see that there was a blood-like hostility in her eyes. She looked calm and even had a smile on her lips. She was just like those people who used to look for his father. They looked amiable on the surface, but in reality, they killed people as if they were killing chickens. How could she be afraid of Luo Ran? How could she apologize? Thinking about what he said to Luo Ran in the morning, Liao Jian was so regretful that his back broke out in cold sweat. He had listened to Yi Ying's orders and told Luo Ran exactly what she said. Not to mention anything else. Just that Yi Qian used to bully Yi Ying in junior high. She used Luo Ran's hatred for Yi Qian to take revenge on Yi Qian even more. Liao Jian, since your father is working for my father, you better listen to my orders. Luo Ran from our school hates Yi Qian. As for me, you know I hate her too. But I can't show up, and I don't want to see Yi Qian appear in front of me. Just tell Luo Ran that. He will know what to do if you don't say anything else. Yi Ying's sinister face flashed in his mind. Unexpectedly, it overlapped with Luo Ran's face. They both had the same sinister expression. While he was in a daze, Liao Jian heard a clear voice with a smile. That was Yi Qian's voice. He suddenly came back to his senses. He stole a glance and bent his body again, trying to reduce his presence. He was afraid that Yi Qian would notice him. Damn it, how unlucky! Who would have thought that he would run into her? Luckily, they weren't from the same school. When the military training ended, he would go back to his 16th high school and she would go to her provincial first high school. They would mind their own business and have nothing to do with each other. This time, it was purely to help Yi Ying and let the unlucky Luo Ran stand up for Yi Ying. How could Yi Qian not notice him? However, Luo Ran was the focus of his attention. He pulled Injesin, who had stood in front of him time and time again, behind him. He smiled and said, every time before I could say anything, you would stand up for me. I can't bear to see you being bullied. The more you are afraid of this kind of person, the prouder he will be. This is the army. The instructors and teachers are all here. Do you think he would dare to hit us? And Injesin was hot-tempered and had the temper of a boy. She treated Yi Qian like her own sister, so how could she tolerate others bullying her? Yi Qian had cultivated a calm temperament, and she was used to waiting for the other party to finish speaking before she opened her mouth slowly. Now that she looked at Injesin, she couldn't help pursing her lips and smiling. It seemed that the next time Injesin was around, she would have to speak first. She said softly, it's useless for you to argue like this. Let me handle it. You stay behind and watch. She was calm and unhurried. She used this kind of attitude to deal with things so that the troublemaker would see that she was full of confidence and wouldn't dare to find fault with her. Luo Ran and the boys behind him saw that Yi Qian didn't look angry at all, and even had a slight smile on her face. They couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. For example, Liao Jian had the urge to run away. Yi Qian was indeed not afraid of them. Think about it. How could a girl who walked out of a war with a gun be afraid of them? Her body was already tainted with hostility. This alone was enough to make Feng Liao Jian and the others feel uneasy. Chapter 574. Luo Ran, do you think I'll apologize to you? Yi Qian raised his eyebrows, a smile as clear as water on his lips. You accidentally threw the basketball at my face, and I was just returning it. Didn't I apologize at the time? Why do you feel wronged again? Luo Ran, you're still a guy. How can you be so narrow-minded? Yi Ying doesn't like guys like you. Firstly, it was for his reputation. Secondly, it must have something to do with Yi Ying. Now that he was in the military, there was Jia Xian, who had a firecracker personality, and all the girls in the dormitory, it was indeed not a good idea to have a conflict with him. Pulling in Justin behind him, Yi Qian smiled faintly and said, "The instructor is here. Feel free to look for me if you need anything. Goodbye." There was indeed an instructor walking over. After 4.5 days of military training, all the instructors knew that Luo Ran was a problematic student. The first time he was punished, it was for forcibly occupying the bathroom of a guy in his grade. The second time he was punished, it was for hitting a guy who said he couldn't even walk properly. The third time he was punished, it was for putting down the national flag and tying it around his waist. 3 different actions, each more serious than the last. The last time he tied the solemn national flag around his waist, his military training results were the worst. With this record, he couldn't even join the party. "Luo Ran, what are you doing?" An instructor with a sharp gaze walked over and asked. Beside him was a lieutenant colonel with 2 bars and 2 stars. He was the political education director of the Chemical Defense Regiment. With so many students, the military was under a lot of pressure. They were afraid that something would go wrong, so they had to tighten their management during the students' break time. Once they noticed something strange, they would immediately send someone to deal with it. When Luo Ran stopped Yi Qian, the soldiers who were monitoring the entire field immediately noticed that something was wrong. They immediately contacted the instructor and the political education director to prevent Luo Ran from causing trouble again. Even the political education director had stepped in. Luo Ran glanced at the officer's epaulette. Originally, he looked down on normal soldiers, but now his arrogance was reduced. He said in a low voice, "What can I do? I'm just chatting with a classmate." Reporting to the instructor, it wasn't a chat at all. When Justin saw the instructor and the man beside him, who looked quite imposing, she glanced at his epaulette and asked Yi Qian quietly, 2 bars and 2 stars. "What rank is this?" 2 bars and 2 stars. You can also call him Ermao Air, a lieutenant colonel. What kind of official? Yi Qian secretly observed the man. His gaze lightly swept over the man's badge and saw a pen cap in his inner pocket. He smiled and said, "He should be a political instructor. He really knows a lot." And Justin knew that this official was even more important than the instructor. She straightened her back and sternly said, "He wanted to hit us, and even said that if my classmates kneel down and apologize, he would be magnanimous and let us go. Pah! How can a guy who hasn't even grown out his hair be considered an adult?" Cough, 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 cough. The instructor and instructor both coughed. This little girl was really quite boorish. "Go back to your classes. This is the army. No one dares to do anything funny." When the instructor heard this, he immediately stood on the girl's side. This Luo Ran caused trouble every day. It was common for him to bully students. Yi Qian stood up and saluted the instructor and instructor. He said seriously, Instructor, this matter has nothing to do with her. I'm Yi Qian from Grade 1 Class 1. I'm reporting in today. This is Luo Ran. I have a small conflict with him. I didn't expect him to look for me to settle it in the army." Chapter 575. First, she took the initiative to clarify that she had just arrived. Second, it was a small conflict that Luo Ran would not let go of. Third, she was so arrogant that Luo Ran dared to bully students in the army. The instructor did not recognize Yi Qian, but when he saw Yi Qian in the army's jungle camouflage uniform saluting him, his eyes were dark, his military posture was majestic, and even his gaze was as hard as a spear. The instructor subconsciously stood at attention and saluted him as if he was meeting his superior. The political instructor also immediately returned the salute. His gaze on Yi Qian deepened. This little girl's military salute definitely had a few years of training. Her upper body had to be straight. She took a shortcut and quickly raised her right hand. Her 5 fingers were naturally straightened. Because she was not wearing a military handkerchief, her fingers were at the same height as her eyebrows. Her palms were facing downwards and slightly extended outwards by 20 degrees. She also had to ensure that her wrist was not bent. Her right arm was slightly flat and formed a line with her shoulders. This kind of military salute was standard and compliant. She could subconsciously do it like a standard frame. No matter what, she could immediately give a standard military salute. None of the students were qualified to give a military salute. They looked like it, but there was no aura inside. Okay, we understand. You guys should hurry back to class. It's almost time for lunch. Hurry up. The political instructor smiled faintly. When he looked at Yi Qian, his smile deepened. This girl must have grown up in the army. With the instructor's instructions, Luo Ran watched Yi Qian leave. His expression became even more uncertain. For a student like Luo Ran who lacked discipline, the instructor would not punish him now. He just glared at him coldly and left with the instructor without saying a word. Brother Luo, you're the most respected. Look, even the instructor doesn't dare to scold you. That officer he is the same. He doesn't even dare to fart. After the instructor and instructor left, the boys all began to lick their lips to curry favor with Luo Ran. Luo Ran was smug with just one sentence. Brother Luo, that Yi Qian you mentioned looks quite pretty. A boy with a protruding mouth and monkey-like cheeks looked at Yi Qian's back with a wretched look. He suggested, why don't we call Brother Huang and let him handle this? Deal with him. A marijuana smoker. Don't mention him in front of me. After all, this was the military base. Luo Ran did not dare to be too presumptuous. He had been taught a lesson by a few soldiers on the first day. He would endure these soldiers for now. As long as they dared to go out on the streets, he would settle the score with them sooner or later. At that moment, he was thinking about how to deal with Yi Qian in the army. Liao Jian, ask Xie Sifeng from your class to look for Yi Ying. Don't tell anyone that I'm looking for her. Luo Ran didn't dare to be impudent in the army, but now that Yi Qian was here, he couldn't bear the thought of being hit by a basketball in front of so many people. He had to teach Yi Qian a lesson in the army. He had to let her know that he, Luo Ran, was not someone to be trifled with. He also had to let her know that Yi Ying was under his protection. Anyone who dared to bully Yi Ying was the same as bullying Luo Ran. It was noon, and the group of people whispered for a while before they scattered like birds and beasts under the whistle of the instructor who came back. Each and every one of them ran back to their own classes. When Yi Qian and the others arrived at the place where Class 1 was getting their food, they saw the few boys in charge of the food, preparing to close the table under the instructor's instructions. The food was very rich. There was meat, vegetables, and even braised chicken. Chapter 576. Unfortunately, they arrived too late, so there wasn't even any meat or soup left. There weren't many vegetables left, but it was still enough for them to eat. It was just that there wasn't any meat. Hey Yi Qian, why are you here? You haven't eaten yet, right? The boys in charge of collecting the dishes saw Yi Qian and stopped what they were doing to look at their classmate whom they hadn't seen for a few days. You came back at the wrong time. There's only this much food left. The instructor in charge of Class 1 walked over. Yi Qian saluted and said, Grade 2 Class 1, Yi Qian, reporting for duty. This reporting for duty was sonorous and powerful, which made the instructor even more shocked. This wasn't a student. This was a veteran who had been in the army for much longer than him. He also had a murderous aura about him, which made him seem even more intimidating than the instructor. Yi Qian? Wasn't it just a sick family member who asked for leave to take care of the girls? Why was he here again? The young instructor, who had been tanned by the sun, returned a military salute to Yi Qian. Eat whatever you want. Come back early for dinner. Then he said to Injusin, you guys keep coming back late. If you're on the battlefield, who knows how many of your comrades will die because of you. These words were absolutely true. Yi Qian could understand, but Injusin and the others couldn't. Injusin muttered softly, how can we eat all this food? It's better than nothing. Just eat whatever you want. Come back early tonight. The black-faced instructor roared so loudly that even Li Qian, who had been asking for meat, began to tremble. She cried and said, eat, eat, eat. The instructor was a young man in his early 20s. When he saw the two girls crying in front of him, he picked up a plate of pumpkin and vegetables and said, it's good that you still have food to eat. Why didn't you come back early if you want to eat something better? Come back early tonight. Make do with lunch. The few of them didn't dare to talk back. The instructors personally served them food, so they could only obediently agree and send the instructors away with their gazes. Come earlier next time. We originally left some meat for ourselves, but it was all snatched away. Let's eat vegetarian dishes. It's a good way to lose weight, the boy said optimistically. Then, he took out a stainless steel plate and added rice and dishes to the girls. Yi Qian was not a picky eater. He had trained with Principal Chen in the 100,000 jungles of the western province and had eaten raw food or wild vegetables. Yet, he still managed to survive. At this moment, it was already good enough that there was still soup and water to drink. If there was also a boiled pumpkin, his stomach would definitely be full. He didn't ask for much. He just wanted to eat his fill. But this pumpkin. Yi Qian raised his eyebrows and looked at Anjusin, who had a bitter expression on her face. She didn't eat pumpkins and was probably going to cry now. Sigh, I hate eating pumpkins the most. Anjusin felt so wrong that she felt as if she had been punished by her stepmother. She wanted to flip the plate and leave, but this was the army. She didn't dare to. In the end, she still had to make do with it. She was also afraid of the instructors. She gritted her teeth and ate the pumpkin she hated the most. She said fiercely, "When we go back, I'll order a table full of meat. I want to eat braised pork." They ate at the same place. Some of the boys who had finished eating quickly were already chatting at the side. There were also a few who were sitting outside. When they saw Yi Qian, their reactions were similar to Lu Xian's. "Damn, Yi Qian, why are you here? This place isn't for humans. Why did you bump into us? Is your relative discharged from the hospital and doesn't need you to take care of him anymore? Damn, if you don't take care of him in the hospital, you can take care of him at home. It's too damn tiring. We boys can't take it anymore." When the students in the class saw Yi Qian, they all greeted her happily. Yao Jing, who was sitting not far away, looked coldly and said to Yi Ying, "Did you see her? She's here. How's Luo Rant's situation?" Chapter 577. Yao Jing had her eyes on Yi Qian the moment he appeared. She passed the plate in her hand to Yi Ying and smiled. "I'm done eating. I'm going to say hi to her. You should come with me." Yi Ying wanted to say that she didn't want to go, but she suddenly remembered the conflict between Yao Jing and Yi Qian. She pretended to sigh and said, Okay. I'll go with you. You don't hold grudges, but she does. I'll be worried if you go alone." Her words were really tempting. Yao Jing looked at her with a smile, as if she knew everything. She just didn't want to expose Yi Ying's thoughts. Yao Jing didn't care about Yi Ying's tricks. She only knew how to ask her family for help when something happened. She deserved to live under Yi Qian's shadow for so many years. If she was Yao Jing, she wouldn't even know where Yi Qian would be dead by now. Yi Qian, who had just finished eating, had already noticed them. Seeing the two of them walking over together, a saying popped up in his mind. "Friends are friends. You guys eat slowly. I'll go for a walk when I'm done." Yi Qian, who had already finished eating, picked up the stainless steel plate and stood up. He smiled at his 5 roommates who were still eating vegetables and pumpkins. "If you want to eat this to lose weight, you won't look fat in winter and won't find it disgusting." 16 or 17 years old girls were at the age where they cared about their appearance. They might not be willing to just eat it, but they were still motivated to eat it for the sake of losing weight. And Justin didn't notice anything strange. With a mouthful of pumpkin in her mouth, she waved at Yi Qian with a look of nausea, indicating that she should leave first. The anti-chemical regiment was very large, and the greenery was also quite good. Yi Qian's batch was just in time for the first military training in the province. This batch's military training was the strictest and also the most unlucky batch. Other than the reduced training intensity, the training process was based on that of the new recruits. Because there were too many people, it was impossible to do field training, and it was even more impossible to drag them out for field training. Therefore, it was modified. Eating and napping were changed to field training outside. Being outside made it easier for Yi Qian to do whatever he wanted. It also made it easier for Yao Jing and the others to find him. Yi Qian made up an excuse to leave because he didn't want to implicate Justin and the others. He walked directly into the small forest. There were countless students lying in the forest. They were all wearing the same color camouflage uniform. Even his classmates would find it difficult to recognize them at a glance. "She's going there." Yi Ying gently tugged at Yao Jing's sleeve. Would they be discovered if they followed so closely? Also, Yao Jing's expression was not right. She looked like a criminal who had committed a crime. Her face was cold and fierce. The corners of Yao Jing's mouth twitched. She wasn't even interested in looking at her. She wanted to fight with Yi Qian with such little guts. It looked like Yi Qian had shown her mercy. Didn't she just say that she would walk a few rounds after eating? What are you afraid of? We're just going to greet her. We won't do anything. Just like what Yao Jing said, Yi Ying was indeed a little afraid of Yi Jian. She threw Xie Sifeng to the ground without saying a word and warned her several times to be careful. With all these memories, no matter how much she hated Yi Jian, she did not dare to follow her secretly like Yao Jing did. What if this wretched girl hit her? Thinking of this, Yi Ying was already afraid. Jing Jing, let's. As she spoke, she suddenly realized that Yi Qian's figure could no longer be seen. The two of them had unknowingly walked into the depths of the small forest. Through the dense foliage, they could faintly see a green net encircling them. In front of them was a restricted area. Chapter 578. The forest was a little cold, and the leaves were so dense that even the sun couldn't shine in. Perhaps it was the intention of the anti-chemical regiment, but in some places, no one even cleaned up the broken branches. It was as if there were some fierce beasts living in the forest, and they were biting off these branches, making people feel scared for no reason. Yao Jing had been staring at Yi Qian, but because Yi Ying was tugging on her sleeve, she realized that Yi Qian had disappeared. She glared at her and gritted her teeth. Can you be a little tougher? Don't be like a child who can't stop drinking milk, okay? Let's go ahead and take a look. I don't believe she can fly. She couldn't fly, but she could climb a tree. The broken branches on the ground attracted Yi Qian's attention. It didn't look like it was broken naturally, nor did it look like it was broken by someone. Looking at the broken part, it looked like it was broken by a bullet. She climbed up the tree to take a look. It was indeed broken by a bullet. This anti-chemical regiment was interesting. This kind of training was also interesting, much more interesting than running circles. Climbing trees was also a necessary skill for a sniper. Yi Qian's bare-handed climbing speed was so fast that even Principal Chen had to say, very fast. He could climb at least 3 meters in a minute. It was too easy to shake Yao Jing off at this speed. After coming down from the tree, the two of them walked to the front. Yi Qian smiled coldly, but didn't say anything. Instead, he turned and walked outside. The restricted military area wasn't a place that could be approached at any time. It was none of his business that they rushed up to get scolded. Ever since Yao Jing scolded Yi Qian last time, she had been getting closer to Yi Ying. In the principal's office, she had admitted her mistake and had a good attitude. However, she had always been a proud person. She would admit that she had accidentally scolded someone she shouldn't have. But it was impossible for her to go over just like that. Yi Qian had made her lose face in school. Not only did the students of Class 1 speak ill of her behind her back, but even her own classmates did the same. Many times when she went to the washroom, she heard those gossipy women say that she deserved to be called to the principal's office for scolding a martyr. She could apologize, but she couldn't embarrass herself. Since she had already embarrassed herself, Yi Qian wouldn't have it easy either. She had to embarrass Yi Qian even more than she did. She had to let the whole school know that Yi Qian had made a fool of herself. Yi Ying was a shrewd person. Other than being narrow-minded and not being as tolerant as Yao Jing, she had great talent in reading people's minds. The relationship between the two of them seemed to have cooled down, but in the end, because of Yi Qian, their relationship became even better in the eyes of others. Even the words military restricted area could be seen clearly. No matter how brave Yao Jing was, she knew that she couldn't go any further. Just as she was about to turn around, a soldier appeared out of nowhere and shouted, "What are you doing? Raise your hands and turn around to lean against the tree." Yi Qian, who had already walked a few meters away, could still hear Yi Ying's screams behind him. He was so scared that he didn't know if his heart attack would relapse. Yi Qian smiled and walked away briskly. As for what would happen to the two people behind him, it was up to them. Because they were students, the two of them walked out with their heads and faces covered in dust after 5 minutes. "Didn't Luo Ran look for you last night? He really didn't say anything else to you?" Once they came out, Yao Jing's face was so calm that it was a little scary. He knows a lot of people. How could he not have a way? Chapter 579. Hearing this, Yi Ying could tell that Yao Jing wanted to make a move on Yi Qian. Thinking of her father's instructions, she smiled faintly and said, "What can Luo Ran do? He was taught a lesson every day in the army. No matter how brave he was, he would have to shrink back." Yao Jing wanted to kick Yi Qian out of the provincial first high school, and she had fallen into her trap. Her parents were both officials with real power in the city government. If they wanted to kick Yi Qian's ass, wouldn't it be a piece of cake? She was just an orphan. Other than her good grades, who would care about her? Her father hadn't found out who drove Yi Qian back to school, so he was afraid of hurting Yi Qian. He told her not to provoke Yi Qian in school. Moreover, Yi Qian's mother was a martyr. Even the provincial first high school knew about it. Martyr orphans would more or less receive special treatment in school. In order not to affect her future college entrance examination, no matter how popular Yi Qian was in school, she pretended not to see him and focused on her studies. At that time, she was still a little unwilling, but now she was relieved. Yao Jing, who had power in her family, also wanted to kick Yi Qian out of the provincial first high school. Why should she make a move on Yi Qian? Moreover, with Luo Ran, who used to be a gangster, one would give advice and the other would act as a hired thug. She, Yi Ying, could just watch from the sidelines and reap the benefits. Yi Ying sighed and said, "Forget it. Anyway, we're both in our second year of high school. With her grades, she'll definitely get into Hua University or Shi University in the capital. It's impossible for me to get into Hua University or Shi University, so there won't be many chances for us to meet in the future. I'll just bear with it. I've endured for 9 years from elementary school to middle school. 1 or 2 more years won't make a difference. Although she used to stay at my house, we don't have any kinship. Now that she's out on her own and relying on the old principal who's sick, there'll be a lot of hardship in the future. Why should I make things difficult for myself?" As he spoke, he observed Yao Jing's expression from the corner of his eye. He saw her looking at him with a faint smile, as though she had seen through something. Yi Ying's heart skipped a beat as she quickly retracted her gaze. That's right. Yao Jing was a shrewd person. Even though she looked carefree on the surface, just like in Jessen, she was so scheming that even Yi Ying had to be wary of her. "Ying, this isn't like you. I know that Yi Ying is not a kind person. You said that you won't fight with Yi Qian. Ying, you don't even believe your own words, let alone me." Yao Jing's smile remained unchanged as she looked at Yi Ying. "Don't say things that neither you nor I believe, lest it spoils our friendship. She clearly went into the forest just now, but we didn't see anyone when we went in. Heh, it's obvious that she's trying to trick us. Ying, you heard what the soldier said just now. If they didn't know that there are students here for military training, they could have fired a warning shot just now. Ying, Yi Qian wants us dead. I don't believe that you don't know." She kept smiling. Although she was smiling, her smile was so cold that it made the hair on Yi Ying's back stand on end. She was panicking. Similarly, Yi Ying used her smile to hide her panic. She smiled and asked, "You don't have to be so nervous. The soldier's words were just to scare us. What else can we do? What else can we do? Yi Qian has a firm foothold in the school. Even if I want to kick her out of the province, do you think I can do it just because I want to?"
Chapter 1358. The kneeling Yi Qian's eyes were red as he stared at the old man's black and white photo. He said softly, "Grandpa, I went to the beach to train during the summer vacation. I joined the only amphibious frogman commando team in our country that doesn't belong to any military region. The training was very tough. The first day, the captain made me wear the special frogman shoes and run along the beach. Luckily, when you and Principal Chen trained me, there were sandbags tied to your calves. I didn't embarrass myself on the first day and stayed smoothly. Captain Xia told me that the captain who trained me was a capable person. His training was known for being harsh. His comrades in the army all called him Demon King, but I don't think it was given by his comrades. It was his own code name. The training was indeed harsh. For the first 10 days or so, I only had about 3 hours of sleep every day. The rest of the time was spent on training. Diving training, weight diving training, underwater shooting training, combat training, as well as swimming from one island to another while wearing a rubber diving suit and weapons. It was very tough, but it was also very fulfilling. I also learned professional knowledge that I never received before. Grandpa, I like this kind of training. I feel that it's very interesting. No matter how tough it is, I can endure it. After sleeping, I can continue. My comrades in the team all say that I'm too scary and that it makes them feel pressured. Back then, her grandfather saved her from the Yi family and secretly found Principal Chen to train her. He trained with her in the high mountains and cold lands. When the heat was unbearable, he even accompanied her to the desert. He only let her go when she slowly gained a foothold and received Uncle Chen's complete approval. It could be said that in this life, she was able to achieve what she had today because of her grandfather's guidance. He was like a lamp. No matter where she went, he would illuminate her direction and tell her not to go astray and lose herself. He knew that she hated Yi Jifan's family and was afraid that she would do something out of line at such a young age. He constantly reminded her to set her sights on the long term and find her own path first. She shouldn't be in a hurry for quick results. She shouldn't throw an egg at a rock and ruin her own foundation. She recalled all of this as if it had just happened yesterday. When the training ended, I actually didn't want to leave. Captain Xia told me that he would send me over during the winter break. He also told me that I probably won't have much time to go home during my 4 years in the military academy. I have to train during both holidays. Grandpa, I feel like the army wants to train me to be a frontline special forces soldier. I also want to become a special forces soldier like Captain Xia and the others. I want to be able to return home bathed in blood and leave with a smile. Yi Qian said what was on her mind. Even though there was no response from the old man, just looking at the kind smile in the old man's photo, Yi Qian felt that the old man who had always loved her had never left her side. Yi Ying's faint screams could be heard from the foot of the mountain. Yi Jian chuckled and said, "Grandpa, being in the special forces should be tough. Captain Xia often reminds me that my current training is all basic training. Tell me, what is the real training like? I really want to see what the real special forces training is like. So, Grandpa, I definitely won't let you down." She touched the tombstone gently, and the cold touch made Yi Jian's eyes tremble slightly. Grandpa had left, but she would always remember the words he left behind. No matter when, she would never do anything to disappoint her grandpa, no matter what. Chapter 1359. I'll come to see you again next time. Yi Jifan, whom you don't want to see, is here with his daughter. I have to go down and deal with it. You're right. As long as I stand up, Ying can only watch. In the future, she can only watch me. The last sentence was so low that it was cold, accompanied by a sword-like sharpness. Every word was like a sword, and every word was sharp. Yi Ying, who was being dragged away, could not break free from Jiasen's grip no matter how hard she struggled. In addition, there were soldiers passing by from time to time. She did not want to make a fool of herself, so she did not dare to struggle too much. Jiasen took advantage of this and pulled her with all her might. She did not stop talking. "I know you're shameless, but I'm still saving you some face. Don't thank me. I'm only helping you this time because your surname is Yi." Hearing Jiasen's mocking words, Ying wanted to scold her back several times. However, when she thought of Yi Jifan's instructions, she held herself back. Jiasen pulled her to the bottom. When she was about to pull her out, Ying panicked and said in a sharp voice, "Jiasen, if you don't let go of me, don't blame me for being rude. Just do whatever you want to me. I'll wait." Jiasen was not afraid of her threat at all. She shouted, "Don't be polite with me. Just do whatever you want. Let everyone see if you can't enter the army with your morals. Can you be a soldier in the military? Also, didn't you say that you have a heart condition? Huh, I've never heard of anyone with a heart condition joining the army." Yi Fan, who had chased after them, happened to hear this. He stared at Jiasen with a murderous look. "Student, can I trouble you to let go of Yi Ying's hand first? I think you must be tired after dragging her all the way here." The T6 soldier turned around and said with a faint smile, "Sir, don't be too nervous. Jiasen doesn't mean any harm. She's just reminding you out of kindness." She's right. Those with a heart condition, regardless of gender, are not eligible for the army. "Ying, come here." Yi Jifan did not want to say more because he knew very well that his daughter did not have a heart condition. Jiasen let go of her hand and retorted, "Chief Ying wants to enter the army, but our class says that it's impossible. If she really enters the army, it will be big news in Fujian town." In any case, he was an official. How could Yi Jifan quarrel with a child? He smiled and said, "You kids always like to worry about things that have nothing to do with you. Uncle will take ye, you youngsters, play by yourselves." The lieutenant general hadn't left yet, so he had to hurry over. Fortunately, the mayor of Fujian town was with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have an excuse to meet the lieutenant general. He lowered his head and said to Ying, "You did well just now. You didn't argue with her. When they meet the lieutenant general later, don't mention these messy things. Just properly express your yearning for the army and respect for the soldiers. As for the rest, Dad will arrange it." And Xixin's expression changed when she saw that the father and daughter still wanted to get closer. It was the T6 soldier who saw Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian come down together and reminded her, "All right, you've completed your mission today. Leave the rest to Yi Qian and her boyfriend." And Jiasin, who did not chase after them, stared at the backs of the father and daughter of the Yi family and gritted her teeth. How can there be such shameless people? They're so disgusting that I want to vomit. You worry too much. She'll handle Yi Qian's matter. The T6 soldier wanted to kidnap her, so he thought about taking her away first. "I saw that you brought your luggage here. Where's your luggage? Where did you put it?" Yi Qian still has to go back to Shuku village. You don't know how to do that, do you? Go directly to school? Chapter 1360. And Jiasin did not know what the young man in front of her was thinking. When she heard that, she told him the truth. "I'm not going back. I'll take the train to school tomorrow and leave my luggage at the hotel. I'll head to the hotel tonight as well." She was such an honest girl, and she should be his. The T6 combatant's thoughts kept popping up in his head like bamboo shoots after the spring rain. The more he looked at the girl in front of him, the more he liked her. As expected of someone who could hang out with Yi Qian. Her qualifications, her looks, and her IQ were really not bad. She had courage and even more courage. She could even teach the daughter of the construction bureau chief a lesson without trembling. Wasn't that courage? "Why are you looking at me like that?" And Jiasin, who was being targeted, felt that something was off with the other party's gaze. Out of instinct, she put some distance between them. "Aren't you Yi Qian's boyfriend's friend? Why aren't you going over? Why do you keep following me?" She did not know if she was being too careless, but she did not realize that this person was a soldier. Yi Qian's boyfriend was a soldier. At least she had seen him in uniform before. But as for him, and Jiasin's gaze swept across the T6 combatant, and the suspicion in her eyes grew even stronger. He was not too fair, but he was not too dark either. His looks were passable, and his clothes were quite clean. It was just that he was too clean. He did not look as strong as the soldiers she had seen before. He couldn't be a fake soldier, could he? And Jiasin was making some wild guesses. Although the T6 combatant could not guess what she was thinking, from her expression, his intuition told him that it was definitely not a good idea. He immediately straightened his expression and said, "I'm comrades with Yi Qian. I followed her all the way here. Now that Yi Qian and the others don't have time to take care of you, there's a rule in the army that a comrade's friend is his friend. Now that they don't have time, I'm obligated to take care of you." His excuse was not just any kind of high-sounding one. But Jiasin had to listen to him fully. She blinked and smiled. "There's no need for that. I think you should go and help Yi Qian now. That Yi Jifan is not easy to deal with. As for Yi Ying, she'll have her share of opportunities no matter where she goes. It's only because there are people watching her that she can. Go help Yi Qian. I can go back to the hotel on my own." The T6 combatant, who was rejected, did not pester him. He nodded and said, "Yes, I'm only planning to drive you to a place where you can take a ride. It's not easy to take a ride here. It's not safe for a girl like you." Jiasin's face was burning. She had made a mistake. "Oh, thank you, thank you." You replied sheepishly, his face burning even hotter. Fortunately, her face was not red. Even if her face was burning, it would still be the same color as usual. There was no other way. Her skin belonged to the healthy category, and no one could tell that it was red. The T6 combatant, who was laughing so hard in his heart, turned around and made a gesture to signal that he would leave first before leaving with Jiasin, regardless of whether Xia Jinyuan had seen it or not. Xia Jinyuan was happy to see his comrade leave with Jiasin without needing him to respond. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Good heavens, another guy who forgets his comrade over his lover. Yi Qian, I won't stop you from doing whatever you want. I won't care what you want to do. But don't you think it's time for you to give way to me? Yi Jifan's expression did not look too good as he spoke. There was anger in his voice as he said, I'm representing the entire village to attend Uncle Jen's funeral. No matter how much you hate us, you can't be rude. How dare you be so impudent when Uncle Jen just passed away? Yi Qian, are you trying to disappoint Uncle Jen? Chapter 1361. Yi Jifan, who had been busy for a week, naturally could not leave so easily. Bringing up Uncle Jen in this situation was also a warning to Yi Qian not to go overboard. If they really got into a fight, she would be the one to lose face, as well as Uncle Jen, who had raised her. After being an official for more than 10 years, Yi Jifan always knew how to manipulate others, how to control them, and how to use them. You are still young and immature. As your elder, I can't let you do as you please, and I don't want to argue with you. Yi Jifan really did not want to argue. He was afraid that if they argued, he would be the one to suffer. Facing reality, Yi Jifan, who knew how to adapt to reality, lowered his voice and even his arrogance. Yi Qian, leave with your friend. Don't embarrass each other. He clearly did not want to embarrass her, but after what he said, it became that he would embarrass Yi Qian. Inverting right and wrong had always been Yi Jifan's way of doing things. In her previous life, Yi Qian had suffered a lot at his hands. It was not her fault, but it became her fault. After hearing so much, even she herself believed that everything was her fault and had nothing to do with them. In this life, every time Yi Jifan inverted right and wrong, Yi Qian, who had walked out of the shadows, could not help but find it funny. It's a pity that Mr. Yi is not a crosstalk actor. Yi Qian smiled slightly. In his eyes, Yi Qian was indeed amazing. Even old Madame Yi could not win over her. But no matter how amazing she was still an 18 or 19-year-old girl. Now that Uncle Jen was gone, the tea had cooled down. So what if Uncle Jen knew so many military officers when he was alive? Yi Qian was just a military academy student now. Being a military academy student might sound impressive, but where would one not need connections in this day and age? It might sound impressive, but that would only happen in the future. Without old Uncle Jen, Yi Qian was like a baby eagle with broken wings. It would take a long time for him to fly. I just left, and you're already in the mood to kick up a fuss with me. Yi Qian, the soldiers in the army haven't left yet. If you're a sensible person, let me give you a piece of advice. Be sensible and stay out of other people's business. After he finished speaking, he looked at Xia Jinyuan. This young man had been by Yi Qian's side since the beginning. He had handsome features, thin lips, and handsome eyes. There was a hint of a smile between his brows, which made him look like someone not to be trifled with. Who was this person? What was his identity? Yi Qian hurriedly chased after him and stopped him from talking to him. Was it because he was afraid of the young man? Yi Jifan's eyes gradually darkened. If Yi Qian was afraid of the young man, then his military rank must be higher than hers, and his position must be higher as well. The rank of captain was the highest among lieutenants. It was also the rank of deputy battalion commander, company commander, and deputy company commander. It was one of the main military ranks in the army. It could be said that for Yi Qian to be a captain at her age, it was already quite good. Since the young man made her feel afraid, his military rank must be at least a colonel, and the highest, a senior colonel. However, he didn't look old, so it was unlikely that he was a senior colonel. Lieutenant colonels and majors were more likely to be older. Looking at his aura, it was obvious that he must have lived in a good environment. That was why he didn't say anything, and just stood there, giving off an oppressive feeling. That meant that Yi Qian's current backer was most likely him. Chapter 1362. That's right, the woman was pretty and was a student from a famous military school. The man's image and temperament were even better, and his military rank was either colonel or major. It had to be said that Yi Qian had a good eye for choosing a boyfriend. He wasn't afraid of colonel or major ranks, but he was afraid that the other party had military power behind them, Thinking of this, Yi Zhifan immediately restrained the coldness on his face. Yi Qian couldn't help but laugh. See, Yi Zhifan must be guessing Captain Xia's identity. Then he thought of something and hurriedly added another layer of hypocrisy to prevent himself from doing something that would leave a bad impression. Mr. Yi, the person my grandfather didn't want to see the most when he was alive was you, because the old man knew that you were someone who wouldn't do anything without benefits, Yi Qian said calmly. Yi Jian said calmly. Her words made Yi Zhifan's expression change drastically. Mr. Yi, you suddenly appeared at my grandfather's funeral. I'm sure you're here for profits. As for benefits. Facing Yi Zhifan's cold gaze, Yi Qian glanced at Yi Ying, who was currently staring at Xia Jinyuan. Mr. Yi, you want to send Yi Ying into the Beijing political group. You have quite the appetite. Xia Jinyuan loved Yi Qian's ruthlessness towards his enemies. Hearing this, his thin lips curved slightly, revealing a smile that was 3 parts lazy and 7 parts noble. Yi Ying, who had been staring at him all this time, was instantly shocked. The young man beside the wretched girl. She had seen him before, and it was when she was in the province's #1 middle school. Yao Jing, that's right, Yao Jing was the first one to notice this man. She even instigated her to ask for this man's contact information. In the end, before she could even open her mouth, she was ignored by him. At the time, she only felt embarrassed, but she still had to coax Yao Jing, so she could only pretend not to care. After almost 2 years, seeing the young man who had embarrassed her once again, Yi Ying's face turned green and white. It was wonderful. It turned out that this man had come to the school to look for Yi Qian that year. When Yi Qian was speaking, Ying also said softly, Dad, this man should be acquainted with Yi Qian. I met him in my 2nd year of high school. Yi Ying always remembered the people who had embarrassed her. He came to the provincial first high school to look for Yi Qian. If I remember correctly, it must be him. You've seen him? Yi Fan, who was listening from both sides, had a slight change in his gaze. He asked his daughter first, when you saw him, was he in his military uniform or casual clothes? Casual wear. Ying glanced at Xia Jinyuan and whispered, I only saw him once and never saw him again. Dad, I'm afraid their relationship isn't that simple. He didn't wear a military uniform. Even his uncle's funeral didn't wear a military uniform. Could it be that he had guessed wrongly and the other party wasn't a soldier at all, but a son of a wealthy family? No, that's not right. The average son of a wealthy family didn't have the aura he had. It was an indescribable aura. He only felt that the other party's identity was definitely not simple. He accompanied Yi Qian to send off Uncle Zhen, stood beside Yi Qian during the memorial service, and accompanied him all the way to the funeral. The relationship between the two of them might have been approved by Uncle General couple? Relative? Or someone else? Yi Zhifan clenched his fists. This man must have a background. His background must be extraordinary. Investigate, he had to investigate. He would only be relieved when he found out. Yi Qian, I'm your uncle. You don't know how to respect your elders in front of your friend. Aren't you afraid that he'll make fun of you? Aren't you worried that your friend's family won't accept you? He had to investigate, but he had to test the waters first. Chapter 1363. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes and looked at the young man who made him nervous. He sighed and said, My niece has been used to being wild since she was young. I didn't expect that she would be able to find a young man like you. If she does anything wrong, I hope that you and your family will not blame her for being an orphan since she was young. Please teach her to change slowly. Rich, powerful families would never tolerate their daughter-in-law being an ignorant woman who didn't know how to respect her elders. If the younger generation insisted on marrying her, they would definitely send someone to teach Yi Qian the most basic etiquette even if they agreed. No matter what era it was, the rich and powerful families would always pay attention to the rules. Let's see how the other party will respond. Although it was just 2 sentences, every word was full of traps and deep meaning. Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows and said slowly, You're being nosy. Mr. Yi, why don't you take care of your daughter first? Mr. Yi, your daughter really doesn't know how to be polite by staring at me. That's true. I don't think that someone like Mr. Yi who likes to casually recognize his relatives will be able to raise any good children. Unlike Yi Qian, although his words are a little harsh, they are all true. He is a little straightforward, but he is very sincere. He also follows the rules and knows how to follow the wishes of his elders. He prevents people whom he doesn't like from appearing. Compared to Mr. Yi, Yi Qian knows the rules too well. Yi Zhifan originally wanted to test Yi Qian, but who knew that he would be ridiculed by the other party? His eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. He immediately faced Yi Qian again and said, Yi Qian, I'll walk my path and you'll walk your path. Don't overstep your boundaries. Mr. Yi said it well. You walk your path and I'll walk my path. Please leave immediately from my grandfather's funeral. Yi Qian pointed in the direction of the cemetery exit with a ruthless look in his eyes. His voice was as cold as the first snowfall, carrying with it the chill of winter. Yi Ying wanting to join the capital political group has nothing to do with me, but you want to curry favor at my grandfather's funeral. Mr. Yi, do you think I'm easy to bully? Her vicious aura had always been heavy, and now that she was out of the battlefield, she carried a bloodthirsty murderous aura. Her gaze suddenly changed, and her voice suddenly turned cold. That vicious aura that made one's hair stand on end suddenly whizzed over. Ying was so shocked that she couldn't help but take a step back. In that second, Ying felt a chill at the back of her neck, as if there was a sharp knife at her neck, and her life was in danger. Looking at Yi Jian in her military uniform and her epaulets, Ying, who was already lacking in confidence, was so shocked that cold sweat broke out on her back. She was afraid, but she was also deeply unwilling to accept the result. He was unwilling to accept this. The wretched girl who was inferior to her in every aspect had become a soldier with a military rank, while she still had nothing. He still had nothing. It's all her fault, it's all her fault. She forced her to get a fake certificate from the hospital, forced her to make a fool of herself during the military training, and even caused her to lose the right to take the college entrance exam. It's all her fault. It's all her fault. Hate, hate, too much hate. She hated that she couldn't kill her. Her unwillingness to accept this, her deep jealousy and hatred twisted Yi Ying's entire heart. Other than her face, which still had some redeeming qualities, she no longer had any charisma. She also couldn't find the confidence and arrogance she had in her previous life, as well as the arrogance she had in front of Yi Qian. In this life, Ying only knew that she was unwilling to accept this, but she didn't know how to reflect on herself. It could be said that in this life, she was already pretty much ruined. 19-year-old Yi Ying, don't be too anxious. There's more to come. Chapter 1364. Facing her gaze, Yi Qian only glanced at her coldly and didn't look at her anymore. In her previous life, Ying had lived a carefree life without her in the way. In this life, Ying would definitely live a more tiring and bitter life than her previous life. Because of Yi Qian's existence, Yi Fan, who was also shocked, pressed his lips together tightly. His gaze quickly swept past Xia Jinyuan, who was smiling silently beside him. He secretly took a few deep breaths to suppress the anger in his heart. He couldn't argue. He couldn't argue with Yi Qian, especially when there was a young man of unknown origin beside her. No matter how angry he was, he had to endure it. I'm the representative of all the villagers in the village. Yi Qian, you're a military academy student. Don't lose your basic manners. Yi Zhifan pressed his lips together and said coldly, you don't have the right to tell me where to go. Representative of the entire village? The village chief, Uncle Defu, knows how much Uncle Zhen hates you. When I was chased out by Sun Dongqing, Uncle Zhen said that you had to send me back the same way I sent you back. If it wasn't for Uncle Defu's persuasion, you might not even have been able to enter the village. Yi Qian really didn't want to disappoint the elderly at Uncle Zhen's funeral, but if he wasn't afraid of causing trouble, then she wouldn't be polite either. Her jet-black eyes were filled with a bone-chilling coldness. Her eyelids were slightly lowered. Even though she wasn't as tall as him, it made him feel that the girl he thought was useless in the past was looking down at him from above. It was as if she was laughing at everything he had done. Her chin was slightly raised, and her cold demeanor was filled with unconcealable arrogance. She was no longer the child who was so timid that her legs trembled when she saw him. Yi Jifan's face became even more tense. Today is my grandfather's funeral. The old man left happily, but you came. Mr. Yi, you'd better walk out of here obediently right now. Otherwise, you can only leave in disgrace. Threaten? Who wouldn't know how to do that? Yi Qian's eyes were cold as he said with a thin smile, he's the director of the Provincial Construction Bureau after all. It's embarrassing to ask him to leave like this. Ying was so angry that she was trembling. You still know that her father is the director. My father is the bureau chief. He's the most suitable person to entertain the guests. Instead of thanking him, you chased him away. Yi Qian, don't go overboard. Ying rushed out. The unwillingness and jealousy in her heart could be seen clearly through her bloodshot eyes. My dad only stepped in because you're his niece. Otherwise, you're just a military academy student with nothing. How capable can you be? It's all because of my dad. Xia Jinyuan had never liked to see Yi Ying. Hearing what she said, he just smiled faintly. Yi Jifan clenched his jaw. His natural and emotionless air of nobility made Yi Jifan clench his teeth. Your dad. Yi Qian's smile deepened. In order to get you into the Beijing political group, your dad did a lot of things that didn't fit his status. I'm not very capable, but I'm still capable of asking you and your father to leave. He smiled slightly, but the pressure made Yi Ying feel suffocated. You don't have the right to speak in front of me. Step back. Yi Qian's eyes suddenly darkened, and the smile on his face disappeared. When he looked at Yi Ying, there was coldness in his eyes. Don't try to get into the army through connections. Don't dirty the camp. Chapter 1365. How dare she look at me like that? Ying was on the verge of losing control of her emotions. If Yi Jifan hadn't pulled her back in time, she would have pounced on Yi Qian in the next second. Ying, bear with it for a while and calm down. She's provoking you on purpose, don't fall for it. Yi Jifan was also angry, but he knew how to take the big picture into consideration. With him around, Ying would be safe. If you're angry, she'll be pleased. After speaking in a low voice, he said coldly to Yi Qian, you've just gotten up and you're already so arrogant. Yi Qian, I'd like to see how high you can climb. I don't need you to see how high I can climb. How high I climb has nothing to do with you. Yi Qian retorted coldly. His clear eyes swept across the angry Yi Ying's face, and the sneer in his heart deepened. In her previous life, she had lived like a frightened bird for more than 20 years. The 19-year-old Yi Ying, you'll have to continue enduring. Xia Jinyuan raised his hand to look at his watch several times. He didn't seem to have much patience to continue talking with them. Yi Qian, we can go now. There's no need to talk too much with them. There's a problem with their morals, their character, and even their bodies. If they want to enter the military, let them wait. After he finished speaking, his phone buzzed. Yes, we're still here. Okay, we'll be right out. He answered the call as succinctly as usual. He looked up at Yi Jifan and said, yes, there was a delay. Yi Qian is by my side. It was a call from Commander-in-Chief Xia. They were all waiting outside. Don't worry, we're coming out now. Xia Jinyuan's gaze fell on Yi Jifan as he spoke. His thin lips curved slightly, revealing a faint smile. You guessed right. Even though his gaze was extremely faint, it still felt substantial. Yi Jifan immediately looked over when he sensed it. He saw a hint of disdain in his faint, fleeting smile. Before he could figure out what was going on, Xia Jinyuan gestured to Yi Qian, and the two of them walked past Yi Jifan and his daughter. Yi Jifan, who didn't do anything, blinked his eyes. There was a trace of darkness in his calculating eyes. He stared at Xia Jinyuan's back and said to Yi Ying, who was so angry that her face turned pale, Ying, let's go. Dad, she's such a bully. Yi Ying, who was grinding her teeth, was angry and aggrieved. In addition to her unwillingness and jealousy, her whole body was emitting a gloomy and cold aura. You still say that you're not suitable? I'm not qualified. Dad, we can't let her go like this, absolutely not. Yi Jifan said very calmly, so, Ying, Dad will wait for you to grow up. I'll wait for you to teach her a lesson. If you don't walk in front of her, you'll never be able to fight back, and you'll never be able to wipe away the humiliation. Looking at his daughter, who only knew how to be angry and habitually used her parents' identity when something happened, Xiaofan's eyes were filled with many complex emotions. Different, very different. One grew up without the protection of her parents, like a weed that could withstand the wind and snow, while the other was like a flower in a greenhouse, unable to withstand the wind and rain. Different, very different. Therefore, Ying had to enter the army. He had to let her experience the rules of the army, let her leave his protection, and learn to survive on her own. Outside, Commander-in-Chief Xia looked at the rascal in the family and said kindly to Yiqian, "Are you okay, Yiqian?" "Thank you for your concern, I'm fine." Yiqian replied respectfully and somewhat cautiously. When Grandpa passed away, he didn't forget to remind girls to be strong. I won't let him down. Chapter 1366. Commander-in-Chief Xia admired Yiqian. She was a girl who was able to gain a foothold in the military with her own abilities. Major General Yang, who was in the army, was concerned about her and wanted to train her wholeheartedly so that she could enter the Snow Region Special Forces more smoothly in the future. From this point alone, it could be seen that Yi Qian's prospects were far better than those soldiers who relied on their family's merits. Family Xia didn't need a daughter-in-law to keep up appearances, nor did he need a daughter-in-law with power and influence to add flowers to the brocade. Family Xia needed a daughter-in-law who could advance and retreat together with her husband and who had the same goal. Yi Qian was undoubtedly a girl who was very suitable to be Family Xia's daughter-in-law. She was not only outstanding in one aspect, but she was outstanding in all aspects. Such a child would never cause trouble for Family Xia. She would only bring glory to Family Xia. This kind of glory belonged to the military family Xia. It was the glory that military families yearned for the most. It was also the greatest hope that Family Xia's elders had for their children and grandchildren to join the military. Commander-in-Chief Xia looked at Yi Qian, who had always relied on herself and didn't even need Xia Jinyuan's help, and the smile on his face became even more benevolent and amiable. Family Xia is no longer around, so from now on, Family Xia will take care of you. Family Xia is your home. No matter how far you go with Xia Jinyuan, Family Xia will always be your home. If he does anything to let you down, you don't have to be afraid. Just tell me directly. If things get out of hand, I will protect you. If you fall out with him, you will be my goddaughter. Commander-in-Chief Xia laughed heartily under Xia Jinyuan's cold, handsome face. If you can't be my daughter-in-law, you can be my goddaughter. You are my daughter anyway. Not bad. Commander-in-Chief Xia was good at tricking his son. Major Xia was used to having a father who liked to trick his son all the time. It was probably because he had done too many bad things when he was young that, as a father, he didn't care about his son at all. Dad, I won't take Yi Qian in the same car as you again. This was definitely a wrong choice. At work, Commander-in-Chief Xia was awe-inspiring. He didn't show any anger, but he was awe-inspiring. In life, Commander-in-Chief Xia exuded the awe-inspiring aura of a soldier, but his kind smile made Yi Jian gradually relax. I didn't ask you to get in the car just now. You're the one. Seeing his sons, Yi Qian. He'd Yi Qian, but Master Xia's too was. After he finished speaking, he said to Yi Qian, who was smiling with pursed lips, "You must remember what I said last time. Don't forget it. Look at him. He needs to be taught a lesson, but he's also very good at playing along. You can't be too polite to him. Our chairman said that political power comes from the barrel of a gun. It's the same when used in a family. You have to control him well. Only then will he be honest." Commander-in-Chief Xia wasn't just saying that. He was thinking the same thing. It couldn't be helped. Xia Jinyuan's foolishness when he was young had left a shadow in his heart. When Xia Jinyuan was 8 or 9 years old, he had been thinking about finding a capable daughter-in-law in the future to control his son who gave him a headache. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would have to worry about it when he was old. Now, not only did he not have to worry about it, but he was also quite proud of it. But Commander-in-Chief Xia's obsession with finding a capable daughter-in-law to control Xia Jinyuan was too deep. Chapter 1367. Now that his son was successful, he wanted to find a better daughter-in-law. As for the reason, it was due to the pitiful love of parents. Even though Commander Xia was the commander-in-chief of the military, he was still a parent and worried about his children. Xia Jinyuan's job was the most dangerous in the world. He had to cross the line of life and death, break through the smoke of war, and one day he might die without even seeing his son's corpse. It was very unfair for a woman to be in a relationship with such a man. When one was tired, bitter, and happy, the man might not be by one's side. It was just like his relationship with his ex-wife. From the time she was pregnant to the time she gave birth to Xia Jinyuan, he did not accompany her for a prenatal checkup, nor did he go shopping with her. He did not even know when she gave birth, and his marriage with his ex-wife came to an end. Because of this, Commander-in-Chief Xia wanted a daughter-in-law who had the same interests, goals, and direction as his son. Commander-in-Chief Xia saw Yiqian pursing his lips and smiling, his dark eyes full of determination. He laughed and said, "Xiao Yi, don't laugh. I really think so." As his father, I know very well that Xia Jinyuan is dishonest. I am the third child in the family. Your eldest uncle is 6 years old, your second uncle is 4 years old, your youngest uncle is 3 years old, and your youngest uncle is 3 years old. I also have a youngest aunt who is 54 years old this year. Although I am the third child in the family, Xia Jinyuan is the youngest in the family. He has been spoiled by the elders. He has a bad temper and likes to cause trouble. Others do good deeds without leaving a name, but he does bad deeds without leaving a name. He is very intelligent and has a lot of ideas. Don't be fooled by his current appearance. You have to understand him deeply to be able to fight in all aspects. Uncle will leave him to you. Discipline him well in the bad areas, and continue to develop the good areas and bring them to greater heights. In short, I only have one thing to say. If he is dishonest, you don't have to beat or scold him. You can get a marriage certificate and a divorce certificate at the Civil Affairs Bureau. As for you, you will still be my daughter. The veins on Xia Jinyuan's forehead bulged. Dad, don't worry. You're the one who can get a marriage certificate and a divorce certificate in the Civil Affairs Bureau. You are you and I am me. When you pass away, Yiqian and I will bring our sons, daughters, granddaughters, and grandchildren to kowtow and burn incense to you. Suddenly, Yiqian realized where Xia Jinyuan's bad taste came from. It was most likely inherited from Commander-in-Chief Xia. One cheated his son, and the other cheated his father. These were father and son. Commander-in-Chief Xia was not angry. There was a hint of teasing in his voice as he said happily, "Then I'll be waiting. If you dare to treat Xiao Yi badly, I believe that there will be a large wave of people outside standing up to take over your position. Xia Jinyuan, take it easy. Our military has always had more men than women. Outstanding male soldiers are all over the place. If you don't behave in front of Xiao Yi, I don't mind being the matchmaker. Qin Xiu from the Qin family is no worse than you." He was the commander-in-chief after all. Xia Jinyuan wasn't someone to be trifled with. When he heard this, he raised his eyebrows and smiled at Yiqian. "Little fox, did you see that? When we have children in the future, we can't let him raise them. I'm afraid they will turn against each other and become enemies." Yiqian thought to himself, "There is an example right in front of me." Chapter 1368. It's the ancestors' rule to not have children. The smile on Commander-in-Chief Xia's face deepened. Obviously, he really liked this topic. He was already 59 years old, so he was old enough to have grandchildren. The atmosphere in the car was very good. Occasionally, a guard would laugh and say something. This allowed Yiqian to see the amiable side of Commander-in-Chief Xia's life and felt a sense of closeness. Xia Jinyuan saw that her eyebrows were relaxed and she had a comfortable smile on her face. Only then did he sigh softly in his heart. It was fine as long as she was happy. He was just afraid that she would be secretly sad and hurt her own body. Tomorrow, we'll send Uncle Chen back to Shuku village. The day after tomorrow, we'll go back to Anyang City to report to school. What do you think? Amidst the laughter, Xia Jinyuan asked Yiqian, "Uncle Chen intends to go back to Shuku village to live with the village chief. In addition, with the army around, he won't be too lonely." After Uncle Chen retired from the army, he always went to the army camp deep in the mountains. The old man lived a fulfilling life. Principal Chen also hoped that he could do the same for himself. Yi Qian nodded gently. Uncle Chen told me before that he wants to retire in Shuku village. My house is close to the army camp. If Principal Chen wants to go to the army camp, he can go there anytime. He can also guide the soldiers and have someone to rely on. Uncle Chen and Grandpa Jen did not have children to accompany them. As for himself, he would be outside for many years and would only come back once a year. There was no way he could repay their kindness in raising him. Yi Qian couldn't help but purse his lips slightly. Commander-in-Chief Xia saw this and sighed. You've all grown up and we're happy to see you flying high. Xiao Yi, don't worry about old Chen's life. He'll live a good life. At a glance, he could see Yi Qian's worries. Uncle Chen is not an ordinary person. He was able to raise you single-handedly. How could the army bear to let him go? Xiao Yi, study hard and improve your skills. Getting good results is the best consolation for old Chen. Xia Jinyuan said, the long journey isn't about parting ways. It's about repaying the two elders for nurturing you. Yi Qian, Uncle Chen, and Uncle Jen both hope that you can go further and fly higher. Do you understand? Although his little fox was strong, the blow she suffered from the departure of her loved one was not something they could understand. Faced with Commander-in-Chief Xia's advice and Xia Jinyuan's concern, Yi Qian smiled faintly and said, yes, I know. Usually I can't accompany my elders, but as long as I have time, I will definitely come back to visit Uncle Chen. That's right. When we get to the guest house later, you and Xia Jinyuan should keep old Chen company. I can't stay here any longer. Commander-in-Chief Xia looked at the time. The flight was at 10:30 p.m., so he still had time to chat with the young man. His benevolent smile faded as he looked sternly at the young girl whom the military had high hopes for. He said in a deep voice, Yi Qian, as long as you live, you can only move forward. You can never retreat. If you take a step back, you will have to take 100 steps to catch up in the future. Time will not wait for you, and those who surpass you will not wait for you either. You don't want to chase after others, so you have to keep moving forward. This is my hope for you and Xia Jinyuan. It's also my hope for you. I hope that you can adjust your mentality as soon as possible and devote yourself wholeheartedly to your new life and start your new journey. The advice from the Commander-in-Chief of the military was also the concern of an elder for the younger generation. In this lifetime, Yi Qian was no longer alone. Chapter 1369. It was 7:10 p.m. in the summer night, and the sky was still slightly white. The sky was dotted with stars, and the crescent moon shone down. The trees cast their shadows and swayed with the rustling of the night wind. The car was driving on the tree-lined avenue leading to the military guest house. Under the bright car lights, they could see soldiers in military uniforms coming and going on both sides. The guard stepped on the brakes and said to Commander-in-Chief Xia, Commander-in-Chief, there is someone in front. According to the guard's judgment, there was a 90% chance that the person was looking for the Commander-in-Chief. The mayor of Fujian town was talking to Xiaofan. We are all staying here. We took the road and came here. We will definitely come back earlier than the Lieutenant General. Director Yi, you have an urgent matter here. We can't delay your urgent matter. It was another official who was being used by Yi Xiaofan. Thank you for your hard work today. Don't worry about the town's financial approval. I will inform the city and let Fujian town get the approval in advance. After all, this is my hometown. Yi Xiaofan thanked him and said earnestly. What he said was what the mayor was thinking. I only have one requirement for local officials. Do things for the people, be realistic, and not be greedy. The mayor of Fujian town nodded repeatedly and almost patted his chest to guarantee, Director Yi, don't worry. We will always remember the honest style you left behind. We will never dare to cross the line. You can investigate. You can even ask the Commission for Discipline Inspection to investigate. I can pat my chest and guarantee that I did not do anything bad to the people. In the car, Yi Qian glanced coldly at the front and said to Commander-in-Chief Xia, Commander-in-Chief, I will walk over with Captain Xia. He really didn't give up on his evil intentions. He even came to block people's way. Commander-in-Chief Xia smiled and said, No need. Guard, drive over. He wanted to see if the director of the construction bureau had the guts to block his car. "I will ask them to come down." The guard obeyed the commander-in-chief's order and called over the other guards who arrived in the afternoon. Yi Qian was a little anxious. "Commander-in-Chief, Xiaofan will not give up easily. I am afraid that he will blame you if you go over." "Little fox." Xia Jinyuan smiled and said, "If he dares to come here, there will be a letter from the military in the office of the Southern Provincial Office the next day. Just follow me out of the car later. Don't worry too much." This wasn't even a small matter. It wasn't a problem at all. Yi Qian bit her lower lip. She had never wanted to trouble Xia Jinyuan because of her, but in the end, Yi Jifan went straight to Commander-in-Chief Xia. The other 3 guards walked out of the guest house with serious military expressions. Their appearance made Yi Jifan happy. They looked a little like the guards who stood beside the lieutenant general during the day. When the car's headlights shone over, Yi Jifan couldn't help but squint his eyes. He saw a black car slowly approaching. When it got closer, he saw that the driver was the guard from the day. Yi Jifan couldn't help but smile. Needless to say, the person sitting inside must be the lieutenant general. The car didn't turn off the engine. Xia Jinyuan opened the door first. Yi Jifan hurried down the steps. The car didn't even turn off the engine. It was clear that the car was going to stop for a while and leave immediately. He had to hurry. But before he got close, the 3 guards immediately came out. 2 of them stopped Yi Jifan and said seriously, "Don't come near." "Sorry, I want to follow the lieutenant general," Yi Jifan explained in a low voice. Before he could finish, he saw Yi Qian get out of the back door of the car. He suddenly stopped talking and looked at Yi Qian sternly. Chapter 1370. Yi Qian. Why was she in the same car as the lieutenant general? Why did the lieutenant general allow a military academy student to get in the car? What exactly happened in the middle of the journey? Yi Jifan's heart was in turmoil. She was actually in the same car as the lieutenant general, and they were even sitting in the back together. What did it mean for a military academy student to be received by a lieutenant general and to be able to sit in the same car as the lieutenant general? What would it mean if, one day, he suddenly sat in the same car as the head of the southern province and got out of the car while talking and laughing? It meant that he liked her. It meant that there was hope for him. It meant that Yi Qian had a backer in the army. It meant that as long as she didn't make any mistakes, she would have a meteoric rise. Old Uncle Jen? What a silent old Uncle Jen who had connections that would allow him to reach the heavens. He was really blind, really blind. He must be blind. He pushed Yi Qian, who needed to be nurtured, to the side of a veteran with connections. Not only was he blind, but his brain was also flooded with water. A cool breeze blew over with a hint of summer heat. Yi Fan, whose mouth was full of bitterness, shuddered violently. He was blind, he was blind. In this way, Yi Qian was able to rely on the lieutenant general, a capable and powerful lieutenant general. No wonder he was able to wear the military uniform in advance. No wonder he was able to reach the rank of captain. So that's how it was. Yi Qian got out of the car with one hand on the car door. Her voice was slightly restrained as she politely said goodbye. "Goodbye, Commander-in-Chief." Commander-in-Chief Xia waved at her and smiled warmly. "Little Yi, you can call me uncle when it's not working. Take care of yourself. Next time you come to the capital, give me a call in advance." He had completely accepted Yi Qian as his daughter-in-law. "You can go now," Xia Jinyuan urged. It was rare to have a father who cheated his son like this. Yi Jifan, who was blocked by the guards, was a few meters away from the car. He couldn't hear what they were talking about, but from Yi Qian's smile, he could tell that they were having a good conversation. Also, what was the identity of the young man he saw during the day? "Why are you sitting in the same carriage as the lieutenant general?" For a moment, Yi Jifan's emotions rose and fell. His eyes were cloudy and uncertain. While he secretly clenched his fists, he also realized that it was impossible for him to get to know the lieutenant general and use this opportunity to send his daughter, Yi Ying, into the capital government regiment. If he were in Yi Qian's shoes, he would definitely tell the lieutenant general about the grudges between the two parties. The lieutenant general knew Yi Qian first, so he would naturally side with her. This path was blocked. It wouldn't work. The mayor of Fujian town wished that there was a hole in the ground for him to crawl into, but who knew that the lieutenant general would turn a blind eye to it? When the two guards who stopped them walked down the stairs, the mayor of Fujian town, who was sweating profusely, tried to smooth things over. Director Yi, I'm afraid the lieutenant general is not in the car. If he was in the car, he would definitely get out. I'm guessing the lieutenant general is not in the car. The man and woman who came down are just basic military officers. How could he trouble the lieutenant general to send them over? Xiaofan, who was not in a good mood, sighed in relief. What he said made sense. How could a lieutenant general personally send people to the guest house? Even the top leader of Anyang City did not have such an honor. Although he thought this, his intuition told him that the lieutenant general was actually in the car. It was all because of those guards. Uncle, you are really something. You can actually get a lieutenant general to personally send Yi Qian back. With a lieutenant general as her backer, it would be difficult for his daughter to climb over her even if she entered the military. Yi Jifan's expression became gloomy. Chapter 1371. Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't even have to show up. It was enough to make Yi Jifan not dare to act rashly. Yi Jifan, who had lost all face, had no choice but to follow the lead of the Fujian town mayor. He sighed regretfully and said, "It seems like he really isn't in the car. Mayor Chow, I'll go to the guest house to say hello to another acquaintance. Please help yourself." He was asking him to leave. The person he was looking for was Chen Dongfeng, who was unlikely to give him face. How could he let Mr. Chow follow him? Mayor Chow, who wanted to leave quickly so that Yi Jifan wouldn't hold him accountable, immediately said, Okay. I won't disturb you any further. Director Yi, I'll ask for your advice the next time I'm back in town. The sound of a car starting could be heard. Several guards got into the car. Yi Qian and the young man stood in the same place. Their backs were as straight as a pencil, and they had the same aura of a towering mountain. The young man was also a soldier. Yi Jifan's heart suddenly turned cold. He clenched his fists even tighter. The black car quickly drove into the night. Mayor Chow cautiously glanced at Yi Jifan and cautiously said goodbye. When he passed by the two young men, he couldn't help but take a second look at them before he quickly left. In this day and age, soldiers were not to be trifled with, especially those with military ranks. It was even more difficult to provoke them. He should quickly leave this place that made him feel uneasy. Yi Qian politely nodded to the mayor of Fujian town who had helped him today. However, he didn't see him leave in a hurry. It seemed like there was a vicious dog chasing after him. There wasn't a vicious dog, but there was someone even more vicious than a vicious dog. The two of them turned and looked at Yi Jifan, who was standing in front of the guest house. They both smiled coldly and looked at each other tacitly. Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows with interest and said, "If he sticks to you, you can't hide." "There's nothing to hide. Since he's here, let's fight." Yi Qian smiled coldly and replied, "If he takes the initiative, then we can attack. Otherwise, we can just treat him like air." Tonight, she still had things to do, so she didn't have the time to waste on him. Yi Jifan saw under the lamplight, a young man and woman who looked like a pair of jade were intimately close. Step by step, they walked towards him hand in hand. They only cared about talking to each other and completely treated him as air. Although Yi Jifan, who was proud of his success in his official career, was cautious, when had he ever been ignored? Fortunately, he had always been able to endure humiliation and was not angered to the point of losing his self-control. When Yi Qian saw this, he could not help but sigh in his heart. Ying was blessed to have such a patient and resourceful father, be it in her previous life or in this life. "What's wrong?" Xia Jinyuan seemed to have sensed something. He lowered his head and asked her, "I think I heard you sigh." The lights in the guest house were very bright, like a mirror, and there was a circle of soft light on the top of her head. Xia Jinyuan moved his fingers and resisted the urge to rub the top of her head. "Do you have any regrets?" "I think that Yi Ying is blessed to have such a father. If her father was here, he would definitely protect her like Yi Jifan and not let her suffer any grievances." Xia Jinyuan's heart clenched. He softened his tone and said gently, "My father is not bad either. Don't be fooled by how he sets traps for me from time to time and how I used to give him headaches. In fact, he is the most protective one. Look at him now. He's completely devoted to you. As his son, I have to take a step back. With my father around, you don't have to worry about fatherly love. Chapter 1372. Thinking about how Commander-in-Chief Xia made fun of Xia Jinyuan, Yi Qian pursed his lips and smiled. Commander-in-Chief is both a strict father and a loving father. I can tell from the way you talk to him. She paused for a moment, and the smile on her slightly dry red lips deepened. I really didn't expect Commander-in-Chief to have such a side to him in private. He's never done that in front of me. My eldest, second, youngest, and aunts all dote on their daughters and are ruthless to their sons. My cousins were often beaten up in the past. Xia Jinyuan inadvertently brought up his relatives. Family Xia had always valued kinship. Which family was like his own? If the son got into trouble, they would beat him up, but if the daughter got into trouble, as long as she didn't make any moral mistakes, everyone would choose to ignore her. Yi Qian involuntarily swallowed when he heard this. Eldest, second, youngest, and aunts. Plus the third in the family, Commander-in-Chief Xia, that's 5 elders. As expected of a big family in Beijing, they had a prosperous family. When you have time, I'll take you home for a walk and meet our relatives. Daughters are pampered in our family Xia. Our family has a prosperous family of sons, but there's only one daughter in every generation. In my generation, there's only Xia Yiwei. The two of them whispered as they walked past Xiaofan and entered the guest house. After checking their room number, they went upstairs together. When they reached the first step, Xia Jinyuan suddenly turned around and smiled at Xiaofan. He gave him a disdainful look and nothing else. Xiaofan didn't expect him to turn around so suddenly. Caught off guard, he was stunned by the arrogance in his eyes. The relationship between this young man and Yi Jian was not an ordinary relationship. It was very likely that they were lovers. After staring at their backs for a while, he finally calmed down and walked into the guest house with his mouth pressed tight. For the sake of his daughter, he had to talk to Chen Dongfeng tonight. At this moment, Ying was waiting anxiously in the hotel. The television was on, but her mind was not on it at all. She paced back and forth in the room alone, impatience written all over her delicate face. She had been asked to wait in the hotel alone. It was already past 8 o'clock, but there was still no news. She didn't know if her father had spoken to the lieutenant general or if he had completed his task. With the end of the summer vacation, our province's Canaan University will welcome the first day of new students. The provincial satellite channel broadcasted the news of new students entering the university. Yi Ying's eyes suddenly darkened as she sat by the bed and stared at the television. Canaan University, one of the key universities in southern province, was also one of the most famous key universities in the country. In the past, she hadn't taken him seriously. But now, 1 or 2 students who were not as good as her had been admitted to a key university. There were even a few ignorant students in her class who had called her and asked her which university they had been admitted to. They even pretended to comfort her by saying that they would take the exam next year. But they were here to laugh at him. Just you wait, all of you wait. One day, I will make you all listen to me obediently. Ying clenched her teeth and said with a face full of resentment. Her almond eyes were so gloomy that it seemed as if water would drip out. Wait until she entered the Beijing political group. Wait until she climbed very, very high, then she would definitely make them pay attention to her. Ying, whose mind was becoming more and more twisted, did not know that her legs had already sunk deeper and deeper into the swamp. Ying waited until 9:30 at night. She opened the hotel room door several times, but did not see the familiar figure return. Time passed little by little, and Yi Ying's heart sank little by little. Chapter 1373. Dad said that as long as there was good news, he should call me immediately. Since there was no news, it meant that there was no good news. Xiaofan indeed did not have any good news. He did not know which room Principal Chen was in. After getting a room with his certificate as the director of the construction bureau, he walked back and forth. Fortunately, Yi Qian remembered that they were on the 3rd floor when they went upstairs. Otherwise, they would not have been able to find Principal Chen. Old Chen, I don't have any other request. I just hope that you can introduce me to the people in the army. This is just a piece of cake for you. Xiaofan, who finally found someone, sighed again and again. He even pointed out his shortcomings in the past and sincerely apologized. I did not take care of the school in the past. But old Chen, tell me honestly, I did not make things difficult for the school. Now, I don't want anything else. I just want my daughter to enter the army. As long as you can introduce me to some people, I will thank you regardless of whether it succeeds or not. Yi Ying is young and has made many mistakes, but she has been changing herself. She is Yi Qian's cousin. She has half the same blood as Yi Qian. Based on this, she will not be worse than Yi Qian, let alone bring shame to Yi Qian. Principal Chen listened with an indifferent expression until Yi Xiaofan's mouth was dry. Principal Chen chuckled and said, Director Yi, you think too highly of me. I am just a retired principal. What can I do? You have found the wrong person. Also, I can guess why Director Yi wants to send your daughter to the army. As for what you said about your daughter having half the same blood as Yi Qian and not being worse than Yi Qian, Director Yi, don't you think it's ridiculous when you said that? Do you think my uncle and I helped Yi Qian get to where he is today? Director Yi, you have underestimated her. It's getting late. Director Yi, please. I need to rest. After listening to nearly 10 minutes of nonsense, Principal Chen understood that Yi Xiaofan was very determined to send Yi Ying into the army. With a cold look in his eyes, Principal Chen directly sent him off. Yi Ying was a troublemaker. She was no worse than Yi Qian. Yi Xiaofan sure is shameless. Yi Xiaofan smiled and apologized, but in the end he didn't get anything. Only by being more patient could he suppress the anger in his heart. Old Chen, think about it. Mr. Yi, aren't you asking for too much? A clear and cold voice suddenly came from the front. The coldness in the voice made Yi Xiaofan's heart jump. He couldn't help but look over. It was Yi Qian. She had come over. Yi Qian, who had finished talking with the two school leaders, accidentally heard the sound in the corridor. She paused for a moment and heard Yi Xiaofan's words. She found it funny, but at the same time, her heart was filled with anger. Step by step, she walked closer and stood in front of him. She stared at him sharply. A priceless jade pendant is in your hands. Do you want me to take it back? The moment she spoke, Yi Xiaofan's pupils contracted. Hearing her mention the jade pendant again after 4 years, no matter how calm he was, he couldn't help but reveal a trace of panic. What jade pendant did I take from you? What nonsense are you talking about? What jade pendant? Do you need me to tell you what it looks like? Do you think I can't recognize Yi Ying just because she's wearing a fake one? Mr. Yi, I didn't mention it because I didn't want it. Yi Qian sneered softly. Her expression became colder. Just because I didn't mention it doesn't mean I forgot. Also, Uncle Chen knows about my relationship with Yi Ying. Do you think this is a secret that only you know? Chapter 1374. Hearing this, Yi Xiaofan's eyes turned cold. He suddenly raised his head and stared at Yi Qian. He stared closely and carefully. After a long time, Yi Xiaofan said calmly, I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Yi is indeed a smart person. Yi Qian raised her eyebrows. Her clear eyes were cold. She looked at him with a faint smile. A smart person would know what I'm talking about. I can understand why Mr. Yi would want to hide a jade pendant that was expensive more than 10 years ago. She even knew that he had secretly appraised it more than 10 years ago. Yi Xiaofan clenched his jaw and stared expressionlessly at Yi Qian. He knew everything but didn't say anything. You don't have anything for me to hide. I don't need to hide anything from you. Her uncle had already passed away. Who else knew about the jade pendant? If he didn't admit it, what else could she do? Yi Qian couldn't help but laugh at Yi Xiaofan's insistence on denying it. She could guess what he was thinking. She could tell from the slight changes in his expression. How could I not recognize my mother's belongings? Ever since I mentioned it that year, you immediately made a replica for Yi Ying to wear. Weren't you afraid that if I mentioned it again, you'd give me a replica? I've said that Mr. Yi is a smart person. It's a pity that Mr. Yi only thinks of himself as a smart person and treats others as stupid. The jade pendant is in your hands. It's not something you can hide as you wish. She suddenly stopped talking. He heard Yijifan's dark eyes staring at the girl who was becoming more and more unfamiliar to him. She wanted him to take the initiative to ask her. Because of what? He needed to know what she was thinking. He had to ask her. Yijifan's eyes were not only cold, but so was his deep voice. It was like a stone covered in thick ice. He asked her in a cold and hard voice. Yijifan wasn't angry enough to leave after being forced to this point. If Ying didn't hold him back, his career would have been much smoother. Yi Jian was in awe of him. Xia Jinyuan, who was watching from the side, rubbed his forehead and smiled lovingly. The little fox's heart was really big. She even admired an old enemy. It's up to me whether I want to take it back or not. Remember my words, Mr. Yi. After Yi Qian finished speaking with a faint smile, he watched with interest as Yi Jifan's expression changed abruptly. It was truly satisfying. Since he came over in the middle of the night to cause trouble for her, she had to give him a piece of her mind. Yi Jifan's expression darkened. He stared at the girl who was still smiling so easily. After a long time, he said coldly, Yi Qian, you don't have the ability to threaten me. With that, he walked away. Yi Qian hadn't forgotten about the jade pendant, but she didn't want it. Why didn't he want it even though he knew that it was priceless? Even Chen Dongfeng knew about Yi Qian's background. Did she know that she wasn't his elder brother's biological daughter? Speaking of the jade pendant, Yi Qian had indeed caused trouble for him, and it wasn't just any trouble. It made Yijifan feel uneasy. After a few days of fruitless work, he left with heavy footsteps. Not only did he not solve his problem, but he also brought back a bunch of problems that gave him a headache. He had to investigate thoroughly. When he got back. Mr. Yi, there are some people you can't touch just because you want to. For example, Yi Qian. No matter how high your rank is, you can't touch her. An even colder voice drifted over. It was filled with indifference and laziness. If you touch someone you shouldn't touch, no matter how powerful the people behind Mr. Yi are, they won't be able to protect you. Chapter 1375. This was the young man's voice. Just by listening to him speak, one could feel his elegance. Yijifan only felt a chill run down his spine. Every step he took felt like he was stepping on the tip of a knife. It was so sharp that it was difficult for him to walk. He could hear the confidence in the young man's voice. He was definitely not trying to scare him. He really could do what he said. Who would have thought that Yi Qian would become someone he couldn't touch? No matter how high he got promoted, he still couldn't touch him. Ironic too ironic. Once upon a time, a little girl who was so weak that he could decide her life or death with just a lift of his finger had become someone he couldn't touch in just 5 years. Too ironic. Yijifan walked very slowly as he thought to himself. He smiled coldly. He wanted the jade pendant. He also wanted to get rid of this person. Let's see if he could touch her. Standing at the entrance of the guest house, Yijifan looked back at the guest house that only served soldiers and occasionally government officials. His elegant face revealed a trace of coldness that seeped into his blood. Yi Qian, it would have been better if you didn't mention the jade pendant. Now that you did, it means that you've been thinking about it. Yijifan narrowed his eyes. He waited until the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a sinister smile before he walked down the stairs and left. The jade pendant was his treasure for promotion. If he wanted to take back his treasure, Yi Qian, he had to be alive to do so. In the hotel, Ying finally couldn't take it anymore. She picked up the landline phone that she had put down several times. Her fingers trembled unconsciously as she dialed a number. Hearing a familiar voice, Ying asked in a trembling voice, "Dad, when are you coming back? Why are you still awake? It's so late." Yijifan got out of the car and took the change from the taxi driver. He said, "Thank you," in a low voice before getting out of the car. "I'm at the entrance of the hotel. If you have anything to say it tomorrow morning." Ying had no choice but to swallow her words. She reluctantly said, "Oh, I got it. Dad, rest early." Rest early. Yijifan had always been patient with his only daughter. He knew what she wanted to ask, but in order to train her character, he didn't say much. When she thought about competing with Yi Qian, who had already gone far, Ying's temper had to be tempered. If you don't grind, you won't become a talent. With his phone in hand, Xiaofan gracefully nodded and thanked the hotel staff who opened the door for him. His steps were straight and steady as he walked towards the hotel elevator. He was in his early 40s, which was the golden age of a man. He had a successful career and a graceful demeanor. In addition, he had been an official for more than 10 years, so he had a calm charm and the dignity of an official. Along the way, several staff members and female guests could not help but look at him a few more times. Why did Yi Ying remind Sun Dongqing to take care of herself? Why did she insist on signing her up for class and flower arrangement classes? It was because she realized the gap between her parents. She was afraid that one day, she would hear that her father had an affair. Fortunately, Xiaofan was not a womanizer. Sun Dongqing had been with him when he was young. After being tortured by old Madame Yi, no matter how ambitious he was, he had never thought of changing his wife who was wholeheartedly loyal to him. Ying had been leaning against the door the whole time. When she heard the door close next door, she bit her lower lip and angrily lay on the bed with tears in her eyes. How could she fall asleep tonight if he didn't tell her anything? The more she thought about it, the more wronged she felt. Tears flowed down her face. Ying didn't know how long she cried before she fell asleep in a daze. Chapter 1376. The hour hand pointed to 12. Xiaofan, who had smoked half a pack of cigarettes, put out the cigarette but in the glass ashtray with one hand. His gaze fell on the phone on the coffee table. He put out the cigarette butt and picked up the phone. He wasn't the only one who wanted to get rid of Yi Qian. There was another person who really had a grudge against Yi Qian's family, Sun Yaozu. The night flowed. The neon lights on the streets flickered with colorful lights, illuminating the tired faces and hurried footsteps of the people returning home at night. There were also people who stumbled out of the bars, swaying and drinking as they walked. Their actions outlined a corner of the city's life. At this time, Yi Qian had already fallen asleep. She didn't sleep very deeply. Her brows furrowed from time to time, faintly revealing her sadness. A tear slowly flowed from the corner of her eye and disappeared as she turned over. When the sky was still a little gray, Xia Jinyuan drove out of the hotel. Yi Qian and Principal Chen sat in the back of the car. "You two are really troublesome." Principal Chen looked helplessly at the two people who came early in the morning to block his door, afraid that he would take the car back alone. Although he criticized them, his expression was gratified. He sighed and said, "You send me back, but you have to rush back tomorrow. It's not easy to get a few days off. You should rest well." Yi Qian handed the breakfast he had prepared in advance to Principal Chen and smiled. "We're young so we don't get tired. You're the one who's really tired these days. Also, I also want to go home. Don't chase me out of the car." "Uncle Chen, she's wanted to go home for a long time. When she goes to school, I'm afraid she won't be able to come back even once in a year or two. It's also possible that she won't be able to come back until 4 years later." Xia Jinyuan leaked the information to let Principal Chen know what to expect. They were both soldiers, so Principal Chen knew it was serious. Even his expression was serious. He immediately said to Yi Qian, "Don't worry about home. You can train outside without worry. The army has already arranged everything for me in the future. In the future, I will spend most of my time in the army and will only be able to go home once in a while." With the start of the 99th National Day celebration, our country became the focus of the world's attention. The weapons that needed to be transported from the south to the north were also secretly transported. As a transit station, the Fujian Town Army had entered a special state of alert in January of this year. Principal Chen, who had been serving the army for a long time, also had a choice when he returned. Of course, it would be much easier. Yi Qian didn't know what the army had arranged for him. When he heard this, he immediately felt relieved. "It's even better that you're in the army. Regiment Commander Lu, Political Commissar Yen, and the rest are all there. There are also many new recruits. Uncle Chen, I'm afraid you won't have much free time in the future." She spoke with a smile the entire time, and the sadness from yesterday seemed to have disappeared from her face. Xia Jinyuan glanced at her from the rearview mirror and couldn't help but smile. Little Fox knew how to turn sadness into strength and longing into eternity. She would always remember her uncle's voice and face in her heart, and she would always show concern for her loved ones. This kind of little fox was very good. Special forces soldiers were humans too. They had emotions and desires, but the difference was that they had to control their emotions. You could be sad, but you had to always remember that you were still holding a gun in your hand. You could be happy, but you had to always remember that you were a special forces soldier who couldn't show your emotions. Yi Qian was happy and sad, but he had learned to control it. This was really good. It was very reassuring. It was only past 10 o'clock when they returned to the village. As usual, Xia Jinyuan sent Yi Qian and Principal Chen to the village entrance before he drove to the army base in the mountains. Chapter 1377. There was no other reason other than that Principal Chen didn't want the villagers to know that Yi Qian had a boyfriend. Although it was a different era, Shuku village was still an old-fashioned village. It was fine to get married at the age of 18 or 19, but it was definitely wrong to get into a relationship while studying. In order to prevent bad rumors from spreading, our Major Xia's identity had to be kept a secret. Xia Jinyuan didn't have any objections to this. He didn't want Yi Qian to be disturbed by rumors. After entering the village, Yi Qian saw familiar villagers working in the fields. He greeted them with a smile. "Uncle, hi, it's getting hot." A villager who was bending over to pluck water plants in the fields heard his voice and immediately straightened up. He said in disbelief, "Little old Chen, hey, why are you guys back so soon? Old uncle just passed away yesterday. Why are you guys back so soon?" "Yes, we're back. Uncle, hi, you go ahead." Yi Qian knew why they were surprised. Funerals in the village usually took a few days, but Grandpa Zhen only took a day from his death to his burial. It was normal for Uncle Hai to be surprised. Uncle Hai was the villager Yi Qian met on the first day after his rebirth. He even stood up for Yi Qian and scolded Sun Dongqing. With muddy hands, he carefully looked at Yi Qian's face and said, "I'll come to your house to enjoy the cool air. Your house is very cool." There was a mountain at the back, a peach forest in front, and a sea of bamboo on both sides. Summer was the coolest. After chatting with Uncle Hai for a while, Yi Qian met a few other villagers who had finished their work and were preparing to go home. They chatted as they walked, and when they found out that old Uncle Zhen had passed away peacefully, their conversation became much more relaxed. "Old uncle, you're so lucky. You suffered when you were young, but now you're living a good life. The military took care of you when you were alive, and you and the people in the military sent you off when you were dying. That's good, that's good. Yes, little Yi, you're doing well now." Old uncle was smiling when he left. It's clear that he has nothing to worry about and left peacefully. "You're the only military academy student in our town," another villager said with some pride. "You're the only military academy student in our town. All the villagers in the surrounding area have specially come to our village to see you. Our entire village feels proud of you." Principal Chen laughed. "Little Yi is thin-skinned and doesn't like to be publicized. If you guys continue talking, little Yi will be embarrassed." "What's there to be embarrassed about? That's how it is. Our village." Before the villager could finish his sentence, a sharp voice came from the front and interrupted him. "This is incredible. Fujian Town's famous person, the first military academy student, is finally willing to return to the village." Sun Dongqing, who was standing at the entrance of her house, made sure that her eyes weren't playing tricks on her. The moment she opened her mouth, she didn't say anything nice. "Military school students are so amazing. They're even harder to find than my old Yi. Tisk. Looks like you're already thinking of yourself as a big shot before you even begin." When the villagers heard this, their faces turned cold. They exchanged glances with each other and gestured for Yi Qian to ignore her. There was nothing much to say to this kind of person. Everyone knew that Sun Dongqing disliked little Yi the most. The villagers all knew this very well. However, now that she was the wife of a provincial official, she put on airs and looked like she wasn't someone to be trifled with. Just looking at her made people feel disgusted. She didn't return to the village all year round, but she just had to come back this year. Outside, people said that she came back to avoid the summer heat. Some even said that she didn't want to serve the paralyzed old lady Yi. In short, there were all kinds of rumors, but none of them were good. Don't pay attention to her. You can't afford to offend her, but you can avoid her. Little Yi, walk between us. Chapter 1378. The more stubborn villager snorted. Why should we leave? She didn't do anything wrong. Why can't we have a chat? Don't be afraid, Yi girl. If she's so arrogant in the village, we won't be afraid of her. Normally, if there was a high-ranking official in the village, the villagers would respect him. However, Yi Jifan's family had become the target of the villagers' reverence. They didn't need his family to do anything, nor did they need Yi Jifan to show his face. All they had to do was nod their heads when they met. After all, who wouldn't go against the unreasonable Sun Dongxing for no reason? Principal Chen also said in a low voice, ever since she found out that you were admitted to the military academy, she hasn't stopped talking. The more you talk to her, the more energetic she gets. Old Chen is right. That's right. The more you talk to her, the more energetic she gets. Yi Qian didn't want to talk to her either. There was no need to quarrel with her. He smiled and talked to the villagers who were concerned about him, not even looking at Sun Dongxing. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, Sun Dongxing was even more pleased. Did you see that? Seeing her was like a mouse seeing a cat. What military academy student? Bah! Without the damned old man's protection, how much trouble could a wild girl like her, who had no parents and no one to teach her? It was good that the damned old man died. It was a pity that he didn't die a few years earlier. Otherwise, that damned girl wouldn't have been able to cause any trouble. She raised her chin and continued her one-man show. Even if you get into the military academy, you won't be presentable. You're destined to be useless if you mix around with bumpkins every day. Things that aren't presentable will never be presentable. She thought that others weren't presentable, but she didn't know that the entire village thought so as well. After she finished speaking, she spat on the ground and laughed arrogantly. Damned girl, damned girl. Wait until Ying enters the capital government regiment. You're just a small military academy student. You won't be able to bear the consequences. Ying hadn't even entered yet, but Sun Dongxing was already daydreaming. Hearing this, Yi Qian only felt that it was funny. It seemed that Yi Jifan hadn't told her about how he kept hitting a wall. He wanted her to continue daydreaming. Seeing Yi Qian pass by the courtyard gate, Sun Dongxing was unwilling to let him go. When she saw Yi Qian's cold smile, she felt as if she had been humiliated. With a heavy snort, she stepped out of the courtyard and directly blocked Yi Qian's path. Don't you have any manners? Didn't the school teach you to respect your elders and not say a word in front of them? If you don't even know how to be polite, how did you get into the military academy? I already said that you didn't get into the military academy properly. Who would believe that someone like you could get into the military academy? She was, after all, the wife of the head of the construction bureau. Her words were even worse than those of an ignorant village woman. She did not have the slightest temperament. Sun Dongxing, how do you get into the military academy? Do you want your Ying to come out and explain? The villagers who had been advising Yi Qian to ignore them immediately retorted, that's not right. Your Ying can't say it. She didn't even take the college entrance exam. How would she know about the military academy? With just one sentence, Sun Dongxing was put on the spot. Her face alternated between green and white, which was very interesting. We're all from the same village. Do you think we don't know what happened to your family? Sun Dongxing, we know that you don't like Yi Qian. Yi Qian has already avoided you, but you still don't let it go. Don't blame us for standing up for her. Just because we don't talk about Ying doesn't mean that we don't know. We don't talk about it because we're giving face to Yi Jifan. But you just have to find trouble and embarrass your family. Don't think that the villagers were really honest. They had gone overboard and each person said a sentence. It was enough to make Sun Dongxing angry for a while. Chapter 1379. How could Sun Dongxing tell anyone about Yi Ying's failure? She thought that if she kept it a secret, the villagers who lived far away from the provincial capital wouldn't know about it. Now that it was exposed, she pointed at Yi Qian and cursed, I knew you were a troublemaker. Damn you, why didn't you die with that old bastard? As soon as you came back, Yi Qian didn't give her a chance to finish her sentence. She could tolerate it if someone insulted her, but she couldn't tolerate it if someone insulted Grandfather Zhen, who was respected by the entire army. No one saw how she moved. She was smiling just a moment ago, but now she was strangling Sun Dongqing's neck with one hand. Her expression was so cold that the men couldn't help but shiver. Sun Dongqing was the one who was most shocked. She did not even know how her neck was strangled by Yi Jian. Her eyes widened in shock as she clung tightly to Yi Jian's hands. Let go, oh, let go, let go, let go. She couldn't even make a sound as she was forced against the wall by Yi Jian. Her back was pressed against the scorching wall. Sun Dongqing saw the hostility in Yi Jian's eyes. She struggled even harder in fear and panic. Who do you think you are? Yi Jian looked at her coldly. Every word that came out of her mouth seemed to be stained with blood. Her hostility was so heavy that it was like rusty iron. I didn't quarrel with you because you're nothing in my eyes. You're nothing, and you think you're worthy of talking to me? You're asking for death. Yi Jian wanted to kill her, but he was still able to control himself. Otherwise, he would have broken her neck with one move. The words, courting death, exploded above Sun Dongqing's head like a clap of thunder, causing her legs to tremble uncontrollably. She let out a muffled whoop sound from her throat, and even tears began to flow out of her eyes. The villagers were all shocked by Yi Jian's coldness. They didn't even have time to react. As for Principal Chen, he didn't want to move. Since she dared to scold his uncle, she deserved to be taught a lesson. Little Yi knew what she had to do. Yi Jian tightened his grip, and Sun Dongqing started to find it more and more difficult to breathe. Without a source of oxygen, she didn't even have the strength to struggle. Her hands eventually became powerless as she hammered Yi Jian's right arm. Her eyes faintly rolled upward. Yi Jian wanted to kill her. She would really kill her. Sun Dongqing, who had never been so close to death and had never experienced what it felt like to die from suffocation, was scared. She was so scared that despair showed on her face. She wanted to ask the villagers for help, but she realized that none of them were looking at her. They were all looking at Yi Jian. No one helped her, no one stood up to stop her. It was as if they all wanted her to be strangled to death. Despair overwhelmed her, and a stream of warm water flowed down from between her legs. Little Yi let go. The expressionless Principal Chen loosened his grip. She knows fear. The stunned villagers finally reacted. They all pulled Yi Jian's hand. Little Yi, that's enough, that's enough. She's just a cheap mouth. Just teach her a lesson. She's so scared that she's crying. Of course she knows fear. All right. As long as you vented your anger, that's enough. No one went to help Sun Dongqing up. They were all men, so how could they help her? If they didn't help her properly, this woman might accuse them of molesting her. She deserved it, she really deserved it. The dead should be respected. She still dared to scold them like this. She should be taught a lesson. Chapter 1380. No one really thought that Yi Jian was wrong. Just like what Sun Dongqing said just now, if he had a son or a daughter at home, he would have already taken a weapon and smashed the door. At noon, the sun was scorching hot, so hot that the cicadas on the trees were like withered leaves. They would occasionally chirp for a while before they stopped. Sun Dongqing, who was sitting by the wall of her yard, panted heavily. She did not even know when Yi Jian had left after escaping death. She was panting heavily. After being exposed to the sun for at least 10 minutes, Sun Dongqing, whose face was still pale, finally stood up with trembling legs. Before she could stand up straight, she fell back down and sat on the spot where she had spilled the yellow soup. She didn't care about being angry anymore, she just wanted to hurry back to her house and lock the door. Scared, she was scared, really scared. Yi Jian wanted to kill her, he really would have killed her just now. If it wasn't for Qin Dongfeng stopping him, she wouldn't have been able to get up and lie on the ground now. Sun Dongqing, who was so scared that tears came out of her eyes, finally crawled back to her house. She really didn't have the strength to stand up. Even if it was just a few steps, her knees were so weak that she couldn't exert any strength. At that time, Yi Jian was already sitting at the village head's house, eating a sumptuous lunch while chatting. He didn't mention anything about Uncle Jen, only saying that she didn't return to the village because the school arranged for her to be in military training. After lunch, he chatted and laughed with the two elders in the village as he walked back to his house. After passing through the peach forest, he saw that the villagers were all sitting outside his house. Uncle Chen was still the most experienced. After lunch, he hurried back. Otherwise, he would have locked the villagers outside his house. Although the sun was in the afternoon, Yi Qian's house was indeed cool. The elders sat in the living room, while the younger ones leaned against the door or sat directly under the beams outside the house. They held thin fans in their hands and fanned themselves as they talked. The villagers of Shuku village all knew about Uncle Zhen's death and that he was buried in the cemetery of martyrs. The elderly couldn't help but wipe away their tears and sigh as they talked. They didn't forget to comfort Yi Qian. The village chief, Zhang Difu, was the most authoritative person in the village. Looking at the only military academy student in town, as the village chief, he was also worried that the departure of his uncle would affect her studies. Furthermore, Uncle Zhen had mentioned before that if he was not around, the village would still need to take care of Yi Qian. After waiting for the elders in the village to finish speaking, he turned to Yi Qian and said earnestly, "When people are born, they will grow old. No one can control it. Old uncle died of old age. Good people have good karma. Little Yi, you don't have to be too sad. Uncle doesn't want to see you crying all day. The village chief is right. Little Yi, you're a military academy student. You're going to be a soldier. They always say on TV that blood is shed but not shed tears. You can't cry so easily." They also brought up Yi Qian's admission into the military academy. Uncle Zhen passed away peacefully, reminding Yi Qian to take good care of herself when she was alone outside. If she lacked anything, she should give the village a call and other similar concerns. Yi Qian answered them all politely and respectfully. The villagers who listened to her liked her even more. Look at little Yi. She was so much better than Yi Ying. That girl, she was impatient when asked a question. She liked to talk about how her father was and how he was. She even liked to say, "You don't understand." It was more than a little tiring to talk to her. There was also Sun Dongqing, who looked down on the villagers but liked to show off in front of them. Now, the villagers of Shuka village had a very bad impression of Yi Ying. Compared to Yi Qian, there was no comparison. Chapter 1381. Yi Qian, who only stayed in the village for one night, left Shuku village at 5 o'clock in the morning the next day. It was not until 7 o'clock in the morning that the villagers wanted to call Yi Qian to their house for dinner that they realized she had already left. This girl is still the same as before. She's afraid of disturbing others. Principal Chen smiled and said, she was in a rush to catch the train and was afraid that she would miss the news. She's also a reliable person. I didn't even wake up before she packed her luggage and left. The child had grown up and was finally flying away. Headmaster Chen chatted and laughed with the villagers as they walked towards the vegetable garden. Little Yi had gone to school, so he tidied up the vegetable garden. He had to report to the army the day after tomorrow. Yi Qian wasn't the only one who left early in the morning. Sun Dongqing also left. Before I left, I repeatedly reminded you that if Yi Qian comes back, don't go head-to-head with her. Yi Xiaofan, who had driven home early in the morning, scolded Sun Dongqing in a low voice after receiving a call from his wife. Look at you. She didn't even enter the house before you blocked her way. You even dared to scold Uncle General Sun Dongqing? Are you out of your mind? Yi Xiaofan didn't even enter the house. He immediately drove away after picking up Sun Dongqing. He couldn't afford to lose face like that. Sun Dongqing, who hadn't slept the entire night, was still battered and exhausted. Her hair was uncombed and her face was swollen. She covered her neck with dole marks and retorted, "Yihan, do you still have a conscience? I was almost killed by a silly girl. Instead of standing up for me, you scolded me. Are you a fucking man?" Yi Qian had been ruthless yesterday, so her voice was hoarse when she spoke. "Silly girl, Sun Dongqing, she wanted to kill you. Do you still think she's a silly girl?" Yi Xiaofan really didn't want to bother with this stupid girl of his. She kept finding trouble for him all day long and never stopped. That's right. Yi Qian really wanted to kill her yesterday. Sun Dongqing felt a chill on her neck and hurriedly covered it with her hands. She looked a little scared. Yi Xiaofan became angrier when he saw this. She couldn't win against Yi Qian in terms of scolding and fighting, yet she dared to provoke him. Zhang Difu had called last night and said that the villagers of Shuka village would not dare to have anything to do with Director Yi in the future. They were afraid that Sun Dongqing would bully them to their ancestral grave. These words were extremely heavy. He was, after all, an official from Shuka village. If even the local people didn't recognize him, what kind of good reputation would he have if word got out? Who knew what kind of trouble they would stir up if they let their political opponents seize the opportunity? His career was going to be affected. Yijifan's eyes flashed with anger, and his voice became more ferocious. Do you think you can take advantage of her by scolding her? Sun Dongqing, do you want to send me out for investigation and have the provincial government dismiss me? Only then will you be satisfied. It would have been fine if you had the upper hand, but in the end, you were almost killed by her. I say, why didn't I really kill you? Yijifan was also very angry. He was still thinking of ways to get closer to the military officers who attended old Uncle Jen's funeral yesterday, but she blocked all his paths with one sentence. Once Yi Qian and Chen Dongfeng told platoon leader Lu and political commissar Yen about this, sending their daughter to the Beijing political regiment? There was no hope for her to even enter the local army. Her husband didn't help her and even cursed her for not being killed. Sun Dongqing had always been able to hold her head high in front of Yijifan. When she heard what he said, it was like an erupting volcano. She immediately cursed in a hoarse voice in the car. Good. You finally spoke the truth. Chapter 1382. You want to kill me? Fine, kill me now. Yi Qian doesn't have to do it himself. I'll invite you to do it. Please kill me. Yijifan was so angry that his temples were bulging. He stopped the car by the roadside and shouted, "If I could kill you, I would fucking kill you right now, you idiot who ruined our daughter's future." What do you mean? As long as Yi Ying was involved, Sun Dongqing immediately grasped the main point. She stopped making a fuss and stared at her husband with disheveled hair. What do you mean? What does me scolding Yi Qian have to do with Ying Ying's future? Yijifan, who had been having a hard time in the past few days, rolled down the car window in annoyance. He lit a cigarette for himself and took a deep puff. Yi Jian attended Uncle Jen's funeral wearing a military uniform and a military rank. Isn't she a military academy student? What's so great about wearing a military uniform? Before her husband could finish, Sun Dongqing pouted and said, "Our Ying Ying can wear a military uniform even if she joins the Beijing government regiment." Last night's lesson was still effective. Subconsciously, Sun Dongqing didn't dare to call her wretched girl anymore. So what if I scolded her? She deserved it. Sun Dongqing didn't know what trouble she had caused for Yi Jifan. When she mentioned Yi Qian, she didn't even realize that her anger had weakened. Stop trying to scare me. Yi Jifan saw that she still hadn't reacted. He was so angry that he sneered. I'm trying to scare you? Sun Dongqing, let me tell you. Yi Qian is now a military officer with a military rank. She's not a military academy student. 2 days ago, she met the soldiers as Uncle Jen's granddaughter. Do you know who these soldiers are? The leaders of the military academy came. The leaders of the military district came. There was even a lieutenant general. They all came. They all came to attend Uncle Jen's funeral. All of them knew Yi Qian. Yi Qian knew all of them. By the end of his speech, Yi Jifan was practically roaring. He was roaring so much that his saliva was splattering everywhere. Sun Dongqing was still a little confused. She twisted her body uneasily, as she thought about it, she finally grasped the main point. Her face changed dramatically, and then her lips trembled until her face turned pale. Yi Qian knows them? Are you sure? Her daughter was going to enter the capital's political corps. If Yi Qian really knew so many military officers, Sun Dongqing felt her hands and feet turn cold early in the morning. Even her heart turned cold. No, impossible. How could it be? She's an orphan. No, impossible. Uncle Jen is just an old man. How is it possible? How is it possible that so many military officers will attend his funeral? Yijifan, don't scare me. Scared? Are you scared now? Yijifan glared at her with murderous eyes. He clenched his teeth and sneered, Are you scared? Are you scared now? I also want to tell you that the lieutenant general personally escorted Yi Qian back to the guest house that night. It doesn't matter if she doesn't know the other military officers, as long as she knows the lieutenant general. I've been trying my best to get in touch with the military, but you ruined all my efforts by calling him an old man. Sun Dongqing, who are you to scold? How dare you scold Uncle Jen? Don't you know that the dead should be respected? If you dare to scold someone like that in the village, everyone with children will come to your house and raid it. If you're stupid, can you not drag me and my daughter into it? Yi Qian only needs to report what happened yesterday to the military officers he knows. My daughter wants to enter the capital's political corps? I'm telling you, don't even think about entering the local military. Chapter 1383. Sun Dongqing was dumbfounded. I don't know. I thought that Yi Qian would return to normal after old man Zhen died. I don't know. You didn't say anything. How would I know when I was in the village? She stuttered and couldn't finish her sentence. She was so flustered that she didn't know what to say. You didn't tell me a single thing. How would I know that she could be so powerful? I would know who she was and who she was and who she was. If I went and saw the scene, I wouldn't dare to say anything. The more Sun Dongqing spoke, the more anxious she became. She turned around and stamped her feet. She was like an ant on a hot pan. Xiaofan finished his cigarette and glanced coldly at the anxious Sun Dongqing. He opened the car door and got into the car with a gloomy face. Do you think you can come up with a solution just because you're anxious? Get in. But Sun Dongqing didn't dare to argue anymore. She had made a big mistake and could only rely on her husband to explain. She should go along with him. The most important thing now was to settle her daughter's matter. I've thought about it. You should go and apologize to Yi Qian first, then go to the cemetery and offer a wreath to old uncle. Xiaofan couldn't think of a better solution. He could only apologize to Yi Qian and ask her not to tell anyone. Other than that, he couldn't think of any other solution. You want me to apologize? Sun Dongqing's face fell. She felt a pain in her chest. I was almost killed by her. You want me to apologize to her? Do I have to be so cheap? She was so angry. So angry. If you want to apologize to her, you have to see if she accepts it or not. Xiaofan didn't want to say anything else. He prepared himself for the worst. If she really couldn't enter the army, then she would be sent abroad. Sun Dongqing's chest was not only hurting, but her liver was also hurting. After a while, she suppressed her anger and said through gritted teeth, Apologize. For Ying, I'll even kneel and apologize. Where is she? Go and find her now. For the sake of her daughter's future, she was willing to give up her dignity. As long as her daughter was successful, she would teach Yi Qian a lesson one day. If I knew where she was, I would have brought you there when I came back. Go straight to her school. Xiaofan was probably too angry. Every time he spoke, he clenched his jaw tightly. Even his hands gripped the steering wheel so tightly that his knuckles looked ferocious. Both husband and wife were in a bad mood. The gloominess on their faces was so thick that even the sun outside couldn't disperse it. Yi Qian, who was driving, did not expect that Xiaofan and his wife would go to the school to look for Ying because of her. He glanced at Xia Jinyuan several times from the corner of his eyes, who was resting with his eyes closed. Before he could look away, he heard him say lazily, Little fox, if you continue to peek at me like this, you're going to steal my sleepiness away. Caught red-handed, Yi Qian did not feel awkward. Instead, he smiled and said, I still don't know who won the competition between you and them. As soon as he returned to the army, he was directly dragged to the shooting range and obstacle course by Lu Tuan and Commissar Yen to compete with the soldiers. Lu Tuan only told her that Captain Xia fought against dozens of soldiers alone, but did not tell her the final result. There can only be one result. Xia Jinyuan laughed. His elegant and handsome face was slightly mischievous. He sighed and said, Poor 24 soldiers. They're probably still being punished right now. When competing with a Special Forces soldier in a comprehensive skill competition, the results were usually not optimistic. But she didn't expect him to be so merciless. You know that they're pitiful? Why didn't you show them mercy? Chapter 1384. I can't go easy on you. Commander Lu and Political Commissar Yen said that they want to test if I'm qualified to be your boyfriend. Little fox, in order to prove to them that I'm qualified to be your boyfriend, I did my best. Xia Jinyuan, who was no longer sleepy, turned sideways and gazed tenderly at the girl he loved. When he saw her smile at his words, he couldn't help but smile too. I can't go easy on you in yesterday's competition. If I lost, Commander Lu and Political Commissar Yen would definitely call you and advise you to reconsider carefully. Don't agree to be my wife. Captain Xia, where did Brother Z say he was waiting for us? Yi Qian didn't want to know the result. She only knew that if she continued talking, the thick-skinned Xia Jinyuan would say more things that would make her blush. She changed the topic abruptly, which made Xia Jinyuan raise his eyebrows and laugh. Yi Jian couldn't help but blush when she heard his laughter, which was as deep as a zither. During the 6-hour journey from Shuku village to Anyang city, the laughter in the car never stopped. Yi Qian kept her company all the way until they arrived at school on the 31st. Yi Qian's smile never stopped. With someone who was wholeheartedly good to her, who was willing to coax, pamper, and love her, no matter how cold Yi Qian's heart was, it gradually warmed up. I'll go by myself. You don't have to accompany me. When they arrived at the entrance of the National Science University, which was even more solemn than other universities, Yi Qian whispered to Xia Jinyuan, "You should go back and report. Don't be distracted by my matters." Even if he rushed back, he wouldn't mind waiting for a couple of hours. Xia Jinyuan, who had changed into his military uniform, pointed at the entrance and smiled. It's still the freshman's military training period. If you go in like this, the sentries won't let you in. At the mention of the sentries, a young man in a military uniform walked over and saluted Xia Jinyuan. "Hello, teacher. Is there anything I can help you with?" "It's okay. I'll send her through the registration procedures." Xia Jinyuan returned the military salute and asked her, "Where's the place where freshmen report? You can point it out to me." After checking the relevant documents and confirming Yi Qian's identity as a freshman, the strictly guarded entrance of the National Science University allowed Yi Qian to enter. One step at a time, two at a time, she walked past the solemn school gate with the national emblem hanging high above. Yi Jian finally began her military academy career. A new page had opened in her life, and she would definitely push Yi Jian to glory step by step. "Congratulations, little fox, you're one step closer to your goal." Xia Jinyuan personally handed the trainee's uniform to Yi Jian. He gazed deeply at the girl who was chasing after him as her goal. "I spent 4 years here. Now you're going to spend 4 years here too. Little fox, we'll meet in the army 4 years later." His little fox had finally grown into a pine tree that could stand proud in the wind and snow. As for him, he was waiting for her return in 4 years. Freshman, Yi Qian reporting for duty. Late freshman, late report. Freshman Yi Qian finally walked in front of the 45 freshmen. As a girl and one of the only 3 girls in the class, Yi Qian's appearance was like a cool breeze on a hot summer day, blowing away the heat of the 42 boys. The ones in charge of the military training were 4th-year students of the National Science University. Following the old rules of the National Science University, the freshmen's instructors were all outstanding 4th-year seniors. Although the person in charge of the military training was a 4th-year student, he could see the qualifications of an officer from them. His expression was cold and resolute, and his eyes were as sharp as swords. Yi Jian straightened his back and accepted the gaze. Chapter 1385. The military academy's military training was an order from the headquarters. The freshmen would complete their military training a month earlier than other freshmen. The freshmen had to follow the rules on the notice and end their summer vacation a month earlier to complete the military training, which was much more intense than other freshmen. Freshmen did not have any conditions to avoid the military training, because only by going through the cruel and strict military training could they wear the glorious military uniform and become a member of the military academy. The freshmen would have to go through everything from formation, housekeeping, discipline, general knowledge, basic tactics, light weapons usage, knowledge of the different branches of the military, and so on during their military training. All freshmen were required to complete their transformation from local youths to qualified soldiers as soon as possible, to adapt to military life in advance, to abide by all rules and regulations, and to obey orders unconditionally. All freshmen obeyed strictly, even if they were so tired that they could only crawl back to their dorms on the first day. They would grit their teeth and continue to persevere on the second day. Some people could not take it anymore and proposed to drop out in a fit of anger. That day, they were summoned by the political instructor for a talk, but the next day, they could be seen on the training field again. Since you chose to apply for the military academy, you should know that this is not a place where you can come and go as you please. No one wants to be special, and no one can escape the orders of the headquarters. No matter how good your college entrance exam results are, you will not be special here. Persevere is your only choice. No one wanted to be special, no one could escape from military training then. This freshman Yi Qian who had suddenly appeared before them, why didn't she come to participate in the military training earlier? Being stared at by the senior year seniors and all 45 students in the class, Yi Qian maintained the standard standing posture with her stomach tucked in and chest puffed out, accepting the baptism of their gazes. Only the higher-ups of the military academy knew that Yi Qian had gone to the island to complete the frogman training. The senior year monitor in charge of the military training did not have the right to know, so when Yi Qian suddenly appeared, he was stunned for 3 seconds. In a breath, he immediately reacted and said, "Fall in." He was not sure what the situation was, but the freshman Yi Qian could still complete the registration without participating in the military training, and even receive the training uniform to participate in the final day of the military training assessment. It could be seen that she had already submitted the relevant documents to the military division to be exempted from the military training, and with the approval of the military division and the school, she was exempted from the military training. Since she had rushed to the final physical fitness test, then she would have to complete the test like all the other freshmen. The student monitor only took 3 seconds to figure out the crux of the matter. Without any questions, he immediately allowed Yi Qian to return to the team. 8 pull-ups on the horizontal bar. You have completed 3 exercises on the horizontal bar. 7 pull-ups on the horizontal bar. You have completed 3 exercises on the horizontal bar. The afternoon was the comprehensive military training physical fitness test, which was also to check the freshmen's physical fitness results for the past month. The instructor announced the subjects that needed to be tested in the afternoon one by one. 1500 m lightweight, fully armed running test, 800 m running test, and sit-up test. All test subjects will be scored according to the physical fitness test scoring standards. Each test will be scored on a 100-point system. After the student monitor finished explaining the physical fitness test, a smile suddenly appeared on his serious face. Junior brothers and sisters, I wish you all the best in advance for passing the test and getting your own set of military uniforms. His gaze gradually shifted to Yi Qian, who was standing in the first row. Freshman Yi Qian, are you ready? Ready for the test at any time. Yi Qian replied calmly. This was her journey, so how could she not be prepared? Chapter 1386. Looking at the girl standing straight in front of them and listening to her confident and calm answer, the male students in the class who were physically superior were inexplicably nervous. A few words flashed across their minds. A strong opponent has arrived. The class monitor, who had switched his identity to senior brother, nodded and smiled. Not bad, very confident. What we need is confidence. Also, I have something to tell you. Students with good physical fitness will enjoy a lot of benefits in the future. As long as your results are excellent this month, you can arrange your training time for the next month. Pointing at himself, the senior brother boasted immodestly, for example, I can arrange my own training time for 4 months a year. Every time I go back to the dorm and see them tired like a cow, I go to the lab refreshed. So proud. In other words, the senior brother class monitor in front of them was not only a top student, he was also a top student in physical fitness. In the military academy, physical fitness and studies are equally important. They are both called second lives by us military academy students. Sometimes, they are even more important than studies. Especially the physical fitness assessment that has a mini exam every week and a major exam every month. You guys have to be mentally prepared. Many weak students who only study in high school for the sake of getting into a good school have no choice but to sacrifice their free time and weekend time for extra physical training once they can't pass the test. Junior brothers and sisters, do your best. This assessment will affect your physical fitness arrangements for the next month. Those with good results can stay in the library, the lab, and do research. Those with bad results can continue to enjoy the sunshine of the city. Victory seemed to be right in front of them. After today, they would be liberated tomorrow. Who knew? There was still physical training day after day, year after year. The faces of those with weaker physical fitness immediately turned a little pale. Rest here for 10 minutes. The two brothers next door are done. Let's go to class. A sharp whistle sounded. The senior brother reverted to his role as class monitor in a second and shouted, "Attention, at ease." Dismissed. All of a sudden, the students, who were under a lot of psychological pressure, were dismissed for a break, but none of them smiled. A few of the more arrogant boys tightened their grip on their training uniforms and said unhappily, "Are you kidding me? There's a small test every week and a big test every month. Are we still going to study? Are we here to study or to train? What kind of arrangement is this? Stop talking, you're not the only one like this. We're all like this. Second year, third year, and fourth year are all the same. How can we be an exception? TSK, don't talk about how can we be an exception. Isn't there an exception in our class? That freshman called Yi Qian, how can she be an exception? We came here a month in advance, just in time to be exposed to the sun the most. She, on the other hand, came here so easily. Another boy picked up the uniformly issued military water bottle and drank a few mouthfuls of water. He continued to complain, "She looks quite good. I'm afraid she's from a senior official's family. She's just starting to get special treatment. I don't know how much special treatment she will get in the future. Do you want to be scolded again? Haven't you learned your lesson from last time?" The male student sitting next to him warned him in a low voice. He glanced at Yi Jian, who was talking to the class monitor, and said in a low voice, "If she is really from a senior official's family, we can't afford to offend her." Chapter 1387. Besides, if she doesn't have military training now, what about in the future? Didn't you hear what Senior said? If she doesn't pass the physical fitness test, she'll have to suffer. Right now, it's called suffering the hardest to rise above the rest. It probably had a psychological effect. A few of the male students who were unhappy about Yi Qian not participating in the military training finally felt a bit better. Actually, it wasn't a big deal. They just felt that it was unfair and said a few words. Under the scorching sun, the students who were resting on the spot were sweating profusely. More or less, they were talking about the students who were parachuted in. One of the students suddenly let out an "ah" and slapped his forehead hard. He said to the students beside him, "Yi Jian, Yi Jian. She's the Yi Qian. The national top scorer, Yi Qian." Those who were able to get into the National University of Science and Technology were all students with good overall grades. With this mention, a few people immediately reacted, "Yes, yes, yes, it's that Yi Qian. Her score is shockingly high. Oh my God, so she also got into our school." Once the conversation started, almost all of it revolved around Yi Qian. The student monitor was explaining the morning's test subjects to Yi Qian. "Student, since you're here, you can make up for the morning's test subjects. You can report with me later. After the afternoon's test, you can make up for the morning's test. Push-ups, standing long jump, 10m x 4m run, sit-ups, squats." Yi Qian's focus was not on these subjects, but on the brackets behind each subject. In the brackets, there was the word unlimited. "Excuse me, I want to know what unlimited means." She wasn't worried that she wouldn't be able to pass the simple tests and the tests with additional conditions. She just wanted to understand the rules in detail. The class monitor explained while crying, "It means there's no time limit. Let's see where your limit is. If you do the most, the better your physical performance, the higher your score will be. The highest score can't be higher than 100 points. Yi Qian joked without any psychological burden. The senior year class monitor said seriously, "We can add a 100 plus to it to represent excellence." Then there was no problem. Yi Qian smiled slightly and pointed at the earliest test, the 5 kilometers cross-country run. Then I'll leave this for tonight. Can we arrange it tonight? Her sudden appearance directly caused some students to be dissatisfied. In a military school that emphasized strength, Yi Qian didn't mind using her strength to tell the students that she didn't come because she didn't want to come, nor was it because she wanted to avoid military training. He glanced at the male students who were drinking water and said with a smile, "Let's finish the test in one day." Yi Qian, Yi Qian, Yi Qian, Yi, Yi Qian, 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 and Qian, Qian, Qian. She still wanted to enjoy the 4 years of military academy life. "Sure, we'll arrange it." Since the freshmen were on the stage, the senior class monitor was also relaxed. He maintained a serious expression and reminded Yi Jian, "You'll be the last one to go up later. Let's see how they test." "Aren't we taking the test together?" Yi Qian narrowed her eyes slightly and had an idea. "It's a bit late to be the last one. How about this? I'll go finish the afternoon test first, then rush back to finish the morning test. How about that?" There were students who took the initiative to take the test, but most of them were students with excellent physical fitness during military training. It was the first time a senior year class monitor encountered a freshman like Yi Qian who took the initiative to take the test as soon as she came in. Chapter 1388. The class leader didn't immediately agree to Yi Qian's request. She pondered for a moment before saying, "I need to report first. You can rest here first." Class 3's class leader, "Come here for a moment." A loud male voice sounded. The head instructor in charge of the freshmen strode over. "Bring your class's freshman, Yi Qian, to the number 1 training field, quick." Yi Qian was standing beside the class leader. When he heard this, he saluted the head instructor and reported, "Freshman Yi Qian, reporting." The head instructor glanced over when he received the order from the General Affairs Department. "Yi Qian?" His voice was quite imposing, but he was a bit skinny. The head instructor seemed to want to say something, but after a slight pause, he said, "Okay, go to the number 1 training field and complete the test with class 6 students. Then rush back to complete the afternoon test." Yi Qian didn't even need to say anything. The school immediately arranged for her to finish the test as soon as possible. After speaking to Yi Qian, he said to the class leader, "Call a few students over to record their scores. Class 6 students are currently taking their own test. She needs a scorer." The class leader turned around and called out names. "You guys, follow the head instructor." The boys who were called out stiffened. They were just saying that the freshmen didn't come to military training because the governor's family was giving them special treatment. In the end, they were taken away by the head instructor. When they stood up, their faces were a bit gloomy. When they left with the head instructor, the rest of the students were a bit surprised. The class leader explained, "Yi Qian will finish our morning test and come back later for the afternoon test." "No way. After finishing our morning test, she'll immediately start the afternoon test. I only knew her grades were good, but I didn't know she could do this. She still has to take the test regardless." The 4th-year class leader's expression changed instantly. His entire face turned cold. He shouted at the students who still had 5 minutes of rest time, "You guys are still discussing other people's grades. Looks like you guys are quite energetic. Everyone stand up." None of the students dared to say a word. They all got up and stood up. "Since you guys are so energetic, stand at attention for half an hour." He didn't do anything else but make them stand in a military posture. Senior brother class monitor was really ruthless. "Don't move your hands. Keep your head straight. Keep your feet together. Open your eyes wide and look straight ahead." Standing in a military posture was also known as the military posture. It was the first lesson for every soldier when they stepped into the military camp. It was the same for the military academy students. It could be said that the military uniform was the mother of all military movements, and the meaning behind it was also quite deep. Yi Qian had been training for more than 5 years, so she had to stand at attention for at least 2 hours a day. Once she stood there, her military posture and appearance were miles ahead of the male students standing behind her. The male students couldn't tell the difference between her and them, but the chief instructor could tell at a glance. He nodded discreetly and signaled for Yi Qian to begin the test. In the General Affairs office, Xia Jinyuan was talking to the former head teacher. It's good to let her finish the test with the rest of the class today. The students nowadays are not as honest as we used to be. They all have their own ideas. She didn't come to participate in the military training. Her sudden appearance will bring criticism. You once taught us that strength is always the most powerful form of resistance. Let her use her strength to resist the attacks of criticism. The head of General Affairs looked at the most outstanding student under him, who had graduated nearly 5 years ago. He laughed and said, "Oh, you're still the same as before. You haven't changed at all." That's right. Back then, you used this method to repay the students who criticized you. Chapter 1389. The school leaders have told me about Yi Qian's situation, so they know how special she is. We were thinking of letting her report to class tomorrow, but we didn't consider whether the other students would have any opinions. That's good too. She can use her strength to resist the attacks of criticism. After the other students see it, they won't talk about it anymore. This was the effect Xia Jinyuan wanted. He didn't want Yi Qian to be criticized at the beginning of her 4-year military academy career. It was better for her to stand out and use her strength to stifle all the criticism. She wanted to let the other students know that it wasn't that she didn't want to participate in the military training, but that if she did, they would be under even more pressure. In the military academy, physical fitness was a student's second life. Strength spoke louder than words, and his little fox had no problems. He smiled and nodded. A new life, a new semester, needs a new beginning. No one is special, and no one can casually criticize their classmates. They are classmates in class, and they are comrades outside of school. Criticism and conflict. These are not good problems that should exist in military academy students. The seemingly elegant Xia Jinyuan was definitely ruthless in his management of the military. Otherwise, the members of the Snowfield Brigade wouldn't have accepted him as their commander so quickly. The General Affairs Director agreed with him. The topic shifted from Yi Jian to Xia Jinyuan. He pointed at Xia Jinyuan's unchanged military rank and said, "It's time for you to be promoted. Why are you still a major? At the very least, you should be a lieutenant colonel." "My military rank won't be promoted, but my salary will be," Xia Jinyuan replied humorously in a different way. "I'm pragmatic and I'm more interested in a salary increase. I just want to save enough money to marry a wife." This answer was very Xia Jinyuan. The Director of General Affairs laughed even louder. "Oh, I've taught so many students, but you left the deepest impression on me. Last time, the Lieutenant General joked that Xia Jinyuan made me so angry that I had to be hospitalized many times in the 4 years he was in school. I said, if not 5 times, it was at least 3 times. I was mainly angry that I couldn't even teach a student a lesson." The General Affairs Director was both emotional and gratified at the mention of the interesting things that happened in the past. Time really flies. In the blink of an eye, all of you are walking towards your posts and becoming outstanding soldiers who are useful to the country. There are many influential people in your batch. Xia Jinyuan smiled. His cohort had many influential figures, but when it came to Little Fox's cohort, his thin lips curled up a little. Counting the influential figures, there was no need to wait until today. This was the era of the Little Fox. That was how he was so confident in himself. Looking at the time, it had already been half an hour since the new head instructor had left. He was certain that the Little Fox was using its strength to resist all criticism. "You guys, come over and take a look at her movements, speed control, and breathing adjustment. This is called a standard teaching template." The new student, Yi Qian, went up to the stage and completed 2 tests. The chief instructor's eyes were all on her. This girl was amazing. She raised both her feet and placed them on the round bar 30 centimeters above the ground. Her hands were on the ground as she quickly completed 50 push-ups. This kind of push-ups was much more difficult than placing both feet flat on the ground. Every time she raised her feet, she had to maintain a certain angle at the waist. When the new students first completed this exercise, the new students who were not flexible enough all cried out in pain. Their faces were flushed, and the veins on their foreheads were protruding. Moreover, the push-ups on the round bar were 1 start, 2 stop, and 3 release instead of 1 start and 2 stop. It was even more difficult to complete them continuously. Chapter 1390. 50 push-ups like this might be difficult for a new student, but for Yi Qian, another 50 wouldn't be a problem. Before it was time, Yi Qian continued. The other boys who were called over by the chief instructor were stunned when they saw the girl's slender body moving up and down. The boys who were in the same class as Yi Qian had even more unnatural expressions. Their physical fitness was pretty good. When they first started training, they didn't even pant when doing push-ups like this. Aren't you guys embarrassed? Aren't you embarrassed? A guy can't even compare to a girl. Look at how tall she is and how skinny she is. Then look at you guys. Aren't you embarrassed? The chief instructor criticized the other classes for not meeting the physical fitness standards. Why aren't you training? You're still saying you're here to study, not to work as laborers. Yi Qian, the top scorer of the National College entrance exam. She's here to study, just like you guys. She's also a high school student like you guys. If she can transform into a military student, how can you guys still have the face to find excuses for yourselves? Yi Jian, who belonged to the category of other people's children, became a model student for the teacher to educate other students on the first day of school. She didn't leave any objections to others and directly blocked several boys in her class with her strength, making them speechless. The top scorer of the National College entrance exam had good grades, good physical fitness, and was a girl. What about them? Their grades were good, but were they as good as Yi Qian's? They still had the face to say they were here to study, not to work as laborers. After Xia Jinyuan left, Yi Qian used 1.5 hours to complete all the tests in the morning. He adjusted his training uniform with a belt around his waist and stood in front of the chief instructor. Reporting, freshman Yi Qian's tests have been completed. Please give your instructions. The boys behind Yi Qian stood behind him in an orderly manner. Their expressions were even more serious than when they were training. They were shocked. These boys had good physical fitness. But to complete so many tests in 1.5 hours without resting in the middle, it was completely impossible. They didn't know how Yi Qian did it. He also vaguely understood that freshman Yi Qian was not special. Instead, he really had the qualifications to not participate in the rookie military training. Don't fall behind even if you lose skin and flesh. Don't cry even if you bleed. If you boys want to cry in the future, think of Yi Qian. Think about it. She's the same as you. How did she do it? What else do you have to say now? He had nothing to say. A few boys from the other classes obediently watched Yi Qian complete one test after another. Only then did the chief instructor show mercy and allow the boys who were blushing to leave. The boys in Yi Qian's class behaved themselves. They stood behind her with their heads held high and their chests puffed out as they waited for the chief instructor's instructions. There was no need to say anything more. She was definitely qualified. Very satisfied, the head instructor smiled and said, "Not bad. Go back and complete your afternoon test. We'll gather at 6 o'clock tonight to complete the cross-country test." Yi Qian, who had already transformed into a soldier, replied swiftly. He unconditionally obeyed orders and completed the orders of his superiors. Grandpa Zhen, Uncle Chen, Captain Xia, and all the soldiers in the military were all like this. She was no exception. The boys in the class wiped their palms with sweat. On their way back, they stole glances at Yi Qian from time to time. They wanted to say a few words but were hesitant. They didn't know if she had heard what they said earlier. Chapter 1391. Yi Qian's pace was very fast. After a few steps, she saw the 4 youthful faces behind her. She couldn't help but laugh. "If you don't walk faster, I'm afraid you'll have to accompany me for the entire afternoon to finish the test." I asked the class monitor. "I'll finish my morning test in 1.5 hours. When I get back, I'll be just in time for the 3rd class's test. It's about to start. If we walk faster, we'll be just in time for the assembly." On the field, the other classes were doing a 1,500-meter light run. 2 girls stood at the front. When they shouted, the entire class began to run. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. The girls who were shouting the slogan gradually fell behind. The boys who were running until their throats were dry also gradually widened the distance between them. The sun continued to radiate heat. Every student's training uniform was soaked in sweat. As they ran, they could see the sweat flying off their bodies. No one gave up. One by one, they ran to the ferocious face. They just wanted to persevere and win. The sun at 3 o'clock in the afternoon was no less powerful than at noon. The students who were running so hard that water could be squeezed out of their training uniforms felt as if their insides were about to be burned dry. The boys who ran more fiercely pulled down the collar of their training uniforms as they ran, revealing two distinct skin tones. The upper part of their necks was black, and the lower part was white. The boy who was closer to Yi Qian unintentionally glanced at her as he spoke. He immediately saw the sunburn on the back of her neck. The boy who first noticed it widened his eyes. He thought that he had seen wrongly. After taking a closer look, he confirmed that it was indeed a sunburn. He signaled the other 3 boys with his eyes to take a look. Yi Qian saw the small movements of the 4 boys. She raised her hand and touched the sunburn that had not healed. The consequences of being exposed to the sun will probably take half a month to recover. Are you training somewhere else? Finally, a boy asked. After that, he immediately introduced himself. I'm Chen Yanjun. I'm Wei Jiaming, Jia Province's Shijia. I'm Hu Huan, Shi. I'm Gu Jinglin, Dalian. After the introductions, the unfamiliar feeling of distance seemed to shorten. Yi Qian said, I'm Yi Qian, from Nan Province. Nice to meet you. Hee, we all know you, the National College entrance examination top scorer. I've seen your name on the newspaper a long time ago, but I didn't know that you were actually classmates with us, and even in the same class. That's right. I really didn't expect that you would also want to apply for the military academy. They easily changed the topic until they reached the gathering point for Class 3. The 4 boys didn't ask Yi Qian if he was training somewhere else. Yi Qian didn't want to answer, but he didn't want to lie to his classmates either. The best way was to change the topic. The 5 of them returned to the team and listened to the class leader's instructions. One by one, they completed the 3rd practice of the horizontal bar and passed the 3rd practice of the parallel bar. The 4th practice of the single machine consisted of pull-ups, somersaulting onto the bar, and stepping over the bar with 1 foot. At the same time, one had to complete a certain number of pull-ups on the horizontal bar to qualify. The 4 students took turns to take the test, and the atmosphere became tense and serious. A month of military training was all for today's test. In the beginning, it didn't matter if he passed or not. Today, as long as his bones weren't broken, he had to grit his teeth and complete it. Yi Qian go. The student in charge of keeping score and counting called out Yi Qian's name. In an instant, Yi Qian, who was holding the horizontal bar with one hand, became the focus of the class again. Chapter 1392. Qian Yanjun, who was standing at the back, whispered to the students next to him, "Just now, we were pulled over to record Yi Qian. She scared us to death. She even shocked the chief instructor the moment she went up. You guys don't know, but the 4 of us were so embarrassed that we wanted to collapse on the field. We were so embarrassed. That can't be. The 4 of you are at the top of the class. How can she be better than you guys?" Hu Huan sighed. "There's always someone better than you. There's always someone better than you. Yi Qian is like an outsider to me." One after another, the students still didn't believe them. "Are you guys trying to scare me? Why would we scare you? Before I saw Yi Qian, I also thought that my stamina was pretty good. But after seeing her, I can't compare. She can easily complete 72 push-ups on the round bars. Her shoulders are level, and her waist and feet are at a 15-degree angle. The chief instructor said that she's the standard teaching model." Seeing the students' disbelief, Qian Yanjun added, "What I said doesn't count. You'll know if I'm telling the truth when you see it for yourself." Yi Qian, who was in front, completed a pull-up on the horizontal bar. Then she flipped and flipped onto the bar. She supported the bar with both hands and stepped on the bar with one leg. In a flash, she completed the downward bar. Then, she immediately walked to the parallel bars and began the 3rd parallel bar exercise. The three boys in the same group only finished their horizontal bar practice after she finished practicing the parallel bars, including the arm gripping bar and the horizontal bar sitting. Speed, time, and the standard of a person's movements could all be seen. The freshman Yi Qian didn't participate in military training with the rest of the class. However, the test of the single and parallel bars in front of them gave the students a glimpse of her extraordinary strength. Oh my God, she's amazing! She's faster than the boys in her group by 3 minutes. She didn't even stop to change the bars. She just kept going. Does she often do the single and parallel bars? A girl who usually does the single and parallel bars? Why does it feel so strange? I don't know what she does. I only know that she's first in both the single and parallel bars. Wei Jiaming, who had already seen it, clicked his tongue and said with difficulty, she's not only good at the single and parallel bars. She's good at everything else. There's so much pressure. Is there going to be an all-round female soldier in our class? The 1,500-meter lightweight test, the fully equipped test, the 800-meter test, the sit-up test. From 3 in the afternoon to 6 in the evening, after 3 hours of testing, all the freshmen were so tired that their legs were trembling while standing. Sir, I feel like vomiting. Sir, Lu Yang has suffered heat stroke. Reporting. The students who had persevered until the end due to their physical discomfort no longer forced themselves to continue. From time to time, the sound of reporting could be heard on the field. Even though the two girls from Yi Qian's class 3 had completed all the tests, they were so tired that they did not even have the strength to sit down on their own. They had to be supported by two boys as they slowly bent over and sat down on the hot field to rest. The students who were not feeling well were given a temporary break. The students who could still persevere were gathered and stood at attention. In the past, they were students who did not care about the outside world and only knew how to bury their heads in their studies. Now, standing in the sunset, their chins were dripping with sweat that reflected a golden light. Their backs were straight as they completed their transformation from students to soldiers. Yi Qian, who was standing at the front, made the seniors and class leaders cast sidelong glances at him countless times. Every time they looked at him, they felt their hearts skip a beat. With a junior sister who could defeat all the seniors, the pressure on them increased exponentially. Chapter 1393. The fourth-year senior class monitor was under a lot of psychological pressure, but the students of class 3 were even more stressed. He was already a fourth-year student, but they still had to spend 4 years with Yi Qian. The students of class 3 were under a lot of psychological pressure, especially when they saw the way the class monitor looked at Yi Qian from time to time. His eyes were filled with shock as though he was looking at a monster. One by one, they adjusted their breathing and thought about Yi Qian's performance in all the tests. The psychological pressure continued to multiply. The students of class 3 were stressed, but the freshmen of class 1 and class 2 who cheered and encouraged them were also stressed. Just now, all the students had cast their gazes at Yi Qian. They watched as she unloaded her equipment and walked past them. The girls' gazes followed her every step. When she returned to class 3, the students of class 1 and class 2 widened their eyes. Third class? Third class? Who's in the third class? They had never seen class 3 have such a powerful person in the past, nor had they seen anyone in class 3 with such physical strength. They had never seen such a person in class 3. There had never been such a girl during the singing competition. There had never been such a girl when they walked together. Even when they were resting, they had never seen such a female lead. She's from class 3. I wonder what her name is. It's a little scary. Everyone collapsed from exhaustion, but she could still walk a few steps and catch her breath. I feel so relaxed. I'm not tired at all. When she took the equipment from me and left, I thought she was another girl who was ready to collapse at any moment. Who knew? She's so powerful. I never expected her. Why didn't I realize there was such a girl in class 3? I feel like I've never seen her before. She just reported today. Keep it down. The class monitor is looking over, the students of class 2 whispered. It was fine to talk during break time, but they could not be too presumptuous. I feel so pressured. Suddenly, such a powerful person came. The pressure multiplied. The difference is too great. Instantly, the students of Class 1 and Class 2 had a slight change in expression. They felt a little pressured, but the ones who felt the most pressure were definitely the students of Class 3. They had to spend 4 years with her as her classmate. They were the ones who felt the real pressure. For some reason, they suddenly felt that they were not in the same class as that girl. They felt a little lucky. My classmates are too strong. How stressful. The class monitors of Class 1 and 2 told their classmates to rest on the spot while they trotted to Class 3. They wanted to see how good the girl who defeated the seniors in seconds. The third class had finished lining up. One of the girls who had persisted had just finished resting when she suddenly vomited. Her face instantly turned pale and even her body swayed. The class leader immediately had the 2 boys beside her support her and hurriedly sent her to the infirmary. I'm afraid she's also suffering from heatstroke. It was already 5:20 in the afternoon. The city, known as the furnace, was so hot that there was no wind at all. It was as if it was wrapped in silk. It was stuffy and stuffy, making people feel extremely uncomfortable. The class monitor of Class 3, who had reorganized his appearance, had all the freshmen stand at attention for 2 minutes. He pointed at the equipment that all the students had changed into and shouted with a cold expression, "Everyone, put your equipment back on. Time, 3 minutes. Quick." The class leaders of Class 1 and Class 2, who were walking over, stopped and waited for Class 3 to finish reorganizing. Chapter 1394. The 1500 fully equipped race referred to a combat vest, a backpack, a helmet, a simulator gun, a simulator magazine, and other equipment. Yiqian bent down and looked to her right. Hu Huan was standing on her right. She could tell what his problem was. The equipment was not placed in the proper order. "You're not in the proper order," Yiqian reminded him in a low voice as she bent down. Hu Huan smiled bitterly. "I knew it after the class leader said it. I think I sprained my shoulder. It hurts a little." As he spoke, he quickly put on his equipment. His sprained shoulder was quite serious. Yiqian could hear him gasping. He was bumped into by a classmate when he was running. He did not stabilize himself and fell sideways. When he ran back to take off his equipment, he realized that it was difficult for him to even lift his arm. Now that he had to change his equipment, it was quite strenuous. 1, 2, 3, stop, the class leader shouted. "Platoon leader, check if there's anyone in your team who hasn't put on their equipment. Hurry." Reporting, no one in Team 1. Reporting, no one in Team 2. All the students in Team 5 put on their equipment again. They could not help but feel a little nervous when they saw the class leader's stern and dark expression. "Do you know why I asked you to put on your equipment again? Do you?" The class leaders of the freshman military training were all strong seniors. They had a strong aura when they put on a cold face. The biting cold military aura shook the hearts of the freshmen in Class 3. "Order. When you were collecting your equipment, I reminded you to set the order. How many of you memorized it?" No one dared to say anything. Other than Yiqian, no one dared to breathe too loudly. They listened obediently. "Go in 3 minutes. Take off your equipment. If someone is wrong, take the initiative to be punished. Begin." Immediately, the students in Class 3 quickly took off their equipment. Yiqian was naturally the fastest. Hu Huan gritted his teeth and completed his task. He heard Yiqian gently remind him, "Don't raise your hand too high with your injured shoulder. Also, hold the simulator gun properly. Don't let it slip from your hand." Guns were the weapons that soldiers used to protect their lives and attack on the battlefield. They were inseparable from their guns, and the guns were inseparable from their people. They had to remember this at all times. When he heard this, he immediately tightened his grip on the simulator gun and asked softly, "You seem to know a lot. How can you tell?" All the equipment still needed to be returned. Yiqian put them away one by one. Even the order in which they should be placed was natural and natural. "It's a habit. Once it's a habit, it'll be fine." Hu Huan nodded with a serious expression. "That's indeed the case. When we were learning about light weapons, our teacher said that the gun should never leave the hand, and the person should never leave the hand. Just like what you said, it must be a habit. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Qian saw a few other boys put their mock guns on the ground and unpack their luggage. Yi Qian looked at the class leader and saw him glance at the boys. A fourth-year senior who could become the class monitor of the freshmen was indeed amazing. Among the dozens of freshmen, he was able to catch who had made a mistake. The class leader remembered who made a mistake and didn't immediately punish them. Instead, he reported their names first. "You guys will stay for the night. Return all your equipment now and gather here in 5 minutes. Pay attention to your actions and don't be all crooked." He then said to Yi Qian, "You're in charge of discipline later. I still have to go and give the test form to the head instructor. Take them to rest where they are and don't move around randomly." Chapter 1395. Clenching the test form in his hand, the class leader looked at Yi Qian's results, then looked at Yi Qian, who was standing the straightest, the most energetic, and the most relaxed. She was the most energetic in the entire class. While returning the equipment, Qian Yanjun, who was walking in front of the class leader, couldn't help but ask, "Class leader, her results. Is she number 1 in our class?" "You should be asking me if she's number 1 in the entire school." The class leader glanced at his junior brother with a hint of sympathy. "Take care, junior brother. With such a powerful girl in the class, she will definitely become a role model for the rest of the class. The days ahead will definitely be exciting." The class leader's words almost made Qian Yanjun bite the tip of his tongue. Number 1 in the entire school. His expression instantly changed and revealed a sense of powerlessness. After he returned the equipment, the class leader, who was waiting outside, patted the boy's shoulder heavily. "Cheer up, junior brother. This is a good thing. There's a famous role model, and he's definitely someone you want to surpass. I just don't know if I can surpass her," the class leader thought silently. "Senior, didn't you say that you have 4 months of free time a year to arrange your training? If Yi Qian is the role model, I don't think I'll even have a year and a month to arrange my training." Qian Yanjun rubbed his face, shook his head, sighed, and returned to the group. The class leader was speechless. Because Junior was right. Looking at the tests Yi Qian completed in the afternoon, the class leader's heart couldn't help but tremble again. "Junior is so fierce, I'm a bit scared. Too frightening, too frightening. This result, how is it a new student's result? It's even better than the soldiers in the company." The boys were so tired that they needed to support each other for the 1500m run, but she didn't need to and could immediately return to her original position with her back straight. Looking at her results on the test form again, the class leader quietly let out a sigh of relief. He had to give the test form to the head instructor when he brought the 3rd class back to the field. The class leaders of the 1st and 2nd classes were already waiting. When they saw him coming over, they went up to greet him. "Wow, your 3rd class is amazing. How come we didn't notice before?" She applied for exemption from military training and only arrived this afternoon. "Let me tell you too, this junior sister isn't just strong, she's very, very strong." After giving the test form to the 2, the class monitor of the 3rd class sighed with emotion. "Is there anyone in the 4th year who can beat her? Also, I vaguely feel that she should be hiding a part of her strength." Yi Qian did not give him the feeling of a student. He could see the aura of a soldier from her. Her military might was even stronger than theirs. The 2 class monitors looked at the name first and found out what the girl's name was. Then they looked at the results and both of them sucked in cold breaths at the same time. "He's still hiding part of his strength? Are you sure?" The class monitor asked in shock. "Don't scare people. I only have a feeling. I can't be sure." The class monitor of the 3rd class replied. He turned his head and yelled for the students behind him to catch up. He said to the 2 class monitors, "The 4th class is almost done. You 2 should go back and regroup." The class monitors of the 1st and 2nd classes went back to their classes in shock. When the students of the 3rd class came over, the class monitor of the 1st class suddenly shouted, "Students, should we give a round of applause to Yi Qian from the 3rd class?" Yi Qian, who was passing by, paused for a moment, then walked even faster. Chapter 1396. "Yes." Their voices rang out in unison, followed by thunderous applause. Class 1 took the lead, so Class 2 also clapped under the class leader's command. Class 3's class leader didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After instructing Yi Qian to maintain class discipline, he strode forward and handed the test form to the chief instructor. Report. All 46 students in Class 3 have completed the test. Please give your instructions. The chief instructor took the test form and looked down to see Yi Qian's results. His eyes lit up and he laughed. Good, good, good. These results are beautiful. He looked up at Class 3's class leader and laughed even louder. You guys might not be able to catch up to these results. Junior sister is too amazing. We are ashamed. The class leader sighed. Good results, good fitness, a new star is about to rise. The chief instructor, who was looking down at the results, looked up in the direction of Class 3 and smiled deeply. She has already risen and is receiving the attention of all the students. Send Yi Qian's results to the General Affairs Office and let the school leaders have a look. The senior class leader respectfully took the test form and looked deeply at Class 3. He walked towards the General Affairs Office with results that would definitely shock the school leaders. The freshmen of Class 3 who were resting were already talking to Yi Qian, who was sitting in front of them. As they talked, they imitated Yi Qian and sat on the hot grass with their hands behind their backs and legs stretched out. They shook their hands and legs together to relax their tense muscles. No wonder you didn't participate in the military training. If I had your fitness, I wouldn't have come either. How did you manage to participate in all those events? Do you even have time to exercise in high school? Yi Qian, are you aiming for military school? You're too focused. You're no worse than a sports student. I don't think you're tired at all, but I'm so tired that my legs are shaking. Chatting was the best way to get closer. Yi Qian, who was used to living in a large group, smiled and answered his classmates' questions. My situation is a bit special. I only didn't participate because the school approved. And my goal is indeed to get into the military academy, so I consciously improved my physical fitness in high school. Although all the answers were vague, they were all true. When the students heard this, their faces showed an expression of, no wonder, so that's how it is. It wasn't that she was born strong, but that she had already set a goal for herself and prepared in advance. Thinking of this, their hearts felt much better. After proving himself with his abilities, Yi Qian used this method to comfort his classmates. It also unknowingly eased the psychological pressure on his classmates. As for being tired, I'm the same as you. When you're tired, sit down and shake your hands and legs to relax your muscles. Don't think about being tired. The more you think about it, the more tired you'll be. The more you think about something easy, the more you think. Yes. The more I think about it, the more relaxed I feel. Yi Qian raised his eyebrows and replied with a smile. He stared at Hu Huan with his dark eyes and said, it's the same principle as drawing plums to quench one's thirst. Our bodies can be tired, but we can't let our minds feel tired. The boy who finished second in the 1500m fully geared also smiled and said, Yi Qian is right. I often do that too. This boy's physical fitness was quite good. When he opened his mouth, he immediately drew the attention of many of his classmates. Yi Qian gently exhaled. If they asked too many questions, it would be hard for her to answer. If they asked too much, then it would be even harder to answer. It would also divert their attention. Chapter 1397. The boy who changed the topic for Yi Qian had a handsome face. When he spoke to his classmates, he looked calm and confident without a trace of awkwardness. He smiled and answered his classmates' questions. I don't have any special tricks. I've told you guys before. After the evening self-study session, go to the field for a run, pull the bars, and do push-ups. Sometimes, if you can't solve a problem, you might as well go out for a run to relax and come back to continue. You're the same as Yi Qian. You started to exercise in high school. We didn't have time at that time. We studied until 11 or 12 o'clock at night. Sometimes we did the questions until 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. Now that I think about it, those days were so dark. The boy smiled. Me too. I didn't expect that I would often stay up at 1 or 2 o'clock at night after going out for a run and then coming back to do the questions. His voice was steady. It could be seen that he was a steady student. Occasionally, he would look at Yi Qian with a smile in his eyes and then continue to chat with his classmates. As the students chatted more and more happily, Yi Qian's shyness faded away. The applause from Class 1 and Class 2 made her blush all of a sudden. She was a little too high profile, which made her feel a little awkward. Receiving the boy's friendly smile again, Yi Qian couldn't help but stare. Why did she feel that this boy knew her? The boy did know Yi Qian. When his classmates stopped talking to him, he said to Yi Qian with a smile, "I'm also from Nan Province. During the exam, I was in the same examination room as you. But I'm sure you don't remember me." Yi Qian really didn't remember him. At that time, she only wanted to finish the exam as soon as possible and go home with Xia Jinyuan. In addition, after the incident with Yi Ying, she didn't pay much attention to her classmates in the examination room. "I'm sorry. I didn't pay much attention to my surroundings during the exam. Sorry." So the boy did help her out just now. Yi Qian reached out her hand and introduced herself. "I'm Yi Qian, from Anyang Province in Nan Province." The boy reached out his hand and said with a bright smile, "My surname is Song Zhiqiu. I'm from Nan Province." Now Yi Qian knew that the boy in front of her was the one in Qingnan Middle School who was admitted to the National University of Science and Technology. Then he said, "Yang Heng and I are cousins." The name that she had not heard for 2 years suddenly came out of another boy's mouth. Yi Jian suddenly felt as if she had been separated from him for a lifetime. "So it's Yang Heng's cousin. I haven't contacted him for almost 2 years. Where is he studying now?" Yi Qian furrowed her brows slightly. In the first half of the 3rd year of high school, she still wrote to Yang Heng and occasionally contacted him by phone. However, in the second half of high school, she did not receive any more letters from Yang Heng. Their contact was cut off just like that. Song Zhiqiu said with a smile. Eldest uncle was transferred to another post. And also moved there with him. Cousin suddenly said that he wanted to study abroad during the winter break of his freshman year. He's now in Australia. Because of Yang Heng, the two of them suddenly had a lot more topics to talk about. As for why Yang Heng had suddenly gone abroad to study, Yi Qian had originally wanted to ask. However, when he saw that Song Zhiqiu's eyebrows were slightly clouded at the mention of this matter, Yi Qian's heart sank involuntarily. It seemed that something must have happened to make Yang Heng go abroad in a hurry to study all of a sudden. Song Zhiqiu adjusted her mood quickly and changed the topic. "I know that you've been admitted to a military school, but I don't know which military school you've enrolled in. My second aunt is President Song of Venus. You even saved her life back then." Chapter 1398. Hearing this, Yi Qian immediately thought of Song Tinglan from Venus. Manager Song was a straightforward career woman. Seeing that Song Zhiqiu nodded and knew who the second aunt she was talking about was, Song Zhiqiu continued to say with a smile, "She also went to your village. I went there with her. Unfortunately, you were not there. The villagers took us to your house in person." Song Zhiqiu glanced at Song Zhiqiu's neck and her eyes darkened. His cousin once said that Yi Jian was good at fighting and had connections with the people in the army. She did not come to school to participate in the military training in advance, but her neck was so badly sunburned. Where did she go during the summer vacation? Song Zhiqiu could not help thinking about it. Yi Qian pretended that he had not seen anything. He answered with a smile, "I didn't go back to the village during the summer vacation. I stayed at the seaside for almost 2 months. Manager Song, you went to the village to find me. Did something happen? You must have something to do with me. Is it about Yang Heng?" Yi Qian's expression became serious all of a sudden. Nothing. I just went there to congratulate you." Song Zhiqiu, who came from a scholarly family and whose parents were both professors, saw Yi Qian's serious expression. He probably figured out the reason and explained with a smile, "You saved my aunt's life. Grandma always remembers it. When she read the newspaper, she knew that you were the top scorer in the national examination and told my second aunt to congratulate you." Song Zhiqiu explained with a smile. Yi Qian, who looked serious, smiled. "She really came here to congratulate me on being admitted to the military school. Grandma has a good memory. She still remembers it after so long. Yang Heng was good, and so was his mother. Manager Song was also a good person. After talking with Song Jiqiu for a while, Song Jiqiu could see that he was also a good man. Therefore, the two families were both decent and upright. Yi Qian's smile deepened. He had a better impression of Song Jiqiu. Their conversation was much more relaxed than before. Qian Yanjun and Wei Jiaming joined them soon. The atmosphere became more relaxed. After handing in the test form, the class monitor walked over. She did not immediately gather the entire class, but called Yi Qian out alone. Your cross-country test tonight is cancelled. Follow the class to the auditorium to watch TV tonight. When the General Affairs Department Director saw Yi Qian's results, he immediately nodded. However, there wasn't much surprise on his face, only an, as expected, expression. Then he said to him, her cross-country test doesn't need to be carried out. She'll follow the class arrangements tonight. It was as if he already knew that Yi Qian had good stamina. The class leader looked at the new junior sister. She was clearly a slender junior sister, but how could she have such explosive strength? Her looks were enough to make the senior brothers salivate. Her facial features were extremely beautiful, especially that pair of jet black eyes. They were bright and resplendent like the stars in the summer night sky. If one took a longer look, one would feel that they were bottomless and suffused with a dark light that made one's heart tremble slightly. Not to mention her figure, her proportions and curves were absolutely perfect. Such a beautiful and delicate-looking junior sister was actually a ruthless character who could sweep through the entire school. The class leader silently sighed in his heart. The new generation excels the old. He had no choice but to accept it. The bugle horn was blown. All the freshmen of the year finally ended their 1 month of all-day military training. As the class monitors said, dismissed, the freshmen who did not dare to celebrate loudly clenched their fists and kept whispering, yes, yes. As a reserve unit for the future army, the management of the military academy was extremely strict. Even during break time, the freshmen were not allowed to shout loudly. Chapter 1399. After a month of military training, all the freshmen had gotten used to the military academy's rules. Even though they were all very happy that the all-day military training was finally over, they were all crazy, alone. They didn't even put their arms around each other's shoulders. The fourth-year seniors and class leaders looked at them and laughed. Little guys, the good days were still ahead. Let's not talk about it now, let's let them be happy first. Yi Qian was also smiling slightly. Captain Xia had once said that the first year of university was the hardest. If they could get through the first year, they would be able to get through the next 4 years. If they couldn't, they could only choose to drop out. On a day like this where the surface temperature was still 34 degrees Celsius in the evening, Yi Qian used half a day to erase some of the criticisms about her not participating in the military training. She also left a very deep impression in the class. The loud horn sounded. The sun had just risen, and the military academy students' day had begun. There were only 3 girls in Yi Qian's class. The 3 girls were in a dorm. When the horn sounded, the 3 girls quickly got up without any delay. Want to laze around in bed? Absolutely impossible. They needed to dress, fold their blankets, wash up, and a series of other actions within 10 minutes. Then they had to line up for morning exercises. I'm on duty this week. I won't wait for you guys. I'll leave early. Yi Qian's movements were much faster than the previous weeks. This week, it was her turn to be on duty, so she had to leave early. The other girl hurriedly said, Go, go. Where's my belt? I clearly put it here yesterday. Clearly put it here? You clearly put it in my closet. The girl from Qinghai rolled her eyes. She took out her roommate's belt from her closet and threw it over. Su Wen, can't you remember? There were 2 girls in the dorm. He Jing from Qinghai and Su Wen from China's capital. Su Wen's family had a bit of background. Her father was a designer at a certain satellite launch site in China, and her mother was an engineer. She was a very typical delicate girl. She took the belt and blinked a few times. She smiled and said, Thank you. As she put on the belt, she said to He Jing, Let's hurry down and help Yi Qian take attendance. It's only the 2nd week, we can't even recognize everyone yet. Don't worry so much. Yi Qian doesn't have a memory like you. Last week, Qian Yanjun didn't remember everything. She was the one who reminded him. He Jing buckled her belt and urged her roommates to hurry up. Dun dun. Buckle it as you walk. If you're late, the whole class will be skinned. The military academy's morning exercises had a special meaning and strict rules. Being late was absolutely not allowed. As long as one person was late, the punishment would not only be that person, but the entire class would be punished. Su Wen exhaled heavily and said expressionlessly, "Our training during this period of time has not only shed one layer of skin, but 2 layers of skin." That was true. Originally, they thought that the freshman military training would usher in good days. Who knew? It was not at all. He Jing also sighed. The hard days were still going on. It was even worse than the military training before. Sometimes, she really felt that her decision to enroll in the military academy was the wrong one. It was too tiring. Not only was she tired out during the day, she still had to go back to the classroom at night to memorize a thick book of rules and regulations. I'm not going to waste time with you. If we're really late, we'll only get worse. Her sadness was not over yet. He Jing, who was still sober, drank a mouthful of cold water from last night. She pulled Su Wen and the two of them walked out of the dorm together. The military academy's morning exercises were not like high school and middle school where students ran to the field one by one and randomly found their own class. Chapter 1400. The morning exercises in the military academy were organized into teams. Hearing the call for morning exercises, one row after another ran neatly and orderly to meet up at the designated location of each class. Then, the on-duty personnel checked their attire, counted the number of people, and brought them into the field. Yi Qian arrived at the meeting point and quickly counted the number of people. As team after team came over, the entire third class was assembled in 3 minutes. There were 46 people who were supposed to be present, and 46 people were present. Line up to the right. Yi Qian, who was standing at the very front, ordered loudly. Following the soft sound of shoes on the ground, she walked to the right of the first row after the entire class was assembled and began to lead the team into the field. The sun had already risen. Even though it was only morning, the heat waves were already blowing in their faces. One by one, all the classes entered the large field. As the on-duty personnel called out the slogan, the entire class gathered and straightened their backs in the face of the rising sun. After the on-duty personnel reported the number of people to their superiors, the 30-minute morning exercise began. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 3. The neat, monotonous commands rose and fell on the large field. The entire military academy, dressed in short jerseys and shorts, began their day of morning exercises. The wide field was filled with youthful figures. The loud chants of the slogan were like giant waves pouring down from the heavens, carrying with them a grand and majestic aura that spread throughout the entire military academy. His heart thumped loudly as he felt the difference in the morning exercise. Those orderly steps seemed to carry with them the power to destroy everything. Ka-thump, ka-thump, ka-thump. The strictness of the military academy students, the might of the military academy students, and the strength of the military academy students could be seen from this morning exercise. After the 30-minute morning exercise, it was time for breakfast. The sophomores, juniors, and seniors returned to class after breakfast, but the freshmen could not. They still had morning training. Just as the seniors who had trained them had said, the hard days had just begun. The sun on the field flashed white everywhere it touched. The heat was so great that it burned their faces and arms. Everyone stood motionless under the scorching sun, maintaining their military posture. The instructor in charge of the training walked past each student, then constantly corrected the students' irregular movements. Did you eat too much breakfast? You should retract your lower abdomen. Spread your feet 60 degrees apart. Here, it's at least 70 degrees. Did you not remember the mantra for standing in military posture? Recite it again. You and you, it's all the same. Yes. The few students whose names were called tensed up and straightened their backs as they recited the instructions for standing in a military posture. The tips of your feet are about 60 degrees apart, the heels of your feet are close together, your calves are straight, your abdomen is slightly tucked in, your chest is straight, your shoulders are slightly open, and your arms are naturally hanging down. Your head must be straight, your neck must be straight, your mouth must be closed, and your eyes must be looking forward. It's not tidy, recite it again. Without a single word of rebuttal, he immediately recited. The instructor walked to the front and stood beside the role model, Yi Jian. He shouted coldly, "There is a role model in front. Those who don't know how to stand, can't stand straight, or feel tired, raise your eyes and take a good look at the role model in your class. As long as you stand like her, you don't have to come tomorrow." Yi Jian, the role model, stood facing the whole class. Under the sunlight, she still maintained her original military posture after an hour. The students at the front could see sweat dripping into her eyes. She didn't move. She just blinked her eyes gently. Chapter 1401. Time passed bit by bit. The sun was getting brighter and brighter. The instructors were still shuttling back and forth in the queue. Some people were tired of standing and began to relax their shoulders. Some people couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to slack off. They're quite brave, standing at the front of the class. Originally, Yi Qian was the only one standing in front. After an hour, there were 4 people standing beside Yi Qian. More and more sweat flowed down their faces like rain. Their summer wear shorts and shirts were drenched from their collars to their chests, armpits, back, waists. Only the corner of their short sleeves was not drenched. Their sweat soaked their clothes and stuck to their skin. The sun was scorching, making their skin prickle and itch. It made them want to reach out and scratch it. Everyone wanted to scratch it, but no one dared to. They endured the physical and mental torture. Facing the cold gaze of the instructor, they kept their backs straight and looked straight ahead. Straighten your legs. If you're a man, straighten your back. The instructor's voice came from the back. It was cold, icy, and piercing into the students' ears. Look straight ahead, don't look sideways. Don't blink when the wind blows. Stand like a pine tree. Shape like steel. 3 straight, 3 flat, 3 straight, 2 straight, 2 straight, 1 straight. Remember all of this. They weren't the only ones who needed to learn military posture. Everyone who entered the army and the military academy had to learn it. When standing in military posture, no matter when, even if it was just a simple action of sitting down, it would reveal the might and masculinity of a soldier. Your every word and action would also reveal the temperament of a soldier who was as lofty as a mountain and as tall as a pine tree. At this moment, everyone's eyes were red. Yi Qian was no exception. Tears flowed into their eyes and stung them. No one dared to raise their hands to rub their eyes. Even if they were to tear up, they had to endure it. 90 minutes later, standing at the feet of every student with red eyes, there was a puddle of water on the ground. It was a puddle of water left behind by the sweat that flowed down the leg of their pants and splashed onto the wet ground. The pants started to get wet from the belt, especially where the middle finger was. Most of the sweat that flowed down the arm gathered to the middle finger. The seam of the pants was completely wet. Reporting. Someone didn't even finish his sentence before he fell forward and fainted from heatstroke. This was the first student to faint from heatstroke. It was much better than the previous 2 days. The previous 2 days, the students fainted one after another. It was as if they had really fallen on the battlefield and didn't wake up again. The students who were standing, of course. After all, there were students who fainted from heatstroke during the freshmen's military. Bye the military posture. Bye the new. However, standing in a military posture now was different from the freshmen's military training. The freshmen had to stand in a military posture, but it wasn't as strict. If you moved occasionally, the senior and class monitor would glance at you and it would be fine. They would only remind you if you moved too much. Unlike now, the only thing missing was a cross wrapped around his back. Bye. To that. Bye. Bye. Class. A student from class 3 fainted from heatstroke. The instructor helped the student who fainted from heatstroke up with one hand and turned on the walkie-talkie to contact the doctor. It's not serious. Chapter 1402. Fainting was not considered serious. The students' hearts trembled as they pursed their lips and continued to endure. No one took a second look because the instructor would help the student who had fainted from heatstroke. The ambulance parked at the front of the field arrived in less than 3 minutes. 2 male soldiers came down and skillfully carried the fainted student into the ambulance. The door closed and the ambulance drove away, leaving only a row of exhaust fumes. No one knew how long they had been standing there. The instructor suddenly took out an alarm clock and set the time before placing it on the field. There are still 43 minutes until the 2-hour mark. You can rest after standing there for 2 hours. They had clearly been standing there for 1.5 hours. But the instructor said there were still 43 minutes left. So much time. It was very quiet around class 3. The students' breathing had been adjusted well, and the alarm clock placed on the field went tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. It went on and on, destroying everyone's spirit on a deeper level. None of the students didn't want it to end as soon as possible. The more they thought about it, the slower time seemed to pass. The slower time passed, the more unbearable it was. More and more sweat flowed down their bodies, and they became more and more nervous. Finally, another student shook his body, and another one fainted. It was as if there was a butterfly effect. In less than 10 minutes, 5 people had fainted. When the instructor saw this, the corners of his mouth tightened slightly. Their mental fortitude was still a little weak. They knew the time and how much time they had left. They felt that they might not be able to last that long. Their bodies might not be able to take it. Time kept telling them that they were not going to make it. Soon they lost their willpower and collapsed. 20 minutes later, 7 people fainted and 2 returned. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Time was still passing slowly. The standing students felt their limbs were so stiff that they did not feel like their own limbs. They listened to the sound of time and endured the most difficult time. There are still 18 minutes left. The instructor reminded them, intentionally or otherwise. He was constantly training the students' willpower. Why did they have to stand in military posture? It was to train the military academy students. As reserve military officers, if their willpower was not strong enough, how could they lead troops into battle? How could they win battles? Who else can't straighten their head or straighten their back? Another 20 minutes. The instructor started shuttling back and forth in the group again. His eyes were like X-rays as he scanned the students. He didn't dare to relax for even a second when he saw that they weren't sweating. Look ahead, there's a role model. Think about why she can do it, but why can't you? It's not that you can't do it, it's that you're afraid of hardship and tiredness. You think too highly of yourselves. Being squeamish in the army will be fatal. The most important thing for all of you to do now is to get rid of your fatal squeamishness. Don't let it become your burden. Not only did he have to teach the students how to stand properly, but he also had to remind them from time to time how to overcome their fears. As the role model, Yiqian led the entire class to stand under the sun, motionless in their initial positions. They listened to the ticking of the clock and felt the time pass by bit. Don't think that time is unbearable, and don't think that you can't hold on. You don't need to think about anything. Just look straight ahead and stand straight. That's all. Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling. The alarm clock that only made a ticking sound suddenly let out an ear-piercing sound, telling all the students that they had been standing in a military posture for 2 whole hours. Chapter 1403. At this moment, no one dared to relax their bodies. It was just the alarm clock that rang at the set time. It was not the time for the instructor to dismiss them. The students' performance made the instructor, who looked serious, finally show a slight smile. He blew the whistle to signal the end of the class. Everyone move around. If you don't have enough water, there's a water tanker in front. After standing for 2 hours, they were seriously dehydrated. How could 1 pot of hot water be enough? They needed at least 2 pots of water. Although the class was dismissed, the limbs of the students were so stiff that even their muscles and joints seemed to have hardened. A simple action of bending over to pick up the kettle made them look like 80 or 90 years old people. They could not bend over for a long time. Yiqian moved his limbs and slightly bounced on the ground for more than 10 times to move the muscles of his legs. Then he bent over to pick up the kettle. "Do me a favor. Do me a favor." A student called Yiqian with a bitter face. "I can't bend over. My legs are like saws." Once I move, I feel pain inside. Then, another student also needed Yi Qian's help. And here Yi Qian, help. After a week of getting along, the students in the class had gotten used to Yi Qian's strong physical strength. Song Zhiqiu picked up the kettle for the two boys and joked, "Do you still need to carry you back? Just grit your teeth and sit down. You'll be fine after shaking your legs." His physical strength was good, so it was easy for him to do it for a few days. During the break, the instructor was not as serious as during the training. He would help the students pick up the kettle and even massage their legs. Upon hearing this, he raised his voice and said, "He's right. It's just a military posture. Do you know how the national flag class does it? It takes twice as long as you. The forward kick is delicate. The distance between the 2 feet is not even half a millimeter. You still have to stand with both feet. They have to stand with 1 foot for so long. Why did the soldiers look tall and mighty when they stood there? It was not because they wore military uniforms, but because they practiced day after day and year after year. You're all learning from Yi Qian and training with him. His military posture is the same as that of a veteran. You guys have to shout for help when you pick up a kettle. If you really go to the battlefield in the future, don't tell me you'll have to ask someone for bullets." Nowadays, the teacher mentioned Yi Qian the most. The students were already used to it, so they didn't show any signs of dissatisfaction. There was nothing they could do about it. She was indeed amazing, so they had no choice but to admit defeat. Su Wen, who had drunk half a bottle in one go, winked at Yi Qian and asked, "Do you feel any pressure?" "It's all right. I'm doing my best." Yi Qian blinked and said softly, "There are only 3 girls in our class. We can't lose." After Su Wen heard this, he patted Yi Qian heavily on the shoulder and said earnestly, "It's all thanks to you, Yi Qian. He Jing and I will support you in spirit. In terms of actions, I can't support you." He Jing, who had just returned from refilling the kettle, heard this. She sat down with difficulty and said, "I have a goal, unlike you." She then said softly to Yi Qian, "I'm a little hunchbacked. I want to practice by myself at night. Is there any way to improve quickly?" He Jing was a girl who was very strict with herself. Her brother also graduated from the National University of Science and Technology. According to her, the reason why she applied for the National University of Science and Technology was because of a bet with someone. Who was that someone? Su Wen and Yi Qian did not ask, but from her eyes, they could tell that this someone was not an ordinary person. Chapter 1404. There's a trick, but it's very difficult. Yi Qian thought back to how Principal Chen had taught him the trick of military posture and said to He Jing, "Prepare a few pieces of paper as thick as poker cards. I'll show you the trick tonight." There were only 3 girls in the class, and they were all good students with good personalities. Even though Yi Qian had only known them for a week, he had already established a friendship with them. The boys who were closer to them naturally heard it too. They rubbed their faces and looked at each other. No matter what, they couldn't lose to the girls. At night, they would have to practice again. The whistle sounded again, and all the freshmen finally endured until it was time for lunch. Once lunchtime arrived, even the instructors could not delay because the military academy had a rule about lunchtime. If they wanted to eat after lunchtime, there would be no more food. Therefore, the instructors could not delay lunchtime either. Line up, reorganize, and do a head count. After a series of actions, the students of Class 3 could finally head to the cafeteria. Everyone walked quickly, afraid that if they were late, there would be no meat, only vegetables, and a thin soup. With every step the boys took, they could hear their stomachs rumble. Then, like a long dragon, the students of each class rushed over from all directions, all heading towards the same destination. With a step command, they quickly stopped moving forward. Yi Qian, the on-duty officer, stood at the front and began the chant training. Every lunchtime chant training was the moment Yi Qian wanted to laugh the most. In order to get into the cafeteria earlier, they shouted the chant with all their might. The instructor had once said that the chant for lunchtime was, "Shout with your life," and this was not false at all. They were indeed shouting with their lives. For a time, the chant in front of the cafeteria grew louder and louder. This was lunchtime for the military academy students. From their first year until their last year, when they graduated, it was always like this. Later on, Yi Qian had returned to his alma mater a long time after he graduated. When he saw the youthful faces that already showed the might of soldiers, he said to the guard beside him, "Every time I come in, I will immediately take a look at what dishes are served. Which dish should I choose? Which dish looks good? Which dish I probably won't be able to get?" My 4 years of fighting for food in the military academy is still fresh in my memory. As the sun rose and set, Yi Qian passed the 8th day of school. Her days were so fulfilling that she felt like a fish in water, adapting to military school life much faster than any of her classmates. At night, all the students had to be dressed neatly. They had to wear their military caps, tie their belts properly, and button up their shirts properly. If they were not dressed neatly and were seen by the pickets, they would be publicly announced. It would definitely be a tragedy. The classroom was similarly quiet. On the large podium, there wasn't a single teacher. No, it should be said that they hadn't seen any teachers who would stay in the classroom at night. They were all consciously following the rules. To be able to enter the military academy, other than straight-A students, they were all straight-A students. Their memory was superb. They memorized the thick books of rules and regulations very quickly. In the end, they would close the books and recite the words silently. He Jing did not have many plans for herself tonight. She still needed to ask Yi Qian for tips on military posture. Walking around the school grounds at night was also prohibited. Of course, if you strengthened your training, you wouldn't have to worry about being caught by the pickets. Put the books on your head. When standing, don't we need to lean forward slightly to put gravity on the soles of our feet? When your front foot steps on the stairs, your back heel hangs in the air. Don't you feel that your center of gravity is leaning forward? Yi Qian demonstrated. "Give me the paper you prepared." Chapter 1405. He Jing clicked her tongue as she hurriedly passed the piece of paper to Yi Qian and waited for her to continue. "Gently place your middle finger against the seam of your pants. Place half of the paper on your middle finger and leave the other half outside. You also need to clamp the paper between your knees. Keep your legs straight and taut." Yi Qian demonstrated the entire process under the light of the staircase. Yi Qian never hid anything that was beneficial to the group. She told them everything she knew, but how much each person learned depended on themselves. It wasn't something she could control. It was also because of this selfless dedication that Yi Qian had always been popular among her classmates. Even though it was tough in high school, she still tutored her classmates. She even helped her roommates get into the top universities in the country. Even though Yi Qian had left the province, her name could still be heard in the province. Those students who had received her help were still grateful to her. Every time she opened the little penguin phone, the first thing she heard was a series of DDD sounds. They were all messages from her high school classmates. He Jing thought Yi Qian would only give her simple reminders. Who knew that she would teach her so diligently? For a moment, he didn't feel good in his heart. He felt ashamed of himself for having such petty thoughts. Don't drop the book. Don't drop the paper between your fingers and thighs either. Yi Qian placed the book on He Jing's head, then placed the paper between her hands and thighs. The last piece of paper. Yi Qian smiled and pointed at her knees. Here's the main point. You have to place a piece of paper there too. Let's make it clear first. If the book or paper drops, we have to add time. Let's stack it in units of 10 minutes. She bent over and placed the paper between He Jing's knees. At the same time, she heard He Jing and the faint gasps from the floor above. This is too cruel. He Jing felt her knees hurt. Yi Qian, don't tell me that this is how you practice. This is how I practice. My uncle is a retired soldier. He likes to make me stand in military posture. I started standing in middle school. Classmate, why do you think I got the title of role model? It's because I've suffered more than you. Everyone was suddenly enlightened. So that's how it was. No wonder he was so powerful. He Jing understood, and so did the students who were eavesdropping upstairs. After deliberately explaining, Yi Qian gently patted He Jing's knee. Alright, just stand there. I'll time it. Then he raised his head and said to the students who were eavesdropping upstairs, "You all understand, right? If you understand, then stand together. From now on, stand for half an hour. Fuck, she seems to have discovered us? I don't think so. I have to cover my nose to breathe. She must have found out. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said, stand together if you understand. She must have found out. Stop squatting. What are you squatting for? You've been discovered. 3 seconds later, a soft sound came from upstairs. Then, Chen Yanjun said awkwardly, we don't mean anything else. We just want to learn. In the morning, when the boys heard the conversation between Yi Qian and He Jing, they thought that, as boys, how could they fall behind the girls? After discussing it for a while, they decided to let Chen Yanjun and Song Jiqiu take the lead to sneak a peek. When they heard Yi Qian's words, all of them were so shocked that their jaws dropped. He Jing did not know that there were people upstairs. When she heard the sound, she lost her balance and the paper between her knees fell. Chapter 1406. Add another 10 minutes. Yi Qian kindly reminded them and said to the boys, you can start now. If you don't have enough paper, stand like He Jing. Books on her head, paper in her hands, knees in her knees, and feet in the air. This posture is so painful. The boys' faces turned pale. Song Jiqiu's face was stiff. She twitched her mouth and said, No, I want to sleep. I have to get up early tomorrow. Next time. Too cruel. It could be seen from He Jing's expression that she was in pain. Since they were here, Yi Qian would not let them go. He blocked their way with a smile and raised his eyebrows. He looked at the frightened boys and said, give it a try. It's quite interesting. Us girls are already working so hard. Isn't it a bit unreasonable for you guys to not work harder? In the end, all 6 boys stood up. Like He Jing, they stood on the stairs with their heels in the air and put their big brimmed hats on top of their heads. I think it's better to use hats instead of books. He Jing, you should use a hat too. Yi Qian took down her book and put her hat on top of her head. The hat is soft and lighter than the books. It's more suitable for practice. He Jing did not say anything and let Yi Qian ask her to do it. She had to work hard. She had to pass the formation training. She could not be a burden to the class. Chen Yanjun tried his best to lean forward and said with a bitter face, we still want to use books. Books are heavy, it's not easy. Before he could finish his sentence, the hat on his head slipped forward. Chen Yanjun reflexively reached out to grab it, but he lost his balance and fell backward. Yi Qian supported his back with one hand and helped the boy who fell backward. Don't think too much when you're standing. Distract your attention. The instructor took out the alarm clock this morning and set the time on purpose. Actually, it's to train your willpower. While we train our willpower, we have to learn how to distract ourselves. Yesterday, 6 or 7 people fell down in the last 43 minutes because we cared too much about time. We put all our energy into time, which affected our brains and produced negative psychological suggestions. In order not to be affected by negative psychological cues, it's best to learn how to distract yourself and think about something else. He straightened Chen Yanjun and put the military cap back on his head. Every time the cap drops, you'll get an extra 10 minutes. Fuck, it's for real. Chen Yanjun exclaimed. Yi Qian looked at the hat that looked like it was about to fall off again, and calmly reminded him, drop it again in 20 minutes. Also, put away the catchphrase that you boys like the most. If your speech is not in line with the image of a soldier, the pickets will also take care of it. This time, Song Jiqiu, who was standing at the top, did not say anything. She smiled bitterly. Since things had come to this point, how could she lie? Of course, he was serious. Her cousin had mentioned her a few times. Every time he talked about Yi Qian, the expression on his face would change. At first, she had thought that her cousin was interested in Yi Qian. Later, she could not help but ask about it. Her cousin even looked serious and answered very seriously, there's a kind of person who can make people appreciate and respect her from the bottom of their hearts, and it's an honor to know her. Yi Qian belongs to this kind of person. As long as you've been with her, you'll see that she has qualities that are more real than real gold. She's serious and responsible to people and matters, and her behavior is open and above board. She'll do her best to help the students who ask her for help. Chapter 1407. Now, it seemed that his cousin was not lying at all. Yi Jian was indeed a woman who was serious and responsible. She had an extraordinary charisma. Thinking of this, Song Jiqiu's expression became more serious. Yi Qian, who was helping Chen Yanjun to stand upright, did not see him standing on the top step. He turned the hat around and put it back on Chen Yanjun's head. He looked at him with a smile. Think of the hat as your head. I think you can hold on. If the hat falls off, your head will fall off. Don't you think it's very serious? Chen Yanjun was speechless. It was not just a little serious, it was absolutely serious. He Jing tried hard not to laugh out loud. Thinking of the hat as her head. She did not dare to drop the hat. The other boys were suffering but could not say anything. They had come out purely to be companions. They did not know that, when they were caught, they had to stand in a military posture. If they did not stand properly, they would be punished. When they could finally rest at night, they had to continue. Life was... Yi Qian checked their postures and corrected them. Then he stood on the last step together with them. He maintained the same posture with their heels in the air and stood in a military posture with them. Our heads and necks must be straight. We have to be upright and upright. We have to have a correct attitude. We have to be clear about our goals and take every step well. We have to raise our heads and stand upright. We have to tell everyone that we can overcome difficulties no matter how difficult they are. Our knees will naturally be strong. Our heads can be broken and our blood can flow. Only when we are strong and unyielding soldiers can we show our strength. We have to straighten our legs. If we are soft, we have no confidence. If we are soft, we have to give in to the difficulties in front of us. Our eyes will naturally look forward. Don't think that you are so great. Soldiers should not be arrogant. What we need is to look forward and do our best to complete your mission. Keep your lips shut. Talk less and do more. Don't brag all day long about how capable you are. No matter how beautiful your words are, one thing done well by others is better than 1,000 words from your mouth. Yi Qian repeated what Principal Chen had said to the students who had asked him for advice tonight. Unmoving as pine trees, straight as spears, eyes like torches, expression like majestic, indomitable spirit, good boys and girls. Unmoving like a pine tree, tall and straight like a spear, eyes like torches, expression majestic, indomitable good children. The sound was sonorous and powerful, and it contained a majestic aura that caused the pickets who were about to go upstairs to check the situation to stop. It turned out that the students did not intend to stay in the teaching building, but were using the break time to practice standing in military posture. The flashlight flashed, and the leader of the pickets led his teammates up the stairs step by step. Yi Qian had already heard the sound of footsteps. At this time, only the pickets came over with flashlights. He raised his voice and said, "Put your IDs in your jacket pockets. He Jing, don't move. You have a piece of paper in your hands. I'll get it for you. Boys, pay attention to the balance of the hat. If it falls, an extra 10 minutes will be added." The snow-white light shone on everyone's backs, and the picketers were startled. "Comrade, what are you doing?" In school, the picketers didn't call the students classmates. Yi Qian was the first to take out his ID. He smiled and explained, "We're practicing military posture. We'll be done in half an hour." The school picketers had the right to check the ID of any student. They even had the right to check the ID of a PhD student who stayed at the National University of Science and Technology. If they caught someone violating military discipline, they would take away the student's ID and register it. After that, they would be notified at the weekly meeting. Then the team leaders would come to punish you. The class leaders would come to talk to you. The more serious cases would also come to talk to you. Chapter 1408. In short, as long as you were registered by the pickets, you would be anxious and tired for 2 consecutive weeks. The freshmen hadn't sensed the terror of the pickets yet. Even Yi Jian hadn't noticed it. The pickets didn't check the documents immediately. Instead, they observed them for a while before nodding and saying to Yi Jian, "That's a good idea. It'll definitely be effective if you stand there for a year." He's quite polite, unlike how my senior brothers described him to be fierce. Yi Jian murmured in his heart before he answered, 1 hour every night. You'll get something in a month." "I have an idea." but you'll affect other students if you stand in the corridor of the school. I won't warn you tonight. Be careful next time. After returning Yi Jian's ID card, the head of the picket smiled as the dazzling flashlight swept across the hovering heels of the few people. The other two pickets checked everyone's IDs and confirmed that they had not done anything else because they were practicing military posture. The three of them then went downstairs. They're not as fierce as the senior brothers said. I feel that they're quite polite. That's because... A boy had just opened his mouth when his hat fell off his head. He changed his tone. Adem. Yi Qian said coldly, if you said that just now, your name will definitely be on the weekly meeting. Watch your words. 10 more minutes. You've lost your hat. Bro, please forgive me. I want to go back to the dormitory to sleep. Stand still. Don't fall on me. He even spoke slowly for fear that he would lose his hat if he spoke loudly. Time seemed to pass by casually. When Yi Qian said that it was over, Chen Yanjun still did not believe him. No way. 40 minutes passed so quickly? 40 minutes this morning felt like 40 days to me. Of course it's fast. After Yi Qian finished speaking, a boy from the province of Huolu City asked Chen Yanjun with a smile, what did you use to divert your attention just now? Chen Yanjun put on his big-brimmed hat and habitually checked if the collar buckle was fastened properly. He said proudly, I'm doing physics questions. I'm doing physics questions in my head. I really don't feel like time is passing quickly. I'm memorizing English words, Song Jiqiu replied. Di Jing rolled her eyes at them and answered honestly, I memorized the rules and conditions in the booklet. Didn't the teacher say that we should take our time in year 1 and year 2, and focus on studying in year 3 and year 4? You guys only think about studying every day. Heh, now that we focus on studying, it's fine as long as we don't fail our subjects and don't take makeup exams. Do you still think that you're a high school student and study hard day and night? Learning in a military academy was not as important as learning in a key university. For example, if a very capable but sickly top student were to enter a military academy, he would realize that the capital he was so proud of was nothing in terms of physical fitness, military affairs, and internal affairs. After she finished speaking, she asked Yi Qian, what about you? Hearing this, Yi Qian paused for a moment before answering honestly, I'm thinking about my class schedule. There's a cryptography class that I find quite interesting. I plan to go to the library tomorrow night to look for some cryptography books to read. I'm also very interested in this. When I was in year 2, I was obsessed with Morse code. It was because of this that I applied for the military academy. The boy from Shanghai took over the topic excitedly. I also like affine code very much. Yi Qian, what about you? Are you obsessed with that one? Chapter 1409. Chen Yanjun, Song Jiqiu, and the others raised their heads in silence. They really didn't understand these things. Yi Qian, who was also a top student, thought for a while before answering, I don't particularly like any of them, and I'm not crazy about any of them. But someone told me about them before, so I'm a little interested. Xia Jinyuan sent her to school to report. Along the way, he talked about most of the classes, especially cryptography, such as the tripartite cipher, ADF-GVX cipher, Boole cipher, and Sifang cipher. He also suggested that she study cryptography carefully. Yi Qian, who had not been very interested in cryptography before, was also interested because he said that he was good at cryptography. The Shanghai top student was less excited after hearing that. He said, oh, discouraged, but in less than 3 seconds, he did not give up and asked, have you tried to learn about cryptography? Learned about it? Yi Qian thought for a while and said with a smile, I'm going to learn about it. I also want to learn it better. Yes, we must learn it well. There are also experiments in cryptography. Yi Qian, we can do experiments together in the future. The clean and gentle Shanghai boy's eyes were shining because Yi Qian was the only girl he had met who was interested in cryptography. He would spare no effort to persuade her to study cryptography with him. Not only Morse cipher, but also many other cryptography. Virginia cipher, Etbash cipher, they are all alphabetic words. Very interesting. The rest of the people, including Yi Qian, were confused. Excuse me, what kind of astronomy are you talking about? The Shanghai boy really liked it. He talked about Virginia cipher. Military intelligence needs to be encrypted, and usually a key is used. Only by finding the key can we get access to the file. I think our cryptography will definitely have the Virginia code, and by then, more cipher? Sherlock Holmes cipher? He Jing was completely confused. While listening to the Shanghai boy continue talking about cryptography that she did not understand, she whispered to Yi Qian, "I'm not only feeling the pressure physically, I'm also feeling the pressure in my studies." Yi Qian pursed his lips and smiled. "I don't know either, but these things do need to be learned. They'll be included in the exam and they'll be tested every year. If we don't understand, we can learn. We have a ready-made genius in our class. If we don't understand, we can ask for leave from him." The world of a top student was not easy to understand. As for the world of a prodigy, he could not see through it at all. The Shanghai boy could be categorized as a prodigy, who asked him not to be able to understand what he was saying. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the campus was still brightly lit. There were faint shadows walking back and forth in the field. They were all students who were not physically fit and were secretly training themselves. The lights in the 3rd and 4th year schools were not completely switched off. The prodigious senior brothers and sisters were still making use of their break time to study. They did not neglect their physical fitness, studies, and housework. Yi Jian looked up at the classroom where the lights were still on and the square windows were illuminated. She looked into the distance with her quiet and bright eyes. 5 years ago, was Xia Jinyuan as hardworking as he was in this school? Those are prodigies who will be selected as top students, He Jing said with emotion. During the freshman's military training, the senior brother and class monitor told us that after 4 years of graduation, there will be a very small number of people who will be selected as top students with extremely harsh conditions. A very small number of people who will be selected as top students with extremely harsh conditions? Chapter 1410. How many are there? How harsh are the requirements? Yi Qian couldn't help but ask. Xia Jinyuan once said that he would be evaluated as a top student when he graduated. At that time, she didn't think it was that difficult. After all, she had been evaluated as a top student every year since the 2nd semester of her 2nd year of middle school. When she heard that, she said disapprovingly, "I get it every year. It's not rare." He Jing's expression was a little withered. "It's so difficult. Those who really get top students are no longer ordinary people." That exaggerated. But seeing that her withered expression contained some respect, Yi Qian couldn't help but gather his thoughts. For 4 years, all subjects have to score 90 marks. There's no minimum score. All subjects have to score 90 marks. All physical subjects have to be excellent. You can't even get good. For 4 years, no bad record, no record of picketing, no illness, no leave, no demerit points in class, etc., etc. He Jing finished in one breath. Her expression was sad. In short, if someone really gets top students after 4 years, they're the best in the whole school. Yi Qian thought about what Xia Jinyuan said to her. In the car, he looked indifferent and lazy as he talked about his 4 years in the military academy. "My minor languages are German and Spanish. I probably had some talent in languages, so I got a level 8 specialized Esper. As for physical fitness, I got excellent. Because I also participated in a few competitions in school, I was evaluated as a top student after graduation." He said it so casually, as if getting top students was a simple matter. Now that she heard it, he was worthy of being called the all-round soldier king. His performance in school was so outstanding that it far surpassed many of his classmates. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble from being seen by the picketers, the girls walked far ahead and spoke softly so that the boys behind them didn't know what they were talking about. When they reached a fork in the road, both sides smiled and said goodbye before returning to their own dorms. As soon as they separated, the boys looked at each other and collectively let out a long sigh. To be honest, it was really stressful to walk with Yi Jian. It was like walking with the chief. When she spoke, her voice was soft and unhurried. When she smiled, there was even a gentleness between her beautiful eyebrows, like the gentleness of the Jiangnan River village, which made people feel scared. Just now, Yi Qian didn't say that we'll continue tomorrow night. I guess he didn't say that. Qian Yanjun twisted his stiff neck. Thinking about what had happened before, he gritted his teeth. Her way of standing is more tiring than standing in the daytime. 40 minutes is equivalent to 2 hours of our daytime. But we can't deny that it is indeed. Song Jichio's neck was also stretched. She's tired she couldn't move for 40 minutes. If we want to improve progress, we can use her way. It's useless if we only improve quickly. The whole class has to improve quickly to have an effect. Uvs. While they were talking about Yi Jian, He Jing was also talking about them. Wu Bingqing's physical fitness is good, and his studies are good too. He seems to be quite knowledgeable about cryptography. I'm afraid there will be a top student in our class. As he spoke, he looked Yi Jian up and down and said with a smile, "You're not bad either. You also have a lot of potential. Then we'll all be first lieutenants, and you'll be a captain." Excellent students would be directly rewarded. After graduation, they would be awarded the rank of captain instead of first lieutenant. Yi Qian was a little excited after hearing that. Chapter 1411. Xia Jinyuan graduated 5 years ago, but he still held the rank of major. That was strange. Why hadn't there been any changes? Yi Qian thought to herself. She smiled and said, "Commendations are tempting. The rank of captain, just thinking about it makes me excited." Who said it wasn't? When I heard it, I was filled with pride. As they spoke, they arrived at the dormitory. The lights in the dormitory were about to be turned off at 10:30. He Jing saw that it was getting late and quickened her steps. Su Wen had already fallen asleep on the bed. She was exhausted. She wanted to practice standing with them, but she didn't have the energy to do so. At 10:20, the bedtime signal sounded. The two of them quickly got ready for bed. Their clothes, belts, military caps, short sleeves and shorts were all placed in the designated places so that it would be convenient for them to grab them the next day. They didn't have to look for delays everywhere. The bedtime signal sounded again. The white lights in each dormitory went out almost at the same time. All the dormitory buildings were plunged into darkness. The night insects played a symphony of nature. After a while, the students who were tired from the day fell asleep. Yi Qian laid on the bed but couldn't fall asleep. She thought about what Xia Jinyuan had said to her. She thought about his life in the military academy and his hard work. If she wanted to be as outstanding as him, even if she got into the military academy, she couldn't relax. She had to continue working hard. She had to learn from him. She had to get close to him. Through her own efforts, she had to become an indomitable soldier like him. Yi Qian closed her eyes and thought deeply. That elegant and handsome face appeared in her mind. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly and she gradually fell asleep. The next day, during the drill class, Class 3 all obediently took off their military caps under the smiling eyes of the instructor. Then the instructor continued to smile and said, "In order to make you all stand at attention as soon as possible, I've decided to take the advice of the boys." Hearing this, Yi Jian had a bad feeling in her heart. It couldn't be. Did they tell the instructor? Soon, her premonition came true. As the leader of the procession, Yi Jian was the first to take the brand new poker cards from the instructor's hands. The instructor chuckled softly and said, "Your uncle must be a very outstanding soldier." "Thank you." Yi Qian also lowered her voice. She really did not expect that the boy would tell the teacher. Great, now there was going to be a lot of trouble. Wasn't there going to be a lot of trouble? In a while, someone's big-brimmed hat would fall off. After a while, someone dropped a poker card. Dropped the hat, dropped the cards, over. After the first day of class, it caused even more public outrage. Everyone said that they wanted to find out which brat had suggested such a trick to the instructor. Yi Qian and He Jing fell silent. Fortunately, the instructor had mentioned a few boys and not girls. The few boys who had asked the instructor for help tried their best to join in the fight against the common enemy. Faced with the anger of more than 30 students in the class, they did not dare to reveal that they were the boys that the instructor had mentioned. Even after graduation, they still couldn't find out who the boys were, and it became one of the unsolved cases of the third class. Soon, the third class also found a psychological balance. The rest of the teachers of the first year felt that this method was very good and immediately used it in their classes. In the end, the school leaders were alerted and praised the spirit of the third class and this batch of freshmen for their hard-working spirit. In the end, they called on all the teachers and students of the school to learn from the freshmen. Very good, the students of the third class who had started first felt even better. Chapter 14:12. The second-year seniors were fine, but the third-year and fourth-year seniors were having a hard time. Ruthless, ruthless, too ruthless. Which class came up with this idea? I must find out who it is. The boys in class 3 felt that they had gotten themselves into big trouble, so they worked even harder when they were standing. They were afraid that the teacher would yell out their names and criticize them. What's wrong? You can't even stand properly? It's just a hat, not a piece of equipment. Can't hold a poker card? You have to hold it even if you can't. What, didn't you suggest this? Do you want me to call on the whole class to follow suit? Well, why can't you do it yourself? If the instructor really said that, the boys in class 3 would become the public enemy of the whole school. In order not to expose their identities, the boys finished standing during the day and continued to eat at night. That you were afraid. Yi Qian laughed. The whole field was filled with fighting spirit. It was very contagious. No one knew who came up with this idea, except for the few pickets. However, they only remembered that they had seen it. As for who it was, they could not remember. Under the scorching sun, the training on the field was carried out. Every student was wearing their summer uniform and was exposed to the sun. Everyone had probably gotten used to it after being exposed to the sun for a long time. In the end, no one fainted from heatstroke. After a week, all the freshmen could really stand in a proper military posture. However, in the words of the instructor, they only had the form, but not the bone. If they wanted to stand in a proper military posture, they would need at least half a year before they could form the bone. Bones represented the majesty and coldness of a soldier just by standing there casually. In the third class, Yi Jian was the only one who could stand in a military posture. This was not what the teacher said, but what all the students agreed. They all agreed that Yi Jian was the girl who deserved to be number one. When the school wanted to choose a freshman representative to be the flag bearer for the National Day celebration, Class 3 voted for Yi Qian. Even Class 1 and Class 2 voted for Yi Qian. Yi Qian, who was not used to walking in public, struggled for a while. Standing in the General Affairs Director's office, Yi Qian was still wondering if he could change the person in charge. The General Affairs Director recognized Yi Qian. When he saw the young lady standing in front of him with a military aura, he silently nodded in his heart. He pulled open the drawer of his desk and said with a pleasant expression, Come, Yi Qian. Take a look at the grace of our previous flag bearers and flag raisers. All of the student representatives who were elected are now doing very well in their respective positions. The thick photo album opened, and from the black and white photos to the old color photos, not only did they see the valiant and heroic appearance of the school flag bearers, but they also witnessed the military uniform reform of our country. When she flipped the photo to the 9th grade, a slightly youthful face with an unforgettable side profile entered her eyes. The side profile of the flag bearer in the photo was too familiar. It was so familiar that if this person stood in front of her, she would be able to recognize him with her eyes closed. Xia Jinyuan. The Xia Jinyuan she was familiar with. The elegant and dangerous Xia Jinyuan who had a soft spot for her. This is the most outstanding student. From the time he entered the school to the time he graduated, he had been the flag bearer for every year. In the past, just like you, he did not like to walk in front. The General Affairs Director laughed. He even poured a glass of cold water for Yi Qian and set it aside. After thinking for half a day, he finally thought it through. After that, he had to attend the opening ceremony every year. If he didn't, the school would feel that something was missing. He has a good image and temperament. He can take on big responsibilities. Chapter 14:13. Yi Qian couldn't help but smile. She found out more about his past. Listening to it, she felt as if it was happening right beside her. He had left too many traces in this school, and she could even find out about his past from the teachers. Inexplicably, Yi Qian felt much happier. He had always been her goal. Now, she was following the path he had walked, chasing after him step by step, moving forward. And he was not far away, quietly waiting for her arrival. Yi Qian closed the photo album and became the representative of the freshmen, taking on the role of the flag guard. At this time, the freshmen had entered the marching formation training. The formation training consisted of marching, running, and marching. The marching was the best way to show the valiance and vigor of the soldiers. It had a very strong effect that could shake people's hearts. When Yi Qian returned, the third class was resting. Everyone was sitting under the sun, laughing so hard that their shoulders were shaking. The two girls, Su Wen and He Jing, were sitting far away, looking awkward and uncomfortable. It was as if they had encountered something embarrassing and were very uncomfortable. When they saw Yi Qian walking over, the boys in the class pursed their lips again, laughing so hard that they suffered internal injuries. "What's wrong?" Yi Qian, who didn't know what was going on, walked over to his roommate. "The boys are a little strange. What are they laughing about? What happened just now? The instructor isn't here either. Where did he go?" Su Wen covered her face and said in a muffled voice, "When we were practicing the marching drill, the instructor said a chant. The boys couldn't hold back their aura. The instructor asked them to laugh for 10 minutes before he came over. A hooligan-like chant came out of nowhere. Even a girl like me was embarrassed." The girl, He Jing, fanned her hands unnaturally, her face slowly becoming hot. "Luckily you weren't there at that time. Otherwise, you would have been embarrassed too." Yi Jian really didn't know that there was a chant for marching. The meaning of marching was to display a military posture. Everyone stood upright with their legs stretched out. Their feet touched the ground with a sonorous and powerful sound. They moved forward with a strong sense of rhythm. This was a very serious drill. Why would it make the boys laugh and the girls feel awkward? Although Su Wen's grandfather was a soldier, she grew up with her grandparents who taught. Although she had a straightforward personality, she still had the temperament of a little girl. She was too embarrassed to say it, so she pushed the girl, He Jing. Say it. "I really can't open my mouth." Some of the boys stood up and did the marching drill. Then, the boys who were sitting laughed until they beat the grass. They couldn't laugh loudly and felt uncomfortable holding it in, so they could only use their physical strength to vent. Yi Jian's eyes darkened slightly. These boys were probably going to be punished. The formation training ground had to be solemn and formal in order to show the might of the soldiers. For the instructor to leave for a while laughing and pounding the ground at this time was probably intentional. "It's just a chant. You don't have to be embarrassed." "What's the chant?" "It only tells you the trick to memorize the movements so that you can learn the key as soon as possible." Yi Jian smiled and enlightened the two girls. "You have to differentiate between formation training and physical training. During physical training, you have to shout loudly and be high-spirited. But we can't do the formation training." He had to be serious. "You've all seen the square formation of the National Day ceremony. It's neat and orderly. Their slogans are filled with murderous intent. Who's laughing? Who would laugh? No one would laugh. Only the mighty and majestic aura of our army can be felt when we walk out." The boys were still laughing, while the girls walked out of the awkward situation under the guidance of Yi Qian. Even their sitting postures were much more upright. Chapter 14:14. Su Wen's expression gradually became solemn, then she nodded and said seriously, "You're right. When I was 4 years old, I went to my dad's army. At that time, I happened to see the soldiers training in formation. I still remember it vividly. I was just walking over when suddenly there was an earth-shattering chant. I was so scared that I cried. For years old, I'm almost 20 years old now." The instructor had indeed been observing. When he saw that the two girls' expressions gradually relaxed due to Yi Qian's arrival, he put down the binoculars. Class 3's Yi Qian was indeed a good seedling. Our country's marching regulations were personally set by General Xiao. In the 50s, the great leader proposed that the army should be unified in command, system, organization, and discipline. At that time, the head of the military training department, General Xiao, immediately organized the relevant personnel to write 3 regulations: discipline, internal affairs, and formation. With the implementation of the 3 regulations, it provided a strong support for the construction of our army. In the 50s, it began to be used. Yi Qian talked about China's marching, the origin and development of China's formation. Later on, the military commission researched and used the infantry movement that Commander Liu personally set. Using the German marching as a template, it made changes based on the Soviet Union. It strengthened the arm swing and at the same time adjusted the stride length to achieve the coordination of the four limbs. It was the marching and formation of our army. Don't underestimate our marching and formation training. These were all done after a long period of research and study by our ancestors. After a long period of research and constant adjustments, we finally have today's formation training and various regulations. Following her explanation, the two girls no longer had any awkwardness on their faces. Even the boys who were closer to the three of them didn't secretly laugh. The incantation was just a way for everyone to quickly grasp the key points. How could you just listen to its literal meaning? You had to understand it on a deeper level, dissect it, and understand it. I think I understand what you're trying to say. He Jing, who was quite perceptive, straightened her gaze. The formation represents the image of us soldiers. It is also the blood and sweat of the old leaders and elders. It is also the legacy of the army. We need to walk with respect and reverence. Yi Qian's smile deepened. That's right. There's also the formation training. The ultimate goal is to foster discipline and obedience among the soldiers. Good military posture, strict military manners, strong style, strict discipline, majestic military prestige, and coordination of movements are all inseparable from formation training. The boys are laughing right now. I dare say that they haven't memorized the formation rules. Just wait, the feast is about to be served. Her voice was neither loud nor soft, but it was loud enough for the boys closest to her to hear. It was a hot day, and the temperature was around 37 degrees Celsius. The boys felt cold air rush up from the soles of their feet, and their heart palpitations rushed up to their heads. They shuddered violently. The rules and regulations of the formation included general principles, formation commands, formation actions, etc. There were a total of 9 chapters, 65 articles, and 5 appendices. It was quite a thick book. Before the cold shivers passed, a sharp whistle that made one's scalp numb sounded. The instructor's stern and cold voice sounded, "I'll give you 10 seconds. 1, 2, 3. He said 10 seconds, and it was only 10 seconds. Those boys who didn't realize that danger was coming didn't even have time to smile properly. The instructor's cold gaze swept past them like steel needles pricking their scalps painfully. Chapter 14:15. Just as Yi Qian had said, the boys' punishment was coming. When Yi Qian left with the two girls, he only saw the boys' white faces and trembling knees. The military academy was not a place where you could do whatever you wanted, nor was it a place where you could joke about discipline. Through strict formation training and formation life, it could cultivate a soldier's strict organization and discipline. It could cultivate a strict and decisive fighting style. It could cultivate a determined and fearless soldier's temperament. You still dare to laugh at such a significant training? Heh, do you think you're having it too easy? The boys' punishment continued for a week. After those boys with impulsive temperaments were taught a lesson, they underwent another transformation. By the end of September, the freshmen finally looked like soldiers in their straight military uniforms. Their self-restraint improved, their appearance improved. Dressed in their military uniforms, they all held their heads high and began to march in an orderly manner according to the instructor's command. Yi Qian, who had become the flag guard, stood on the flag-raising platform like a pine tree. His gaze was cold as he looked at every class that walked in the square. 1, 2, 3, march in unison. The orderly troops walked in a very rhythmic manner on the platform. With a salute, the future reserve officer of our army walked in front of the platform with a solemn expression under the scorching sun. His eyes were like sharp arrows as he walked in front of the platform with an imposing military aura. In the entire National University of Science and Technology, other than the military parade field, it was so quiet that not a single person could be seen. At the main entrance of the school, a sentry stopped a couple and said very seriously, "Our school is not receiving any parents right now. Please leave our school quickly. Please cooperate." "No, comrade, We really have an urgent matter. The child's grandmother is dying and wants to see the child. Comrade, can you please inform her? Her name is Yi Qian. She's a new student. If it's really not possible, can you inform the homeroom teacher? Sun Dongqing's voice was full of emotion. Her expression seemed to be quite anxious. The sentry maintained a cold expression and did not allow any room for discussion. Please leave our school immediately. Please cooperate. If they still did not cooperate, they could ask the soldiers to come out. Comrade, why are you so inhumane? The child's grandmother is about to die. Why can't you be more reasonable? If a soldier can go home to attend a funeral, I don't believe that a cadet can't go home to attend a funeral. The sentry in front of the school gate was not armed with a gun. Sun Dongqing stood up and grabbed the sentry's wrist. Do you have to make things difficult for people like this? You didn't let us in, and you didn't even inform the students. What kind of soldiers are you? Don't you have any manners? The sentinel warned her 3 times in a row to loosen her grip, but to no avail. He then made his move, and in the blink of an eye, he easily pinned Sun Dongqing's hand behind her back. Xiaofan was shocked and quickly said, I'm sorry, comrade. My wife was a little impatient. She didn't mean any harm. She definitely didn't mean any harm. Please take her away from our school immediately. The sentinel didn't probe further. He let go of Sun Dongqing, whose face was distorted from the pain, and waved his hand. A few more soldiers on duty walked out. Their expressions were so cold that Sun Dongqing shrank back to her husband's side. What could they do? They couldn't get in. If they wanted to find Yi Qian, they had to go through the sentinel. Yi Xiaofan had no choice but to put down his pride and ask politely, then I'd like to ask, how can we contact the students inside? Tomorrow is National Day. I heard that cadets can leave school this afternoon. I don't know if that's true or not. Chapter 14:16. The gentle Yi Fan had the authority of a government official, and he spoke boldly. The guard's attitude was not as cold as before. He replied, Our school is holding a celebration right now, and we won't be receiving any parents. As for the holiday arrangements, each class and each school is different, so we can't answer your question. Also, sir, if you don't leave now, the soldiers on duty will come and deal with you. In the car, Ying stared at the majestic gate of the National University of Science and Technology. The thick bricks, the cold colors, the majestic national emblem, and the sentry on duty. Yi Qian received all these and entered the military school known as the Military Hua University, but she had nothing at all. Her fingernails dug into her palms, and she didn't let go even when she felt the pain. She had to think of a way. She had to think of a way to defeat Yi Qian. She had to think of a way to defeat her. But what could she do? Now, in order for her to enter the military, her parents had to bring her here to apologize to Yi Qian, and ask her to forgive her mother for being disrespectful to Uncle General. That old thing. Even after he died, he was still causing trouble for her family. How hateful. What should we do? They won't let us in at all. How can we find her? Sun Dongqing hurriedly chased after Yi Fan, who had turned back to the car. She was really anxious. For the sake of her daughter's future, how could she not be anxious? There's still no news from the Qin family, and there's no progress on your side. Old Yi Qian is the only path we can take. Yi Fan, whose face had darkened, glanced at her coldly. What's the use of being anxious now? We can't even see her. He had purposely picked a national holiday, but he still couldn't find her. Why is it like this, damn girl? How did it come to this? In the past, I could hit and scold her whenever I wanted, but now I can't even find her. The difference was too big, and Sun Dongqing still couldn't accept it. I'm afraid you won't even know where she is in the future. Yi Fan was a little irritated as he smoked a cigarette. He took a deep breath and looked at the gate of the National University of Science and Technology. His eyes were a little dark and unclear. He did not expect that things would come to this. Why did he still have to depend on Yi Qian? Ying didn't come out. She just watched. The unwillingness in her eyes turned into a gloomy darkness, making her look exceptionally cold. I'll ask them later. The sentinels said that they're holding a celebration. It's probably related to National Day. Yi Jifan finished the cigarette and adjusted his mood before saying, "If you really see her later, give me." A sentry walked straight towards him. Yi Qian is currently participating in a celebration. After registering, you will enter the school together with the soldiers on duty. Please abide by the school's regulations when you enter the school grounds. You are not allowed to walk around or take photos. In short, he said a lot, and Sun Dongqing's expression changed again and again. She endured it and tried her best to keep her mouth shut. Yi Jifan thought that things would be difficult, but who knew that there would be such a big twist? After listening carefully, he said, "We will definitely not cause any trouble for the school. We will definitely abide by the school's regulations." As long as she could get in, she would definitely cooperate. Otherwise, she would be chased out by Yi Qian on the spot. With her personality, she would definitely do it. After going through some procedures, Yi Jifan finally brought Sun Dongqing and Ying into the school grounds. The moment the family of 3 stepped onto the campus, they couldn't help but hold their breaths. Ying grabbed Yi Jifan's arm tightly. She had an inexplicable sense of respect for this place. Chapter 14-17. This was a campus that Ying had never understood or been familiar with. Everywhere she looked, there was a sense of unfamiliarity that made her feel like she was suffocating. Sun Dongqing's shoulders shrunk back a little. She did not see anyone on the campus. It was so solemn that it made her tremble in fear. Her eyelids were twitching, and she was extremely panicked. "Old Yi, why don't we wait outside?" After walking for about 500 meters, Sun Dongqing suddenly said anxiously, "This place makes me feel uneasy. I feel like something big is going to happen." The further they walked, the faster her heart beat. Sun Dongqing had not met Yi Qian for the first time, and she was already feeling scared. Ying bit her lower lip. She was also panicking, but to ask her to go back? Impossible. How could she go back? If Yi Qian knew about this, he would laugh her to death. Ying cleared her throat. In order to show her imposing manner, she purposely straightened her back and said coldly, "Mom, follow me closely." She thought she was imposing, but her voice was dry, revealing a sense of cowardice. Ying heard her own dry voice, and her face stiffened even more. She might as well not open her mouth. The soldier on duty walking in front did not communicate with the students' parents. Only when they reached a fork in the road did he remind them coldly, "This way." Yi Jifan's cold eyes were filled with warning. He turned around and glanced at the mother and daughter. "Watch your step. Don't fall." It sounded like he was concerned, but it was actually a warning. The campus was very big, and it would take some time to reach the military parade field from the school gate. After passing through 2 empty teaching buildings and walking through a long corridor, suddenly, a deafening sound that seemed to be able to shatter the air came from the front. Yi Ying was so shocked that she let out an "ah," as she was not prepared for this. Then, she immediately covered her mouth. Her face was filled with deep regret. The soldier on duty did not look back, nor did he explain anything. He connected to the walkie-talkie and contacted the soldier on duty inside. "I am the soldier on duty at post 11. The students' parents are here. The students' parents are here. Please respond if you hear me." There was a buzzing sound from the walkie-talkie, and then someone replied, "Please bring them to the audience. Please bring them to the audience." Got it, got it. The soldier on duty cut off the connection and turned to Yi Jifan's family of 3, saying, "The entire school is now holding a military parade. When you arrive at the audience seats, please sit properly. Do not stand up or walk around casually. At the same time, cooperate with the routine inspection of the soldiers on duty." Even Yi Jifan, as an official, couldn't help but clench his fists when he heard the slogans. His attitude was gentle as he said, "We will follow the school's arrangements. We will not make our own decisions." Although he was a provincial-level cadre, once he entered the military academy and entered the army, it would be the same. It was only right for him to lower his attitude. When Sun Dongqing and Yi Ying saw that even the backbone of the family did not put on airs, they naturally did not dare to put on airs. They even fearfully followed the soldiers in. They walked valiantly in unison, with a cold and imposing manner. When they were in formation, their orderly and mighty steps, Their sonorous and powerful voices filled the vast field with the figures of future reserve officers of our army. Although it was not as grand as the National Day Parade, it was enough to shake people's hearts. Yi Ying was already dumbfounded. This was the military academy that Yi Qian had entered. This was the place where Yi Qian would live for 4 years. This was Yi Qian's life. Chapter 14:18. Holy, dignified, mighty, piercingly cold. It made her feel fear and reverence, and it made her more and more panicked. How did this happen? How did this happen? She was clearly the most outstanding one, and Yi Qian was clearly the worst. She should be the one with a bright future. How did she end up like this? How did she end up like this? She didn't know which class the students from, but the white gloves on their hands flashed across Yi Ying's dazed eyes like a ray of light, so piercing that she couldn't help but close her eyes. Her entire aura seemed to be covered in dust, cold, gloomy, and without a trace of vitality. Ying, hurry up and leave. Sun Dongqing saw that her daughter didn't move and couldn't help but urge her softly, they're all looking at you. Hurry up and leave. Ying opened her eyes, and her eyeballs moved slightly. She asked in a weak voice, Mom, how am I worse than her? I'm clearly better than her. How did I end up like this? What nonsense are you talking about? Sun Dongqing, who always thought that her precious daughter was the best, said coldly, How are you worse? You're better than that wretched girl. What's so good about this place? See, all the officials are standing at the top? Yi Qian is nothing, he's just a military school student. How many military school students are there? It's no big deal even if she got in. Sun Dongqing always comforted herself, and even found excuses for Yi Ying to escape. She thought that she was doing it for Yi Ying's good, but in fact, every time Yi Ying had the slightest thought of self-reflection, Sun Dongqing would immediately jump out and find excuses for Yi Ying. Over time, Yi Ying also became like her. She developed a habit of not recognizing reality and finding excuses to escape reality. She always thought that she was right and everyone else was wrong. Everyone else was useless, and she was the only one who had a bright future. Sun Dongqing, who once again extinguished Yi Ying's self-reflection, didn't know how wrong she was. She continued to comfort her, let her enjoy her glory now. When you enter the capital government regiment and talk to the high-ranking officials every day, Ying, those days will be glorious. She might even find a high-ranking official's son, or find a young high-ranking official to be her boyfriend. Look, how great is that? How promising. So what if that wretched girl has the support of that old thing? Who would help her for so long? Sun Dongqing, who had forgotten about the pain after her wounds healed, returned to her old ways and dared to belittle Yi Qian again. Ying, you have to remember this for my mother. You will always be stronger than that wretched girl. No matter what, you still have your parents' support, but she has nothing. That's right, no matter what, she still had her parents' support. So what if Yi Qian was doing well now? She was just a normal cadet from a military academy. She was just standing here basking in the sun. Who would notice her? Every time there was a slogan, the mother and daughter, who couldn't help but shake their shoulders, whispered to each other. Their eyes drifted to the parade field and then quickly retracted, with caution and fear that they themselves didn't realize. Yi Xiaofan's attention was all on the parade field. He didn't turn around to look, nor did he hear what the mother and daughter were saying. If he had heard, he probably wouldn't have needed Yi Qian to come out. He would have directly pulled the mother and daughter, who only knew how to comfort themselves and couldn't recognize reality, away. There were only teachers in their military uniforms in the audience. When Yi Xiaofan sat down, he couldn't help but tug at his shirt to show respect to the square formation that was walking over. Chapter 14:19. The bright red national flag fluttered in the wind on the parade stage. The flag-bearers stood at attention beside the flagpole, while 2 flag-bearers stood guard with spears in their hands. After instructing his wife and daughter to sit on either side of him, Yi Xiaofan looked around. He looked at the high-spirited young silhouettes and then looked at his daughter beside him. He had never felt that his family was worse than others. He sighed softly and lectured Ying, 1 minute on the stage is 10 years of hard work off the stage. Ying, you have to learn from them. Dad, when I get into the military, I won't embarrass you. Yi Ying's jaw tightened. She tried to hide her uneasiness with an expressionless face, but it was too obvious. Instead, she appeared stiff and restrained. Xiaofan saw this and sighed even more heavily in his heart. She did not reflect on her own shortcomings at all. Not only did she bite off more than she could chew, she liked to daydream. Ying, whether you get into the military or not is another matter. Dad hopes that you can learn from their spirit. No matter how bad she was still his daughter. He had to educate her and not give up just like that. Xiaofan patiently lectured, "You used to love saying that Yi Qian was inferior to you in every aspect. Look at them now. Look at the figures below. Look at the aura they exude. Looking at them is like looking at Yi Qian. Ying, don't you realize the difference between you and Yi Qian? Don't you realize that you can't compare to Yi Qian?" Yi Ying's face suddenly turned pale. She subconsciously clenched her fists. "Dad can tell you very clearly now. You are indeed inferior to Yi Qian. You used to be outstanding, but that is all in the past. People have to look forward. You are still stuck in the same place. You think you are better than Yi Qian. In fact, Yi Qian has long surpassed you." Lecturing on the spot was more impactful than lecturing on the facts. Facing the rows of military academy students standing straight like pine trees, Ying felt her breathing getting heavier with each breath. It was as if her whole body was entangled in a spider web. The more she struggled, the less she could break free. Sun Dongqing was furious. She still had to take care of the people around her. She gritted her teeth and defended her daughter. "Xiaofan, how can you be a father? Look at how scared Ying is. Don't compare Yi Qian to Ying. In my heart, she's nothing. You don't even deserve to carry Ying's shoes." Every time he wanted to preach, Sun Dongqing would always be the first to jump out to refute him. Xiaofan was burning with anger. He lowered his voice and shouted, "If you have the guts, get Yi Qian here later. Do you dare to let her carry Ying's shoes?" Sun Dongqing was speechless. How would she dare? He didn't even dare to say it to his face. Xiaofan sneered, "Do you see that, Ying? This is what your mother is capable of. The ability to rely on his mouth. If you learn all of your mother's skills, 10 Yi Qian can't even compare to 1 Yi Ying." These words were so harsh that the last bit of color drained from Yi Ying's face. After a while, she said softly, "Dad, Mom, stop arguing. We're here to look for Yi Qian today, not to argue. 10 Yi Yings couldn't even compare to 1 Yi Qian. Was she that bad? She didn't believe it. She couldn't accept it. She couldn't accept it. How could she, Ying, be worse than Yi Qian? How could she be worse than her?" She stared straight ahead. When her gaze inadvertently swept across the flag-raising stage, Ying suddenly stood up. She saw a familiar figure. A figure that she wanted to curse even in her dreams. A figure that tormented her day and night. A figure that wanted to eat her flesh and gnaw on her bones. Chapter 1420. "Ying, sit down." She stood up abruptly. Xiaofan, whose expression had darkened, reached out quickly and grabbed her wrist. "Do you still want to embarrass yourself? Sit down." Fortunately, they were sitting in the back row. The teachers in front were all watching the parade seriously and did not pay attention to the back. Otherwise, Ying would have received countless disapproving looks when she stood up so abruptly. The soldier on duty saw that the parent who stood up quickly sat down again. He took 2 steps forward and returned to his original position. His gaze lingered on Ying for a few seconds before leaving. Yi Ying, who was forcefully pulled back by Xiaofan, fell back into her seat. Her whole body trembled uncontrollably. Even her teeth were chattering. "Dad, I saw Yi Qian. I saw Yi Qian. I saw Yi Qian." She was wearing a straight military uniform, holding a gun and standing at the highest point. It was as if she was looking down on her and mocking her. She was standing so high and holding a gun. She was even holding a gun. Mom said that there were so many military academy students. Who would recognize her? Wrong, all wrong. Who didn't see her? Everyone saw her. She was standing so high, everyone would see her. All the teachers and students in the school would see her. What was she doing here? Was she here to see how impressive she was? Was she here to see how she made a name for herself in school? Was she here to be looked down on and mocked? Yi Ying's unwillingness turned into anger. She was so angry that her whole body trembled even more. Sun Dongqing noticed Yi Ying's strange behavior. She grabbed her daughter's trembling shoulders and scared her into asking, "Ying, what's wrong? Did you get a heat stroke? Why are you trembling?" "Mom, I saw Yi Qian. She was standing so high up." "Mom, I saw Yi Qian." Ying grabbed the corner of Sun Dongqing's shirt and said angrily, "She was in front, standing on the flag stand." "Mom, everyone saw her." You're wrong. Everyone saw her." There were so many military academy students. She was the only one standing so high up, receiving everyone's attention. What about her? What about her? There was nothing. There was nothing. When Sun Dongqing heard this, she immediately raised her head and looked in the direction of the flag stand. When her gaze landed on the gun in Yi Qian's hand, her body instantly froze. She was standing so high up and she was holding a gun in her hand. No wonder her daughter was afraid. Even she was afraid. "Old Yi, let's go, let's go," Sun Dongqing said with difficulty. She held Yi Ying's shoulders tightly, and her lips were trembling. "We came to the wrong place, we came to the wrong place. Before she sees us, old Yi, let's go, let's go." Ying is scared. Look, Ying is so scared that her whole body is trembling. Compared to his wife, Yi Xiaofan knew his daughter better. Ask her if she's trembling in fear or anger. Sit tight. You're not allowed to leave until you see Yi Qian. Dad, if she really goes on like this, she can easily take back the jade pendant on my neck. His eyes were as sharp as needles as he stared at Yi Ying, who was standing on the flag stand. He gritted his teeth and said, "We can't let her go anymore. Dad, we must find a way." "Take back the jade pendant?" Yi Xiaofan chuckled. "The jade pendant is in my hands. You don't have to worry. As for whether we can let Yi Qian go, oh Yi Ying, if you weren't my daughter, I really wouldn't care about you." Chapter 1421. How could he not know what his daughter was thinking? It seemed like she was so angry that she even dared to threaten him. No wonder she was Yi Xiaofan's daughter. She was ruthless and did not lack courage. But if she was only ruthless but not capable, that would not do either. Yi Ying, whose thoughts were exposed, bit her lower lip. So he still knew that she was his daughter. Then why was he being so aggressive towards her? Yi Xiaofan ignored her grievances. There was even a trace of impatience in his cold voice. "If you still refuse to face reality, Yi Ying, you will never be able to stop Yi Qian from moving forward. If you don't learn to lower your head, you will always be able to look up at Yi Qian. Yi Ying, do you still think you have the right to raise your head in front of Yi Qian? Do you still have the right to show off in front of her? Did she? No, she did not. She had nothing. If she had nothing, what right did she have to raise her head in front of Yi Qian? What right did she have to show off in front of him?" Yi Ying, whose face was as white as a sheet, did not know how much time had passed before she gently shook her head. Her entire body seemed to collapse as she said, "No, I have nothing. And she has everything that I can't get." "Since you don't have anything, then keep your head down today. Don't just talk and do nothing," Yi Xiaofan said coldly, as if he did not believe a single word that Yi Ying said. He only hated that he did not bring her along when he was working in the town government. She had developed a blind and arrogant personality like Sun Dongqing. Yi Qian had already gone so far, but the daughter he had always thought was outstanding was still in the same place. If he did not let her see the truth, she would only continue to think that she was so powerful. He had reminded her countless times to wake up and not to underestimate Yi Qian. She had to realize that she was not as good as Yi Qian. In the end, it only had a slight effect at the time, and it was the same after that. Thinking of this, Yi Xiaofan gloomily stared at his wife. She had contributed greatly to his daughter's current state. Sun Dongqing did not say anything. She did not know what to say. She had always thought that her daughter was better than Yi Qian, but what was the truth? The truth was right in front of her eyes. Her daughter had to use her connections to enter the army. As for Yi Qian, he was already holding a gun. Facing her father's accusation, Ying pursed her lips even tighter. Lowering her head to Yi Qian, how could she do it? How could she do it? She clenched her fists even tighter and her gaze became even more sinister. She couldn't get over the hurdle in her heart. She couldn't accept lowering her head to someone who she thought was inferior to her. Seeing this, Xiaofan sneered. He had spent so much effort to nurture him, only to receive such an outcome. He was unwilling to accept this. Now, if he wanted his daughter to stand up again, he could only rely on Yi Qian. He wanted to use her to make his daughter see the truth and stop being so arrogant. Lamentable, when it came to educating his daughter, he failed too thoroughly. For a moment, the atmosphere between the father and daughter was so tense that it was almost at daggers drawn. Sun Dongxing was so nervous that she didn't know what to do. Seeing that her daughter was sweating profusely under the sun, her heart ached so much that she took out an umbrella from her handbag. Ying, hold the umbrella and watch. It's too hot. Be careful not to get sunburned. It was indeed very hot. Ying instinctively reached out to take the umbrella. Yijifan's face darkened as sweat dripped down his back. We've been here for more than 10 minutes, and Yi Qian has been in this position without moving. She's standing, but you're still sitting. Hearing this, Ying retracted her hand as if she had been electrocuted. Chapter 1422. Time passed bit by bit. From 8:15 to 11:30, Yi Jian and the two seniors on the flag-raising platform had been standing motionless with imitation guns that were as heavy as the Type 95 rifle. They had maintained the most standard military posture, standing tall and straight like pine trees with a piercingly cold aura. Yi Jifan had been paying attention to Yi Qian the entire time. When the military parade ended and the flag-bearers were about to walk down the flag-raising platform, he couldn't help but tighten his grip. If something were to happen to Yi Qian at this time, even Uncle Zhen wouldn't be able to save her. Step by step, she walked down the steps gracefully. Then, step by step, she strode across the platform with her head held high. Everyone's attention was on her. All eyes were on her. Yi Jifan clenched his fists even tighter. Even if there was the slightest mistake, such as her steps not being in sync with the other two flag-bearers, or her knees being weak, or fainting from heatstroke, even if there was the slightest mistake, it would be fine. Unfortunately, Yi Jifan only saw Yi Qian walking valiantly with her rifle and standing at the front of the entire school, listening to the school's highest leader's closing speech. There was no disrespect, no mistake, only the awe-inspiring presence of a soldier. Yi Jifan couldn't help but close his eyes. Ying, you're too far behind, too far behind. The entire military parade ended smoothly. Applause followed. The teachers in the audience also clapped. Very good. Every team walked out with the awe-inspiring presence of an army, especially the freshmen. It only took 2 months for them to achieve such results. Very good. The freshman flag-bearers are not bad. She stood for more than 3 hours, and her movements were still perfect. For a girl to be able to do this, she's very good. Indeed, the students recruited this year are all good, especially that girl. She deserves praise. Yi Qian, a girl from class 3. I'm afraid we'll hear her name often in the future. Amidst the applause, the teacher's conversation could be heard. Sun Dongxing didn't know how many times she rolled her eyes. Yi Qian, Yi Qian, Yi Qian, turn around and look behind you. Her precious daughter Ying was better than her. From what you've seen and heard, who would say that Yi Qian is inferior to you? Who said that you were better than Yi Qian? Yi Ying, if you continue to be so stubborn, your life will be ruined by your mother. Before the applause ended, Yi Jifan gave Yi Ying one last heavy blow. All she saw was Yi Qian's excellence, and all she heard was praise for Yi Qian. She thought that she was better than Yi Jian, but that was just her own opinion. No one would really think that she was better than Yi Jian, and that she was really better than Yi Jian. Everything was just her own opinion. Tears gushed out like a broken dam. She couldn't accept this. She couldn't accept that Yi Qian had surpassed her. She couldn't accept that she had been surpassed just like that. Dad, I will apologize to Yi Qian and learn from her. Only when I'm strong can I defeat her and take revenge on her for the pain she once inflicted on me. Under the scorching sun, Yi Ying's eyes were filled with tears, but there was a sinister gloom in the depths of her eyes. I will definitely repay her for all the humiliation I've suffered. Yi Ying wouldn't admit defeat, and neither would Yi Qian. The grudges from the previous life, and the grudges in this life, one day, they would be settled one by one. All the classes left the stage one by one. Yi Qian and another flagbearer senior returned the Type 95 replica rifle. When they came out, Yi Qian couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Chapter 1423. If he wasn't mistaken, the three people standing in front of him, they really found their way to the school. They were quite capable. Yi Qian, come here. The homeroom teacher, whom he had only met 4 times, waved him over. Your family is here. Let's go to the teacher's office for a chat. Go to the teacher's office for a chat? Before Yi Qian could reply, Yi Xiaofan immediately said, No, teacher. We'll find a place to talk. He was able to meet Yi Qian because the school didn't know about his relationship with Yi Qian. If he went to the teacher's office for a chat and Yi Qian told him about the original situation, he would have come for nothing again. Teacher, you must think that he's my uncle. Actually, he's not. This Mr. Yi tampered with my entrance exams many times. It was written on my resume that I took a year off from high school. It was all because of this Mr. Yi. Yi Qian didn't want to drag it out. He didn't want to be involved with Yi Xiaofan's family for the next 4 years. During the college entrance exams, he tried to tamper with my registration again and again, trying to stop me from getting into university. Teacher, I really don't have anything to talk about with this Mr. Yi. Not giving her a chance to speak? Yi Xiaofan, can you stop him? She said it so calmly and didn't give Yi Xiaofan a chance to interrupt. When the teacher of class 3 heard this, his expression immediately turned cold. He glanced at Yi Xiaofan with a threatening gaze and said to Yi Qian, come to the teacher's office. Let's go to the teacher's office together. As a teacher, he naturally believed what his students said. If they really went to the teacher's office, then everything would be in vain. Yi Ying's face flushed red. She suddenly stood up. Sis, I'm here to apologize to you. I was too immature in the past and did many things that made you sad. Her apology was stiff at the beginning, but the more she spoke, the more fluent she became. As she spoke, she even squeezed out a few tears. Sis, I'm sorry. I apologize to you. Please forgive my immaturity in the past. I know I've done too many wrong things, and I don't dare to ask you to forgive me in a short time. Sister, please give me a chance. I'll definitely change. The sun did not rise from the west, so Ying could not really apologize to her. However, he did not expect her to pretend to apologize and even shed a few drops of tears. Who didn't know how to act? Yi Qian looked as if he had been frightened by something. He quickly hid behind his teacher and pursed his lips tightly, without saying a word. That's right, she would not say a word. She wanted to see how long Yi Ying could lower her head. The homeroom teacher of the National Science and Technology University of Science and Technology was not so easily fooled. He stood in front of Yi Qian and acted like a protector. He looked coldly at the incoherent family of 3. Just now, you said that Yi Qian's grandmother was seriously ill and needed Yi Qian to go home. Now, all of a sudden, he stood up and apologized. Sir, what kind of place do you think our school is? Teacher, you can call my family and find out more about my situation. Yi Qian said in a low voice. His voice was so heavy that it seemed to be weighed down by a rock. He was full of helplessness. I don't have a grandmother either. When I was young, I almost died at the hands of this so-called grandmother. Teacher, I don't want to see them. Ying lowered her head and closed her eyes tightly. She took a deep breath and clenched her fists. Her voice choked again. Sis, I'm here to apologize sincerely. Please forgive me. Can you not reject me? I regret it. I really regret it. I regret it. I regret underestimating you. I regret trusting myself too much. Chapter 1424. In the face of Yi Ying's apology, Yi Qian only had one feeling. She had ulterior motives. However, after 3 days, she had a whole new level of respect for her. She could actually lower her head. The Yi Ying of the past, when had she ever lowered her head for anyone in her previous life? Never? Then what exactly happened to make Yi Ying lower her head? It was worth thinking about. Yi Qian's eyes narrowed slightly. Yi Ying changed too quickly, and Sun Dongqing, who had always been protective of her daughter, remained silent. She stood at the side without saying a word. It was too abnormal. Her lips curled slightly, revealing a faint smile. You don't have to apologize to me. It's not about whether I forgive you or not. It's about how you feel in your heart. If you really think that you've done too many wrong things, you don't have to beg others to forgive you. You don't have to go to others and say things that make things difficult for them. Ying, you're just forcing me to forgive you. Sun Dongxing watched as her daughter lowered herself to the point of humility. She felt very uncomfortable. She opened her mouth, closed it and held it in. Stupid girl, don't be too smug. Yi Qian didn't even look at Yi Zhifan and Yi Ying. She only looked at Sun Dongxing's expression. She saw her face darken for a moment, then turn ruthless for a moment. She found it even more funny. She came over to ask her to forgive Yi Ying. She even forgave Yi Ying in front of her homeroom teacher. She had it all planned out. Next, would Yi Zhifan immediately ask for the homeroom teacher's contact in the name of showing concern for his niece Yi Qian's school life? Then he could call the homeroom teacher and mention Yi Ying at the same time? Yi Zhifan had always been good at this kind of thing. King, whose eyes were red, seemed even more wronged and upset. She lowered her head and sobbed, "Sister, I didn't force you. I just wanted to ask for your forgiveness." "Why would I force you?" I just wanted to ask for your forgiveness." This time, Ying really lowered herself. She lowered her head, put down her pride, and lowered her pride. Yi Zhifan, who saw this, felt very gratified. Finally, he could face his enemies head-on. He understood that lowering his head for a moment was only for the sake of his future rise. Faced with Ying Tai's unusual behavior, Yi Qian became even more cautious. Yi Qian, who was thinking quickly, did not speak immediately. He left Yi Ying to the side. Sun Dongxing was already holding back her anger. When she saw that her precious daughter had been left to the side, she raised her head and glared fiercely at Yi Qian. This glare was caught by Yi Qian, who happened to be sizing her up. Then, Yi Qian felt that things were finally back to normal. Sun Dongxing's heart was flustered. She vaguely felt that she was afraid that her glare just now had ruined everything. She immediately pretended to wipe away her tears and sighed, "Little girl, Auntie is also at fault. I said a lot of things that I shouldn't have said. You're a magnanimous person, so please forgive Auntie this time." She was afraid that Yi Qian didn't know what she said, so she deliberately reminded him, "Last time when you came back to the village, Auntie said something that I shouldn't have. Please don't take it to heart. Auntie really didn't do it on purpose." She explained quickly and anxiously, her eyes staring straight at Yi Qian. Although she apologized, she did not know how to hide the fierceness in her eyes. Not only did Yi Qian see it clearly, but so did Yi Qian's teacher. Thanks to her words, Yi Qian understood that things were not as simple as they seemed. Chapter 1425. She purposely brought up what happened last time. She was so anxious and worried. What was she worried about? Why did it feel like Yi Ying's apology was not the most important thing, but Sun Dongxing's? Even though Yi Qian was a meticulous person, he still could not figure out what their family was planning. The teacher of class 3 did not immediately intervene. He still needed to understand the situation. Moreover, Yi Qian's reaction was very calm, so he did not need to rush to intervene. Yi Zhifan saw that his wife had finally lowered her head and apologized for that incident. He breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Forcing Yi Ying to apologize first had some effect. This was the right move. Yi Qian would not forgive his daughter easily. He would definitely make things difficult for her. His wife, Sun Dongxing, had always been protective and could not bear for her daughter to be wronged. For her daughter's sake, she would also force herself to apologize to Yi Qian. Yi Zhifan saw that his wife was still able to say, "You are a magnanimous person, forgive your aunt this once." He was so satisfied that there was a trace of a smile in his eyes. Although his wife was a little stupid, as long as it concerned his daughter, Yi Qian, her brain was still quite flexible. She knew what to say to force Yi Qian. "Yi Jian, your teacher is standing right next to you. How are you going to answer her?" "Yi Jian, your teacher is standing right next to you. Answer, forgive." That was what he wanted. Yi Qian had a good point. He was not calculative. If he forgave his wife over this incident, then he would really forgive her. Then he could finally answer to Commander Lu and Political Commissar Yen. Answer, not forgive. It was fine as long as the teacher knew their family's attitude. Moreover, if a junior did not forgive an elder's apology, wouldn't that make them seem narrow-minded? It was not a good thing for a student to be narrow-minded. The teacher would have some opinions in his heart. In short, it did not matter if Yi Qian forgave his wife or not. He would get the result he wanted. The scheming Xiaofan was only waiting for Yi Qian to speak. He stared at him with a cold, calculating glint in his eyes. Yi Qian shifted his focus to Yi Xiaofan. He was the backbone of the family. It was definitely Yi Xiaofan's idea to come to the school and not Sun Dongqing's. She would never have thought of it. So what was Yi Xiaofan planning? Yi Ying apologized, Sun Dongqing apologized, but Yi Xiaofan didn't say anything. Yi Qian replayed Sun Dongqing's words in his mind, and after a while, a fierce look flashed across his eyes. Your Excellency is magnanimous. Forgive Auntie this once. Don't take it to heart. Auntie really didn't do it on purpose. Yi Ying apologized to him. If she didn't forgive her, she could have done it in front of a child. An elder apologizing to a junior and saying such things as a junior, how could he not forgive her? Her teacher didn't understand the actual situation. He didn't know how hypocritical Yi Xiaofan's family was. He also didn't know what Sun Dongqing had done wrong. If her teacher saw that he didn't forgive her, how would he feel? Thinking of this, Yi Qian clenched his fists. What a scheming and astute Yi Xiaofan. In order to make her university life miserable, he wanted the teacher to have a bad impression of her. He schemed to this extent. Yi Xiaofan, oh Yi Xiaofan, you really put in a lot of effort. Yi Qian, who had seen through a few things, pursed his lips and lowered his eyes. His long and thick eyelashes covered the mockery in his eyes. Chapter 1426. Yi Ying's apology was fake, but Sun Dongqing's apology was real. The truth and the lies mixed together, and in the end, she became a petty person who refused to forgive her elders. However, Yi Xiaofan, are you so confident that you can ruin her image in the eyes of the teachers? Yi Qian's eyes became even colder. No wonder Yi Ying was so confident, arrogant, and conceited. Yi Xiaofan played a part in it. Yi Xiaofan misunderstood. From his perspective, Yi Qian's expression was one of unwillingness to back down. Yi Qian's tightly pursed lips revealed a hint of stubbornness. Seeing this, Yi Qian's eyes smiled. He gave Yi Ying a look, indicating that his daughter should continue to lower herself so that Yi Qian's narrow-mindedness could be seen. A few seconds later, Yi Ying's eyes filled with tears. Her lips trembled as she asked softly, "Sister, what can I do to gain your forgiveness? Can you tell me? I really regret it. Please, give me a chance." All she wanted now was a chance. A chance to gain Yi Qian's forgiveness. A chance to enter Yi Qian's life and enter the sights of the military officers. As long as Yi Qian forgave her, she would have a chance to surpass Yi Qian. "Qian girl, look, your sister already knows her mistake. Just forgive her. Your aunt also knows her mistake. Forgive her this once. After all, we're family. We'll see each other all the time. There's no need to make our relationship too tense." Yi Xiaofan sighed deeply. His voice was filled with helplessness and melancholy. "Uncle doesn't feel good about it. Our family has caused a ruckus in this place. We've become a joke in our village." Yi Qian, whose eyes were filled with mockery, looked up indifferently. He first glanced at Yi Xiaofan, who was pretending to be sad, and then at Sun Dongqing. Seeing her face darken for a moment, then turn ruthless for a moment, he found it increasingly funny. He came over to ask her to forgive Yi Ying. Moreover, he wanted her to forgive Yi Ying in front of her homeroom teacher. This was a good plan. If she didn't forgive Yi Ying and Sun Dongqing, she would be considered petty and narrow-minded. How could he forgive Yi Ying and Sun Dongqing? She Yi Qian was not that great. So, Yi Xiaofan also knew that he was setting a trap for him. Next, would Yi Xiaofan immediately ask for the form teacher's contact information in the name of caring about his niece, Yi Jian's school life? In the future, if he had nothing to do, he could call the form teacher and say bad things about himself, and also mention Yi Ying's good points. Yi Xiaofan would definitely mention Yi Ying and do everything possible to ruin his image in front of the teacher. How could Yi Xiaofan let go of the opportunity to elevate Yi Ying and belittle her? Yi Xiaofan had always been good at this kind of thing. Since he had to bring up the past, he might as well bring it up properly. Yi Qian's lips curved as he looked at Xiaofan, who was pretending to be sad, and said calmly, "I'm still young. I'm as immature as your daughter. Mr. Yi, why don't you ask your wife to tell me what happened that day again? Let my school judge whether or not we can forgive your family of 3. How about that?" She actually wanted to spread the news to the whole school. Sun Dongqing's and Yi Ying's expressions changed drastically. They didn't even have time to hide the panic that surged out from their faces. Sun Dongqing, who couldn't control her emotions, cried out involuntarily, "Old Yi." The rest of her words were forcefully swallowed by Yi Ying's tight grip on her arm. Her eyelids twitched even more violently. This is bad. This is really bad. Chapter 1427. Who would have thought that the wretched girl would do something like this, leaving them with no way out? Xiaofan did not expect this either, and his back broke out in cold sweat. His face twitched violently, and he immediately said to the teacher, "The misunderstanding between the 2 kids is quite big. Teacher, can we talk in private? I'm afraid that if I speak, it will cause unnecessary misunderstandings." After listening for so long, the teacher of class 3 smiled and politely declined, "We need to understand Yi Qian's family situation again. I'm sorry, but it's mealtime now. The military academy has a rule that if you miss the mealtime, you will not be served alone. Yi Qian still has training in the afternoon and needs a certain amount of stamina." The teacher of class 3 was in active service, a company commander. His tone was not as gentle as the typical civilian teachers, but was cold and intimidating. After he finished speaking, he smiled at Yi Qian and said, "Go to the cafeteria. After you eat, come to my office. I need to understand your family situation in private." There was a student with potential in the class who did not even need to participate in military training, and who still had outstanding stamina, so she should be nurtured with priority. Since she had come to the academy had the obligation to protect her and help her block out any harmful elements. "Go quickly, leave this to the academy." Before he could finish the word deal, the broadcast system announced, "Year 1 Class 3 Commanding Freshman Yi Qian, please head to the dean's office." The teacher of Class 3 did not say anything else, and let Yi Qian jog over. Things were just so coincidental. Yi Qian did not stay and turned to leave. Yi Xiaofan felt himself heave a sigh of relief. If she really wanted to spread this matter to the whole school, his position as an officer might really come to an end. He thought that he could force her to submit today, but who knew that he almost caused a disaster? Then, Yi Xiaofan could not help but wonder if Yi Ying would be as decisive as Yi Qian if she encountered this kind of situation. Probably not. Yi Ying was someone who would weaken when faced with a strong opponent. She would not be as bold as Yi Qian. Not only did Yi Xiaofan let out a sigh of relief, but Sun Dongqing and Ying also felt the same way. Earlier, they had wanted Yi Qian to stay, but now, they wished that she would never come back. "Teacher, can we go to the office to talk? We mainly want to talk to the school about Yi Qian. This child to my family." Unfinished words always seemed so helpless. Even Yi Xiaofan's voice was so bitter that he could squeeze out bitter bile. The teacher of class 3 raised his hand and looked at the time. After pondering for a while, he said, "I'm sorry, I can't meet the parents of the students today. I'll ask the soldiers on duty to send the 3 of you away." "I'm sorry, the military academy usually doesn't accept non-student parents." Since he had already said so, he definitely wouldn't allow Yi Xiaofan's family of 3 to stay any longer. After Yi Qian was led by a senior to the dean's office, Yi Xiaofan's family of 3 was also invited out of the campus. Scared me to death, scared me to death. Once they were out, Sun Dongqing's heart was still beating with fear. She kept patting her chest. Thank goodness we were called away. Otherwise, she really would have spread the news to the whole school. Yi Ying raised her head and looked at the high school gate, which was as tall as a city wall. For a moment, she was stunned. "Get in the car first." Yi Xiaofan's face was terrifyingly dark. He had underestimated Yi Qian again and again. He had clearly planned everything out, but in the end, she always foiled his plans and forced him into a corner. He could not delay any longer. He had to force Sun Yaozu to make his move as soon as possible. The 7-day National Day holiday, He had to find a way to deal with it himself. Chapter 1428. Dad, Yi Qian's wings have already hardened. After some time in the car, Ying finally spoke. She's not someone I can deal with right now. If you don't want to see her grow stronger, you need to do something. Xiaofan gripped the steering wheel tightly and looked at his daughter. His eyes were cold and ruthless. He heartlessly rejected his daughter's suggestion. If you don't want to see her grow stronger, Ying, you need to work hard. Whether or not I'll do anything to Yi Qian is the adult's business. It has nothing to do with you. Also, you did the right thing today. Dad is very pleased. Murder and arson? How could he let his daughter, who was still in her prime and had a bright future, know about these illegal things? He wouldn't even get involved himself. He would only borrow someone else's hand to see if he could solve the problem in his heart. Was he pleased? Ying lowered her head and looked at her palms. Her delicate palms were scarred and stained with blood. Apologizing to Yi Jian had exhausted all of her courage and shattered all of her pride. However, the other party didn't care about her apology at all. He didn't even look her in the eye. Her pride and self-esteem were ruthlessly stepped on. If she used her pride and self-esteem to make her father feel pleased, Yi Ying's slender fingers tightened slightly. She expressionlessly tugged at the corner of her mouth. Dad, as long as you're happy. As long as you're happy. Who asked her to rely on you now? The car gradually sped up. When the green light turned green, Yi Xiaofan, with his jaw tense, stepped on the accelerator and left the University of Science and Technology of China with his unwilling wife and daughter. Inside the University of Science and Technology of China, Yi Qian heard the sound of, "Come in." Yi Qian pushed open the anti-theft door of the office. She looked up slightly and saw the handsome face she was most familiar with. She saw him in casual clothes the day before the holidays. Could it be that he specially rushed over to spend National Day with her? Impossible. How could he have so much time to spend with her? Most likely he was here for official business. The dean was a 55-year-old lieutenant general with the rank of deputy major. This meant that he was a dean with real power, unlike the teachers of Class 3 who were only active soldiers in the military academy. In the military academy, there were 3 types of teachers: active duty, civilian, and employed. Teachers are active military personnel. They start from the position of deputy company commander and can reach the position of deputy division commander. Their military rank can be as high as senior colonel. On the other hand, civil service teachers started from level 12. The hired teachers would be regarded as teachers of local colleges and universities. They would not have military ranks and would only be able to participate in various professional and technical titles and obtain professional and technical positions. Yi Qian saluted the dean. Year 1, Class 3, Yi Qian, reporting. The girl who came in was wearing a female soldier's uniform. She had long sleeves, a jacket, a standard female soldier's military skirt, a belt around her waist, and a large-brimmed hat on her head. She was valiant and full of the tenacity of a female soldier. Due to the scorching sun outside and the fact that she was walking in a hurry, there was still sweat dripping down her face. However, her eyes were extremely calm, without the slightest hint of panic. At a glance, one could tell that she was a female soldier who could withstand the wind and waves. When the dean saw Yi Qian's military aura, the smile on his stern face deepened. Yi Qian, who was highly regarded by the military and had already served China, was a female soldier who had made a lot of mistakes. Not bad. You're still so energetic after standing for more than 3 hours. The dean was very familiar with Yi Qian. The reason why she was exempted from military training was because the dean was the first person the military contacted. He pointed at the guest sofa and gestured for Yi Qian to sit down. Come, sit down and have a cup of water.